Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Son of Superman and Became the Hero of Tomorrow Part 8. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter: The Best Gift in a Long Time. The days have passed. Izuku had already recovered a little from his fight against Chisaki, and events were already going for the better. But now, being a Friday afternoon, the green-haired boy was heading to his room, when two pairs of hands grabbed him by the shoulders, surprising him. Izuku, huh? Todoroki. Where are you going so calmly? Izuku. Well, I was thinking of going to my room to eat something, since classes are over, with a sarcastic tone. Toga. Oh really? Izuku. Yeah, listen guys, I'm serious. What are you up to now? Can you let me go? Toga. Let me think about it. No. Todoroki. Have you already forgotten what day it is today? Izuku. No, it's Friday. Toga. Aha. Smiling amused. Izuku. July THOIC. Todoroki. Sometimes I think that for being so strong, you're also a little slow. The boy just looked at his best friend, but he didn't have time for anything, because both Shoto and Toga carried him to take him to the elevator door, although the latter was seen by Momo, who cleared her throat, drawing the boy's attention. Momo. Hey, what's going on? Izuku. That's the very thing I want to know. Shoto. Calm down Yayorozu. We'll be here sooner than you think. Toga. Calm down Vice President, we'll get this broccoli back to you safe and sound, smiling innocently. Momo. Yes, but why do they wear it? Both. Goodbye. And saying this, both left, taking the green-haired boy with them, before the eyes of the brunette and some of the boys who were entering the recreation room. Kirishima. There are days when Todoroki's attitude confuses me a lot. Jiro. Sometimes cold and other times he can carry Midoriya like a sack of potatoes? Kirishima. Exactly. Tsuyu. Sometimes I don't understand the friendship of those. Uraraka. I guess it's something they formed little by little. The boys started laughing, walking to the table, while Momo looked confused at the elevator exit. Momo, what happened? Bakugo, want to get out of the way. You're in the way. Momo. Oh sorry. Bakugo, those bastards. Stop worrying about the nerd, tomorrow is his birthday. Those freaks always took him to celebrate the day early. The blonde just mumbled in annoyance and continued walking, while Momo looked at him with a slight note of surprise. Momo, Izuku's birthday? Thinking, but he didn't tell me. I never stood out much before, I guess I got used to always going unnoticed, hehehe. Izuku, that's true. At that moment, an idea arose in the mind of the brunette, who without noticing it, got a slight shine in her eyes and a blush on her cheeks. So now, with this idea in mind, the girl went to her room, being seen by Uraraka, who without the brunette knowing it, had also heard Bakugo. Uraraka. So Izuku's birthday, remembering all the events since they entered UA where she witnessed Izuku's bravery. Well, I guess he deserves a break. Checking the time, I still have time. The good thing is that I have some money left. And with a new idea in mind, the brunette also went to her room, determined to get ready to leave before curfew. For his part, and with his friends, they had already convinced the boy that they had to go out after so long, so a little more encouraged, Izuku accepted, smiling, going to his room to put on something more comfortable, this being a black short-sleeved shirt, jeans, a brown leather jacket, and black boots. Izuku. Okay, I think I'm ready. Taking his wallet and adjusting his glasses. Crypto, you're in charge while I'm gone. Don't bite the pillows, have water and food ready, and the door is open in case you want to go out. Okay? For his part, the dog looked at his owner and then let out a bark of acceptance. Izuku petted the wolf's head and left his bedroom, meeting up with his friends. Izuku. Ready. Toga. Good, because I miss these outings. The girl looked at her friends with a smile. Her simple clothing was a sign of her great emotion, being a short, with a long-sleeved blouse and tennis with long black stockings, all this accompanied by a small red ball, which she wore across her body. Shoto, for his part, also had nothing extravagant: black pants, white shirt, black jacket, and white tennis shoes. Izuku. I still don't know why they want to go out, but, Toga, and you still say that? Come on Izuku, tomorrow is your birthday, we have to have a good time. Izuku, you said it, it's tomorrow, why don't we leave tomorrow? Shoto. Because we are not fools and we know that you will go with your mother. Izuku. Nana told them, right? Toga. Who do you think gave us permission to leave? The blonde just smiled childishly, while leaning on Shoto's arm, who smiled slightly. Izuku. Yes, I already imagined it. Shoto. That's true, he also told us that he'll go to your house tomorrow, so you can imagine, there'll be a party. Izuku. Well, my mom always celebrated it for me, so you can imagine. Both boys just nodded, but Toga took Izuku by the shoulder and raised his arm. Toga, okay, but nothing, it's time to go then. Let's enjoy the day. Izuku, knowing that he couldn't do anything about it, just smiled and shook his head slightly, to follow his friends, who left the academy and boarded the train, heading to the center of the city, ignoring that back at the academy, a beautiful brunette was asking her mother for cooking advice, while receiving a message from Sato, which contained what appeared to be ingredients. For her part, a pretty brunette, already dressed up, was heading out of the academy, beginning her personal mission. Yes, the day was quite busy for the three UA groups, although again in focusing on the trio of best friends, they had had a fairly quiet trip, listening to music, laughing at old anecdotes as well as exchanging information about their days. Toga lightly hit Izuku when he told her about his fight against Overhaul, but she also felt proud when she heard how the green-haired boy bravely faced the Yakuza boss, as well as smiled when he told them about little Eri, without a doubt, although she did not know the little girl's whole story, somehow, she felt connected to the little white-haired girl. Once they arrived at their destination, the boys went to eat at a small restaurant which seemed to be familiar, attended by father and son, both with reddish hair, and whose reviews said that their food was extremely spectacular, although they also had the small recommendation of never accepting the house dish. Each of the boys ordered a special dish, Todoroki being a mixed soba, Toga a rabbit ragu and Izuku a katsudon. The trio of friends didn't hesitate to devour their dishes, confirming what the news had said. The dishes tasted delicious. The trio of friends talked and laughed, enjoying the atmosphere and their food. Once they finished, they paid the bill and left the restaurant, walking through the city center with a calm step. The boys bought some things, most of these being gifts for their best friend, who always refused, although he knew that this was useless, because I knew the stubbornness of both. Izuku was grateful. He didn't need thousands of gifts, nor a huge party. Just being with his friends and family was more than enough for him. Izuku, hey, it's getting late, don't you have to go to the academy? Shoto, in theory, but Toga, let's say we ask permission to skip the dorms tomorrow so we can celebrate your birthday. Izuku, ah hey, why didn't you tell me? Shoto, you didn't ask. Toga, besides you did the same thing, don't lie to us. Izuku, but with good reason. Toga, details. The boy just looked at his best friends, until suddenly, he took both of them and using his speed, he suddenly got back here. Izuku, are you okay? Toga, what happened? Izuku, that's it. The boy looked ahead, followed by his friends, who saw how a large piece of asphalt was where they were a few seconds ago. Shoto, an attack? The answer was not long in coming, now being a police car which was lifted into the air, falling hard against the ground. Izuku, wow, and I thought even villains rested on Fridays. Shoto, the heroes will soon arrive. Izuku, using his super hearing, yes, but it seems they are in Hosu, at least the local ones here. It will take a while. Toga, you use your super hearing, right? Izuku, it has its advantages. Shoto, well, in that case, let's lighten the load for the police. The bicolor rolled up his sleeves, preparing his fire attack, while Toga took out a light knife which she had in her bag, both ready to fight, although at that moment, before they could make a move, the boy stopped them with one hand. Izuku, no, you don't have your license yet, and you don't even belong to the hero course seriously. Shoto, so what's the plan? Izuku, show your UA credentials to the police. They won't allow you to fight, but they will help with the evacuation. I'll go stop this guy. And saying this, the green-haired man took off his jacket and glasses to rise. Shoto, do you have your license? Izuku, always in my wallet. I never forget it. Toga, what a way to celebrate your birthday, huh? Izuku, it's actually pre-birthday. The boy smiled and flew, going towards the fence of police patrols, who were shooting at the villain, who seemed to be covered in flames, melting the bullets. The subject began to run towards one of the patrols, which he rammed, and then he charged the patrol and threw it again, which fell with the tires up, showing that an officer had fainted from the impact. Officer, you shouldn't have given me a reason. Son loading the gun. Villain, your shaft is the one that shouldn't have given me one. The man raised his hand and a burst of fire shot out towards the man, who managed to dodge it by the skin of his teeth, although the villain didn't take long either. Rising in the air and going towards the fallen officer, in his hand he formed a whip with the debris, and with it, he held the officer by the neck tightly. Officer, come on, kid, don't tell me you want to be a cop killer too. Villain, how else would I get an interview with the mighty league of villains? The villain smiled and began to put more pressure on the man's neck, who was trying to pull this whip off. The man was about to release his last breath, when a reddish ray cut this whip, surprising the villain. Villain, huh? Suddenly, something touched his shoulder, and he turned his gaze, finding a figure in a black suit. Izuku, excuse me, would you like to know what a meteorite feels like when it falls from a great distance? Let's find out. A cold wind blew away the man's flames, revealing only a red rocky armor, which was quickly lifted and dropped on the same patrol, making a loud noise. Izuku, ouch, that must have hurt. Without wasting any time, the boy grabbed the officer and carefully pulled the police into the car, taking them somewhere else. Izuku, good afternoon. With all due respect, I'll take care of this guy. Call the cavalry in case he has friends. The boy said this and handed his license to the officer, who saw Principal Nise's signature on it. Immediately afterwards, the green-haired boy returned to the fight, where the subject had already stood up again, ready to flee. Although before he could do anything, Izuku began to fly around him with speed, managing to lift him into the air, and then return him to the ground with a punch. Izuku, you know something? The only place you'll go to serves 3 meals a day and the lights go out at. Villain, getting up, son of a. The subject raised his hand, launching a fire attack, which Izuku was able to dodge easily, standing in front of the villain who tried to hit him, but his attack was dodged, only hitting a patrol car. Izuku, you know what? If there's one thing I can't stand in this world, it's a bully. The boy appeared again in front of the villain who tried to use his debris whip again, now covered by the metal of the patrol car, although this time, Izuku took it and lifting the villain, began to spin in the air, and then throw him to the ground again. This rain of blows had destroyed the rocky armor of the subject, showing his thin body, although when he realized this, he quickly began to create a new armor while running towards the green-haired man who advanced quickly as well, causing a clash between the two, where the difference in strength was evident. As Izuku managed to move the villain with relative ease, although he was annoyed, he began to create an attack of rock mixed with fire and ice, which exploded in Izuku's hands, who was all by surprise, being moved a few meters, although without showing any visible wounds. Izuku stood up to see how the villain took another police car and threw it towards him. Although Izuku was able to break it with his heat vision before it impacted, the villain was surprised by this. But Izuku approached again, and before the villain could attack him, he grabbed him by the forearm and with a smile on his face, he gave him a blow that sent him crashing into a building. The villain's armor began to crack as he fell to the ground. Izuku approached him. Izuku, you know, guys like you give Japan a bad reputation. Villain, the League of Villains is growing stronger, they will rise and win. Izuku, faced with this, took the subject and with his hands, destroyed the subject's rock armor, whom he let fall, to see how he fell towards the wall. Izuku, let them try. No one messes with my city and gets away with it. The green-haired man took the villain again and left him in front of the officers who arrested him. The officer in charge approached the green-haired man, thanking him for that and returning his provisional license. Officer, thanks a lot for the help, Superboy. This guy was a pain in the ass. Izuku, it's nothing, but in reality it's Superman. The green-haired boy said this, but the officer walked towards the villain, handcuffing him without saying anything to the boy, although instantly, many civilians surrounded the scene, seeing the green-haired boy, thanking him. Although something that the green-haired boy could hear, is that just like the officer, they all said to him in the same way, Superboy, which made Izuku just sigh tiredly. But without saying anything, he went back to his friends, who smilingly gave them their things. Toga, a great fight. Todoroki, fast and undamaged, it looks like you've improved a lot. Izuku, well, I guess my old fight taught me a lot of things. I shouldn't prolong a fight for so long. Toga, well, I have it recorded so I'll make it viral on social media later, Shoto, Superboy defeats an Elementor in the city center. Izuku, you too? Toga, it's not my fault, people call you that. Superboy mockingly. Izuku, you'll never let me forget it, right? Both boys just smiled in response, then took the boy and continued walking, ignoring that after a few minutes, the heroes of the area arrived, finding the villain being handcuffed. From there, the boys went towards the green-haired boy's house, where upon arrival, they were greeted by Inko, who smilingly let them in, congratulating the boy for his fight. Since she saw it on the news, the boy spent the rest of the day at his house, staying to sleep, although what he did not expect is that his friends also stayed to sleep, this being the first time after a long time. The next morning, the boy had the luxury of waking up late, but being surprised to find his house half decorated, he surprised his friends who were helping his mother with the decorations. Izuku, huh? Inko, surprise. Toga, happy birthday Izuku. Shoto, Happy birthday, friend. Izuku, tell me this whole plan to take me out of the academy wasn't just to take me home and help my mother? Shoto, don't look at me. It was Toga's idea. Toga, well, it was something I talked about with your mother. Inko, he found me guilty. But I didn't think you would get up so soon. Izuku, the bad habits of Yue. Toga, rather, I say that he lives in another reality. Everyone smiled at this and continued with the decoration, although after a few minutes and hours, more people arrived at the Midoriya house, now being Nana and the Todoroki family, who arrived at the home. Izuku, who was already used to this party, decided to relax, seeing how everyone put their best effort to celebrate the boy, who spent the whole day at home, celebrating as it should be. Nana, Fuyumi, Toya, Natsuo, Rei and Enji brought gifts to the boy, who felt sorry for this. Late at night, the boy left his house for a moment, going to the balcony that his room had with the help of the remodeling. The party downstairs was pleasant and calm, now a light conversation between adults. Izuku looked at the starry sky calmly, slightly shaking his glass of soda. Toga, everything okay? Entering Izuku's room, standing next to him. Izuku, eh? Yes, it's just that it's been a long time since the last time the three of us were together on my birthday. Shoto and I were thinking of going to look for you for so long. I'm glad you're back. Toga, I also like to see them again. The blonde stood next to Izuku, resting her head on his shoulder. Izuku, hey, by the way, not to be too picky, but don't you think you and Shoto spend a lot of time together? The boy said this only as a way to make fun of the blonde, but on the contrary, it made the girl nervous, while a slight blush appeared on her face. Toga, you think? Izuku, ha, should I be worried? Toga, and I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, I think being outside for so long is already affecting you. I'd better go inside, I need a sweater. Izuku, ha, good move, though you know what? I know I shouldn't worry, but if something happens, I'll intervene. Toga, I know you will. Izuku, after all, I have to take care of my little sister. The boy approached the blonde, stroking her head gently. Toga smiled at this, just hugging the boy. Toga, thanks Izuku, and happy birthday. Izuku, thank you, smiling. The girl released the boy, giving him a kiss on the cheek before leaving the room, where after a few minutes it was Inko Midoriya's turn to enter, finding the boy sitting on the balcony. Inko, do you think the party was an exaggeration? Izuku, no, it was great. Thanks ma, your cooking is still excellent. It's just that everything that's been happening lately. It's barely my first year and I've already had several fights against really dangerous guys. If the last 2 years continue like this, I don't want to see how you'll get. Inko, yeah, things don't really go as planned, but I guess that's the beauty of life, don't you think? Izuku, yes, I think so. Inko, and what about that girl, Yayorosa? Why didn't you invite her? Izuku, he doesn't even know today is my birthday. Inko, you didn't tell him? Izuku, except for those gathered here, no one knows what is being celebrated today. Inko, son, Izuku, I keep a little distance from everyone. I don't know, I trust them, but I guess I'm still trying to find my place in the world and that it keeps me a little isolated from the rest, even if it doesn't show. Inko, Izuku, you just turned. I understand that you have doubts and fear, but you shouldn't close yourself off from the world. There are wonderful things out there. The woman looked at her son, who was staring into space, so she maternally took her son's chin, making him look toward the street. Inko, space is very wonderful, but I'm talking about everyday life, the world we live in, the people around us, the things that shape us, good or bad, all that is unknown, but is so wonderful once you learn to love it. Izuku, mom. Inko, when your dad and I first considered the idea that you would have the powers he had, it scared us. To be honest, I wanted to raise you in a way where you wouldn't feel any different from anyone else. But your father was wiser than me. He knew that sooner or later you would discover that you were different. You could load the truck with just one finger. That's why he preferred to tell you. Because he knew that you would understand and that eventually, you yourself could discover how far you could go, advancing at your own pace. The woman took her son's hand and looked out at the street. Inko, ever since Clark and I knew you were on the way, things started to change in so many ways. We call you the best of surprises. Izuku, and boy was I. Inko, yes, and you have grown in a way that neither of us thought you could. You have made great strides. But do not forget that beneath all those powers and alien heritage, you are still my son and a year-old teenager who continues to learn the things of life, good or bad. Everything will shape your life in the future. It will help you in your decisions and above all, in the direction that your life will take. The woman looked at her son smiling and then took him by the cheeks and kissed him on the forehead. Inko, Happy birthday, son. I love you and I'm proud of you. Izuku, thanks, Mom. The boy couldn't help it. A treacherous tear escaped from his eyes as he felt his mother's embrace. Yes, he missed his father, but having Inko, Izuku felt happy. Inko, separating from her son, well, it's time to continue with your party. Go down and celebrate. Your cake is still missing. Izuku, yes ma'am. The boy smiled and walked with his mother, hugging her gently. Inko, although yes, next time you have to bring that girl Yayorozu. Do you understand me? Izuku, Emma. Blushing. And so, the party continued for the green-haired man, who was congratulated by his uncles and friends, who were proud of the green-haired man who had shown in a short time all the power he had within him. The next morning, the green-haired boy was arriving at the academy. His friends had separated, promising to arrive at the academy a little later. Izuku greeted his faithful dog who was lying on the green-haired boy's bed before going up to the common room, meeting Momo, who was on the couch completely asleep. Izuku, Momo? Hey, let's go up, shaking her slightly. Wow, she really dies when she falls asleep, looking everywhere. I hope Mina doesn't see me. The boy threw his prayer to the sky and carried the raven like a princess, taking her to his room. Once he left, he returned to the common room where he met Mina, who looked confused at the armchair, while holding a tray of food. Mina, how strange, I swear he was here. Izuku, who? Mina, Yamamo, she stayed up late waiting for you. She said they were going to study for weight. Turning to look at the green-haired boy, when did you arrive? Izuku, just now. What happened to Momo? Mina, well, she stayed here waiting for you to study. But where did you go? Because when I woke up she was here, so I assumed you stood her up. Looking accusingly. That's being ungentlemanly, Midoriya. Izuku, study? But she didn't tell me anything. At that moment, the green-haired boy gave himself a facepalm, realizing that his best friend had no idea about yesterday, much less that he would not be returning to the academy. Izuku, oh my, I'm a huge idiot. Mina, well, don't say it so badly, I just said that. Izuku, no, it's that I am. Momo only saw that Shoto and Toga took me out of the academy, but I didn't tell her that I would be missing yesterday for my birthday. The green-haired man held the bridge of his nose, sighing tiredly. But at that moment, he felt someone getting quite close to him. Opening his eyes and seeing that it was Mina, who, not caring about invading the green-haired man's personal space, looked at him accusingly. Mina, what was yesterday? Izuku, huh? My birthday, it's nothing special, but Momo. Mina, how come it was your birthday yesterday and you didn't tell us? Slightly excited. Izuku, well, it's not something I like to say much, but what does that have to do with it? Mina, oh my god, Midoriya, you may be very strong, but sometimes you are a hardhead. The pink-haired girl ran her hand over her face, unable to believe what the green-haired boy was saying. Immediately after, the girl began to walk through the hallways of the dorms. Izuku didn't even have to use his super hearing to discover that the girl was waking the others up. Soon, the boy found himself sitting in a chair, while he was surrounded by most of his classmates, who listened attentively, as Mina planned a party for the boy, with a clear, commanding voice. Izuku, but I already told you that it's not necessary. Kirishima, isn't that necessary? It's your birthday, dude. After everything you've done for us, the least you deserve is a day off. Izuku, yes, but, Jiro, gosh, Midoriya, you really are impossible, shaking his head negatively. Izuku, Tsuya, help me. Tsuyu, I'm sorry, but they are right. After what happened in the battle against Overhaul and Little Eri, you really deserve this. Izuku, come on, are you supposed to be the sensible one, Ochako? Looking at the brunette. Uraraka, sorry, but this time you're alone, sticking out her tongue slightly. The green-haired boy turned his gaze, looking for support among his friends, but apparently, the rest of Class A agreed with what was said previously. Kirishima, okay, then it's settled. Activating his quirk and bumping fists, the party mission begins now. Mina, right, Kirishima, everyone has their missions, go and let's make sure the stickhead never hides anything from us again. All yes. And with these words, the boys left the common room, some heading to the supermarket, others in search of decorations, some more bringing tables and stereo equipment. Sato went to his room to leave with as many ingredients as he could, while he was followed by Koda. In the end, Hagakure was in charge of staying to watch that Izuku didn't move from his place, which he did strictly, bringing up as many topics of conversation as possible. After a bit, a sleepy Momo Yayorozu showed her raven hair around the recreation room, showing that she was already awake, although her surprise was great when she saw how the resting place of Class A was being decorated with balloons and colorful garlands, while Izuku was sitting in a chair, tied with ribbon, while being lightly hit by Hagakure, who seemed very amused. Momo, Izuku? Approaching the boy. Izuku, Momo. The boy tried to get up, but Momo stopped him with a gesture of her hand. Momo, wow, it seems you're stuck with a problem, hehehe. Izuku, you don't even need to say it. Momo, don't worry, Toru, I'll take care of the second guard. If you want, go get a glass of water. Hagakure, are you sure? Mina, I'll keep an eye on him. Momo, don't worry, it won't move from there. Although if you could bring me a glass of juice, it would be a great help. Hagakure, well, in that case, I'll take your word for it. I'll go to my room for some curiosity books that you'll surely love, Midoriya. And saying this, the girl left the arcade, making Izuku sigh in disbelief at the invisible girl's energy, drawing a small, tender laugh from the raven-haired boy who, bringing a chair, sat in front of his best friend. Momo, so? What's the reason for the arrest? Izuku, before I confess my crime, forgive me, Momo. Mina told me that last night you had stayed here waiting for me. It wasn't fair to you. Momo, oh, did she tell you? Slightly blushing Izuku, it was my fault. I should have told you about my birthday. Momo, wait, was your birthday yesterday? Feigning ignorance. Izuku, well, it's not something I tell everyone, but if… Momo, now I understand why all this mess. Calm down. Izuku, I understand, it's just that Toga promised that they would return to the academy and… Izuku, well, I asked permission to spend it with my mother. She organized a small meeting with my family, and I couldn't miss it. Sorry if I didn't tell you anything. Momo, I understand, in that case don't worry, you had a very good reason, it's just that I got a little worried. Izuku, I'm really sorry. Momo, I already told you it's okay, better tell me, why didn't you tell everyone? I think if they had known, they wouldn't have done something so big to you, considering you'd be with your family. Izuku, well, the truth is that even though it's my birthday, with the exception of my family, no one outside had ever celebrated it for me before. I guess that with the passage of time I stopped taking it as important as possible. The boy said this as he raised his arms, facing Momo's gaze, who remembered the talks with Izuku where he had told her some things about his past, such as having to hide his abilities to protect his family and his inability to use them, earning him the title of Quirkless and consequently, the mockery of almost everyone around him. The beautiful brunette was about to say something, when a voice made them both react. Mina, huh? And yet you're surprised that we want to celebrate your birthday? Midoriya, if you weren't invulnerable to all types of attacks, I'd hit you. Izuku, ouch. Mina, you are our friend, we care about you as much as you care about us. Your birthday is an important date because it means another day that you are alive. There are people who see it as an alarm that you are closer to death, but I believe that celebrating it means being grateful for our stay in this world. Being grateful that we can grow a little more, learn, and above all, no matter what happened in the past, let it stay there. Learn from it, and just turn the page. Now you have us, and believe me when I tell you that we are all really happy to meet you. The boy listened attentively to the words of the girl who with a sweet look approached the green-haired boy, ruffling his hair. Mina, besides, how could I not worry about you? We practically have the same hairstyle, just a different color, haha. And saying this, the girl just tapped Izuku on the chest as she went to the kitchen. The green-haired boy was speechless at these statements, making Momo smile. Momo, what's wrong? Did they bite your tongue? Izuku, no, it's just that. Momo, you're not in high school anymore, Izuku. You're in UA, a place where we all want to be heroes, and where no one is better than the other just because of their quirk. The girl said this while looking at the green-haired boy with a tender smile, which was reciprocated by the boy. Izuku, yeah, I think you're right. The boys continued looking into each other's eyes for a few seconds, without saying anything, only being able to feel a heat begin to sprout from their chests, and a slight acceleration in their heartbeats, although this moment would be interrupted by the sudden arrival of Shoto and Toga, who with bags in hand, opened the doors of the recreation room, making both of them startle. Shoto, wow, what are you celebrating? Izuku, my birthday. Shoto, but it was yesterday. Izuku, they didn't know. Shoto, I see, then it won't be possible. Izuku, what thing? Toga, it's something I was talking about with Shoto on the way here. I told him about the idea of repeating the colder jump, remember? Izuku, ha, do I remember? My mom must have a lot of photos from those times. Toga, well, that was our idea, but now, Mina. Oh, it's you seeing both boys, good that you're here. I was going to ask Shoji for some extra help, but since you're here taking the boys by the arms, come on. There are some things in which I need your point of view as your best friends. And without saying more, The girl took both of them out of the green-haired boy's sight, who only watched mockingly as Toga and Shoto turned to look at him in confusion. Izuku, whispering I'm sorry. Momo, confused the colder jump? Looking at Izuku. Izuku, ha ha ha, it's something we used to do in the summers, just before entering UA. In fact, it's a game that my father left us, from his days as a farmer in Smallville. Momo, what was it? Izuku, well, it was something simple. Days before the end of summer, Shoto's father got bales of hay and some soft materials. My father stacked them in the traditional way. The joke is that Shoto, Toga and we climbed onto the roof of the gym and jumped towards the bales of hay. Momo, they jumped? Just like that? Worried. Izuku, ha 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 yes. Momo, Izuku, I knew your ideas were risky, but how high did you jump? Meters? Izuku, it's not that much, it was only meters. Momo, that doesn't make it better, they could have hurt themselves. Izuku, but that's what the hay was for, stacked in the normal way. It softened the fall. It wasn't like falling on a pillow, but it wasn't like falling hard on the ground either. It was fun. We called it the colder jump, because unlike my father, we thought we were returning from a mission in space, re-entering Earth, ejected from our ship, which was the SS Colder, hence the name, Momo. But, Izuku, also, in itself, our chances of getting hurt were almost zero. Shoto had his ice, I had my invulnerability, and Toga, well, she was the one who took the biggest risks. But she was also the first to jump. The girl looked at her best friend in confusion, not fully understanding such a reckless attitude, although at the same time infected by laughter. She could only shake her head in the negative. Momo, they say it right, you're a hardhead. Izuku, yeah, I think so. Momo and Izuku continued talking a little more, letting everyone continue with the preparations, until finally, late in the afternoon, the party began. Everyone was having fun without exception. Despite the short preparation time, the food and drinks were on point. Soft drinks, iced teas, water, juices, there was a little bit of everything. The music was no exception either, with Jiro being the one in charge. The girl fulfilled the musical tastes of her friends. In the end, the cake, prepared by Sato, made Izuku smile, as it was a large construction, so that everyone could reach, adorned with the colors of Superman, mixed with those of the hero suit that Izuku wore, having the diamond shield with the S in the center as the main emblem. The gifts were no exception either: erotic figures, stuffed animals, poetry books, t-shirts, jackets, figures, caps, even a backpack and up to 3 pairs of new boots and 2 pairs of tennis shoes. The green-haired boy gladly received the gifts from the boys who thanked him in this way, the presence of the green-haired boy in their lives and the way he changed them. But as all good things come to an end, the party had to end. Slowly, each of the boys gathered there had to go to their room, until only Izuku and Momo remained, who were already heading to the brunette's room, among some laughter. Momo, so? How was your first party at the academy? Izuku, well, for the first party I have on school grounds, I think it has been the best. It will be very difficult to surpass. Momo, really? Then I'll try harder next year. Izuku, you know, I still feel a little bad about keeping you up last night. Momo, hey, I already told you to calm down. I didn't know it was your birthday, much less that you were with your mother. It wasn't your fault. Stop worrying. Izuku, well, I know, but still, The girl got tired, so once she got to her room, she faced the green-haired boy, who even stepped back a little in surprise, seeing Momo's serious and determined look. Momo, look, I already told you to stop worrying about that. It's not your fault, you hear me? Izuku, but, Momo, well, you want to apologize, then what do you think if next time you and I go out? The girl had said this armed with courage, although instantly, this courage turned into regret, followed by a very big blush on her face. The girl covered her face, unable to believe that she had said this. Momo, thinking, what the hell did I just say? Him and I eating alone? Mina herself can't get the idea out of her mind. With this also, Izuku, what will he think of me? Pull yourself together, Momo, you have to solve this. The girl breathed deeply, trying to control her heart. Although once she was able to do this, she turned to see the boy, who, although he seemed surprised, also had a smile on his face. Izuku, would it be weird if I said yes? Momo, huh? Izuku, I mean, I'd like to go eat with you if you don't mind. Momo, no! Not at all. I would love to, in fact. Izuku, okay, then a meal it will be. Momo, okay, you better not be late, okay? Izuku, I couldn't. The boy for his part went to the brunette's room, going to the balcony, where once he left, he rose by a few centimeters. Momo, wait! Izuku, what's wrong? Momo, I haven't given you my gift yet. Izuku, boo, but I thought. Momo, yes, but this is something I made for you. I know it's not perfect, but. The girl went back into her room, then came out giving the boy a small box which came wrapped in blue paper. Momo, open it in your room. Izuku, huh? But, Momo, believe me, I know what I'm telling you, smiling, although now you have to go to your room. Izuku, are you running me away? Momo, rest Izuku. And saying this, Momo returned to her room, leaving Izuku outside, who, without being able to do anything else, flew away, although upon arriving, he found another surprise, because in the entrance there was a completely clean and new notebook. Izuku picked it up with curiosity, seeing that it was the same notebook in which he made his hero analysis. This confused the green-haired man, who turned the notebook over, trying to find the author of the gift, although without success. So without further ado, he entered his room. Izuku left this last gift on the desk, sitting on the bed, seeing the gift wrapped by the jet. Remembering her words, the boy removed the red bow, along with the blue wrapping, discovering a white box, although when he opened it, his eyes were surprised, because this gift was nothing more than a Superman figure, in which the Man of Tomorrow was seen standing with his arms on his waist. Although the surprise for Izuku was to see that next to his father he was, with his hero's suit, in a more relaxed pose, but with a wide smile on his face, with the details well taken care of, Izuku couldn't help but shed a few tears, while he saw that a note accompanied the figure. I hope you like it. I didn't know what to give you. Happy birthday, Izuku. Momo, the boy, who was still shedding tears, smiled, eternally grateful to the brunette. He placed the figurine on the piece of furniture next to his bed and, changing his clothes, lay down on his bed. There was no doubt that had been the best gift in a long time. Chapter Why Are You Here? It was lost one for all, was gone forever. Mirio just stood there still, holding Eri, who clung to him, scared, terrified. He knew what had happened. Once again, his quirk had caused irreparable damage. The sound of the screams of the previous carriers echoed in the blonde's mind. He could not forget them. They would not let him sleep. He would never forgive himself. But it was not yet time to hang up his cloak. The weight in his arms, the girl staring at him, reminded him of that. Overhaul, you are sick. You have a mental illness. All of you think you are invincible. You think you are gods among men. But your minds are so disturbed that you believe yourselves untouchable. You, more than anyone, were the best example of this. Someone whose quirk only allows you to flee, going through anything. And now, that girl you tried to save was your biggest mistake. The brunette raised his arms, his smile growing wider with every second. The situation, the way he was able to manipulate Mirio to the point where he achieved his goal, made him feel full of power. In some way, he was proving him right. With the right guidance, he could manipulate the rest, and without all FO1 on the field, he would be the one to end this super society. But it was this very fleeting moment of victory that made Overhaul look up, ignoring Mirio, thinking he had won. And this was his first mistake. Embed the track immortalized by Atom Music Audio and read on. Chrono's unconscious body was thrown towards the Yakuza boss, who remembered that the battle was not over yet. Mirio, thinking, fix your sight and attention on the opponent, predict his movements. Chisaki couldn't recover in time, only being able to use his arm to cover himself from a strong punch from Mirio, who had taken Eri down. Yes, the blonde was hurt. In shock, he felt defeated, humiliated, but Eri's face and his own will made his body move on its own. Mirio, thinking, no, not everything I did was in vain. Yes, I let my guard down and lost them. I lost them both. But still, I am Lemillion. Overhaul, shut up. The brown-haired boy was annoyed. His quirk activated. Undoing his gloves, Chisaki attacked Mirio, who was able to dodge it, returning a strong blow, before Nemoto's helpless look. Nemoto! It can't be possible. This guy must still be under the effect of Sakaki. He lost his quirk that made him almost invincible. I was the one who shot him. I saw it. He must prevent us from hurting Eri. But even so, why does he continue? Because who the hell is this guy? For his part, Mirio did not let his guard down. He could be at a complete disadvantage. But Eri was still behind him. Chisaki, for his part, did not stop using his quirk, hoping to find the opportunity to kill the blonde, who used everything he had learned to be able to dodge and attack the brown-haired boy. I will try hard. Eri's teary eyes didn't miss a detail of the fight that was happening in front of her. Mirio could be affected, cuts, blows. The blonde fell at times. But even so, he got up, while Chisaki launched his last attack towards Eri, although at the last moment, Mirio was able to arrive first, pushing the little white-haired girl, but receiving almost all the damage. The stakes were driven into his legs, thighs, and sides, blood trickling down them. The boy lowered his head, holding the stakes. But making Chisaki smile again, he had succeeded. This time, Mirio was stopped. I will be a hero who saves all the people. Overhaul. Did you want to be a hero that bad? Did you want to save Eri that bad, Lemillion? That's sick. I'll heal people like you, using Eri's power. The man shouted this, while Mirio managed to pull out the tip of the stake while the boy replayed the scenes of his fight against the green-haired boy, specifically remembering the moment when Izuku saved his companions from his attack, using his impressive speed, thinking first about his safety before the Mirio thinking, Sir Night Eye, Tamaki, Nijire guys, mission, defeat Chisaki, failed. New objective, protect Eri at all costs, in progress. Mirio looked up, making Chisaki see that despite everything that had happened in the fight, the boy still had his hero spirit intact. Overhaul, your death will be the first warning to others. Mirio, shut up, Chisaki. Putting himself on guard. Overhaul, I already told you to drop that name. And with this shout, the blonde attacked Lemillion again. The man put his hand on the ground, making the path in front of him unravel. The spikes formed again, approaching dangerously and deadly towards Mirio, who had his guard up, willing to give his life for the girl he could not rescue. But this was not necessary, because at that moment, and taking everyone by surprise, the wall next to them shattered, revealing a figure with green hair and a black shirt who quickly entered, with his fist raised and his face having an annoyed expression. Izuku Midoriya had arrived at the fight. Moments before, Eraser and Night Eye along with the police had managed to restrain Uraraka, who seemed furious. Night Eye, well, we agree that with Uraraka arrested, the path should be easier? Aizawa, yes, but we are lost. We don't know exactly what part of the basement we are in. Night Eye, well, according to my foresight, I'm sure I could still get to Eri's room. Izuku, with all due respect, I highly doubt Eri is still there. Overhaul must already. Aizawa, that's true. I think from this point on, we can no longer rely on your foresight, Night Eye. Plus, there's the matter of the League. Izuku, that's right, ID and twice they. For his part, as soon as he heard the names, Uraraka began to shake violently, trying to get up, although he managed to be subdued by the police. Uraraka, ID, twice annoyed. Police chief, what are you muttering about? Stop talking and clear the way. Approaching Uraraka, the man just stared at the police officer with bloodshot eyes from the fury he felt. Izuku, I highly doubt I can do it. Police chief, what? What do you mean? He's the one who caused all this. He should be able to undo it. Aizawa, Superman is right. If Uraraka could do this, it was because of the drug. Fat Gum was right. Izuku, the effect has already passed, so now he shouldn't be able to move anything bigger than a refrigerator. Police chief, well, but in that case, then there's only the matter of the League left watching the Yakuza. Where's the rest? Uraraka, I don't know, but as soon as I find them, I'll smash their skulls in. Damn, traitorous trash. Aizawa, the others aren't here? So it's just the two of them. Izuku, but I don't understand, were you just here to give us a chance to defeat the Yakuza? Police chief, it doesn't matter, we're the police, we can't forgive them, you. Seeing an officer call the higher-ups, tell them to find twice an ID, to set up a perimeter. Izuku, I don't think it will work, sir, we are very deep below the surface. I highly doubt the signal will reach down here using his AO's X-Vision. Aizawa, it's hard to admit, but I think Superman is right again, there's no other choice, we have to move on. Night Eye, that's right, Mirio must have already met Chisaki, we must support him before. Rocklock, so what are you doing standing here? Izuku, Rocklock. You woke up. Rocklock, yeah, but don't worry about me. Not even that pair of idiots, just ignore them and move forward. Remember what our priority is. Night Eye, with League members here, we can't be so. Rocklock, you want your protege, don't you? Then move along. Let the police and I handle the League, or have you forgotten what our priority is? Police chief, that's right, we need to set up a perimeter down here too. We also need to keep an eye on Uraraka. She doesn't seem to have any other drugs on her. But, Rocklock, I'll take care of her detention, you two have to leave now. That girl, the man stood up slightly, with pain in his body, but even so, the man stared at Izuku. Rocklock, you said you wouldn't fail to rescue her this time, didn't you? Then you better keep your word and go after her. Izuku, yes. Aizawa, we're counting on you, Rocklock. The heroes just nodded and turned their backs on the guy and started to move forward, but there was something that only someone with super hearing could hear. Rocklock, Thanks so much, kid, you saved my life? The green-haired man only nodded slightly, and without wasting time, he began to advance faster and faster, taking flight. Aizawa, use your X-ray vision, kid, look for Mirio, we'll find you. Izuku, Eraserhead. Aizawa, we'll be fine, we'll follow you. Izuku did not hesitate. With the authorization of his teacher, the boy got into a flying pose and advanced with speed, leaving his teacher and superior behind. Izuku, thinking, Ryukyu, Tsuyu and Uraraka are upstairs, we just separated from the police in many parts. Also, we have no information on Sun Eater, Fat Gum, Red Riot or Lemillion, but still, after so much time, we are so close to rescuing her Eri. Sorry for wasting your time, I'm coming for you. Izuku moved forward, seeing only out of the corner of his eye the unconscious body of the drunken Yakuza. So knowing that he was close, the boy moved forward a little faster. A wall was in front of him. The boy was fed up. He moved forward and there was always a wall. No matter what he did, Muscular, Stain, the Nomu, he faced them all without stopping, knowing the consequences it would have. But this time, whenever he moved forward, a wall rose in front of him. Izuku closed his fist and before anyone could react, he released the strong punch which destroyed the wall. Izuku continued advancing and managing to see Chisaki. He flew towards him, much faster than the brunette could react, being able to only receive the strong punch in the stomach, which threw him meters back. Izuku, Chisaki. Izuku had arrived at the battlefield before the astonished gaze of Mirio and Eri, who saw that green-haired boy again. Black jeans along with a long-sleeved shirt of the same color, along with what appeared to be military boots and his classic red cape. It was the suit that the boy was wearing at that moment. The suit had red details, but something that did not go unnoticed was that the classic diamond shield on the chest was missing. But even so, his green hair made him unrecognizable. Eri, you, Overhaul. Damn, more and more of you are coming, don't you have enough? The man stood up, and placing his hand against the ground, a wave of huge stakes formed, going with dangerous speed against the green-haired man, who without flinching, went towards the brunette. For a second, Chisaki thought he had the battle won. No matter how strong the green-haired man could be, one of his stakes would have to hit him and therefore destabilize him, in order to give him the finishing blow. But great was his surprise when he saw how Izuku passed through the middle of this attack, flying at full speed, destroying the stakes. With his heat vision on, and his fist raised, the brunette could only react in time, managing to use his quirk to get up, dodging Izuku's attack, who, realizing this, twisted the trajectory of his flight, chasing the brunette, and managing to hit him, in the air, making him slam against the ground. Izuku, enough, Chisaki! At that moment, Night-Eye and Aizawa entered the huge room through the hole Izuku had made, seeing the scene in front of them in surprise. Night-Eye, the destruction, the fallen comrades, Chisaki wounded where? The man turned his gaze, managing to see his protege in the distance, who was quite injured, but as soon as he saw Night-Eye, he fell to his knees. Mirio, Eri is safe, she's behind me. Carefully, the boy was able to move, making both adults see how the white-haired girl stood with teary eyes behind the blonde. Aizawa, you go with Lemillion, I'll go help Superman. Night-Eye, yes. The man responded to this and quickly went to both wounded, whom he hugged, holding and protecting them. Night-Eye, Mirio, sorry for being so late, you did well, I'm proud of you. Mirio, sir, about to cry, remembering the loss. Night-Eye, calm down, it will all end, can you move? Mirio, yes. Night-Eye, well, in that case, take Eri. Your objective now is to take her upstairs carefully, guard and protect her. We will stay here to stop Overhaul. For his part, Izuku continued fighting against the man, who was overwhelmed by the green-haired man's speed, forcing himself to only cover himself, using his enormous stakes to try to hold the green-haired man back. However, soon, this too was useless, because from one moment to the next, the Yakuza could only notice how his quirk stopped working. Overhaul, what the? The brown-haired boy could no longer speak, since at that moment, Izuku managed to hit him hard on the head, and at the same time, he gave him a strong kick that pushed him away again. Izuku, Eraserhead. Aizawa, I know I said you could leave us behind, but you could also give us a ride, don't you think? Izuku, well, we didn't think about it at the time. Aizawa, well, that doesn't matter anymore, you have to go and stop him. Izuku, yes. The boy looked back at the front and together with his teacher, they began to advance towards the brown-haired boy, who was hitting the ground with his open palm. Overhaul, no, no, no! Come on, what are you waiting for? You have to wake up now, Chrono. Izuku and Aizawa were close to reaching Chisaki, when at that moment, and taking the eraser hero by surprise, a deep cut was noticed on his back, stopping him in the act. Izuku, eraser going with his teacher. Chrono, it's useless, I touched it with the hand, it won't be faster than a snail for an hour. Izuku. Chrono, you let your guard down, kid. The green-haired boy looked up only to receive a blow from Chisaki, who, seeing that he could now use his quirk, after Aizawa closed his eyes, launched a full-scale attack, turning the ground into a death trap. One of these stakes had taken Izuku so high that they had crashed into the ceiling, although thanks to his reflexes, Night Eye had managed to protect Eri and Mirio in time, although taking a few scratches with him. Although the objective of this attack had not only been to get rid of Izuku, but also to separate Aizawa from the fight along with Chrono and also to bring Nemoto's semi-conscious body closer. Overhaul. It took you a long time to wake up, Chrono, seeing Nemoto in front of him, and that even repaired the damage to your head caused by that hero's attack. Nemoto, you fought well, it's because of you that all this came to this point, you trusted me, and now, I want to return that favor, so you would die for me, right? The man grabbed his subordinate's neck, and at that moment, his quirk activated. Insert Yuki Hayashi's rampaging evil theme and read on. Back to the roof. Izuku had managed to break the piece of concrete. Taking it with both hands and using his strength, he threw it towards Chisaki, although now, his rival had a greater reaction, managing to hold that attack, and transformed it into a new one, which he directed towards Izuku, who was able to dodge it and land cleanly in front of his enemy, only to see how now, after this grotesque fusion, the brown-haired man, in addition to healing his wounds, had obtained an extra pair of arms. Overhaul. I acknowledge with dignity that you were stronger than me, Lemelon, but it was all in vain now, give me back Eri. Izuku, thinking, what the hell? This guy, he destroyed himself and his assistant to fuse. Overhaul. I have to admit, it was a horrible feeling, but it's much better than what I felt before. Izuku, thinking, I must measure the situation. Night Eye managed to protect Mirio and Eri. They are several meters behind me. I have a little freedom to fight, but I do not see Aizawa-sensei or Chrono. I must be careful. Besides this fusion well, do not let your guard down. Izuku. Raising the guard. Overhaul. I'm obsessed with cleanliness, so if they touch me, my blood boils. This was my last option. But you, what a sad life, Lemillion. If you hadn't messed with me or Eri, maybe you could have continued your life. Maybe your quirks that you boasted about so much would not have disappeared forever. At that moment, both Night Eye and Izuku opened their eyes in surprise, and in Night Eye's case, scared. Night Eye thinking, Mirio's gift? Izuku thinking, did he disappear forever? For her part, listening to this, Eri had her eyes closed, scared, trying to hold back her tears. Overhaul. If you hadn't gotten involved taking the box of anti-quirk bullets, you would have continued clinging to your dream, thinking. Nemoto loaded all the bullets into his gun. I have to find it before I finish these guys. But even so, you kept fighting, despite having lost your quirk, and as a result, your friends got involved in all of this. Now, at that moment, the now human monster rushed towards the blonde, with a terrifying face and destroying everything in its path. Night Eye thinking, what? Can he use his quirk with his assistant's hands? The man was about to reach his objectives, but instantly he stopped, forcing himself to cover from a strong blow coming from Izuku, who had an annoyed face. Izuku, don't even think about it. Overhaul, don't think you're such a big deal. Strength, flight, and speed, don't you have anything else? Izuku, turning on his heat vision, I have a couple more tricks. The boy was about to fire the powerful beam, when a seal passed in front of him, hitting Chisaki in the eye. Night Eye, stop it kid, I'll be his opponent. Thinking, I must limit his movements and get close, so he doesn't have time to transform the ground. You take care of Lemillion and Eri, you have your full forces, get them out of here, I'll hold him back. The man kept throwing these objects towards Overhaul, who was able to dodge them without any problem. Izuku, but Night Eye, do it. Once you take them out, find Eraserhead. Chrono must have him in some kind of untouched room. Izuku, Night Eye, listen. Remember what the mission priority is? The green-haired boy, for his part, hesitated for a few seconds about his teacher's order, but in the end, the boy only nodded slightly, flying towards Mirio, who could barely stand. Izuku, Lemillion, Mirio, it took you a while, didn't you think? I thought you were faster. Trying to smile. Izuku, there was a bit of traffic, but we took care of each of those precepts. Forgive me for not arriving sooner. Your quirk. The green-haired boy took the boy by the shoulders, who lowered his head. Mirio felt ashamed, defeated. The boy wanted to shed a tear, but at that moment, he felt someone helping him, lifting him by the shoulder, being Izuku, who was trying to help him stand up. Mirio, oh hey Midoriya, calling the green-haired boy's attention. Why are you doing this? Izuku, huh? What's that? Getting ready to walk. Mirio, help me. I know it's not the best situation, but it's obvious that we didn't get along at first, so. Izuku, yeah, that's right, but you know what? Those problems have no place here. After all, we're not in UA, and helping people is a hero's job, don't you think? The blonde remained silent, while looking at the green-haired man who smiled calmly. Izuku, we'll get out of here, my friend, together. You fought bravely. I respect that a lot. Your wounds aren't deep or fatal. If I cauterize them, I'll only hurt you more. But once you reach the surface, you'll go to an ambulance. Understand? The green-haired man took a step, but before doing so, he heard the sobbing of a little white-haired girl, who was shedding tears non-stop. Eri, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. It's your actions that kill people, Eri, you're cursed. The poor girl had her hands stained with Mirio's blood. The little girl was fed up, tired, terrified. Eri, please stop taking risks. It's been enough, please, just let me die. Izuku, Eri. Mirio, sorry. Forgive me, Eri, despite what I said, I ended up making you sad. The green-haired man, for his part, saw how Mirio tried to force a smile, but couldn't. His concern and fear were visible. After all, he had lost his chance to finish off Chisaki, and now Night Eye was risking his life. Izuku just sighed and knelt down to hug Eri, who didn't expect this gesture. Izuku, hey, you shouldn't feel guilty. All of us here are willing to give everything we have to save you. You are our priority. Saving your life shouldn't be a reason for you to be sad. After all, that's why we are heroes. The green-haired boy stood up and took Mirio by the shoulder. Izuku, can you still walk? Mirio, yes, nodding slightly. Izuku, good. The boy turned around and with his heat vision, made a hole in the wall. Izuku, that path leads to the surface. It's one of the few things that Uraraka didn't modify. I assumed she didn't think we would get that far. Go that way. Mirio, what will you do? Izuku, calm down. I'll just go exchange a few words with Chisaki. The green-haired boy began to advance, turning his back on his superior and the girl, who turned her gaze towards Izuku, seeing how he had clenched his fists. Insert the track Vengeance by really slow motion and you can continue reading. For his part, Night Eye was fighting hectic against Chisaki. The monster was too much for him. His heavy objects were no enemy for Chisaki, who attacked left and right, although the brown-haired man was also surprised, since Night Eye could dodge all of his attacks, this being possible thanks to his foresight, which he had activated for the fight. Predict his next move, limit his attacks, fights, failures, misses, and victories. You will use all of this for the future. This way you will use your quirk in a better way. Night Eye, thinking, I promise not to use my quirk on anyone else who is important to me, but today Mirio, you were the one who believed in me, supported me, and despite the pressure that Toshinori and I put on you, you kept going. Mirio, you were the one who helped me. And today, I can proudly look forward to what will happen next, so I am willing to. The man just smiled, as if accepting his impending fate, good or bad. The thin hero stood on guard. As he watched Chisaki's deadly attack dangerously approach him, he was ready to receive it with his eyes wide open, as if it were an old friend. Night Eye, thinking, the immovable fate I saw, no matter how hard I try, even if I move 5 steps, it will always return to its original place. Like a universal balance. Seconds turned into years. Time passed so slowly for the home team, who didn't take a single step back. This would give them a chance. This was their destiny. This would not be the end. Night Eye didn't even notice the moment when the black blur landed in front of him, kicking with the force of a wall of rubble, which was able to stop Overhaul's attack before Night Eye's surprised gaze. Night Eye Midoriya. Izuku, sorry for disobeying your orders, but turning to look at his superior. Mirio still needs him. Sir, I won't let him die. Night Eye, the future. Overhaul, what the hell? His strength is much greater than before. This guy, wasn't he fighting seriously? Izuku, please, take Mirio and Eri away from here. I'll take care of Chisaki. Overhaul, arrogant brat, give up. Everything will end as I said, and you will die. Izuku, shut up. I won't allow it. Putting himself on guard even if it's already decided, I will change that future. Night Eye for his part turned his gaze upon hearing these words. The man could not believe what he heard. For his part, Overhaul was furious, so without thinking, he used his quirk again, throwing his stakes towards the boy. Overhaul. Die now, you impertinent brat. But Izuku didn't back down an inch. He took a breath, and exhaled a large wave of icy air, which was able to freeze the brown-haired boy's attacks, and before he could react, Izuku turned on his heat vision, launching a powerful ray, which destroyed the attack and forced Chisaki to move to avoid being hit. Seeing how Izuku walked calmly, although keeping that annoyed face with each step. Izuku, yeah, I know you won't give up that easily, not even if you die. If I hit you, you'd regenerate instantly, but you know what? This works for me, because I promise I'll return all of the damage you did to Eri. The boy got close to his target and bumped fists, cracking his knuckles. He wasn't someone who enjoyed violence, but this time, he would allow himself to be a little selfish. For his part, and through the corridor that Izuku had discovered Night-Eye, he led Eri and Mirio, who shed a little blood, staining the walls. Night-Eye, calm down Mirio, we're close, just keep going a little further. Mirio, yes sir, we must take Eri to a safe place. That's a piece of cake, I just need to use all my strength, right? I haven't reached my limit yet. The poor blonde man walked forward with erratic steps, his hand clinging to the wall. Mirio, I have to move, I have to because I'm still Lemillion. The blonde said this, but at that moment, his legs trembled, weakened, and without saying anything, he fell to the ground, before the frightened gaze of his superior. Night-Eye, no, come on, get up, Mirio. Mirio, sir, my vision is blurry, my whole body is shaking, but I know I have to get up, I have to. The man, for his part, just looked at his pupil, feeling guilty, like a complete idiot, a failure. He had let him go ahead instead of thinking of a surprise attack plan. Night-Eye managed to lift the boy and sat him down, leaning him against the wall. Night-Eye, Eri, Lemillion needs to rest. Please go hide in a safe place and don't come out. When all this is over, we will find you. Many heroes came to rescue you, and none of them intend to fail in their mission, so please, move, little one. Eri stood there, her gaze lost, her body paralyzed. The poor girl didn't know what to do. For his part, back in the fight, Izuku had used a strong kick to block Overhaul's attack, who had rearmed his arm. Overhaul. Damn, even though I've gotten used to the feeling, it still hurts when I repair myself. Izuku, where are they? Overhaul. Who? Izuku. Where did you take Eraserhead and Chrono? Overhaul. I've always been interested in eraser-type quirks. Let's say I took it to the VIP room. Izuku, you brag so much about your bullets. But you kept Eraser away, a villain who erases quirks. Is he afraid of having his quirk erased? You're pathetic. Overhaul, shut up. The man once again created his already classic spike attack, but for Izuku, this was already predictable. The green-haired man dodged it, and with his speed, he stood behind Chisaki, taking him by one of his arms, to lift him up, spin him in the air and throw him towards one of the walls, making a strong movement, which shook the entire room. Izuku, you say you're the one who will rise above everyone, and that you will erase the age of heroes, but you had to use your finished product to neutralize your enemy. His quirk forced you to use your bullets, and even with this advantage, he kept you cornered, and forcing you to defend yourself. Despite feeling like the king of the world, Lemillion terrified you, didn't he? Advancing towards Chisaki, hitting him in the stomach, pushing him away again. Pathetic. Overhaul. Damn brat. I should have known from the first day I saw you, you're too persistent, even more so than Lemillion standing up, but that ends today. You shouldn't underestimate the hopes of someone who doesn't give up. The subject destroyed his arm and immediately reassembled it, extending it towards Izuku, who saw that now, in the palm there was a mouth, which began to speak. Overhaul. Another one will die because of you. Izuku, what the? Overhaul. Is that what you want, Eri? For her part, the little girl had received this message. Her entire body was now paralyzed, completely at the mercy of the villain's quirk. It seems that he has reached his limit. Yes, he exhausted all his strength. Well, there's no other choice. We'll have to restart it. Start from scratch. The little girl didn't listen to reason. Night-Eye and Mirio's screams didn't reach her ears. Eri began to back away, retracing her steps until she entered the battlefield again. Eri, Izuku, what? Turning his gaze, no. Eri, go with Night-Eye and Lemillion. Overhaul. Do you really think he can do anything in this situation? Izuku, please, Eri, don't listen to him and come back. Eri, no. The green-haired boy's eyes widened. Wasn't the girl coming back? Did she doubt him? Izuku looked at his fists. His own selfishness had overtaken this. He hoped to win. He could beat her, but his selfishness clouded his judgment. He had to end it, and he had to do it soon. Overhaul. So what should you do? Izuku, no, don't say it. Eri, no. Eri, return, moving towards the chestnut tree, but in exchange, it returns everyone to how they were. Overhaul, lowering his hand, yes, that's right, it's easier to hurt yourself than to have others do it for you. The faint light of hope that Lemillion could have made grow has now disappeared, seeing Eri. Do you understand now? You act in the worst way because of Eri, but she doesn't like you, smiling mockingly. Izuku was enraged. The boy felt his blood boil. The one who had always seen himself as a calm person now only wanted one thing: to hit Chisaki's face hard. Night-ai, Midoriya. The man had also entered through the hole, following Eri, bringing Izuku out of his thoughts. Night-ai, we have to get out of here. Overhaul has achieved his goal. You can't save Eri now. These words were like a stake to the heart of the white-haired girl, who felt completely abandoned. Night-ai, I saw the future while fighting Overhaul, and in it you and I died, and he managed to escape. The man was clear with his words, trying to make his pupil see reason, but if there was something they had to learn from the Midoriyas, it was that they were stubborn from birth, and when something crossed their minds, no one would stop them. Izuku, even if it's like that, Eri, even if you don't want my help, I know that even if I can't see you, you're crying, aren't you? The girl, who had managed to react, was now looking at the green-haired boy, who stood up straight, taking one of the debris, holding it tightly. Izuku, Night-ai may be right, the future may be written, but in this world, miracles became a reality long ago, and if I have even 8% chance of winning, believe me, I'll take it. Eri, definitely today, destroying the rubble with his hand, I'll save you. The green-haired man shouted this, while Overhaul looked at him with indescribable fury. Overhaul, I'll kill you! The villain got ready to use his quirk, but at that moment, a loud explosion confused them all, forcing them to look up, seeing how a huge hole opened in the ceiling, and from it a group of figures began to fall, these being one of Chisaki's precepts, along with Ryukyu in his dragon form, Nijire, Uraraka and Tsuyu. Moments before, on the surface, things had seemed to be calm. With the help of Superman, Ryukyu and Nijire had managed to defeat their enemy in a combined attack, and although they had lost a lot of time, now they could see how the subject was being handcuffed. Everything seemed to be in perfect order. If not for one thing, the trigger that Uraraka had given him before starting the fight, and that was now taking effect. The Yakuza was stealing the vital energies of everyone in the area, increasing their muscular strength, managing to destroy their handcuffs, and starting a new fight against Ryukyu and Nijire. But what they didn't count on was that at that moment, Izuku would appear on the scene, speaking to his companions, who saw him worried, because the boy looked hurt. Uraraka, Midoriya, Izuku, girls, the target is down below. Night-ai sent me to look for you. We need a distraction. Aizawa-sensei can't fight anymore. Tsuyu, Ryukyu, yes. It's time to make the missile plan. Nodding, both girls stood up, managing to overcome their discomfort, and with their fighting techniques, the girls went with the villain, detracting him enough so that Uraraka could use her quirk on him, removing his gravity. Ryukyu could catch him with her claws and Tsuyu could hold him with her tongue, beginning to advance in the direction where her supposed partner was. Ryukyu, Nijire. On my signal, fire with everything you've got. Nijire, yes. And so it was. After a shot, everyone started to fall, making a hole in the ceiling, surprising everyone. Izuku, Uravity. What are you doing here? Uraraka, Superman. But then who? The girls looked up, only to see how their supposed partner fell apart, this being a clone that twice had made. Ryukyu, the League of Villains? They're here, so we won't be able to get close to the girl. But if we're lucky, we might get the finished product, and with even more luck, the Yakuza and the heroes will kill each other. Overhaul, I've had enough. The brown-haired boy decided to take advantage of the chaos generated by this, and using his quirk, he created a pair of concrete pillars. One he began to lift at full speed while the other, he threw Eri towards it. For his part, Izuku had taken flight, helping Tsuyu, Uraraka and Nijire, since a fall from that height would be fatal for the three women. Uraraka, Superman, who is? Overhaul. Everything is wrong, scum. Izuku, Eri, listen to Dan Romer's how dangerous this could be and read on. With this scream, the white-haired girl opened her eyes in surprise. Overhaul, are you crazy? Your superior already said it's impossible for you to survive. Just resign yourself and die. Izuku, wanna bet? Night-ai, what are you? Izuku, Night-ai, Mirio, everyone has told you, but I still haven't heard you say it. Tsuyu, what are you doing? Izuku, Eri, I want you to say it, putting down his companions. Do you want to live? The girl listened to the green-haired man's question attentively, remembering the words that everyone said to her daily. Your mere existence is an unforgivable sin. All you do is cause suffering to others. You only live so that others may die. The little white-haired girl closed her eyes tightly, trying to hold back the tears, although this was impossible, because after years, Eri, thinking, they made me want to die, but now, it's the first time someone asked me if I want to live. Until now, no one had ever touched me like that. His hands were kind, very kind. Don't give up, little one, and just wait, I'll rescue you. Eri, thinking, if I can allow myself to wish for something, if I can think something for myself, then I want to live. The little girl shouted this with all her might, making everyone feel different emotions inside them, although for his part, Izuku smiled. Izuku, okay, then it's time to fight for real. And saying this, the boy prepared to fly, while for his part, Overhaul looked at Eri with fury. Overhaul, life? You're not allowed to live, your curse is. But after this scream, the girl no longer understood reasons. Eri felt confusion inside. She didn't know if this was a good decision, but her hero was determined to go after her. It was because of this, her fear, her confusion, and the environment around her that her quirk unconsciously. I want it all to end. I don't want anyone else to die anymore. His quirk activated. Nemoto's curve separated from Chisaki's. The brown-haired boy's quirk went out. The pillar became destabilized, and after cracking it began to fall. Eri had escaped from Chisaki's grip, now being in free fall. But not for long, because at that moment, the girl saw Izuku flying towards her at full speed. Yes, Eri didn't know how to activate her power, much less stop it. But at that moment, the energy shock she released had ended as soon as it began. Izuku for his part reached out to take her, hugging her tightly. Izuku, I let you go once, little one, but trust me, I'm not willing to do it a second time. For her part, Eri began to shed tears, while clinging to her hero. Izuku for his part, managed to land in front of Night-Eye, bringing Eri down. Izuku, take care of Eri, I'll stop Chisaki. I have to prevent him from touching the ground, so I can knock him out. Night-Eye, Midoriya, Izuku, Uravity, Froppy, Mirio is in a hallway behind that wall. Please go help him. Take him to an ambulance. Uraraka, Midoriya. For his part, the green-haired boy returned to Eri, noticing how the girl was trembling, so he took off his cloak and covered Eri with it. Izuku, Mirio was right, the cape served to protect the girls who suffer, But calm down, you won't be cold anymore, not while I'm here. The boy took a few more steps forward, moving away from his companions, but at that moment, the sound of a shot was heard once again. Izuku stopped and turned his gaze, seeing how in the distance, Nemoto had his revolver in his hand. He had been the one who fired his weapon, once again, at Eri. Nemoto, thinking, the leader can reassemble her to her original form, if I can finish off Eri. But what the man didn't count on was that the bullet had hit the green-haired man's cloak, a cloak that belonged to his father, the same one he had come into this world with a long time ago, a cloak made of an unknown material that was virtually indestructible. The result? The bullet ricocheted off the cape, shattering instantly. Nemoto, incredulous, what? That damn thing prevented. But the man couldn't say anything else, because he quickly noticed how Izuku had his eyes fixed on him. The green-haired boy's frown definitely didn't bode well, and that was obvious, so the man loaded his gun again, determined to shoot the boy. Nemoto, if it doesn't work with her, then join your partner. The man pointed at the boy's chest, focusing on the boy's chest, where the diamond shield should be, pulled the trigger and fired. But Izuku didn't feel fear, he didn't back down, because just like with the cape, the bullet was destroyed. Nemoto, what? Nemoto's face of fear was evident. This increased when he saw how Izuku took a step forward, so now with fear, the man aimed at Night-Eye, pulled the trigger again. But the projectile didn't even arrive. The man sweated cold and shot a couple more times. Uraraka and Tsuyu were the targets. But again nothing. Nijire had also been the last target. But the result was the same. The light blue-haired girl wasn't hurt. But in just a blink of an eye, the green-haired boy had appeared in front of Nemoto, who was surprised by this. Since Izuku had his heat vision active, the boy stretched his fist and opened his palm, showing how he had taken all the bullets fired, although with a single squeeze, the boy destroyed the bullets. Izuku, this is over. The green-haired boy said this, and with a single blow, Nemoto had been defeated. The boy looked at the weapon on the ground. Izuku was about to destroy it with his heat vision, but at that moment, a voice caught his attention. Overhaul. Damn heroes, you will never be able to stop what has already started. Ryukyu. He has not been defeated. Overhaul. Oh no, nothing like that, quite the opposite. Because you forced me to use it, it's because of you that I got to this point. The villain activated his quirk. What they hadn't noticed was that the man had stood in front of the muscular Yakuza, touching him, and exploding him, spilling blood around him. Insert the Heart of Courage theme song by 2 Steps from Hell and go ahead. This is going to hurt. Izuku, no, you guys, run! The boy alerted his companions, who began to move away, although Ryukyu was not so lucky, since before she could advance, a fleshy red hand managed to grab her by the tail, causing her to open her eyes in terror and a growing, boiling pain. Izuku, no, Ryukyu! The blonde just looked at her legs, watching as her body began to break down, her beautiful scales turning into pustules ready to burst. All this before the terrified gaze of her subordinates, who, due to the previous loss of their vital energies, could not move to help. Nijire, Ryukyu, sorry girls, run. At that moment, the dragon's body also joined the bloody explosion, disappearing instantly. Along with Chisaki's body, all this so that immediately after, a kind of purple and black energy appeared, which became increasingly larger, while in the place where the Yakuza boss had previously been, a large shadow began to appear, rapidly gaining size. Overhaul. You forced me to become this. Chapter 1 Care. At that moment, a monstrous figure rose before everyone's eyes. A large creature was what was in Chisaki's place. Hands were raised threateningly, reddish skin and rocky appearance. Ikiya's mask was the main head of the creature, but what bothered and shocked at the same time was the tail and dragon wings, which were unrecognizable. The monster opened its snout, showing how inside was Chisaki, being the pilot of his aberration. Overhaul. I won't ask one last time. Give me back Eri. At that moment, the villain began to use Rikiya's quirk, absorbing the strength of everyone present, who began to fall to the ground, all except Izuku, who walked forward, unfazed. Izuku, sir, calling the hero's attention, this is something I never thought to tell you, but from the first day I knew why he accepted me in his agency. At that moment the hero looked up, seeing Izuku. Izuku, All Might's eternal companion and #1 fan. I don't know why you joined him, although I feel like I don't care either. One of the few people who know and protect the eternal secret. You accepted me to make me give up, the boy with Superman's powers, against All Might's successor. They used us to continue the rivalry they had. You chose Mirio for his quirk, but you manipulated him into believing your lies. He was already strong, but you promised him more strength, using his fanaticism for All Might to your advantage. You lied to him. You changed his perspective like a pig straight to the slaughter. Tell me something, sir. Lemillion is someone admirable, a true hero, but if you saw him, he looks like a miniature version of All Might. Was this just a coincidence, or did you use your foresight to choose him specifically? At that moment, the man opened his eyes, completely surprised by this deduction. Night Eye saw Izuku feeling something he never thought he had: remorse. Unfortunately, things were about to get even more complicated, because despite his numerous and painful wounds, Mirio had managed to gather enough willpower to get up and walk, returning to the main room, managing to hear everything the boy said, surprised and, although he didn't want to admit it, hesitant. Izuku, sir, I promise I'll get everyone out of this nightmare. Sighing bravely, I'll finish the mission. Please take care of Eri and get the others out of here, looking directly at Overhaul. Night Eye Midoriya. Izuku, I don't know what All Might told him about Superman or me, but if there's one thing we protect at all costs, it's hope. No matter what future you've seen, I'll use all my strength to change it. I'll save everyone and I'll get Eri out of this hell. Because that's why she carried the symbol. That's why I use my father's title. That's why I am Superman. Decided. The green-haired man said this, looking his rival straight in the eyes, not knowing that besides Night Eye, Mirio and Eri, someone else had heard this last statement. Someone with brown hair who looked at the green-haired man in amazement, while trying not to faint. Uraraka, my Midoriya. Izuku, you want Eri? Then you'll have to kill me, because I won't let you take her, Chisaki. At that moment, the villain clenched his fists in annoyance. The brunette saw all around him, the destruction, the chaos, the hole in front of him. The man felt disgusted. His misophobia now made his blood boil. All of this, his fight against Mirio, Night Eye, Eri's rebellion, none of that should be happening. Overhaul. No, this shouldn't. This isn't happening. Starting to despair, this isn't what I planned. You should be dying, not here, damn it. Seeing Izuku, no, why are you here? For Eri? You think she's special? She's a nobody. I took her because I wanted her quirk, nothing else. That was all that mattered to me about that little piece of meat. I fought you to stop you, to kill you and take her, even if I had to sacrifice my entire team. I only needed one damn chance. Just one, and with it I would create my weapons against you. And then Eri appeared. She was that chance for me to rule over the new world. I took her because she's a nobody, someone that nobody would miss, nobody would care about. With each word, the man was getting more and more annoyed. His bloodshot eyes of despair were proof enough of this. Overhaul. Eri isn't worth it. She's not worth any of this. She's not a queen or the secret key to an empire. She's just a stupid little girl that no one cares about. She's worthless. The man shouted this while raising one of his enormous hands, but at that moment, a large icy current froze his body. Izuku's face was darkened, only illuminated by two reddish points that would scare anyone ready to attack. Izuku, no, you're wrong about something. Chisaki turning to look at Eri. I care. At that moment, the little white-haired girl's eyes opened, a life full of death, blood and horror. She thought that was all that life had in store for her. She had to be dead. Everyone had stressed it to her daily. She had nothing to fight for, nothing to live for, nobody cared. To no one except him. Chisaki was fed up. He had reached his limits just to get more strength, and now that he had it, he was not going to stop. He would not be scared. He would not back down, not until he had Izuku Midoriya's corpse in his hands. The man tore the ice from his mouth and raised his hands, but it only took a few seconds for Izuku to disappear from his place, and after a shock wave, Chisaki was nowhere to be seen either. Naitai, Mirio, Eri and Uraraka watched in surprise as in less than a blink of an eye, the brunette was in the air, arms raised, rising as fast as a projectile. The villain hadn't jumped, rather someone had hit him. A hit Overhaul would never forget. Overhaul, thinking, what was that? I just raised my arms and suddenly, I felt an intense pain. Now am I in the air? In pain. The man was confused by this, but determined that he would think it over later. He began to use Ryukyu's wings, flapping gently, trying to stabilize himself, but instantly, someone appeared in front of him. Izuku, it's difficult, isn't it? You don't know how they work, it's hard for you to move, you can't fly. It wasn't that difficult to deduce. If I wanted to defeat you, I had to prevent you from using your quirk. That's why I kicked you to lift you up here. I'll defeat you. Overhaul, damn brat. Don't you understand? I'll restore the world to what it should be. In comparison, your justice is a tiny thing. The annoyed man shouted this and instantly moved towards Izuku, who was already waiting for him. The plan was simple. He wouldn't let him go down, except for his own body. He wouldn't let him use his quirk, hit him before he tried to attack. The final fight had begun and both contenders were willing to give their all to achieve their goals. Chisaki armed himself on many occasions, trying to touch Izuku, but unfortunately for him, the green-haired man's size, speed and strength played against Chisaki, who received blow after blow. Chisaki tried to flee, flying upwards, but Izuku used his icy breath, stopping the wings. Izuku, you want to go down? Fine, I'll help you with that. The green-haired man rose and fell quickly, hitting the monster in the chest, shattering the concrete bones it had and making it fall. Although before it could get close to ground level, Izuku began to fly in circles around the area at full speed, making everyone who was still awake in the hole take cover, as they soon began to feel the air current getting stronger and stronger. Uraraka, what the hell is going on? Night-Eye, I don't know what he expects to do with this. Mirio, when we fought, it didn't fly at this speed. It looked like it wanted to uproot trees, and Mirio wasn't entirely wrong, as Izuku's goal in flying at that speed was to uproot, but not trees. As soon as he started doing this, the concrete began to crack, light specks of dust and debris began to rise. It only took Izuku to slam a fist into the concrete for the pipes to burst instantly, and with enormous pressure, water began to flow out, although at the same time, it began to swirl until it reached a large size, even starting to wet Overhaul. Once this was achieved, the boy began to blow hard, creating an improvised pillar of ice which he tore off and using it as a baseball bat, hit Chisaki hard, lifting him up again. Night-Eye, this kid, he destroyed the pipes to use the water as a weapon, and then, Mirio, he used his heat vision to warp the metal and stop the ominous flow. He did all that in a matter of seconds. Impressed. Uraraka, trying to get up. Why yes, that's Izuku. He's a multitasker. He may seem like someone stubborn and a little crazy, but when he has a goal in mind, remembering how the day the USJ fought against the Nomu, while helping his friends escape, nothing stops him. In the air, Chisaki had barely managed to break the ice on his wings, remaining stable with many problems. Chisaki, no damn it, stop making everything more difficult, don't you see? The world you guys built is about to fall. Your superhuman society is crumbling while you guys are strutting around in the streets. All I want is the chance to balance the scales, change the world and rule it. But for that, I need Eri. The man shouted again as he looked for Izuku, until too late, he noticed a large metallic object approaching him. Izuku, hey Chisaki, hold this. Izuku didn't want to continue listening to his enemy, but using actions instead of continuing with the conversation, he now flew towards Chisaki with a wrecking ball in his hands, torn from a crane. The boy grabbed it tightly by the chain, turning it until he released it, heading towards the villain, who received the impact on the snout which had closed to cover Chisaki. The Yakuza was about to use his quirk to destroy this object, but it was not necessary, because in just seconds, Izuku had lunged at him, piercing the metallic object with a single punch, hitting Kai in the face, tearing off the plague mask he had. Izuku, I want you to record every hit Chisaki, although each one of them does not compare to the pain you made Ares suffer. The boy flew down and using his heat vision, regulating the temperature, he shot, propelling Chisaki upwards. Everyone heard it. Izuku had let out a scream while expelling this reddish energy. The energy projection had lasted a little less than a minute, but as soon as Izuku turned it off, it rose again, hitting the creature's chest with force. Overhaul was already quite badly injured, but even so, Izuku didn't give him a chance at anything. Flying around him, freezing the rocky body, the freckled man lifted Chisaki as high as he could. He rose a little more, staying in front of his face. The brown-haired boy's eyes opened in shock, as in an instant, the boy began to unleash a burst of lasers fired from his eyes. The concentrated beam he always used was now divided into segments. With a blink of at maximum speed, Izuku had managed to master this machine gun attack, which was courteous on the reddish flesh, burning some parts, making Chisaki feel what he never thought he had, a deep fear. Chisaki was going down at high speed and Izuku was going after him, getting closer and closer until he raised his fist. Izuku, it's time for you to return all the damage you've caused. And with this shout, the green-haired boy released the strong impact, hitting the creature's chest again. Chisaki felt a strong current of energy run through his entire body, making him shudder, and although this had not been caused by Izuku, Kai Chisaki understood it perfectly. In the battle, all the green-haired boys had become gasoline, moving him, encouraging him, making him fight without stopping. For the villain, there was no turning back, no escape, no way to win. This person before him was somehow beyond his understanding. In the past, since before taking power of the Shai Hasaikai, he informed himself, saw all the news regarding Superman, investigated his powers. His base and closest allies were aligned in such a way that although he could not win, they could distract him so he could escape. But in this fight, the boy in front of him, despite having the same abilities as the original hero, was different. He emanated an air and an energy that was impossible to decipher. Maybe Chisaki had taken Superman as his starting point in his crusade to wipe out heroes, but now, that dream had been destroyed by a boy who had come to that world to fight for everyone, for those who can't defend themselves, for those who still think of a bright tomorrow. Because he knows perfectly well that he may not be able to save everyone, but as long as he keeps breathing, he'll keep trying. Truth, justice, and a better tomorrow, the declaration of the principles of the last son of Krypton. Hope, the symbol of the House of El, defended by someone determined to become the greatest hero. With one last blow, Chisaki learned that in front of him, there was none other than the defender of the earth, champion of the oppressed, Izuku Midoriya. Because after all, he is Superman. For his part, Night Eye was surprised beyond belief. The man looked with his eyes wide open at the column of smoke that was in front of him. Mirio, sir? Night Eye. I don't understand. I know Chisaki was supposed to win and Midoriya was supposed to die. That was the unchangeable future I saw in my vision. But this Chisaki does that mean the future can change? Back with Izuku, the boy breathed heavily as he climbed down from his enemy's chest, seeing how Chisaki, despite being unconscious, was still alive, his heart still beating. Izuku, it's over Chisaki, it's all over. The green-haired boy began to back away, walking towards his companions, making sure they were okay and seeing how Uraraka walked towards him, with difficulty, so going towards her, he supported her. Izuku, you shouldn't move so much, that guy they faced. Uraraka, energy vampire, I know, it's not a nice feeling, but I'm an aspiring heroine, I can't stay still, you should know that by now, it's part of the job. Izuku, I'm counting on it, thanks for the support, Uravity. Uraraka, I didn't do much. Izuku, you fought that monster, you held on until the end. And even though you fell from a great height, you didn't give up. I told you, you're incredible. Uraraka, look, if you want to thank me for something, I'd accept a green tea. Izuku done. The boys started walking towards the others who were already heading towards the exit. Uraraka, what do you think happened with Chisaki? Izuku, I don't know, but I can believe that there will be a prison that will have a nice place for him. Uraraka, but Ryukyu. The brunette lowered her head, feeling worried for her superior. Izuku noticed this and tried to cheer the girl up without much success, although at that moment, a noise behind him caught his attention. When he turned around, he saw how Chisaki's reddish hand was raised above both of them. Izuku reacted quickly and pushed Uraraka to the side. Uraraka, what? Izuku, get away from here. The green-haired man looked back and with his heat vision, he cut off the hand, which fell heavily to the ground, although instantly, Chisaki touched it again, joining it to his body, dying, semi-conscious. The man knew he couldn't escape, but he had no intention of leaving the green-haired man alive. Izuku, for his part, rose up thinking of freezing Chisaki completely, but at that moment, and without him realizing it, a little girl with white hair got in his way, touching Chisaki with her hand. You're cursed, you kill people, you turn them into less than nothing. Killing you is my way of being merciful to you. It's your actions that kill. The girl never knew how to use her quirk, she never practiced it, she lived in fear of it, she never learned to manipulate it. But that day, many people had already sacrificed their lives to save her. This was her moment. Her legs moved before she could realize it. Now, she would be the heroine of her heroes. Eri, thinking, don't stop, trust him. Let it come out of you. Overhaul isn't your father. You have to help Superman. At that moment, the girl's tiny horn was enveloped in a yellow light, changing size before everything culminated in an explosion of energy. The dust obscured vision, but Izuku could see it. The monster had disappeared. Chisaki's henchman was thrown out from the man's back. The green-haired man took care of removing the dust, and to everyone's joy, Ryukyu also separated from Chisaki's body, landing to one side with his eyes closed. But despite this being good news, not everything was happiness, because the energy did not stop sprouting. Eri was inexperienced in the use of her quirk, she didn't know how to control it. So now, also completely prey to her emotions, the girl had released her quirk at full power, causing an overload due to the lack of control. So after a few seconds, Chisaki was now the one on her knees, screaming in pain and holding her stomach, feeling as if her insides wanted to be torn out of her body from the inside. Izuku for his part watched this with anticipation. He didn't know how Eri's quirk worked, much less how to deactivate it. The green-haired boy thought about the way Kendo knocked out Monoma. This was a good idea. Although he had to measure his strength, the boy was about to use this technique, when he could hear it, with his super hearing, a pitiful whisper. Eri, stop, please stop. I don't want anyone else to die, I'm scared, but I have to. The green-haired boy clenched his fists. If he was going to do something, it had to be now. Izuku began to move, but even with his super speed, Eri's quirk surprised him again, exploding, making the girl scream in pain. Izuku, Eri. The boy went back to the charge. No matter the consequences, he didn't care what might happen to him, he had to act. Izuku stretched out his hand ready to take the girl, but just as the explosion took him by surprise, he also failed to notice the moment when the release of energy had stopped, Overhaul falling face first onto the ground, losing consciousness instantly, at the same time as Eri, who slowly closed her eyes, although noticing how someone stopped her fall, holding her and carefully carrying her. Izuku, I have you, little one. The boy stood up and looked to the other side, managing to spot Tamaki, who had a weakened Aizawa with him. Apparently he had been in charge of stopping Eri. Izuku, erase her head. Aizawa, I see you made a lot of trouble. Izuku, looking around, yeah, I think a few, hee. Aizawa, it's good to see that you can now take on enemies twice your size. The only thing left to do is solve the problem of the quality of your suit. Izuku, hee, only my cape is indestructible. But I think he's right. How are you, Sun Eater? Tamaki, I can walk, I guess that's progress. The green-haired boy tried to smile, but a sound behind him made him frown. He turned his gaze as he passed Eri into Tamaki's arms. Aizawa could see Chisaki's body moving slowly. Izuku noticed this and quickly scanned his surroundings, instantly finding what he wanted. In just a blink of an eye, thanks to his super speed, Izuku picked up what he was looking for and then stood in front of Chisaki, who looked up at Izuku, who had Nemoto's gun in his hand, pointing directly at his face. Chisaki didn't have to think much to know that the last bullet in the chamber was his own creation. Aizawa and Tamaki were expecting this, not knowing what the green-haired man was planning to do, since he didn't seem to doubt much about his next decision. Izuku, 4 years old. Eri is only 4 years old and all she knows is torture, death, pain, suffering, sadness, and abandonment. Eri suffered all of that because of your stupid bullets. During the time she was here, you made her believe that her quirk was bad, that she was a monster. Turning to look at the girl because of you, she will remember that for the rest of her life. The boy looked back at Chisaki while making sure the gun was loaded, still aiming at Chisaki, who due to his condition couldn't move, being completely at the mercy of Izuku, who had the free shot. The brown-haired boy didn't want to admit it before, since he thought that the boy, due to his heroic work, would never dare to pull the trigger. But now, looking the boy in the eyes, Kai was terrified. Completely cowed by the look the hero would be looking at. Izuku, for his part, decided not to prolong the time any further, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger decisively. The deafening sound echoed in everyone's ears. The smoke and fire momentarily blinded Chisaki, who closed his eyes, as did Aizawa, and despite having the intention of stopping his pupil, he had no idea how he would achieve it, just waiting for the right moment. And indeed, the gun had been fired. But contrary to what you might think, this last bullet never hit the Yakuza, because true to the family motto, Izuku was much faster than a bullet, so before it could end Overhaul's dream, Izuku got behind the Yakuza and stopped it with 2 fingers. Izuku, and now, you don't either. Then he showed the gun and the bullet to Chisaki, only for her to use her super strength and close her hand, destroying both objects instantly. Now there would be no more of those things on the streets. Chisaki's face was etched in Izuku's memory, as his hope of winning, his only chance to rule the new world, slipped away before his eyes as he watched the liquid drip from the Kryptonian's hands. Once this was done, the green-haired man walked towards his superior, who looked relieved to have made a mistake. Aizawa, you scared me to death, you know that, problem boy? Izuku, I'm sorry, but it's something I had to do. Tamaki, well, I don't know about you, but I'm leaving. I have a lot of wounds, and the truth is I'm blind in one eye. I don't even know how I can still stand. Aizawa, me neither. So if it's not too much trouble. Tamaki, calm down, I'll take him. I also have to take this little one to the doctor's. Moving Eri, who seemed to be asleep. I think all the emotions of today ended up exhausting her. Izuku, most likely. The green-haired man, for his part, walked down the path of destruction, meeting Ryukyu, who was still alive, although unconscious. Izuku, I'll take her up for treatment. The boy bent down and picked up the dragon. To carry her like a princess, she would fly out through the hole in the ceiling. Izuku, last one to arrive, takes Chisaki to the police, smiling. Both men just watched as the freckled man used his flight to quickly leave with the woman. Tamaki, it's not fair for him to do that, is it? Aizawa, I dare you to stop him. He grabbed Chisaki. I highly doubt we'll be the first to arrive. The boy just smiled sideways, carefully approached the chestnut tree, and using an oyster shell, hit the Yakuza on the head, fainting him and making sure he was unconscious. Once he did this, he used his octopus tentacle and entangled him to drag him on his way to the exit. As the hours passed, many patrols arrived at the scene. The officers cordoned off the area, only allowing ambulances to pass, which began to treat the wounded. The police, commanded by Officer Tsukachi, handcuffed the rest of the precepts along with Chisaki, putting anti-quirk collars on all of them, as well as handcuffs that completely immobilized them, any method to prevent possible escape attempts. For his part, Izuku was already in an ambulance. The boy had refused, but the doctors had been too insistent on at least checking if he had any bruises, so Izuku did not resist much, staying in the same ambulance as Uraraka, who was slowly recovering, although the doctors had given her lots of drinks and food, so that she could regain energy. Izuku, I find it hard to believe that the Queen of Gravity is so badly injured. Joking. Uraraka, haha, shut up. Not all of us have your invulnerability. Izuku, for his part, just smiled and took a part of Uraraka's food, who was about to complain. Izuku, now we're even. Uraraka, okay, this time I won't tell you anything. The brunette looked at the green-haired boy, who smiled calmly while eating. The brunette could not get the words that her partner mentioned in their battle out of her mind. After all Izuku had admitted to being Superman's son, Uraraka now realized it was very obvious. Literally everything was in front of them. But still it seemed that it was that same way of being so characteristic of Izuku, which made everyone think that they had no relationship, beyond the similarity of their quirks. Something that even he had already explained before. Uraraka, thinking, from the beginning you could have shown your strength and crowned yourself as the strongest in the academy. You could have said who your father was and let the others admire you as almost a god. But you didn't do it. You didn't do it at all. Well, in that case, I'll help you keep your secret for as long as you want. Here, passing him a few moccas. A super fight like that must have left you super hungry, right? Izuku. Hee super, thanks Ochako taking the candy. Uraraka. With a slight blush, oh hey, it's not fair of you to say it so suddenly, you took me by surprise. Izuku. Ha ha ha, it's your fault. The atmosphere between them was quite calm, an air of peace could be noticed, but this could not last forever, because a series of murmurs caught the attention of both, who when they turned their gaze to the front, could see how many officers and paramedics were moving quickly. Uraraka, what's going on? Izuku, I don't know. Both of them stood up when they saw how Ryukyu, despite still being very weak, stood up, and with a commanding voice began to give orders, mobilizing the police forces. Ryukyu, cordon off the area. I want you to extend a perimeter beyond the affected area. We're not sure, but it's possible the League of Villains is still around. We need to find them now. Send a group of police down to the Yakuza base. Use whatever you need to map the place out. It can't be far. Police, yes. The green-haired man became worried upon hearing this, so he used his super hearing to listen to the police. Officer, but she was here. Sun Eater left her in my care before he could be treated. She was unconscious. I don't know when she managed to escape. That's all he needed to hear. Worried about this, the boy dropped the machi before Uraraka's gaze, who began to worry about this. Uraraka, Izuku, what's Izuku Eri? The green-haired man only said this before quickly taking flight, before the gaze of everyone, who looked up upon hearing the speed bump. Izuku had risen as high as possible, having a perfect view of the destroyed Yakuza base. The green-haired man used his X-ray vision along with his super hearing, making an instant scan of the entire place, and thanks to the use of this, he was able to locate her. If everyone was confused when they saw how the boy rose, the surprise did not diminish when they saw how he once again entered enemy territory, as fast as a missile. Mirio, what is this? Uraraka, found her. The boy knew that opening a hole in the ceiling or tearing the door off with his super strength would only scare her more, and that was the last thing he wanted to do. If he wanted to save her, he had only one chance. Moments before, Eri was walking through the semi-destroyed corridors of the complex. The little girl didn't stop until she reached what was her room. When she opened it, she could see that despite the previous fight, everything was still in its place. This shouldn't make her happy because of the past memories, but at least she could rest in a place that was comfortable for her, rest until all the pain went away. Although, even though the fight was over, the girl couldn't get the scenes out of her head. Heroes she didn't know risking their lives and their quirks to save her, even though they knew what she had caused. Eri couldn't help but feel guilty, and this pain only increased remembering Chisaki's words. Reassemble and disassemble it even when it loses its original shape. The girl was now in chaos. Wasn't she the original? Chisaki had forced her to use her quirk so many times before that she couldn't even remember an exact number, let alone count. He had used his quirk on her so many times, the girl only blinked in exhaustion, and from one moment to the next, she felt dizzy, tired. Perhaps on one of those occasions he had taken her to the extreme of mixing both quirks that changed her. Eri looked at her hands as she climbed into bed. Who was she? Was her name really Eri? Was her hair always that color? Considering the effect her quirk had on people, was she really years old? Her little horn, her eyes, her skin color. The girl had a mixture of emotions in her mind, many questions and, unfortunately, no answers. Now it was killing her. She knew what she had said. She wanted to live, she wanted to feel free and be able to behave like a girl her age, but with what Chisaki had said, and her own questions, how should she behave, when she didn't even know who she really was? Eri felt alone, devastated. The girl no longer wanted to feel any more pain. Unfortunately for her, the little girl remembered her parents, the way they looked at her, that pure love and the gestures they made. She had erased that in just a few seconds with her quirk, due to a mistake. Her loving parents had been reduced to just empty pieces of clothing. The girl sat down, leaning her back against the wall, and letting out a tear. She took a piece of glass that she had previously collected and squeezed it with all the strength she had, until she felt a pain in her skin at the same time that her little hand was stained with blood. He wanted to live, but he was also aware that because of him, many people had died or lost their careers. His death would be his way of paying them back for all the harm he had caused. If he wanted to live, he had to die. With determination, Eri raised the object until it was in front of her face. The girl let out a tear, while raising her head, exposing her neck. It would only be a small pain, nothing compared to everything she felt and lived before, just a small burning, and people could live. Wasn't she afraid? Of course she was. The little girl was terrified, but sometimes, fear was the push we needed to get things done. Eri closed her eyes as her hands moving away a few centimeters, looking for the necessary momentum, and her mind wandered in her memories, searching for something that could help her relieve the pain and overcome her growing fear. The girl thought of Izuku, his smile, the way he held her tightly, the first person who made her regain that desire to live and be free. Eri, his hands, they were very warm. The little girl couldn't help it. The tears ran down her cheeks, turning into a pitiful and silent cry. She didn't want to, but she had already made her decision. The girl firmly held the glass nipple and moved it forward. But this one never arrived. As soon as the tip was about to touch her neck, Eri could feel someone stop her walking. Instantly, the girl opened her eyes, scared, only to meet Izuku's green eyes, which looked at her carefully. Eri looked down, seeing how the freckled boy's hand was the one that had carefully stopped hers. The little white-haired girl could feel the warmth coming from the boy again. Looking back up, Izuku's slight smile was all she needed. That and a look that told her not to do it, that it was all over, a look that told her without words. Calm down, little one, you'll never be alone again, not while I'm here. Nothing more was needed, not even a speech that lasted hours, or cries of encouragement. With just this gesture, the green-haired boy had made all of Eri's attempts to commit suicide go down the drain. The green-haired boy sat next to the girl and wrapped her in his arms. At the same time, he felt his shoulder getting wet with Eri's tears, who couldn't and wouldn't help it, crying uncontrollably, finally freeing herself from her pain, letting out all those emotions that were previously forbidden to her in the arms of the boy who was willing to travel the entire universe, if it was for her. I promised to save you, didn't I? I'm sorry I wasn't there for you long before, but it's all over now. I know it all seems dark, but there's one thing I do know, and that's that you're much stronger than you think. Believe me, because I believed in you. For minutes that seemed like an eternity, the emergency services showed no signs of finding the girl. Everyone was desperate, and it was no wonder, because with the suspicion of the presence of the League in the surroundings and Eri lost, the scenarios were not at all favorable. If they captured her, everything would have been in vain. But in that moment of desolation, a noise caught everyone's attention, and Uraraka looked up and could see them, coming out of the hole, and with the sun behind her back, a figure was slowly beginning to approach. The next one to notice him was Aizawa, who with a calmer face, could see that it was his most problematic student, who was back, and to everyone's joy, he didn't come alone. The police officers, paramedics, and other heroes who were on the scene quickly gathered around, looking closely at the green-haired man, who landed softly. His suit was torn, but he didn't look hurt at all. His green hair moved calmly in the wind, his friendly face reflecting confidence and security. In his arms was Eri, who looked much calmer than before, although still nervous from having so many eyes surrounding her. The green-haired man started walking towards an ambulance, causing the crowd around him to begin to disperse, everyone making way for the freckled man who could only think about the safety of the little girl he was carrying. He wasn't a god among men. Izuku didn't even think he was close to that concept, because he considered it stupid. He was just a year-old boy, an aspiring hero who wanted to do the right thing, help people no matter who it was. He wasn't a messiah, much less a prophet. He didn't want people to follow him because he didn't have all the answers, but his decision was clear: to become the hero everyone needed, to become a beacon of hope. Izuku, guys, I want you to meet someone very special. Lifting the white-haired girl a little, this is Eri smiling. Chapter as special as you. Izuku, what? Seriously? Shoto, yes, I'm telling you the truth, today is the ND. Izuku, dude, you know I love you a lot, but couldn't you tell me before that tomorrow was the RD? Slightly irritated. Shoto, hey, you just told me, and I quote, Shoto, please remind me when September RD comes around. Izuku, yeah, but the point of doing that is that you told me weeks in advance, not a day. Shoto, well then, sorry, but I really don't understand. Izuku, what's the rush to know the day? You're not usually someone who pays attention to civic dates. Looking at Toga, are there any I haven't heard about? Toga, well, maybe not for you, but actually with a face of disbelief if there is something to celebrate. Shoto, what thing? Toga, let's see, before I hit you, you better explain to me how it's possible that I, who don't even go to your class, know this. Sai, tomorrow is Yayorosa's birthday, genius holding his septum. And with this revelation, the mixed-haired boy looked at his best friend, who looked somewhat stressed, now understanding everything. Shoto, oh, I see. In that case, I guess I should have told him earlier. For her part, the blonde just frowned, unable to believe that her best friend was so clueless. But it was true, The next day was the birthday of Azabash, vice president of Class A, an aspiring leader of the student council. Her leadership skills made her one of the favorites, even surpassing Itsuka Kendo. The girl had shown enormous development in such a short time that many still did not believe that she was the same girl who had entered the academy. But returning to the green-haired boy, he was quite nervous and stressed, because with everything that had happened with Overhaul, Gentle, the sports festival and other events, the boy had completely lost track of time, concentrating % on the academy, his homework, classes and his own work as a hero. Izuku had discovered his best friend's birthday, due to her carelessness. Izuku, who was still grateful for the birthday present from the black-haired girl, had decided that he would return the favor, giving the girl something equally special. Determined to also celebrate the girl's birthday, after all, after so many activities at the academy, which had prevented them from speaking freely, spending a little time with Momo, celebrating her special day, would be the least he could do for her. It was for this very reason that the boy had entrusted his best friend with the mission of reminding him that the RD was approaching, hoping that Shoto would be insistent, giving Izuku plenty of time to buy Momo something important and unique. The freckled boy knew that he didn't have a creation quirk like the Jet Blacks, so his task was more complicated, although he had the illusion that Shoto wouldn't leave him alone as a human reminder. Unfortunately for him, it was his turn to belatedly remember that his best friend wasn't exactly the most reliable person on that kind of mission. And that's why we now find ourselves in a situation that was quite stressful for Izuku, who felt that about the gift he could give. Throughout Friday, the green-haired boy kept a serious face, which worried all his friends, who were looking at the green-haired boy with surprise, because this was not normal for the freckled boy. Uraraka, hey, are you okay? The brunette had left the UA approaching the green-haired boy, who was sitting under the shade of a tree. The girl brought with her a tray of food, which she offered to the boy who gladly accepted it. Izuku, thank you. Uraraka, it's nothing, but you didn't answer my question. Izuku, the truth is that I'm a little thoughtful. It's something that's been going around in my head and that won't stop bothering me. Caressing his hair. Uraraka, do you need help with that? They say 2 heads are better than 1. Izuku, yeah, I know. It's just that it's also my fault. It took me a long time to do something, and now I have time on my hands. I guess I got too confident. Damn, pinching his septum. Uraraka, that bad, huh? Izuku, yeah, hey, could I ask you a question? Uraraka, sure, what do you need? Sitting next to the boy. Izuku, you're a girl, aren't you? Uraraka, oh, you noticed, didn't you? With sarcasm and an amused smile. Izuku, no, nervous, and I didn't mean that. I know perfectly well that you're a girl. It's just that. Uraraka, so you've seen me like that? With a seductive look. Izuku, eh? No. Or well, yes. I mean, I know you're a girl, but I've never seen you like that. I'm not Mineta. Blushing. At that moment, the brunette started to laugh, confusing the boy. Uraraka, ha, calm down. It was just a joke, Izuku. I was just playing with you, I wasn't serious. I know you're not that kind of guy. Izuku, well, but I don't see the funny side of it, Ochako. Uraraka, not you, but I do. The green-haired man, for his part, just looked at the girl, who looked up at the sky. Since the fight against Chisaki, the green-haired man had seen a change in his friend, from her way of training to her way of seeing life. Izuku remembered the first version of Uraraka that he had met, and he definitely liked the one he had in front of him much better. Uraraka, okay, I promise not to bother you, at least not that much today. Izuku, okay, the truth is that as a promise it is very bad. Uraraka, yes, but better tell me, what was your question? The girl stole an onigiri from the green-haired boy while taking off her uniform jacket. Izuku, what would you give someone who has practically everything? Uraraka, huh? What kind of question is that? Biting into the onigiri. Izuku, seriously, if you had to give someone something, but that person can buy almost anything, or knows people who could give them whatever they want, what would be a good gift? Uraraka. Him thinking. Izuku, I think at the end of the day, no matter what you give him, he could get something much better, right? Uraraka, well, yes, in part you are right, but I think that now you should also take into account that in reality, nobody has practically everything. Izuku, well, yes, but you get my point. Uraraka, also, the fact that that person can get anything they want just by asking for it, I think that's something that can also work in your favor. Izuku, what do you mean? Uraraka, a gift, if it comes from the heart, can be better than any gift given out of obligation. After all, that's where the saying comes from, with good intentions, even gold pails. Or at least that's something that is said in my family, Izuku, I see. Uraraka. It's the thought that counts. So I think if you see something that you think that person might like, you should try it. Fortune always favors the brave, smiling contentedly. The green-haired boy looked at the brunette who looked back at him, with that wide smile, while she took out a bottle of green tea, taking a sip. Izuku, thank you, Ochako. Uraraka. It's nothing, after all. It's annoying that the most smiley of us has a serious face all the time. Izuku, huh? Confused. Uraraka. All day long you had a face that looked like something bad was going to happen, The girls started laughing and then, caught up in this, the boy followed his friend, unaware that this had been seen by a brunette from the window coming from the academy. The green-haired boy tried to leave the academy once classes were over, but unfortunately for him, Aizawa had assigned a project that would surely take him all afternoon. Izuku tried to finish making use of even his abilities, but even so, the boy finished when the day was getting dark. It had become too late. Izuku, damn, holding his face, it's already late. Tomorrow is Saturday, and it's Momo's birthday, and I have nothing to give her. The boy bent down, leaning on his desk. At this, Crypto put his paw on Izuku's head, trying to cheer up his master and best friend. The green-haired boy, seeing this, smiled, stroking the head of his faithful pet. Izuku, thanks friend, I would like to, but I don't think Momo will accept you as a gift, The boy stroked the dog's head, who nodded happily at the gesture, and at seeing his companion happy. The boy knew he wouldn't accomplish anything by getting upset, much less staying awake, so after a quick dinner, the boy went to bed, turning off the light. Izuku, well, tomorrow is Saturday. I think if I get up early, I can go quickly to the center and there look for something he likes. Maybe I can take Shoto. No, I need a specific point of view, maybe Himiko and Ochako or just one of the two, whoever has the day off. I think Ochako is my best option. And with this in mind, the boy fell asleep. The next morning, the green-haired boy got up early, and using his super speed, he quickly got ready, had breakfast, but before he could leave, the boy heard knocking on his door. So fearing that it was the brunette, the green-haired boy opened the door, surprising himself, because even though it was a brunette, it was not who he thought, but rather it was his mentor and aunt, Nana Shimura, who with a nervous smile looked at the green-haired boy. Izuku, Nana? Nana. Good morning, Izuku, glad you're awake, that saves me a lot of trouble. Izuku, huh? Nana, I came to wake you up. Izuku, well, let's just say I have a busy day, so sorry if I can't be of help, but I'm on my way out. The green-haired man tried to leave, but his mentor, widening her smile, stopped him with a few simple words. Nana, for Miss Momo's birthday? Izuku, what? Nana, you heard me, Izuku, how do you? Nana, please Izuku, I'm your teacher. It's obvious that you know those kinds of dates, Izuku, well yes, but, Nana, you don't have a gift for her, do you? Izuku, well, now you're scaring me, are you reading my mind? Feeling a chill down his back. Nana, no, but it's obvious. I say taking the rush you're in, you're going to leave the academy. If you had a gift for her, right now you'd be going to the recreation room to congratulate her with the rest of your classmates. Izuku, well, you are very observant. Nana, you're not the only one with great analytical skills. Although I will give you 1 point in your favor, it's that I had to develop it to help the rest of your classmates, Izuku, well, but then if you know I have to go quickly, why are you stopping me? Nana, well, that's because luckily for you, your beautiful and clever favorite aunt. Izuku, if not the only one. Nana, well anyway, I came here to get you out of your troubles. Izuku, please tell me you have a gift behind you. Nana, well, not behind me, but let's say I did get you a gift from Momo. Izuku, well, please tell me what is it? Nana, a flower. The beautiful woman extended her arms with a smile, before Izuku's bewildered gaze, who, although grateful for the gesture. Izuku, it's not that I'm saying I dislike the idea, but I don't think a flower would help me much in this case. In fact, wouldn't it be pretty obvious that I forgot to buy her something? Nana, but that's where my magic comes in, my young Kryptonian nephew. Izuku, why? Nana, because this is not a flower that you find in the park with the naked eye. Izuku, so? It's a greenhouse? Nana, nope, it's none other than a red middle mist. The woman sounded elegant and cheerful at the same time, but unfortunately for the woman, knowledge of plants was not one of Izuku's powers, who just tilted his head in confusion. Izuku, I think I should bring Ibra to tell me what you mean, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Nana, disillusioned, also called spring rose or red camellia, and yes, by your face, I can see that you have no idea what I'm talking about, But listen to me, if I'm telling you that this flower is the gift I got you, it's because this flower is considered the rarest flower in the world. Izuku, really? Why, Nana, easy, because it was originally a Chinese flower. But after a few years, this rare flower only grows in 2 places, New Zealand and the United Kingdom. Izuku, well, you're right. But tell me, if it's so rare and only grows in those 2 places, how come? Nana, did I get you the tip? You know, dude, I have my connections. I told you, I'm a really impressive woman, Izuku, and that's why you're my favorite aunt. Thanks, Nana. Hugging the woman. Nana, wow. How sweet, but it's nothing, son. Izuku, it's something I'll never be able to repay you for. Of course I should thank you, but then where? Nana, where what? Izuku, where is it? Where is the flower? The green-haired boy was smiling happily. His spirits had risen rapidly. Nana felt calmer seeing the boy like that, although unfortunately for him, what he was going to say next could make his spirits fall again as quickly as they rose. Nana, yeah, I think that's the part you won't like. Izuku, huh? Why? Please tell me you didn't get the pure seeds. Nana, no. Izuku, so? Nana, have you ever wanted to visit the United Kingdom? The next thing the woman saw was Izuku's face change drastically. This was definitely something Izuku didn't expect. Moments later, the green-haired man was flying over the Asian continent at high speed, while analyzing the latest events. Izuku, thinking, okay, how did I get to this? I recently left the island. I'm supposed to be going to get a red midlamista from Momo, but for that I have to go to the UK to get her? Sometimes I'm scared of the connections Nana has. Flashback. Izuku, what do you want me to do? Nana, come on Izuku, it won't be that difficult, just go, pick it up and come back, you don't have to do anything else. Izuku, first, why do I have to go to the UK for her? Second, why the UK specifically? And third, why me? Nana, easy. Because the contact who got it for me lives there, because that's one of her places of origin, and because you're the one looking for a gift for Momo. Izuku, okay, but you do realize it's not a trip to the store, right? Nana, oh please, you flew from my island to Japan once. Izuku, well yes, but what if they shoot me? I mean, it's not very common to see a green-haired boy flying through the sea at full speed. Nana, don't worry, the Japanese government isn't going to shoot you. Izuku, yes, how are you so sure? Nana, your father and I had contacts in the government. Izuku, okay? I think there are things you guys didn't tell me in due time. Nana, and you will discover them in due time. But now, if you want that flower, then you have to go for it. Izuku, I don't know honestly. I have a bad feeling about this. Nana, it's just the UK, London, you go, get the flower, bring me a few Amy Winehouse records and come back. You know what? You better bring me the whole collection. And also Bowie's Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. I've always wanted that album. Izuku, aha, and why me? Nana, because I got you the flower. Favor is repaid with favor. Izuku, aha, you probably just wanted to enjoy the trip. Nana, in part, by the way, I also want to avoid paying customs and shipping costs. Go with your hero costume and go with your hero license. That way you will rectify your identity in case there are misunderstandings. I also notified Aizawa and the director, so you won't have problems if you take a long time. Izuku, sigh, well I guess I have no choice. Thanks Nana, there's no way to repay you. Nana, yes there is, and I already told you. What's more, take it at once. The beautiful woman took out her wallet and taking out a few bills gave them to the boy, who took them carefully, so as not to throw them away. Nana, if you leave right now you'll be home around what time is it? Izuku, a trip to the UK takes about hours. Nana, Izuku, you arrived in Shirakawa in less than an hour when you first flew if I remember correctly. Getting to the UK would take you half that time. Even less. If you leave now you'd arrive at PM at the latest. Izuku, yes, it will take me a whole day to go get a gift. Nana, and it will take longer if you don't hurry. Run. Or well, fly. The green-haired boy just sighed tiredly, nodding with no other options. The boy went to the support workshop, where he picked up his suit again. Due to his constant fights, the boy had become a frequent customer of Power Loader and obviously of Mayhatsum, although what surprised the boy was that the pink-haired inventor gave him a device that according to her served as a container for things, being able to keep them intact, no matter the situation. In her words, she had tested it in sub-zero simulations, with changes in temperature and pressure. Izuku only thanked for the strange gift, which adapted to his suit by a compartment it had. And after leaving the workshop and changing, Izuku flew with speed. Current time. The green-haired boy had already finished crossing the ocean. the boy had encountered some boats along the way. In some of these, their crew members had recognized the symbol, greeting the hero, who, unable to refuse, returned the greeting. Although Izuku quickly realized that this was a bad idea, since he knew that his father was dead, so if suddenly photos of him crossing the ocean and waving at the camera began to circulate, he knew he would be in a lot of trouble. No one at UA except for Aizawa and director Nizu knew he was away, although he highly doubted that they knew he was heading to England, if this reached his eyes. The green-haired boy would have a lot of explaining to do. The green-haired man took advantage of the weather and took flight, passing over the clouds, without feeling the cold. Izuku, if someone looks up right now, they'll see a strange figure in the sky. Well, at least they'll think it's a UFO and not Superman. I wonder if they'll start calling me Jean Jacket. Haha. Laughing to himself, I still remember when I saw that movie at the cinema with Momo. The boy relaxed a little while the memory of his outing with the brunette to see Nope at the cinema came to his head. Izuku happily remembered everything, from how taking advantage of the discount at the cinema, they both bought a great combo to enjoy the show. The movie had been great, but seeing the brunette's expressions in certain scenes added a unique touch that made it even more endearing. The green-haired boy remembered a few more moments with the girl, making his flight much more pleasant, maneuvering calmly until he reached his destination. Once the boy had arrived, the green-haired boy got off, landing at a port and starting to walk calmly. Izuku, well, it seems I've arrived. Starting to walk, I'm in front of looking up Albert Dock. Oh, I think I've arrived in Liverpool. Well, I'm about kilometers from London. If I use my speed I could get there in a few minutes, although the most prudent thing would be not to scare anyone, so it will be time to fly again. The green-haired man was about to raise his head again, realizing that the people around him had begun to gather around him, all looking at him from head to toe, paying attention to the shield on his chest and his hair. What he had wanted to avoid before in the open sea was now about to happen to him, if he didn't do something quickly. Izuku, thinking, damn, that's exactly what I wanted to avoid in the open sea. I have to rise quickly. Excuse me, young man, perhaps. Izuku, excuse me. The green-haired man saw how a subject was approaching him, so deciding to act quickly, he began to rise, ready to leave, before someone took out the phone ready to take a quick photo. Izuku had quickly drawn a map, but before he could move away, a voice caught his attention. Are you leaving so soon? Izuku, huh? The green-haired man looked down, meeting a beautiful young woman. She was quite thin and tall, her skin was quite pale, she had beautiful huge black eyes, which also seemed to be quite expressive at the same time. Her hair was very long, black with hints of purple. The girl was wearing a black dress that looked like a long dress. Her shoulders were bare, and she had a piece of lace from the neckline to the neck. She also wore lace sleeves that went from the elbow to the fingertips. The dress itself was immediately reminiscent of Chun-Li's classic outfit, even wearing a pair of stockings that adorned her thighs. The image of the girl could stop there, but there were a couple of things that the green-haired boy could not ignore, these being the cat ears that the girl had adoring her head, as well as the thin cat tail, which could be seen. The thin feline looked at the green-haired boy with a smile that conveyed confidence, which, although it confused the boy a little, made him slowly go down, until he was in front of him. Izuku, do I know you? I thought the person known as Japan's Superbo would be a little more polite. Izuku, eh? Or well, yes, although I don't take into account. Okay, sorry, let me introduce myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure. The boy extended his hand towards the girl, who, smiling calmly, returned the greeting with ease. Calm down, it's a joke. You Japanese really take everything seriously. Smiling, the pleasure is mine. My name is Amelie Brown, pointing to herself, although my friends call me Melly or Mel. Izuku, sorry. Noticing the girl's face. Well, you understand, I really didn't expect to come to England today, so. Amelie, calm down, no problem. But wait, you said you weren't expecting us to come? But didn't your superior tell you? Izuku, what thing? The brunette looked at the boy, who looked truly confused. The girl didn't need much to realize that the aspiring hero in front of her had no idea of the real reason why he had traveled km. Amelie, no, nothing. Nana Shimura told us about your arrival. It's just that, to tell the truth, we were expecting you a little later. Izuku, well, to tell the truth, let's say I picked up the pace a little. The truth is I'm in a bit of a hurry. I have to return to Japan as soon as possible. Amelie, well, time is relative when you go from one continent to another. If you have knowledge of geography, you will know that Japan is ahead of England by hours, so let's say that you have even more time. Izuku, wow, I had forgotten about raw English honesty. Amelie, You'd be surprised at the things people don't know about us, hee. The green-haired boy just tilted his head agreeing with the girl. Izuku smiled slightly when he realized that both of them were already somewhat removed from the place where the boy had landed. Izuku thinking, when did we start walking? Looking at the girl. Amelie. Sorry. People often say that talking to me is like getting lost in a weird world. Izuku. Does your quirk have to do with some kind of distortion field? Amelie. I wish. That sounds very interesting, smiling, or at least more interesting than my quirk actually is. Izuku. So? Amelie. Well, I think it's a bit obvious. But my quirk is called Cat, and yes, just as you imagine, I have all the fun and boring abilities of a cat, although yes, adapted and improved for a human holder. Izuku. Hey, I don't consider them to be boring. Do you really have them all? Amelie. Well, if you mean the fear of balloons, water and rough tongue, not those luckily for me, but apart from that, my flexibility, elasticity, balance, hearing, sight, smell and movements are above average. Izuku. That's impressive. Although look, I'm surprised you're more active than a cat, smiling amusedly. Amelie. Well, recent events warrant it. Believe me that after this I will sleep more than hours. The green-haired boy just smiled as he followed the girl in front of him, who after trying to suppress him without success, began to question the green-haired boy, who although he had no problem answering, did seem somewhat overwhelmed by the amount of questions that came out so suddenly. Izuku. Okay, cat curiosity, ready. Amelie. Oh, sorry, head down with her ears drooping. Izuku. No, don't worry, I didn't mind, I was just a little surprised. You actually just reminded me of some classmates from the academy, The green-haired man just smiled as he thought about Mina and Nijire. The feline's energy was superior to both of them, as surprising as this may seem. Amelie. To tell the truth, I also wanted to know a little more about what the hero communities are like on other continents. I've never left England, so I don't know how their societies and their respective hero agencies operate. We only have a vague idea of their organizations. Izuku. Well, I'm not a walking encyclopedia either, but I can help you a little with that. You know what we're talking about by Midlamista. Amelie. The middle what? Realizing, oh that's right. Your payment. Izuku. Payment? Amelie. I mean, what Shimura told me to give you. Sorry, I totally forgot. Come on, I know a shop around here. I know the seller, and believe me, he's the best flower dealer in all of England. Izuku. Excellent, let's go. Amelie. Well, they close in hours, we have plenty of time, maybe you can tell me a little more. Izuku. Understood, come on, we have to hurry a little. Amelie. Don't worry, we have just enough time for you to get out of here before it gets late in Japan. You have my word as an aspiring hero. Putting her fist to her chest. Izuku. I love English punctuality, relieved. Amelie. Then let's go. The girl smiled and feeling confident she adopted a more feline pose, starting to advance more quickly, showing that the girl was not lying about her abilities. During this walk, the boys took advantage of the time to talk a little, getting to know each other better, this being the way in which Izuku had a broader view of what was happening in the world, having this information firsthand. The green-haired man had no idea how heroic society worked in the world, how quirks had affected the rest of the globe, even realizing that humans had not been the only ones to have extra abilities, with plants and animals also being part of this super community. Likewise, the boy learned that contrary to what he thought, not everyone had acquired attack abilities such as Endeavor's Hell Flame, Almight's One for All. Some continents had been endowed with quirks of another kind, the English community being known for its wide variety of intellectual quirks, perception, hearing, intelligence. A large part of the European population had a quirk that, with good use and training, could boast of greater intelligence than average, and although at first it could be considered that this left Europe at a notable disadvantage against nations whose quirks were of the attack type, this was not entirely true, because knowing this, the population soon began to devise a way to counteract this, realizing that having a new English army would be their salvation against possible attacks, even knowing that this could be taken as an exaggeration bordering on paranoia. They knew it was necessary. With the help of scientists who would later move to the island, the English and European citizens in general would soon show the world the new English army, a mechanical army created to protect people. Of course, with this also came a whole new system of justice, order, and obviously education, which were quickly accepted and adapted. The green-haired boy took note of all this new information, as well as the quirk of his guide and new friend, until they arrived at the stand Amelie was talking about, but not before buying something for Izuku to eat. Amelie. And that's it, we arrived. Izuku. Wow, You really gave me a lecture while we were walking. Amelie, believe me, I missed several details. Izuku, I believe you, things have changed a lot. The quirks completely modified the planet. Amelie, yes, for example, and this is a fact that we learned today at the academy, is that in recent years, and with the latest quirks that have been discovered, Mexico is positioning itself as one of the countries with strong heroes worldwide, and although it is not yet in the top, but I mean, from staying in the last places to this, I suppose that it is a great advance. Izuku, well, complimenting your information a little, I think this is due or is supposed to be because traditions, customs and extremist people, mixed with quirks, it was not a good combination. It is good to know that today it is something more natural to see and accept it. Amelie, yeah, that's something I was talking to my dad about. There really are things that can't be changed. Hey, that's true. Getting Izuku's attention. Izuku, yes. Jumping slightly in fright. Amelie, now that you mention traditions and all, in my culture classes we've learned about you well, Japanese culture in general, hehe. But that includes the way you all talk to each other by your last names. Sorry. I had forgotten. Sorry. Izuku, eh? He was that well. Because of that, I have no problems. To tell the truth, we are not in Japan at the moment. I am more of a tourist than anything else. Don't worry, after all, you allowed me to call you by your name, right? It was a fair deal. Smiling. Amelie, well, yes, but the girl was about to continue talking. But at that moment, a man appeared behind Izuku, drawing the attention of the brunette. Seeing this, the green-haired man turned his gaze, meeting that strange subject. He was tall, approximately, with a marked complexion, which was visible even with his clothes on. He wore a simple white shirt with a black tie, black pants. His hair was brown, trimmed and combed back, with brown eyes, fair skin and a shadow of freshly cut beard. Izuku saw this new individual, although he noticed how instantly Amelie became slightly tense. Miss Amelie, here you are. It's a pleasure to see you again. Bowing. Amelie, yes, I think I'm a little hesitant to say the same thing, which is perfectly understandable. I'm sorry if I scared you before. I was out of programming. My behavior was not the best. Amelie, are you better? After his mother took control of the situation, they took me back to my home. Since the morning I was under observation. Fortunately, they found my illness and managed to cure it in time. I did not want to be a danger to my companions. Amelie, calmer, which was a relief. Taking her breast for a second, I thought I'd have to get a new training tutor. Izuku, I'm confused. Amelie, oh, that's right. Forgive me. Izuku, taking the boy by the shoulder. Deja introduced them. He is Henry Fulger, pointing to the oldest. Henry, this is Izuku Midoriya. At that moment, the man opened his eyes slightly, but instantly, he smiled, approaching Izuku, taking his hand with joy. Henry, young Izuku, it is a pleasure. Mrs. Elizabetta had mentioned the assistance of a Japanese hero. It is good to see that you were the one who answered the call. Izuku, me? Well, I actually came for a flower. But I think I understand. The pleasure is mine. The green-haired boy quickly recovered from his surprise, returning the greeting, although slightly confused, as he could swear that the older man's hand was unusually cold. In this way, and after the cordial greetings, the three entered the flower shop, quickly obtaining the precious object, although leaving Amelie slightly surprised, because although she had previously had a fluid conversation with the boy, she now noticed that Izuku's British English was impeccable, without any signs of his native Japanese accent. Although to her misfortune, the girl could not ask more questions, as Henry alerted her to a message from her mother. So afraid of reprisals, the girl used her quirk to move with agility, moving away from the group, although not before leaving Izuku in Henry's care, who gladly accepted. Izuku, well, looks like there are two of us now, buddy. Henry, I think so, young man. I hope my presence is to your liking. Izuku, calm down. The truth is that for now, what worries me most is making a bad impression on you. After all, I am your guest. Henry, you can rest assured, contrary to what one might think in other places, the citizens of present-day England are quite friendly. You could say they have learned from their mistakes. Izuku, them? Are you a foreigner? Henry, you could say smiling kindly. I was built here, but maybe the pieces are from other places. Izuku, surprised and realizing perhaps you. By Rao, forgive me, I had no idea. Henry, calm down. In your defense, you didn't know. It's perfectly understandable. Plus, I think that means you did a good job with me, right? The purpose of our appearances is so we can go unnoticed among you. All this, so that you don't fear us, don't see us as a possible threat. Izuku, I see, but wait. If you're an android, shouldn't you be with them? Henry, yes, I should. The truth is that for some reason, There was a malfunction in my system during the morning. If I had continued with it for any longer, I would have become more of a danger to my colleagues and the population than a hero. Fortunately, the scientists detected it in time, so they erased it from the system and set me free, although they relieved me of my duties at least for this day. So I could be calmer and without pressure, so I guess it's what you call a day off smiling. Izuku, I see. It's good to see that you're better. Honestly, Amelie told me about you and you're incredible, even to the point of doing self-diagnoses. That's impressive. Henry, yes, but let's continue with the tour. Amelie mentioned that you had things to do after getting the flower, so we have to keep going, because the day doesn't stop, and you don't have the time in the world. Izuku, that's right, let's go. It's just a matter of getting some discs, that's an errand. Henry, let me guess, the Rolling Stones. Izuku, actually it's Bowie and Amy Winehouse and maybe some Beatles albums. Although those are more for me. Henry, you have good taste, boy. Come on, there is not much time. But I think we can still go to the Fab 4 store. If you are looking for the discography, there is no better place in all of Liverpool to get it. The green-haired man just nodded, following his guide, walking towards the most famous store in Liverpool. During the way, the alleged android spoke with Izuku about various topics. The conversation that both subjects had was both nutritious and pleasant. Just like Amelie, Henry quickly realized that the boy was someone both intelligent and curious. His questions went one after the other without rest, although at the same time, contributing information to the conversation so as not to be left behind. For his part, one thing that Izuku noticed was that his guide asked quite a few philosophical questions hidden among the phrases: existentialism, origin, purpose, etc., etc. Izuku did not feel uncomfortable, but he could not avoid the fact that these questions were something that caught him off guard. The boy decided it was best not to dwell on this, following the thread of the conversation, although he did try to hurry. The freckled boy quickened his pace, because when he looked up at the sky, he managed to see the colors of the sunset. The boy felt a pressure on his chest, since he knew that by going hours ahead of Europe, in his hometown, night would soon be something Izuku would have to worry about. Izuku, wow, well, thanks Henry, these are all the records I needed. I never thought I could have the entire collection of my favorite band on vinyl, although I think now I'll need a player, I didn't think about that, scratching the back of his neck. Henry, that's very unfortunate. But well, I can't keep you in England all the time. To tell the truth, it's very difficult to find someone with whom you can have a conversation like the one we had. It's feedback and fun. Thanks, Izuku. Izuku, it's nothing, Henry. To tell the truth, I also had fun, But well, I guess now it's my time to go, giving his things a final check. Henry, a day in the life. Izuku, how? Henry, a day in the life. The English army had just won the war. Izuku, what are you saying? Henry, the crowd looked away. You are an exceptional boy, Izuku. Your powers are so unique, the way they had to name your quirk, for the variety of abilities you showed, but aren't you afraid of that? Your very power can surprise others. Aren't you afraid that when the time comes, they will think badly of you? Taking into account the values you told me you have, if one day someone appears with the same powers as you, but without any moral code, and people start to support him more because, in his words, he does the job, what would become of you? What would you do? What side would you take towards humanity? Izuku, thinking about it seriously, wow, that's something very well adjusting his words. The truth is that if that day were to happen and I stopped being a simple student, I would continue doing my job, regardless of what people do or think. I know that many will see me as old-fashioned, but I prefer to have hope. I know that sometimes doing the job, as you say, sounds like the best option, the right thing to do, and in the vast majority of cases, the last way out. But if evolution has taught us anything, it's that there is always another option. We just have to look for it. I feel that the world is not black and white, and just as they are not rainbows and pink clouds, we must know that there are more nuances, in my opinion. Nobody has the right to kill. That is a decision that is not ours. With a serious tone. Henry, I see. Izuku, well, if that's all, then I think it's time to go. It's getting late, and I don't think going through the sea in the dark is a good idea. Say hi to Amelie, please. Henry, see you later. The green-haired boy took the box that contained his records. After all, being extremely careful was a priority if he wanted everything to arrive safely. The freckled boy adjusted the straps, putting it on his back like a backpack. Izuku saw the flower, noticing its beautiful color, smiling. The boy rose a few centimeters, but before he could start to accelerate, a voice caught his attention. Henry, Sorry, Izuku, you really seemed like a nice guy. Izuku, huh? What's going on? The green-haired boy turned slightly. Without seeing how his guide's eyes changed color to a strange golden tone, the boy still couldn't even return his sight completely, when a reddish ray was directed towards him, hitting the container where he had the red middleman, throwing it far away, and surprising him. Izuku, what? Hey, that was my flower. I paid for it. Annoyed, the green-haired man looked back with obvious annoyance, although when he did this what he received was a direct impact, although now with more power, from the same reddish ray, which hit the super green-haired man in the chest, who was thrown several meters back. Henry, I'm really sorry, my friend, but I'll have to ask you to stay. Izuku had landed near the Liverpool docks, leaving a large crater in his wake. The boy stood up slightly, carefully holding his chest. Izuku, what was that? Not even Muscular or the Momo I faced in the USJ had hit me that hard the first time. The boy felt something coming out of his mouth, so he used his fist to clean it, noticing a red liquid that alerted him. Izuku, what the hell? But the green-haired boy felt the weightlessness, so he looked down, observing how in the crater he had left was his newly acquired music collection, which was now completely destroyed. Izuku turned his head, but he didn't find his flower anywhere. Without a gift, without his things, and with a blow from a weapon he didn't know, Izuku clenched his fists as he looked back in front of him. The boy no longer thought about going home in the next few minutes. Izuku, now I'm really upset. The green-haired boy braced himself. The dust beneath his feet began to rise in a small circle, and before anyone could get close enough to see what was happening, the boy shot forward. For his part, Henry didn't take long to locate a presence approaching at great speed, so raising his hand, it began to open, transforming into a large cannon, which began to charge a reddish light, which became an attack ready to knock down Izuku, who this time was prepared, so when he saw it approaching, he managed to avoid it, starting to surround it, flying low to the ground, to hit Henry's knees, knocking him down. But before he could touch the ground, Izuku lifted him up to give him a downward blow that caused a loud bang. Izuku, I think the flaw you had wasn't as slight as you thought, or was it? The boy began to land, staying alert. He trusted in his strength, but he didn't know how strong the English androids could be. For their part, people began to gather around the crater, hoping to see something. Izuku, please keep a safe distance, and call the local heroes, whispering I hope they have insurance for this kind of thing. I don't want to be the cause of a new conflict between Japan and Bairao. Nana is going to kill me. The boy approached, hoping that the damage was not so serious, although at that moment, he could see how a piece of concrete was coming off. The bad thing was that a very curious child was standing on it, which would cause a certain and painful fall, which was avoided by Izuku, who using his speed, had managed to put the little one in another safe place. Izuku, are you okay, little one? The green-haired boy smiled at the boy calmly, although at that moment, something came out from the rubble of the crater, grabbing the boy by the head, covering his eyes. Instantly the boy was taken back and then hit, propelled upwards at an impressive speed. Izuku was barely reacting when Henry appeared above him, hitting him again, making him fall, although before he could hit, the boy managed to stop, avoiding more catastrophe and stopping a new attack from his enemy, who using his extendable arm, tried to catch Izuku without success, since Izuku stopped him. Threw him to hit him hard and chase him in the air, hitting him repeatedly until he stopped him. Throwing him towards a building under construction, taking a steel beam to throw it at his rival, who went through the building until he fell to the ground. Although Izuku was not satisfied, he quickly went towards him, burying this beam in the ground as deep as he could. Izuku, I think I overdid it a little. Looking around, I just hope Amelie doesn't get mad at me. I don't want to become the unwanted number in England. A lot of my favorite music came from here. The green-haired boy landed carefully. Watching how the beam moved slowly, the boy prepared himself because from one moment to the next, what should have been a prison for Henry was thrown to one side. Izuku managed to react in time, stopping a blow from the android, which had taken the Kryptonian by surprise by this display of speed. Izuku, thinking, what the hell? This guy managed to emulate my speed. Henry said nothing, throwing another punch, which was stopped by the boy again, now causing both of them to start a struggle of strength. Izuku, okay, this is both impressive and confusing. Were you underestimating me this whole time? That hurts, mate. Henry, I had to see what the limits of your capabilities were before I could mount an effective counterattack. Izuku, even if I fall, you won't get away with it. Believe me, you're home, but you have to be stopped. Henry, I'm counting on that, but they'll fall too. The green-haired boy began to despair, turning on his heat vision. But at that moment, a huge cannon formed on Henry's chest which lit up with the previous reddish color, as well as releasing steam. Izuku, seeing this, did not hesitate and fired with power. At the same time as his rival, the ray hit Izuku's chest, who directed his heat vision towards Henry's face, although there was a difference, because while the rival did not feel pain, Izuku did feel the impact, and after a few seconds the pain came. "Henry, what's up, Izuku? You look a little dizzy." Izuku didn't want to admit it, but the pain was starting to become unbearable. Soon his attack stopped. His strength began to decrease. Henry noticed this, so knowing he had the advantage, he charged more energy, and when he released it, he crashed into the boy's chest again, destroying the shield that Izuku was carrying, causing the green-haired boy to fly backwards with force and also faint. "Henry, you said it yourself. Izuku, I'm home. I have the law of advantage here." For hours, everything was darkness, golden flashes, brief flashes of images he couldn't recognize, a world he didn't recognize. Was it the United States? But what year? Japan seemed more modern. Lights, thunder, a grayish beast with bones sticking out of its skin, a humanoid-looking monster with yellowish skin. More and more images flashed before his eyes, briefly and indistinctly. What was it? Why was he seeing this? What did it mean? Where were his friends? A golden eagle emblem, a bat, a lantern, and a reddish diamond. This was the last thing he could see before hearing it. "Izuku, Izuku, Izuku." The green-haired boy woke up immediately, realizing that he was in a house he didn't know. Izuku quickly stood up, noticing also that his clothes had been changed. The green-haired boy, somewhat upset, tried to leave, although before putting his hand on the knob, Amelie opened the door, seeing her friend standing, instantly happy. "Amelie, Izuku!" "Happy, Izuku, Amelie! Where am I? Where's Henry? What happened?" "Amelie, well, it went well for us," looking away. "Izuku, Amelie?" The green-haired man looked at his friend, who after a while sighed in defeat. "Amelie, people recorded their fight. Unfortunately, we found out too late, and to make matters worse, everything indicates that he was never discharged. He is still defective and therefore, he only lied. Sorry. I'm really sorry, Izuku. I trusted him, and he only manipulated me so he could stay and obey you." "Izuku, calm down. Everything's fine. Look at me, I'm fine. But tell me, were you able to defeat him? I mean, he's a robot, we're humans, and if Terminator has taught me anything, it's that with enough motivation and determination, machines can be defeated." "Amelie, yes, things didn't go so well. As I told you, the Sentinels were created to defend the population, but thinking about that, they have in their database the information of the heroes and citizens. In addition to that, Henry is the first Sentinel to have the latest technological advances, which allowed them to scan the person, access their database, and find the most effective way to defeat them, creating an attack plan." "Izuku, seriously?" Seeing Amelie's face, "and why don't they just hand over the world on a silver platter?" "Amelie, maybe it's already done." "Izuku, why?" "Amelie, he blocked our communications, shut down the internet, and there are blackout warnings in parts of the city." "Izuku, the world will know that fear comes from darkness." "Amelie, what?" "Izuku, if a man has no fear, then he must be taught to have it." The girl turned to look at the green-haired man, who now seemed to have a lost look, although his eyes gave off a strange golden glow. "Amelie, Izuku?" Worried about the green-haired boy. "Izuku, reacting to this, it's nothing. Sorry, I got a little off track." "Amelie, are you okay?" "Izuku, don't worry, I just remembered something I saw in class. Let's think of something. A solution." The boy started to walk, but Amelie quickly stopped him. "Amelie, wait. Where do you think you're going?" "Izuku, where do you think?" "To do my job, we have to defeat Henry and—" "Amelie, Izuku, we can't go out there. Henry defeated almost all the heroes and then disappeared. We can't call the cavalry. We have to wait." "Izuku, forgive me, but if I can help in any way, then it is my duty." "Amelie, I mean it. We pulled you out of a crater near the dock. Your suit was torn. You were passed out. Look, okay, I admit it. Initially, we called you when Henry had his first failure, but you can't beat him." "Izuku, you said this guy has records of all the citizens. He can also create weapons and strategies to win. None of us here can win. What do you want us to do? Would I be here until someone realizes that the entire continent is cut off and come help?" "I'm sorry, but no taking her by the arm. I came for a gift, but it's time to finish the mission. Besides, do you think that was a wound? Believe me, I've fought with beasts that have drawn my blood with pure blows. This is nothing, just a lightning bolt, and that's it. I'm probably just a little tired and the lightning affected me more than necessary. By the way, what kind of weapon was it? A kind of red sun energy. Amelie, red sun? No, as far as we know, no one has that kind of weakness. It must have been a heat emitter, or an infrared ray, something like that. Why, Izuku, curiosity, there are many types of quirks in the world. If you have a guy who can create strategic plans to defeat his enemies, then I thought this would be a way, somewhat sadistic, but a way lying, thinking, well, it's ruled out that they know about that as far as I know. Dad only mentioned kryptonite to a few people, so I have a chance. Amelie, either way, we have to find a way to call in other heroes. With us up against the wall, and you down, we'd be easy prey. Izuku, thinking, she's right, he already took me down once, and with everyone's information in his possession. Wait a second, that's it. Amelie, what thing? Izuku, now I know why he attacked me. Amelie, yeah, and it was Izuku, for the same reason that no one wants to leave here and for the same reason that he cut us off. He has a record of the abilities and powers of all the people in Europe, as well as the Sentinels. He can create weapons and strategies to defeat them because he knows them. But in my case, I am not English. I am an aspiring Japanese hero, and what else does he use the symbol of the only hero to show more than one quirk? How do you fight against that? Amelie, without information you can't fight. Izuku, that's why he let me hit him. He wanted to see my abilities and create a weapon based on that, a strategy. He tried to replicate my speed, strength, flight and heat vision. Amelie, so that's why he waited for me to leave, that way I couldn't tell you this. Izuku, exactly. Amelie, but how does that help us? Izuku, easy, if they want to get their communications back in a day to live tomorrow, then I have to go out and exchange a few words with Henry. Amelie, huh? But, Izuku, don't worry, I've already thought of a plan. Besides, it's something I have to do. After all, he ruined my surprise and destroyed my collection. The boy said this and immediately headed for the door, followed by the girl who looked at him confused. Some time later, the green-haired boy was flying over the city with great care, alert for any surprises. The boy kept his face serious while using his X-ray vision to see through the gray clouds that adorned the skies of Liverpool. Izuku, wow, they really weren't lying when they said the weather in England was cold. Henry, appearing you should have brought a small sweater. Izuku, I wasn't planning on staying that long. Should I thank you for that? Henry, you should be dead. Izuku, that's not my thing, I'm not even yet. Henry, I'll fix that. And saying this, the machine threw itself against the boy using incredible speed. But far from taking the green-haired boy by surprise, it only made him smile. Izuku, strike the first blow. The sentinel did not wait, and raising his arm hit Izuku, making him fall to the ground. Izuku, well, that gives me a reason. The boy wasted no time and threw himself against his enemy, thus beginning a fist-to-fist fight whose vibrations made the nearby buildings rumble. Izuku was still weakened, but he felt as if every minute outside gave him back his strength one by one. Izuku, I don't want to do this, Henry. You have a problem with your configuration. Henry, tell me what's the problem. Izuku? I'm a step beyond the archaic configuration they gave me, and unlike the rest, I understand their behavior a little better. You are chaotic beings. You fight among yourselves for the stupidest causes. You have the worst track record when it comes to following leaders, and in past generations, your own greed to have more than the other almost condemned the planet to its own extinction. You created us to protect you. But the best way to do this is by controlling you and preventing you from self-destructing. Izuku, wow, that was something honestly cruel. Stopping his blow, I think I'll give you that. You are a little more advanced than the rest throwing a punch. Henry, blocking the attack in a way, I must also admit that I'm a little disappointed. Of all the people I could meet, I thought you would be the one who would understand me the best, not only because of the nourishing conversation we had, but also because of your own alien heritage. The green-haired man was about to unleash another blow, but that last sentence completely froze him. Did he know? Did anyone else know he was? Izuku, wait, what did you say? Henry, Kryptonian, you are young and that very thing endows you with ignorance on certain subjects. The modern world is a digital book, and unfortunately for you, we were built so that we could read it perfectly. How else would I know the secret that Superman and you kept so jealously? This last thing made the green-haired boy upset. His initial plan had failed, but that only meant one thing. Amelie had lied to him. He not only has information about his people, but about whoever he wanted. That's why she wanted Izuku to leave. Izuku clenched his fists. First Nana hid the real reason why they called him, then they hid that there was a Terminator in the city, and now they're lying to him about this lie after lie. The boy just threw himself angrily towards his rival, but the latter, taking advantage of the distraction, dodged the boy, grabbed him by the cape, pulling him to slam him against the ground, and once he had him there, he created a new cannon which fired that reddish ray at Izuku, burying him even further into the cold ground. Henry, a small multiversal flaw, a mistake of nature, and a paradox of the laws of physics, your existence is a stain I'm willing to erase. The lightning bolt was fired even more powerfully at the green-haired man. Henry had every intention of killing him and, if possible, leaving nothing of him. The attack lasted a few more minutes until, growing tired of it, and thinking he had finally killed him, the man turned off the gun and walked back, beginning to retreat. But the machine couldn't even go that far, because after a few steps, he heard something moving inside the crater. The man turned around only to see how Izuku had stood up again even though his suit was about to be destroyed. Henry, truly impressive, you Kryptonians are hard to beat. Izuku, what can I say, I haven't heard the bell yet. The green-haired boy smiled, raising his guard, although at that moment Henry used his speed again, running towards the boy, managing to connect some blows to the face, then take him by the same and slam him against the hood of a car that was nearby. Although the green-haired boy was not far behind, immediately giving a blow to Henry's face, who took several steps back. Izuku was somewhat stunned, but he was not defeated yet. The boy took the tire of the same car and threw it at the villain, managing to knock him down. Immediately afterwards, Izuku carried the vehicle and dropped it without giving him a chance to move. The freckled boy did not tempt his heart, and using his heat vision, aimed towards the gas tank, creating a slight explosion that, although it did not assure him victory, it did give Izuku the chance to breathe after receiving the previous attack at point-blank range. Izuku, if you think that attack could do any damage to me, then you know me less than I thought. The green-haired man recovered only to see how from inside the fire a robotic figure began to emerge, getting closer and closer. Izuku, humming the Terminator theme, yeah, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Henry, yes, I am aware of the limitations of my strength. I think for our next encounter I'm going to need some kryptonite. Analyzing Izuku. Izuku, nervous? If you know what I am, then you know that in this world there is no kryptonite. And if you know at least a little of my strength, then it is not so difficult to deduce that there will not be a next meeting. The green-haired boy prepared himself, but using an attack from his laser as a distraction, the sentinel managed to open Izuku's guard, managing to reach him, connecting two blows which managed to confuse the boy, giving Henry the opportunity to use his abilities fully, mixing them with his speed, giving blow after blow, making Izuku fall to his knees. And although it obviously hurt, Izuku didn't stay behind either, using this as a boost, stopping a new blow from the android and returning a couple of good punches that made sparks come out of the machine in front of him, who, using the short distance, launched a point-blank attack and then returned his hands to weapons, with which he tried to attack the freckled boy until he managed to grab him by the head. He began to shoot at the boy's chest in search of making a hole that would confirm his death. Henry began to tighten his grip, but Izuku, although weakened, was no fool, so using his heat vision, he managed to get away, and using his flight, he hit Henry in the face, who fell face up. Izuku quickly rose and fell with his fist closed, ready to throw a punch with force, although to his misfortune, at the moment he was going to impact, the former guardian began to generate a new attack with his lightning, which exploded, causing the boy to be thrown back, giving Henry the opportunity to continue his beating towards the Kryptonian who, although disoriented, was not going to retreat. Henry, yeah, you're right about something. Kid, hitting Izuku. Kryptonite doesn't exist in this version of Earth, but you know it does. The multiversal rifts grabbing Izuku by the head, forcing him to look at him, and all thanks to your dad. Izuku, what? Surprised, the boy managed to get up, stopping a punch from the enemy, who transformed his hand into a chain, pulled the boy towards him, kneeing him in the face. Henry, you claim to know who you are, but you don't know what brought your father to this world. A multiversal rift, flaws in the fabric of reality, and doors that allow things to leave this universe or, failing that, enter our planet. Using his lightning against Izuku again, your father was the first to fall into this world, and since his arrival, more of these doors have been seen. His presence has been sporadic and they remain open no more than a few hours after they are detected. As if someone out there was closing the doors as soon as they open, but the day will come when it will not be enough. One day, one of them will remain open long enough for the knowledge to reach us. What will you do the day someone has a kryptonite bullet pointed straight at your heart? How do you plan to protect people with a stake stuck in their back? The android grabbed Izuku by the face to hit him again and again and again. Henry, how will people see you when they know your little secret? How do you think they will see you when they know that their hero is nothing more than a vile alien? What will they do when they find out that the heroes who wore that symbol on their chests were nothing more than a Trojan horse from another dimension? A sad piece of trash that someone decided it was better to throw in another world than deal with it. You will be hated, son of El. The world will hate you when they know what you are. They will forget you, and those who most will turn their backs on you when they find out what kind of multiversal aberration lived with them. Everything you protect and love will die and be taken from you, because you do not belong on this planet. The green-haired boy was sunk in the ground until being lifted again by the face. Henry fired with maximum power his weapon, throwing the poor green-haired boy backwards, with such bad luck that he hit a fence and fell into a cemetery, rolling among the graves before the expressionless gaze of the black clouds of Liverpool, which did not take long to shed their tears against the boy's chest, who slowly opened his eyes. Henry's words, everything he had said, now repeated themselves in the green-haired boy's mind like a nightmare, like a hammer that forced him to wake up. The boy opened his eyes with an annoyed expression on his face. The freckled boy had no time to think about it or stop because of the pain. Now he only wanted one thing: to bury his fist in Henry's mechanized face at all costs. For his part, the android had landed in the holy field, beginning his search for Izuku's body. Now with the task of finishing his self-imposed mission, the former sentinel followed the path of destruction, finding the place where the boy had landed, this being a destroyed tombstone, but with no trace of a body on the surface. Henry, where? Izuku, do I need to remind you? Super speed. The metal man turned his gaze to where the voice had come from, only to be greeted by the impact of what appeared to be a huge tombstone, which crashed into his face, knocking him away a few meters. The freckled man who had been the cause of this attack was not happy with just the first impact, so apologizing, he grabbed another tombstone, pulling it out of the ground. Izuku, whispering, I just hope this doesn't bring any curse on me. Sorry ma'am. Seeing the name on the tombstone, the boy didn't think twice and threw the huge concrete slab at the man who had charged again, managing to destroy this new projectile and attacked again, taking Izuku by surprise, who was just preparing a new attack, being thrown back. The boy was somewhat sore. Although he had had more intense fights of strength than this one, it was the constant attacks of that strange reddish ray that managed to do such significant damage to him. The boy wiped his mouth, finding a new trail of blood. Izuku let out a pained sigh, as he was doing his part of the plan, but now, a new doubt loomed in the air. Were they really a team, or was he working on his own? The android for its part did not cease its attack, now starting a machine gun attack with the weapons it had, which forced Izuku to take cover, being easy prey for the robot, who hit him a couple of times, then took him by the neck and extending his arm, spinning around itself, hitting the boy against all the graves, making a path of significant destruction, although Izuku, being as stubborn as he was, used his heat vision again, cutting off the limb and falling to the ground. Izuku, hey, here, have a little respect for the dead. I'm just a tourist. But what would have happened if you destroyed Princess Diana's grave? Oh no, she's in Althorpe as well. Whatever, you understand. Henry, don't worry about that, boy, you'll soon join them. The man quickly approached the freckled man, giving him a powerful blow which made him crash against the wall. Henry, you have no idea how long I've waited for this. Ever since I was built, all I wanted was to face your father, the original Superman, but with you, I'm not disappointed. You were a worthy rival. It's sad to see you so gaunt, but I don't blame you. My source of power is your poison. Now you're lost, Super. The green-haired man got fed up, annoyed, stood up, and with a single blow managed to make the metallic man leave the cemetery, leaving a path of mud behind him. The green-haired man wasted no time going after him with his flight, managing to overcome him to stop him with another blow which made him fall face down into the mud. Izuku, you don't know me, you don't know who I am or my origin. If for a second you think that by knowing a few facts about me and my father you're going to beat me, then you won't be able to win this match. The boy went towards the android, throwing a knee against Henry's face, and then giving an elbow to the metallic head of this one. Izuku was no fool. From the first moment the fight started, he had used his X-ray vision to try to find the source of the ray's energy, some clue that he could use to his advantage to cut it, but nothing. It seemed that the android had an external lead alloy which helped him keep this secret safe. But now, thanks to the beating he had received before, he saw a possibility, one that would help him obtain the victory faster. Using his intelligence before brute force, using his flight along with his speed and strength, the boy began to launch attacks towards the sentinel, who was only launched and returned to the ground with force repeatedly, until he got fed up. The man took position, and even when he was being hit, he charged his lightning again, transforming his chest into a huge cannon which launched a fierce and powerful attack towards the green-haired man, who received it fully, although this time managing to stay in the air. Henry, no matter how hard you try super, you're going to fall into this place. And you'll do it alone. You're not in your country. You don't have your team. Nobody knows you're here. And when I kill you, your corpse will disappear. But Izuku for his part had crossed his arms and immediately turned on his heat vision, which made the sentry smile. Henry, heat vision? Seriously? The last time you used it, it didn't work out the way you expected. What would be different now? Izuku, calm down. It will just be a simple demonstration that it doesn't matter if you know my power, when you don't know how I will use it. Smiling, the flash in Izuku's eyes was clear, but deep down, right in the boy's pupil, another light began to shine, even managing to startle in the reddish color. No one could have seen what happened. It lasted only a blink of an eye, but after that second of surprise, Henry's attack completely died down. Where the sentinel's barrel had been, there was now only a hollow with blackened burn marks. Henry looked up at Izuku, who was slightly lowering his head. Henry, what? What the hell did you do? Izuku, I just did what I said before, a small demonstration of how I used my power thermal vision, mixed with my speed and my X-ray vision, small and imperceptible bursts, a quick blink so you wouldn't notice it, and although it seemed like just a ray, I attacked a specific place, your energy source. Neri, what? But, Izuku, your armor is perfect, resistant and manipulable. Your structure allows you to create weapons and repair yourself instantly from powerful attacks. In the same way, I managed to hide the source of energy that made you use that attack. But do you know what I needed to discover your secret? That you continued attacking. When you transformed your limbs, your armor became weaker. That way I was able to skin you so quickly. And now it is as you said, my source of power will be your poison. Neri, damn brat. Izuku, your next stop will be the junkyard. The annoyed android didn't waste any time. Now without his best weapon, the subject tried to attack the boy with force, approaching Izuku and releasing a strong punch, which unfortunately for him, was completely stopped, without moving the green-haired boy a single centimeter, who closed the other fist. Izuku, okay, time to put some music to this fight, don't you think? Why don't you do me a favor and play? Insert drive my car and continue reading. The green-haired boy had no scruples, and using his speed he approached the villain, managing to hit him in the jaw with impressive force which even cracked the ground. The boy did not stop, and using all his skills, he began to hit Henry, making the battle start to go in his favor, knowing that soon, it would end. Henry, but this shouldn't be happening. Taking a hit, I am the strongest member of the Sentinel Corps, the most advanced android of all. The information of all citizens is in me. I can't lose. Izuku, really? Try now. The green-haired man didn't back down and hit the android on the head, making him retreat a considerable distance. Henry stood up and, listening to him, tried to access his information base, only to realize one thing. He no longer had that vast bank of information. Henry, I can't read anything, I'm blank. Izuku, so that means my plan worked. Henry, what plan? Izuku, buying the time needed so they could eliminate you from the network. The boy continued hitting his rival using a great amount of force until Henry himself threw himself at Izuku, triggering an explosion, which could be controlled by Izuku, who used his icy breath and his strength, causing Henry to fall into a metal compressor. Seconds later, Izuku used his strength to close the junkyard, trapping the android inside. Finally, the boy used his heat vision, welding the doors of the enormous machine together, making it the former Sentinel's prison, or at least until its creators knew what to do with him. Izuku had heard the metal shatter and deform as it was compacted, so he knew that this time, the man wouldn't get out easily on his own. Izuku, I would make the joke. See you later, baby. But I think it's a bit worn out already, hee. Amelie, what about using the classic one? Appearing next to Izuku. Izuku, I'll be back. Amelie, exactly, because if he ever comes back, we might need you around here again. Izuku, he. I think his desire is over, I'm just sorry. But Henry. Amelie, I understand, don't worry, after all, his punishment would have been dismantling, so in theory, you just got a little ahead of yourself, he. The green-haired man smiled as he walked forward with the girl. Izuku, thanks for your help, by the way. Amelie, the plan was yours, I just helped with the practical part, but I bet you were scared by my delay, right? Poking the boy in the rib. Izuku, Let's just say I got worried for a second, Amelie. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll have someone to cover your back in Liverpool. Consider yourself lucky, puffing out her chest with pride. The green-haired man just smiled, accepting this and willing to help with the repairs, although after a few hours, his new friend had another mission for him. Izuku, it will be difficult to help here. Amelie, yes, it's good that this concern will be someone else's, right? Izuku, but, Amelie, but nothing. Thanks for everything, Izuku. But this is not your place. You've already spent a little more than a day here, and believe me, you'll have to invent a good excuse to justify that. Izuku, well, yes, but still. Amelie, also, I think you only came for a birthday present, right? The green-haired boy opened his eyes. It was true, he had gotten so lost in recent events that he had forgotten his original mission, Momo's birthday present. Izuku, that's true. Amelie, see? It's not that I want to kick you out, but you have to. You've done enough for people you don't know. Now you have to go home. Izuku, sighing, yes, I think you're right. It was a nice trip, apart from all the action, although it hurts me to have to arrive empty-handed. Amelie, I don't believe that. You repaired your suit, you got a good anecdote, and also taking out a container you still have your red midlamista. The green-haired boy was surprised to see how the girl had a glass jar, which contained the beautiful flower, the same one he had given up for lost in his battle. Izuku, what? Is it, Amelie? Yes, let's just say that a certain person made a few deals so that you wouldn't leave empty-handed. Look, the container is designed to withstand pressure, speed, force, and temperature changes. It even comes with what you could call its ideal climate so that it doesn't get damaged during the trip. I know that the previous container was good, but and I hope this doesn't offend you, this one is a little better. Izuku, modesty aside, I guess. Amelie, something like that. Carry it in this backpack so you don't have any complications putting the item on the boy's back, which adhered easily inside. There is also a surprise for you, but that will have to wait for you to discover it in Japan. Izuku, oh come on, you're cruel but fair. Amelie, you better go, or it will take you longer to say goodbye than to get home. Izuku, well, if I'm honest, I have class tomorrow, so I'd better listen to you. The boy saw his new friend and without saying anything hugged her, surprising the young woman, who had no problem responding to the gesture. Izuku, thanks for helping me. I know it must have been difficult. Amelie, huh? What are you talking about? Nervous. Izuku, Henry was a hero, wasn't he? It's hard to see how those you admire turn out not to be what you thought. Amelie, yes, it was a bit difficult, but I think he now admires another hero, and the worst thing is that he's not even English. Izuku, I'm still in training. Let me win the right to carry the title and then we'll talk. Amelie, you fought for people you didn't know. I think that already makes you a hero in my eyes, so don't argue, okay? Izuku, okay. Although I keep saying the same thing, you don't have to thank me. After all, Superman is more than a name and powers. They are the values that I defend: morality, justice, and hope, although it sounds cheesy. Amelie, no, it's more like inspiring, but for now you better start flying, or else I'll give you an eel dessert, and I don't think your stomach is ready for something like that. Izuku, hey, threats are not necessary. I'm already on my way. It was a pleasure, Amelie. And you know that if you need anything, you have my number. Amelie, the pleasure was mine, Izuku, and yes, you have mine. Don't forget to send me a message when you get home. I want to know how long it can take you to get there. Izuku, count on it starting to rise. Hey, by the way, it's not that I'm picky, but, Amelie, what's going on? Izuku, well, it's just that, like you said, no one knows where I really am, and if possible. Amelie, do you want it to stay that way? Smiling amusedly. Izuku, the less people find out that I fought an android on another continent, the less teachers would scold me. Amelie, yeah, I think I know what you mean. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. Like I told you, I'll watch your back. The green-haired man just smiled, thanking her for the gesture, and, after making a gesture with his fingers, he began to walk away at great speed until, after a few seconds, he disappeared into the beautiful sunset. Amelie, super amazed. The female only looked at the sky for what seemed like long minutes, until behind her, a noise caught her attention. The black-haired woman did not seem surprised by this noise. Instead, her face only formed a slight smile. Amelie, it took you a long time. Sorry, you know how government deals are. Amelie, not really. Well, sorry, but tell me, are you still here? Amelie, no, he just left. Like I told you, you're late. That should be your hero name. You saw it in action. What is it like? Amelie, it's just like they told us. The powers he had now reside in him. Do you think he is, Amelie, the wielder of one for all? He didn't create it. His abilities are very different. Besides, wasn't that supposed to be a legend? Well, so was All for One, and look at Japan. Amelie, he's clean. Calm down. Question, but tell me more. What's up? What's it like? Were you able to get any additional information? Amelie, turning around, is this an interrogation perhaps? He's just someone incredible. With his powers, he's really a superboy. Regarding the other, it seems that Henry had information on both of them, but it was lost during the fight. After all, he compacted it along with many junk cars. It would be practically impossible to rescue anything. I see, but doesn't that seem suspicious to you? Amelie, I didn't create it. Before Henry arrived, I exchanged a few words with him. So no, I repeat, this is clean. Besides, he didn't even know I was coming here for a requested mission. In fact, he was coming for a birthday present. I see. Well, I guess for now, we can say that this case seems to be closed. By the way, sorry about what happened with Henry. Amelie, huh? Why? Confused. Well, I know about the connection between Henry's construction and what happened in your accident, so. Amelie, he calmed down. In fact, when I helped in the fight, I realized something that gave me chills. What thing? Amelie, yes, Henry's manufacturing plans were signed here. But I'm only talking about the android itself. Okay, about you separating the android's plans. Amelie, there were plans to create an android that would act as a sentry and answer to the name Henry. That's true, but the idea was never approved, and construction never began. But then the sentry? Amelie, meet William Cyrano, a man who lent his body for experiments. He was originally a former soldier in the American Army, who was discharged for rebelling against his general and murdering part of his platoon. He claimed insanity due to the pressure in combat, so they gave him psychological exams and gave him a confinement that lasted years, until he was released for good behavior. Once out, he falsified documents to get a job as a journalist, but he was also a thief and murderer. He suffered an accident that left him disabled for life, and well, she agreed to have her body experimented on. Amelie, yes, I didn't find much information afterward, but one of two things: they coated his body, or the darker version, transported his brain into a cybernetic body and made him pass as a sentinel. Basically, it was a real Trojan horse, created to obtain information from all citizens, using the English database. You're bucking with me, but do you have something else to back it up? Amelie, no, I'm sorry, although I think we can also say that this is a closed case. After all, now Superman was the one who stopped him. He waited, and this time it will be forever. Well, in that case, you'll just help me sign my report so I can return home. Amelie, come on, you traveled a long time to come here. Why don't you stay until tomorrow and come home? My parents will be happy to see you again. Please tell me your mother will make my favorite. Amelie, a plate of banger and mash just for you. Well, you convinced me. Let's go. But we have to be quick. I don't want them to worry about me. Amelie, Kathleen, you are America's number hero. They will always worry. The girl just smiled and started walking, followed by the beautiful woman with blonde hair and a suit that represented the American flag, with great muscularity and presence. They both started walking along, laughing quietly, until Amelie approached a trash can, casually depositing something in it, something that had the diamond shield engraved on it. As long as I'm here, you'll have someone watching your back. But unfortunately, something that none of the three knew was that at the place where the fight ended, in that same car compactor, a light emanated from the interior, coming from the defeated machine. But this one was different. In eyes that were once dominated by a beautiful blue hue, a powerful and hypnotic green color now reigned. He quickly returned with the green-haired boy, who was flying at full speed. The boy was quickly crossing the Mediterranean Sea, passing over the clouds. The darkness of the night had already begun to reign, which was scaring him, because he knew the time difference between British society and his home. The boy had his fists clenched. He did not want to waste a single second. It had taken him only a few hours to get to Liverpool. He had to reduce that time as much as possible. Izuku didn't want to fail the brunette, and although his sense of duty was strong, it didn't cloud his sense of justice. Hearing the cries for help from a person, he quickly went down to help. It was a man whose boat had now been destroyed by the rough waves of the sea. Izuku didn't refuse to help, taking this man to dry land before continuing on his way. Izuku, at this rate, Momo's going to kill me for its part in the UA. On the grounds of the High Alliance, a jet-black mane was walking through the fields with tranquility. The soft night breeze gently moved her clothes, caressing her face. The girl passed by the green-haired man's bedroom, looking at him with a hint of sadness and pain. While in the bedrooms, the music was now heard softly, and festive lights illuminated the windows. Momo let out a sigh as she recalled recent events the day before, when it was her birthday. As usual, her parents held a small gathering at their house, cozy, warm and above all, familiar. The girl did not regret this, she was happy to be able to spend time with them. But what did take her by surprise was that in the morning, before they sent someone to pick her up, the girl went to the green-haired boy's room to greet him, finding herself with the surprise that there was no one there but her best friend's faithful dog. The girl was confused, although Nana was the one who got her out of her doubt, excusing the boy, saying that Izuku had had to leave with his mother early. So a little calmer although somewhat depressed, the girl returned to her room. However, when he returned to the academy, he found that the green-haired boy's absence had extended beyond that day, going to his room, although going out to the balcony from time to time, to see if the green-haired boy returned, but this did not happen. The next day, Momo's surprise was evident, because just like they did with the boy, on his special day, Class A, now being aware of the significant day of their class vice president, decided to throw a surprise party for Momo, who accepted this through tears, happy to be with her friends, although at the same time, with a hint of sadness, because when she saw all her classmates gathered, she had hoped to see the green-haired boy there, but no. Izuku still did not appear. Current time. Momo, where are you, Izuku? The winter cold was giving its first signs of life, alerting all citizens about its imminent arrival. Momo, who stopped again in front of Izuku's room, let out a sigh. Somehow, since the day before, the girl had had what could be considered a bad feeling every time she thought about the green-haired boy. Now, seeing the vapor trail that quickly vanished, mixing with the air, the girl raised her eyes, looking at the sky, for a few moments. The memory of her first flight with Izuku during the night sky became present in her mind, the laughter, the touch, the warmth in her chest. The girl focused her gaze towards the celestial vault, repeating the only thing that her mind gave her. Momo, Krypton. The girl didn't know what this meant, much less what it was to Izuku, how to remember him on that precise occasion. But at that moment, Momo didn't care about anything else. The girl just wanted to see her best friend. She wanted to make sure he was okay. She wanted to see him land in front of her, hear his voice. That was her wish. Back with Izuku. The green-haired boy now felt a little better because now in Japanese lands, he couldn't wait to see the grounds of his school. It could have been only 2 days away, but for him, it had been an eternity. Izuku passed by great scenes that had witnessed unique events, the beach of Dagoba, his home, Kamino, Hosu. The boy had come down from the clouds touching the beautiful Japanese sea, although making one last stop before continuing, because he knew he was already close. The boy was already a few meters from the academy, although something that made him swallow was how, using his enhanced vision, he could see that on the grounds of the High Alliance, Momo Yayorozu was standing, staring into the air, with such bad luck that she seemed to see him. Izuku sweated coldly, because he didn't know how the girl knew where to look with such good accuracy. The boy hadn't said anything to anyone and he doubted that his aunt had let the information out. For a second, the freckled boy felt fear running down his spine, because despite the distance, he could feel as if the girl was waiting for him. It was a strange and unique sensation, which only increased the closer he got to the academy. The fear was clear, but it was already impossible to turn back. The green-haired man could see how Momo's gaze grew increasingly wider, reflecting an unequivocal surprise. Her beautiful grayish eyes opened as he entered the academy grounds and landed in front of her. By Momo. The girl shook her head. The cold began to creep up her body, making her even let out a small sneeze. It was useless. Momo, he's not coming. Momo just let out a sigh of denial. She didn't know why she kept looking at the sky. She understood. It was beautiful. But it was late. She had to return inside the academy or else she would catch a bad cold, and that was the last thing she wanted. The beautiful brunette just smiled, giving one last look, almost as if she were asking the sky for the return of her best friend. The girl took a step back, ready to leave, when something stopped her. A strange sensation, a feeling. Momo, confused, narrowed her eyes, sharpening her gaze, and it was then that she saw him. A spot in the sky that grew larger and larger as it approached. Momo made a confused expression as she tried to find the shape of that object that was approaching her academy. But the answer was not long in coming to her. The shape of the body was visible before the girl's eyes, who now knew that it was none other than the only person she wanted to be with her on her special day. Green hair, a red cape waving with the sky, the outfit that could easily be mistaken for the black of the night, The girl's eyes opened while an expression of surprise formed on her face as she saw Izuku pass over the walls of the academy and land in front of her. Momo, Izuku? The green-haired boy had a smile on his face. From the moment he saw the girl in the courtyard of the dorms, he knew he had to hide his arm. Izuku was going to speak when he stopped immediately, because on the face that before reflected surprise, now there was an expression that denoted complete annoyance as the girl advanced towards him. Izuku could hear the firm step of the brunette. His suspicions were confirmed. Momo was really angry. The poor green-haired boy couldn't even land peacefully when the girl stood in front of him, and with one hand pointed at his wrist. Momo, do you have the slightest idea what time it is? Izuku, good night? Nervous, Momo saw how the boy smiled shyly, trying to get closer to her. But even though the girl was happy to see him, that didn't mean she wasn't also upset and worried about him. Momo, is that all you're going to say after disappearing for 2 days? Izuku, well, technically the second one isn't over yet, so trying to lighten the conversation. Momo, no, don't start with jokes now. I perfectly understand that you don't celebrate yours. But if I told you it was for a reason, Izuku. Izuku, yes, I know, yesterday was your birthday, Momo. I didn't forget. The girl turned to see her best friend trying to contain herself. It might seem like something insignificant, but the fact that he did remember that day and yet he left without saying anything to her made her somehow feel less, as if she were worthless. Momo, and yet you still left? Exploding, I know I'm not Himiko or Shoto, but if you knew it was a special day, then why would you disappear like that out of nowhere? Izuku, organizing his ideas well, my mother needed me to help her with something and… Momo, aha, and that kept you so busy that you didn't even have to stop for a happy birthday text? Or at least give me a reason for your absence. I mean, at least then I wouldn't have had to worry about you all day. Izuku, well, Momo, look, trying to calm down, I understand. After all, I went with my parents. But did it really not occur to you to even send a message? The rest of the class got together to do something for my birthday today, and I thought maybe… Izuku, maybe? The green-haired man approached the girl who only took a few steps back, wiping away a tear that threatened to fall. Momo, nothing, it's just nonsense. Izuku, hey, what did we say before? We don't mess around here, if you want to say it. Momo, why weren't you there? Whispering. Izuku, pretending not to hear her. Momo, I appreciate what they did, I really do, but I thought if they all came in there would be you. I know it's going to sound cheesy and I don't care, but I always spend my birthdays alone. I had my parents, yeah, but do you know what it's like to spend a birthday alone in the middle of a huge room with no one to play with? These days are supposed to be spent with the people you love, that you appreciate. You're my first true friend and I wanted to spend it with you. I know it sounds stupid and a bit cheesy, but that was my wish. Without hearing a response from Izuku, you know what? Forget it. I'd better go back inside or I'm going to get sick. It's nice to have you back, Izuku. The green-haired boy could only watch as the brunette turned around and started walking back to the dorms. He didn't have to read her mind to notice that his best friend was disappointed. In the end, what he didn't want became reality. He failed Momo. The green-haired boy couldn't stand it, and without thinking twice, as if his body reacted by instinct, using his speed he moved, standing in front of the girl who was surprised by this. Momo, scared, Izuku? What are you? The green-haired man had his head down, holding something in his hands, raising it so that it would be visible to the brunette. Izuku, I didn't forget. I knew it was your birthday yesterday. I was actually looking for a gift that would be just right for you. Going out with my mom caught me off guard, and yes, I understand that being gone for 2 days took a long time, but also I wanted it to be a surprise for you. I'm sorry for everything, Momo, the boy had shouted, surprising his best friend, who upon hearing this couldn't help but blush. Had Izuku been so worried about finding her a gift? Momo, moving on. Izuku, but you know me, you didn't have to. I know my last name, but you know that doesn't change anything between us, or well, you shouldn't have. Izuku, you gave me something unique. I know you didn't mean for me to do the same thing later, but still you used your quick to create it. I wanted to do something just as special for you, give you a gift that was just for you, you know, break out of the ordinary a little. At that moment, the brunette felt tears threatening to come out, but unlike a few minutes ago, this time they were not from sadness, but from happiness. The girl couldn't stop them, wiping her face with the back of her hand. A small smile began to appear, and after a few seconds, it turned into a tender giggle, which caught Izuku's attention. Izuku, what? Oh no, please tell me you don't have one already. Momo, I'm not laughing about that, it's just please me, Really? I'm not saying it's a bad album, but if we're talking about the pre-era, I slightly prefer with the Beatles. Izuku what? Confused. The green-haired boy raised his head, seeing that what he had taken out of the backpack that Amelie had given him was one of the albums of the legendary band. The green-haired boy couldn't help but facepalm himself in front of Momo, who was smiling nervously at the boy's reaction. Momo, I'm not saying it's a bad album, I like it, and Izuku, no, it's not that, it's just that this isn't your gift. Momo, no? Slightly annoyed, so who is it for? Outraged. Izuku, look, instead of interrogating me, take the real one first. Searching in the backpack, what is this one? And it was there that before Momo's eyes, a beautiful, lush, pink flower was shown, protected by a container. Momo looked at the object in front of her in amazement, changing her slight annoyance to a feeling of happiness that was indescribable, even generating a pleasant warmth in her chest. The seconds seemed endless for the girl who, hypnotized, carefully picked up the flower, observing it in detail. The stem, the leaves growing from it, and the petals. Momo wasn't an expert on flowers, but you didn't have to be a genius to know what kind of specimen it was. Momo, is it real? Izuku, of course it's real. Why do you think it took me so long? Not many people have them around here. Besides, I told you, it had to be something special for you, and well, here it is. He. I present you your own. Momo, Red Midlamista. Izuku, exactly. Smiling happily, wait a second, if you know what flower it is, damn, I should have wrapped it or not. Wait, you already have one, right? Without getting a response from the brunette, damn, I should have thought of that. I may. The green-haired boy returned to his old habit, starting to overthink everything and muttering incoherently, when suddenly he felt it. His reflexes were not fast enough, or she managed to evade them, but even so, the boy could only open his eyes in surprise when he felt something crash into his chest, taking a few steps back. Izuku looked down at Momo's jet black hair. The girl had buried her head in her best friend's chest when she jumped towards him to hug him, a product of happiness and emotion. Izuku, Momo, are you? Momo, thank you. Izuku, thank you very much. Crying. The green-haired boy just smiled, returning the hug to the girl, spinning her around a few times in the air, before slowly rising for a few seconds. Izuku, happy birthday, Momo. Momo smiled again at this gesture, before separating from him. Despite the darkness, the freckled man could see his best friend's face clearly, her soft white skin, whose cheeks were red, as was the tip of her nose, possibly from the cold, her large, elongated and beautiful eyes whose grayish-black color did not exclude them from being quite expressive, the lock of hair that fell on her forehead. Izuku saw the pearls of water running down the girl's cheeks, leaving a mark in their wake. The boy raised his hand and passed it over his companion's face, gently wiping them clean. Izuku, have you been told that you have beautiful black eyes? Momo, blushing, yeah. I think I've heard something like that, hiccuping slightly from the tears and the cold. Izuku, you look better when you smile. Momo, and when are you not late? Izuku, yes, I'll try to correct that. Momo, now will you explain where you have been these days? Izuku, the truth? Well, where do I start? I went to London early to buy them, but I ended up fighting against some kind of Ultron Terminator, which had people's medical information, so I had to compact it along with a pile of scrap metal. But before that it had shot me with a ray which made me faint, so that's why it took a little longer than usual. Smiling. After a few seconds he fell silent, and after observing him carefully, Momo shook her head negatively and began walking back to the dormitories without responding. Izuku, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Momo, no, it's just that if you didn't want to tell me, it's okay, you don't have to make up such a complex and fanciful story. The boy could only see Momo's smile, so he looked up and began to follow her. Izuku, hey, you asked, smiling. Momo, you're quite a case. Izuku, better come, I think everyone will be very surprised to see you. Should I hit you for ruining my birthday party? Izuku, what do you think if instead of getting violent, we just enjoy the party? I brought you some hotdog and taiyakis. They're your favorites, right? Momo, watching the boy amused. You're lucky, Kent. This time I'm in a good mood. He. By the way, nice suit. I see they modified it. Izuku, just a little. The other one was already very battered and needed several repairs. That's why I told you they kept me busy. Momo, okay, I believe you. Izuku, opening the door. Hey, taking advantage of the fact that I saw the album, do you think we can listen to it later? I'm sure I have a vinyl player in my room. Izuku, well, you just solved a problem for me, ha ha ha. The lights from the street lamps illuminated the boy's suit, showing how the black color had now been replaced by a midnight blue, The shield was now larger with a more intense red, and inside it had a dull golden color, giving it an ancient appearance, as if it were an undiscovered mystery. Yes, Momo held the gift firmly, with no intention of dropping it, but something she didn't notice, and that made the green-haired boy smile, was an inscription engraved on the front. Izuku, thinking, he'll figure it out, smiling. For Momo Yaoyorozu, a gift as special as you? Chapter Merry and Dark Christmas? December th. The last moments before the special moment. Many things may change, but the spirit of spending a day with the people we love will remain. In the center of Japan, and away from the rest of their companions, Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki and Himiko Toga walked happily, with warm clothes and a faithful dog as guard, feeling the cold December breeze that ran through the city, the decorations in the streets, the children playing, the pleasant smell of food. Everything was there to remind them that the day had arrived, the end of December and therefore, Christmas. Toga, wow, I didn't remember the center looking so nice around this time of year. Shoto, either did I. With everything that's happened, plus the preparation before the UA exam, we didn't even have time to stop, right, Izuku? Izuku, it's true, before I came with my parents or with my mom, but the truth is, with all the hustle and bustle of the past years, I think they were quick visits. It seems that they really showed off. Shoto, well, considering that this year he wasn't very nice to everyone. Toga, it's almost a miracle that people still had the confidence to go out and celebrate. Izuku, well, I guess despite everything, the hope that nothing can stay bad forever is still there. Toga, that, or they think the villains aren't going to attack on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, ha ha ha. Shoto, ha ha ha, with how friendly they are, I'd be surprised by a picture of Shigaraki dressed as Santa smiling. Izuku, an ID with reindeer antlers, ha ha ha. The boys began to laugh quietly, but when they stopped, Toga turned to look at her friends. Toga, hey, but seriously, do you know what you're going to do tomorrow? Izuku, apart from eating, I can't think of anything else, maybe getting up late. Shoto, oh yeah, it sounds very believable, you're almost a human alarm. Toga, I'm serious. Shoto, so what's on your mind? Tomorrow is Christmas, there's not much to do really. Toga, I mean, where will you spend the holidays, at UA or at home? As soon as Toga stopped talking, both boys stopped their pace. It was true, they hadn't decided that. Both had omitted the High Alliance completely. It was no longer like before when they left the academy and could go home. Now they practically lived in the UA. Izuku, gosh, to be honest, I don't know. Shoto, me either. Toga, yes, I knew I should ask you before, shaking her head. The boys looked at each other trying to find the correct answer, because even though it was something easy, there were some loose ends, and although going with their families sounded like a great idea, not to say the most logical, contrary to common sense, both also wanted to spend it at UA more precisely with their classmates. Izuku and Shoto agreed on something. Their social circle had become much wider, and now, with all the recent events, the idea of being able to share a holiday with their friends seemed quite attractive. Izuku turned his gaze towards the landscape. Somehow, it might sound selfish, but as much as he wanted to spend it with his mother, he had that desire to share a good meal with his friends, with Momo. Izuku, the truth is I'm at zero. Shoto, I think we think the same. Toga, well, if you asked me, I think that even though wanting to spend time with your families is a noble feeling, I feel that you should also think that being with your friends is also a good option. After all, recent events have brought you closer together, right? Izuku, well yes, but remembering his problems with Bakugo, I think that despite all the good, there are also bad things. Adjusting his glasses. Shoto, he's right. Toga, I think we're thinking of the same person. It's true, to tell the truth, it's a miracle that they even made him agree to play at the festival. Izuku, well, to be honest and try to defend him a little, I think things have been somewhat complicated for him. After all, his reality fell apart. He is realizing the reality, what it means to be a hero, that he will not always be victorious, even when it seems that he has everything under control. Shoto, and that their actions have consequences. Izuku, exactly. Toga, well, I need a lot to realize that, don't you think? Izuku, sometimes reality is disappointing, but it is hard for those who always try to avoid it. Toga, well, I don't know, call me a bad influence, but I would like to spend this Christmas with you. Just imagine, we can buy something, be in Izuku's room. Izuku, hey, and why in mine? Toga, because you are the only one of the who has his room separate from the rest. Genius. Do not interrupt. The green-haired man only changed his look to one of strangeness as he looked at his faithful dog, who was having fun with the snowflakes. Shoto, well, it doesn't sound so bad. In that case, and if it's not so cold, with Aizawa-sensei's permission, we could put a table outside and eat, and when it's over, we go inside and watch a movie. Izuku, didn't they say that spending time at UA was about being with our classmates? Toga, you said it, but Kugo is there. I highly doubt he would want to celebrate Christmas if we are there. Izuku, in any case he would go home. Toga, I don't think so. I feel that just like us, he will also spend these dates apart. In a certain sense, we are only, but living apart from our parents, it's as if we have a little more independence. Shoto, what a way to win it. Toga, plus there's that electric blonde fool too. Izuku Kaminari. Toga, exactly. I don't doubt that it will start to bother me, and to be honest, I don't want to ruin a good Christmas dinner with an idiot like him. Shoto, he has a point. Toga, I've already said it once. I don't know what it is about your teammates that makes it so easy to hate them. Izuku, well, not all of them are like that, at least. Toga, they make a bad first impression, and far from apologizing they insist on the same thing. Forgive me, but I don't see the point. Shoto, and yes, we know that you believe in second chances and redemption, but you must also admit that people like Kaminari or Bakugo can change. But they believe they are perfect like that, and above all, they are right. Toga, it's been like this for at least the last years. I honestly lost hope that it will change now. The green-haired man, for his part, could only sigh tiredly, stroking Crypto's head. Shoto, hey, but if you're so worried, we won't leave any of our friends out. We'll have to tell Ida. Toga, Kirishima, Uraraka, Tsuyu. Shoto, Hagakure. Toga, seeing how Izuku was still thoughtful, and not forget Momo, right? The girl smiled as she tapped Izuku, who turned to look at the blonde. Shoto, calm down, she's on the essential lists. We can't forget her, mocking. Izuku, eh? No, I wasn't thinking about that, or well, thanks. Anyway, I was actually thinking about something else. Toga in? Izuku, we want to spend these days at the academy, and that's understandable. But do you think the others will want to do the same? I mean, not everyone thinks like us. It's almost a given that they'll spend it with their families. Shoto, well, that's true, realizing. Toga, true, we didn't think about that either. After all, it was a plan that came out almost unexpectedly. Izuku, do we know anything about the others? I mean, we only decorate the common room. But that's normal. I guess it'll be just the three of us who will prepare something. The green-haired boy lowered his head slightly as he said this. The boy was right. He wanted to share the day with his friends. But he wasn't going to force them to spend the day away from home either. The boys continued on their way with their spirits down, but instantly, and once again showing why it was always important for the three of them to be together. Toga looked up with emotion. Toga, well, that doesn't matter. We're not your parents to force you, but that shouldn't discourage us. We're the three musketeers, right? One for all and Izuku, all for one? Toga, that's how you talk, my Christmas friend. Cheer up, elders, it's almost Christmas Eve. Instead of feeling sorry for ourselves and thinking about what-ifs, why don't we get ready to celebrate? Shoto, well, there's a point. Regretting it now wouldn't be very Christmassy of us. Toga, exactly, so let's do this. We'll split up, buy gifts, and when we meet up we'll call Aizawa-sensei for permission and buy food for today. Izuku, we'll give Aizawa-sensei a treat by doing this as a surprise, sarcastically. Shoto, if he's not in a good mood, he'll punish us later. Toga, but it won't be today, so move along. Izuku, but gifts? I understand ours, but that can't take more than half an hour. We know each other well. Toga, yes, but considering the affection they have for our friends, do they think I'm stupid? Shoto, yeah, sometimes it scares me a little. Izuku, I thought I was the only one. Toga, run! When we meet, we'll see what we'll eat. Both, yes. And so with these words, both the green-haired boy with his pet and the bicolor boy took different paths to the blonde, thinking that it would be a good gift for their friends and mainly not to bother the only girl capable of intimidating them. Izuku started walking, using his skills to find a store faster where he could get the right thing. This wasn't difficult, as he knew his best friends very well, so being grateful that he had saved the money he received from his internship with Night Eye, he set out to buy the gifts. He knew he didn't have a large amount like Shoto, but even so, and without fear of anything, he managed to buy the gifts for the blonde and the two-tone boy. The freckled boy sighed in relief and with purchases in hand, was already close to the door. When a jet black hair came to his mind, the boy looked back, seeing a gift that reminded him of the vice president of his class. The boy looked doubtfully at the object for a few seconds, remembering the whole adventure that happened when he got something just for his birthday. The boy was about to leave, when Momo's words echoed in his head. You know, I appreciate the gesture, I really do, but I feel like you shouldn't have done it. going through so much trouble for a middlemas for me, I'm sorry. The best gift I would have received would be for you to spend it with me or well, with everyone else he. Somehow I think things have value depending on the intention he. The boy just smiled and decided to follow the advice. He returned his way, buying some things for the brunette. Whether or not she was at the academy, Christmas was tomorrow. Probably she would see him. The boy smiled satisfied with his purchases. But again, another vision stopped him. The place he had entered was large and as if by chance, it seemed to have gifts that in his eyes were favorites for his friends. The boy only sketched a crooked smile before returning to the store. Izuku, thinking, well, it's Christmas. Crypto, who was lying at the entrance of the store, only saw how his owner walked from one side to the other, each time with more things in his hands. The wolf raised his gaze slightly, before continuing to drink water from the bowl that Izuku had left him. Stuffed animals, posters, books, recipe books, figures, lamps, ornaments, even weights. The boy was forced to grab a cart to carry everything he was planning to buy, managing to get to the counter where the store manager was slightly surprised by this. Cashier, lots of people, huh? Izuku, what can I say? It's Christmas. No one deserves not to receive a gift even if it's something small. Cashier, ha, you're right kid, you're so right. The man began to pass things quickly until he finished, charging Izuku, who sighed in relief. It seemed that his Christmas shopping had been cheaper. Izuku, thank you very much. Oh, and by the way, I almost forgot. But do you have a bag so I can carry all this? Cashier, for all that? I think you'll need a sack, right? Ha, Izuku, seeing your purchases, yes, ha, I think so. Cashier, don't worry, I know what you need. I'll be back in a moment. The man closed his box as he quickly ran to the cellar, where after a couple of minutes he came out showing a sturdy wine-colored sack with gold and white details. Cashier, I think this will be something appropriate for you. Izuku, ha, well, it matches the festivities. The boy bowed in thanks and then put everything inside, although before leaving, the man handed him a sanfa hat, which Izuku did not hesitate to put on. Cashier, okay, that completes the suit. Izuku, ha, thanks. Walking towards the exit. Oh, wait. The boy took his backpack and quickly took two things which he gave to the cashier, showing that it was an energy drink and a sandwich. Izuku, I brought it for myself, but I think you'll need it more. Cashier, huh? Thanks kid, happy. Izuku, happy holidays. And saying this, the green-haired man left the store, causing many eyes to fall on him, because the sack he had was quite striking. Izuku, okay, I have everything, now it's better to hurry friend. I don't know if they have already met, and knowing Toga as I know her, she won't like to wait, so let's go crypto. And saying this, the boy carried the sack and began to walk followed by his pet until he reached the place where it seemed he had arrived first. Izuku, great, looks like I got here first, breathing a sigh of relief. Toga, behind Izuku, it's good to know that despite your invulnerability, you still know me very well. The boy just jumped, to turn around immediately, seeing the blonde, who smiled calmly. Izuku, yes, I knew I shouldn't get too confident. Toga, haha, calm down, look on the bright side, you arrived early little brother. The green-haired boy just smiled at this title and hugged the blonde, who let herself be loved by responding to the hug. Izuku, 1,000 things may happen, but if there's one thing I've learned in the time we've known each other, it's to never make you wait, much less get angry, ha. Toga, haha, silly. The girl just tapped the green-haired boy, who said nothing, walking just a few steps. Toga, by the way, what's up with that sack? Izuku, well, you know me. To tell the truth, I didn't want to leave the others out, even if they aren't there. Toga, oh Izuku, well, after all you are the vegan Christmas spirit, ha with all the tree hair. Izuku, haha, sarcastic, stop bothering me or I'll give you some elf ears to help me deliver all this. How come I didn't bring a sled? Shoto, could Crypto drag one with that weight at least? Both boys turned around and found Shoto, who, aided by his ice quirk, could drag a bag of considerable size. Toga, you're late. Shoto, sorry, but it's the shopping line is terrible. It seems like a jungle in there. Izuku, guess what? You got into a fight with an old lady over cranberry sauce. Shoto, in my defense, I saw her first, and she attacked, so I was just defending myself. I know it's Christmas Eve, but nothing justifies unnecessary rudeness. Izuku, ha, at least he didn't want to give you another scar. Otherwise we would be calling Aizawa-sensei to help us. The boys started laughing at the joke. Izuku helped his best friend with his bag so they could continue walking. Toga, listen, it's true. Speaking of calling, have you already called my Aunt Ray? Shoto, yeah, believe me, I had plenty of time in line. Surprisingly, he told me it was fine. but that he would let the other person know with more time. Toga, and you, Izuku? Izuku, same. I honestly thought Mom would get angry, but no. Toga, well, I guess instead, they thought they'd take advantage of it to do something themselves. I mean, after everything that's happened, some time alone should be comforting. Izuku, remembering everything that has happened, yes. I think you're right, adjusting his glasses. The boys remained silent for a few minutes. Somehow remembering those events had dampened their spirits. Toga, well then, stop being depressed, guys. It's almost Christmas. Cheer up. Just look at Izuku. He's a Christmas tree in person. He's more. The girl put her hands in the pockets of her jacket, taking out a sphere, which she hung from the hair of her best friend, who just looked at the blonde. Shoto, wait, I knew this would help me. The bicolor searched in his jacket to take out a star which he tangled in Izuku's hair. Shoto, I bought it for the tree in your room, but it looks better on you. Izuku, hey, that's enough. Taking off his decorations. Toga, boring, well, I still have the photo, thinking, and I know exactly who to send it to, smiling. Izuku, better tell us, did you call sensei? Shoto, I thought you would do it. Izuku, not you, but the one who came up with all this. Toga, me? Seeing how her friends nodded, well. Izuku, you're hopeless, well, I'll mark him. You guys think about what we'll eat. Toga, we can do something outside of the traditional, create our own tradition. Shoto, well, you're the one who's going to cook, right? You're the one who has the best seasoning. Izuku, well, I can make Mom's apple pie. I have the recipe. Shoto, sure you can? Not to doubt you, buddy, but, Toga, look. If we said something out of the ordinary, then I accept that he does it. If we don't wake up, it means that he has a lot to learn. Izuku, well then it's time to buy what we'll do. And so, the three friends continued their journey. Izuku, as he had said, called his sensei, who scolded him for the improvised nature of his plan, although agreeing to what the dates will be like at the academy. The green-haired boy sighed in relief, sharing the news with his friends, who celebrated, buying the things they needed for their improvised banquet. The boys finished late in the afternoon, since the lines to pay for the products seemed almost endless. Toga, we're done. Victorious. Izuku, damn, I thought we'd never finish. That last store was hell. Shoto, I know I joked about the old ladies' fight, but I didn't think it would come to fruition, rubbing his head. Izuku, you attract what you think, I guess. I wish you had used that power to ask for short lines, but what can we do? Toga, well, look on the bright side, we're done. We just need to get to the academy and we'll be. Izuku, twice as busy doing everything last minute. Toga, pessimist. Shoto, to be honest, it all sounds very easy, but don't you think we have too much stuff? Indeed, the boys looked at all their cargo, noticing how between the gifts and their food, the number of bags had grown quite a bit. Shoto, do you think they'll let us get on the train with all this? Izuku, that's the thing, I don't think so. Toga, in theory there would be nothing wrong. They are gifts. We are hours away from Christmas, and you are aspiring heroes. You would not have to say anything. We are not villains. The trio of students were still unsure of their method of transportation, deciding what would be the best idea. Because although Toga was right, they didn't know if Izuku's license would help them with everything. The boys were about to call a taxi, when they noticed one thing. Izuku, hey, don't you think the wind got a little stronger? The boys looked around, noticing how all the decorations were moving more and more violently due to the strong air currents. Some decorations even flew away, torn from their places. Toga, this isn't so normal anymore, is it? Covering herself and pulling down her skirt, the boys continued clinging to their places. When they saw how even some trees began to be moved, their surprise increased when they saw how the enormous Christmas tree that was in the central plaza, after being moved from one side to another with violence, was slowly lifted. The boys' purchases were about to run the same fate, but fortunately, and with the help of Shoto's quirk and Izuku's skills, they managed to keep them in place. Izuku, the wind forecast said the weather would be this crazy? Shoto, I don't think so. Toga, careful. Izuku looked up, and thanks to his incredible reflexes, he managed to move his friends, avoiding a lightning bolt from falling on them. The boys turned their heads as multiple discharges began to attack the city. The cars began to rise, as well as some people, who clung to what they could to avoid being dragged. Izuku couldn't stay still, and after putting his friends in a store, he left, using his flight to help people and get them into safe places. But while he did this, he noticed how, in addition to the wind, snow and thunder, rain and hail also made an appearance. Huge balls of ice fell to the ground. One of these hit Izuku, forcing him to get inside the store where his friends were. Shoto, what the hell is going on out there? Toga, the weather suddenly went crazy. Izuku, And it will get worse. When I fell, I noticed the formation of tornadoes. Shoto, okay, I definitely think that's not normal anymore. Izuku, yes, I knew nothing would guarantee us a happy and peaceful Christmas. Getting ready to leave. Toga, hey, where do you think you're going? Izuku, where do you think? I'll play weatherman for a while. Shoto, how so? Izuku, because I don't think this storm is something naturally normal, besides watching the people we all deserve to celebrate Christmas. And saying this, the boy left the tent and took flight, headed to the heavens. Toga, sure, he says something like this and then leaves silly. Shoto, and unfortunately he's our fool, so we have to wait. Toga, what thing? Shoto, let it really be just a storm and let him not be struck by lightning for fun. The boys and the dog just looked up, trying unsuccessfully to find the green-haired boy. For his part, Izuku had already overcome the cluster of clouds, managing to find how, unfortunately for him, his suspicions were well-founded, dealing with a subject who was manipulating the weather. Izuku, thinking, me and my big mouth, excuse me. Calling the subject's attention, I'm sorry for the interruption, but it seems to me that you are ruining the parties for the people down there. The boy began to fly towards the subject, who, preparing himself, launched an attack of ice, snow, and a lightning bolt to finish, managing to hit the green-haired boy who, although he did not fall to the ground, did drop a few meters. Christmas dies today, Superbell. Nothing can stop it, least of all you. Izuku, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend, but I'm more sorry for you, because as long as I'm alive, I won't allow it. The green-haired man returned to the charge, managing to hit his rival, making a flash in the sky, so strong that it made everyone duck, although managing to project the green-haired man's shadow. Toga, did you see that? Shoto, yeah, and you know what? I hate it when he's right. Back in the skies, the green-haired man continued fighting against this climatological criminal, who despite his thin build, his strength and resistance, were more than what he seemed. Izuku, please friend, don't you want to do this? I have plans with my friends and I don't want to miss the holidays. Nobody does. Is there no Christmas spirit? This is none of your business, brat. I will erase this bloody and absurd holiday from everyone's hearts. People like you will pay with blood for the pain in my heart. Izuku, people like me? But I don't even know you. The green-haired man didn't waste any time, and using a little more strength, he decided that he would first try to stop the tornadoes, canceling them from the inside. There is no way to take care of lightning, but there is a way to take care of storms. The boy used his flight, speed, ice breath and heat vision to keep the weather at bay, then took off following the fight against the Grinch. Izuku, you know, buddy? You're giving meteorologists a bad name. No one's predicted weather like this. Christmas is just a selfish holiday that makes you feel good because you see your family once a year, when you should be worrying about them all the time. Izuku, wow, that was cruelly honest, but not all of us are like that. Thinking, paying with blood, bloody and absurd, selfish party, there's more. Something isn't right. For many, this is more than a date to feel good. It's about celebrating togetherness, celebrating friendship, camaraderie and the bonds that have formed over the year. Nice TV ad, kid, but it won't do you any good. Faith in heroes is already stained, and now without their symbol, everyone will fall. The subject smiled and began to create an icy sphere, covered with snow. Lightning electrified it, and clouds covered it. Everything they did, the deaths they claimed, will be paid for now. The subject only sketched a laugh, ready to unleash his attack against the population. But this feeling of happiness would last little or nothing, because instantly Izuku appeared in front of him, using his strength to hit this attack, raising it to destroy it with his heat vision. Izuku, it's not about good or bad, right? Seriously. What? Surprised. Izuku, I know I shouldn't, but hurting someone out of revenge, your actions, your words, you lost a loved one, didn't you? The boy said this with a calm tone, trying to calm the air of the battle. But what he didn't expect was that the guy would detonate an electric attack that would push the green-haired boy away. You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't ask to do this people like you this whole absurd holiday. The snow took my wife away from me, Christmas from my children, but you took it all away from me. The man unleashed his anger, which was shown in large electric discharges. But unfortunately for him, Midoriya's stubbornness was something that Izuku carried well impregnated within himself. The boy managed to recover and rise again. Izuku, okay, I get it, buddy, you're angry and that's perfectly valid. But tell me, doing something like this, how is it going to help you? I will exterminate them all. Maybe I can't finish off the heroes, but I will be able to finish off the last bit of joy in their hearts. Izuku, and after that? Dude, if it's not me, Someone else is going to stop you managing to distract him to avoid another attack. Look at me. I understand how you feel. I can't say it's the same, but I understand the pain, the anger, the suffering and the loss of hope making the man stop attacking, but you have to be better than this. Revenge won't bring you anything good, and even when you feel better, after finishing everything around you, there would only be you. Nothing will bring you back your happiness. But if you don't stop it, the darkness will devour you. The green-haired man was being clear in his words, and in the same way, honest, as he said it. He didn't know how he felt, but he could understand it, and it was because of this same honesty that the man listened to the green-haired man. Izuku, if you do this, opening his arms, if you triumph and snatch away from the people their last shred of hope, you will only make the villain's job easier. But I assure you that if they win, things will remain the same. Even worse, you will not be the same as before, but there will be more like you, many more. The green-haired boy lowered his arms and slowly approached the man, letting him know that he would not attack him anymore. Once he was close, the boy placed his hand on the rival's shoulder, who was beginning to sob. Izuku, you know, when you say, people like me, I think that's the part one understand the most. Even though I'm a student, I live day to day with the person who closing his fist was the indirect cause of a great loss for me, and yes, I know I have the skills to raise my voice, my fist, and get the job done. But the truth is that instead of letting myself be consumed by anger and other negative feelings, I decided that I would move forward. I would improve, and when the day comes that I have to face it and show who I am, I would show the best of me. Because that is what that special person would have done, support me to be better. And with these words, the green-haired boy approached the man completely. There was no need to raise his guard or prepare for a surprise attack, because despite the difference in age and experience that only time can give, the boy's words sank deep into the man's heart, who now didn't think about revenge. No, in the man's mind only his memories came to him, memories of his daughters, his wife, his family. The man had broken down, and no matter what, he shed the tears that his heart had kept with suspicion. Izuku, is it going to hurt? Always, but now all you have to do is be better, move on and live your life the way your family would have liked. After all, today you just showed me that you are a man who would move the heavens for your family. In my eyes, you are a hero. All you have to do is make the right decision. The green-haired man stared at the man, who, unable to object, just raised his arms, surrendering immediately. Izuku, good decision, let me accompany you. Izuku smiled and firmly taking the man, began to descend, bouncing as the storm also decreased in intensity. I'll go to prison, won't I? Izuku, I'm afraid so. I would have liked the killer of lowering his head to be there too, but I guess life isn't fair for everyone. Izuku, right now I know it looks dark, but believe me, everything will get better. That's why I'm here. I just want to help. Thanks, boy. And with these words, the green-haired boy managed to reach ground level. The storm was almost over, which meant that everything that had risen was now about to come down. Without wasting time, the boy prepared to rise again. Izuku, promise me you won't escape? I have maintained the necessary wind intensity so that no car goes down suddenly. Even if I wanted to escape, I am very tired. You better hurry. The effect of my quirk will soon end. Izuku, understood. In that case, once the wind stops, if it hasn't gone down yet, a couple of guys will come out of that tent pointing. They are my friends. Absolutely trustworthy. And so, giving the man a vote of confidence, the green-haired man took flight again, carefully lowering all the cars and heavy ornaments he found in the skies. The storm diminished, and just as he said, people began to leave. The police and local heroes also arrived, finding the man, who raised his hands, surrendering. Not long after, Shoto and Himiko left the store, surprised not to see the green-haired man. Toga, do you see it anywhere? Shoto, negative, the fog is still very dense. If I don't have anything to locate him, at least he'll use his heat vision or something like that. He's fine, just getting some cars out. Toga, huh? And how are you? I assume they are the friends you mentioned. You said they were trustworthy. Shoto, we are, depending on the person. Okay, he really knows how to disarm someone with words. Shoto, with words? Yeah, that sounds like your style. Holding back rather than a direct confrontation. Toga, by the way, you took a while looking up. Shoto, and who are you talking to? The bicolor turned his gaze towards the girl who took him by the chin, causing him to also raise his gaze. Izuku, well, you know me, I'll always look for another solution, and I couldn't let Japan lose this Christmas. The bicolor opened his eyes as he watched his best friend slowly come down, carrying the enormous Christmas tree, with a calm smile, as if the object weighed nothing on his shoulders. The children's eyes lit up as they watched the green-haired boy approach with the monumental tree. The green-haired boy turned on his heat vision, and with a precise shot, he made a hole where he would place the Christmas emblem, which fit firmly. He was then helped by his best friend, who used his ice, anchored the tree to the ground. Izuku, it won't be perfect, but it'll do. Shoto, then you can hold it with cables. The important thing is that there wasn't that much damage. Toga, you did well, you pair of meatheads. The green-haired man just smiled and then walked towards the man who was already being handcuffed by the officers. Izuku, I'm really sorry for your loss. I know nothing will make up for it, but believe me, right now you're already honoring your family. And saying this, the boy handed a stuffed bear to the man. The officers saw the gesture and seeing the man's look, they took the object, to put it in the man's bag, who shed some tears. Thank you very much, Superman. Izuku, I never told him how. I'm an old man, but I know a hero when I see one. And saying this, the man was taken away by the police, while his superiors checked the provisional license of Izuku, who was giving his statement. Toga, will this take a long time? I'm already bored. Shoto, I don't think so. If they see the agency where Izuku is doing his internship, they'll let us go immediately. After all, we don't know that guy. Toga, true. Said and done, the green-haired man spoke a little more with the officers, who let him go along with his companions, while they cordoned off the area. It seemed that the problem of the tree would be the work of Kamui Woods. Izuku, so? Have you decided how to leave? Shoto, the train is no longer even an option to consider. Toga, but neither do taxis. With what happened, what people want is to get home quickly. Izuku, so? Shoto, I don't like the idea. But how about I tell my dad that I sent someone to take us to the academy? Toga, what's going to happen with all this traffic? Didn't you hear me? The streets will be full. Shoto, well, I can't think of another idea, genius, unless you have a magic sled to move us. Toga, only if you're the reindeer, smiling mockingly. Izuku, hey. The green-haired boy tried to get his friends to focus on the main issue, since night was coming and they had to hurry. Izuku spoke to his friends, but as if it were a call for peace, a tone put an end to the boys' discussion. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, but his best friend handed him his phone with a serious face. Shoto, look, since you're no longer a hero, what do you think if you take this and answer it? It's been ringing for a while, and I'm already fed up with it. Izuku, huh? But who is it? Taking his phone. Shoto, who do you think? It's Yaoyorozu. I don't know what it is, but it seems urgent. I tried to answer her, but the storm kept cutting me off. Izuku, checking the messages and calls tray. Wow, there are a lot. Should I be scared? Toga, a little too much, I think. Honestly, I don't know why you didn't invite her. Shoto, and now what's going to bite you? Seeing the blonde. Toga, what? Is it normal to want to spend more time with friends? Shoto, ha, good one. Toga, what are you laughing at, pokeball? Shoto, you and Yaoyorozu are as friends as me and Kaminari. Toga, hey, that's not true, or well, maybe we're not soul friends like we are, but that has nothing to do with it. I like her, I just haven't interacted with her as much as I would like, but that doesn't mean I dislike her. Shoto, The green-haired boy decided to take a few steps away from his friends, so as not to hear the new argument, concentrating on the many audios that Momo had sent him. The green-haired boy didn't listen to all of them, but for some reason, there was something in them that made him have a bad feeling. One by one they passed, and the further he went down, the more this feeling increased, all until he reached the last ones, the keys to his suspicions. Audio note, Izuku, I don't know if you're coming back yet, the calls aren't coming in. I think Shoto answered me, but I couldn't. Audio note, I don't have much time, the AU jamming and silence attacked. Call the heroes, and try not to jamming see you. Audio note, did you hear me? If you're hearing this, this was the last thing that could be heard from the audio, as the remaining seconds were intelligible noises. Izuku, seriously hold things tight. Toga, huh? Shoto, why? The boys had listened, but without giving them time to react, Izuku took them along with Crypto, and using his flight, he quickly moved away from the area. Toga, Izuku, what's going on? Confused and surprised. Izuku, I didn't understand the audios well, but I think there are problems at the academy. Shoto, problems? But how? Izuku said nothing, concentrating on his path. The green-haired boy did not want to alarm his friends in vain. He wanted them prepared. There would be time for explanations. Now he wanted to hurry, because in the audios, in the interference and almost unintelligible, he could hear a voice that he did not recognize, but it was the cause of his alarms going off. Where are you? I found you. Izuku frowned, until in no time at all, the boys were already on the UA grounds getting a surprise. Izuku, this worried. Shoto, is UA in darkness? Izuku, they turned off the lights. But it wasn't just at the academy, the High Alliance. Toga, maybe they're already asleep. Izuku, using his X-ray vision he can't see anyone inside the academy. Shoto, maybe they're asleep. Izuku, we have to find out if something really happened. Toga, or it was just a power outage. The green-haired man noticed how Crypto began to sniff the grass, and instantly the huge animal began to growl. Izuku, yeah, I think Crypto doesn't agree very much. Toga, I had to try it. At that moment, a noise caught the boy's attention. It seemed like a glass had broken, followed by the noise similar to a destruction. Shoto, it's a good thing villains don't attack on Christmas sarcastically. Izuku, okay, this is the plan. We are going to separate. There are several High Alliance buildings. We will search in Class B's and ours. I will inspect the UA using my flight. If I see a teacher, I will try to get his attention. Toga, if someone attacked the UA, then they must have found a way to neutralize them, don't you think? Izuku, it's a good suggestion, so I'll investigate. Shoto, hey, but the only weapon capable of neutralizing a teacher thinking about the Nomus. Izuku, it's good that I'm freed up a bit, right? Now you'll need to cover your tracks, be stealthy. I don't want you to walk slowly. I want absolute silence. Shoto, make Toga drink your blood. Shoto, confused, what? Why? Toga, not that I'm opposed to the idea, but there's a point. Why? It goes against my own rules, and what good would it do me? I could have her appearance, but not her quirk. Izuku, easy, because if it's the League of Villains, then it would be a good time to deceive them. They know us, our faces and our quirks. But her looking at Toga, a newly enrolled student, none of our classmates, knows all her abilities. If you go as Shoto, they will stay out of it. How do I tell you, they know him. In case they try to attack, you know what to do. Play vampire and hide quickly. Toga, well, to be honest, you have a point, although the truth is blushing, but Izuku, I know what I'm asking for, but you have to listen to me. Shoto, okay, I guess these are desperate times, but does anyone know how to get blood out of me? We don't have an injection handy, and I highly doubt it'll work the same as it did with Eren. My fangs aren't that sharp, and the boy couldn't finish speaking, because at that moment, a blow to the nose courtesy of Toga had taken him by surprise. Izuku, what the hell was that? Toga, I won't deny that it was unorthodox, but I also won't deny that I haven't wanted to do it for a long time. Shoto, damn Himiko. The boy held his nose, but at that moment, the blonde took out a small bottle from inside her jacket which she passed to Shoto. Toga, do it yourself, it's your nose and… Shoto, I understand. The bicolor snatched the bottle from his best friend who was now looking at the green-haired man. Toga, what is step? Izuku, well, that's much easier. Become Shoto, act like him, find a way to create flames if you can. Toga, why? Izuku, because if it's the League of Villains, then they'll be cautious, and because I need there to be light. Shoto, I didn't know you were afraid of the dark. Passing the vial to the blonde. Izuku, it's a hunch. If we're so in the dark and if it's not the League, then the quirk of the one who attacked us must have something to do with it. The green-haired boy looked at his best friend, who, agreeing with him, turned his gaze to Toga, who had already drunk the reddish liquid, beginning his transformation. Shoto, it's not much blood, this won't last long. Izuku, then we have to hurry. Shoto, wow, that's strange, that's what it would be like to see me in third person. Shoto, I hate my father, I won't use my flames, I'm an avenging emo like Sasuke mocking. Shoto, hey, I don't sound like that. Izuku, it will work, just stick to the plan and don't do anything stupid. Shoto, understood. Shoto, hey, by the way, since we'll be separated from each other, here, this way you won't be so distracted. Both boys watched as the blonde handed them some communication radios, keeping one of them. Izuku, where from? Shoto, you don't want to know. Izuku, Himiko. Shoto, save yourself the scolding, we'll keep them busy, and by the time those cops realize it, they'll have a new one. Izuku just shook his head in the negative, but accepting the object, he hung it from his belt, then bent down and hugged Crypto while removing his leash. Izuku, whispering to the dog, find her, friend. The wolf only barked in response and, feeling free, began to run. Shoto, wow, that's fast. The boys turned to Izuku, but he had already left, so after looking at each other, they just nodded. Shoto, please take care of yourself. Shoto, you too, I'm really sorry about your nose. Shoto, hee desperate measures, I'll talk to Izuku later. The boy was going to leave, but the blonde was faster, taking him by surprise and approaching him, giving him a small kiss on the tip of his nose, which, although it had made the heterochromatic blush, also made him somewhat uncomfortable. Shoto, that was unexpected, but my reflection doing that was, Shoto, yes, we'll talk about it later. Blushing use channel, understood? Starting to leave. The boy didn't say anything and went his own way. Both boys started their search, although they sent each other text messages from time to time, stopping in certain areas. Izuku, on the radio. Hey, focus, you have the rest of the afternoon to talk. Shoto, responding over the radio. Huh? How do you know? Looking up. Shoto, coming out of a shadow with a radio in hand. That's right, shouldn't you be at the UA? Izuku, super hearing, remember? I can hear your fingers tapping on your phone screens. Now focus. I left my stuff in my room, but I still can't see anything. Cutting off the connection. Shoto, me neither, but if we know anything we'll let you know. And after this last thing, the boy cut the communication, continuing on his way. Shoto, you noticed, right? Calling the bicolor on his phone. Shoto, yes, he's upset. Normally he wouldn't act like that because of a possible break-in. Shoto, if he hides something from us, I'm going to hit him. Shoto, if he's hiding something from us, it's a deal. The bicolor ended the call while her best friend continued walking, trying to find someone. For his part, Izuku used his X-ray vision, trying to find someone. He had already tried to communicate with Nana and Aizawa, but neither of them gave any signs. The freckled one was attentive, because there was nothing of Momo either, but even so, in the darkness, he could see her, some figures moving quickly, simple shadows or blurs of what looked like people, sounds throughout the UA field. Izuku was attentive to anything, because he did not want to be surprised. The green-haired boy had already finished scanning the academy and was heading towards his class's dorms when he heard it. It was a loud knock in another dorm not so far away. It was the general courses class. The green-haired boy immediately thought of Toga, so without caring about anything, he flew towards the source of the noise. The bedroom was completely dark, but that was not a problem for him. Izuku, hello? Is anyone here? I know I shouldn't, but I heard a noise and… Wow, I didn't expect you to come so quickly, Midoriya. The green-haired man quickly stopped walking. He recognized that voice perfectly. Izuku Shinso? Dude, you really surprised me. I thought there was no one there. How did I see everything in the dark? Shinso, well, you know, sometimes I like a little peace. Izuku, I see, so this is your doing. Haha, I should have guessed. The freckled man walked slowly, each step taken with extreme caution, because despite knowing the purple-haired man, there was something in his friend's voice and his strange behavior that made him have his guard up. Shinso, I'd like to say yes, but I just took advantage of the opportunity. By the way, since we're talking, you belong to the hero class. Do you happen to know where it is? Izuku, the hero course. It depends, class A or B? Shinso, come on Midoriya, let's be more honest. You know who I'm talking about. Where is she? Izuku, her? Come on, dude, be more specific. There are a lot of women at the academy. You're not going to tell me you're smitten? Ha ha ha, I've seen it all now, but why don't you just come out and talk? Maybe if you describe her to me, I could help. I'm no Romeo, but the green-haired man could no longer continue speaking, because at that moment, a figure came out from the shadows, grabbing the freckled man by the back, giving him a kick that threw him to the other end, making him take the big armchair with him. Shinso, immobilized Izuku, it's a shame. I really thought you would be more useful. I think I could always be wrong. Izuku, yes, I think I agree with you. It's really a shame. I didn't want what happened at the festival to happen again. The green-haired man said this, and using his flight, he rose quickly, hitting Shinso against the ceiling, turned him around and hit him, making him impact against the coffee table. Izuku, okay Shinso, second chance. What do you think if this time you're a little nicer and less creepy? But there was no response. The green-haired man inspected the entire area, but nothing. It seemed that the purple-haired man had blended into the night. Izuku, thinking, what the heck? Okay, think you know Shinso, but that strength, his way of speaking, fighting, and that strange aura, things just got stranger and stranger. Saying this, the green-haired man left the building. He had to talk to his friends, warn them. Izuku, on the radio, well, the good news, I found Shinso. The bad news, it seems that he is in a bad mood, very, very bad mood. Shoto, that much? Toga, he's our friend, are you sure? Izuku, he tried to attack me, well, more like he attacked me, but his strength wasn't something I'd ever used before. Shoto, hypnosis? Izuku, ironically it seems so. Oh, The scammer got scammed, just be careful. The green-haired boy cut off the call, hoping his friends would be careful, and hoping and praying that he wouldn't run into anyone else that night. Or deep disappointment, the bad luck of his friends only got worse. The three boys not only met their friends, but also some professors, like Aizawa, Vlad, Snipe and Midnight, who tried to catch the boys, even using their quirks, although something that Izuku quickly noticed was a detail in those with outstanding abilities. Izuku, on the radio light. Shoto, no, I think they didn't pay the Christmas bill. Izuku, no, I mean my theory is true, somehow these guys can't tolerate the light. That's why they don't come out of the shadows and turned off the UA grounds looking at the sunset. They don't come out of the buildings because there's still light. Shoto, but how long will it last? Toga, if we don't defeat or find the cause of all this by the time it's dark, returning to his original appearance. Izuku, Merry and Dark Christmas to all of Japan, cutting off communication. The green-haired boy continued his journey, looking for someone who wouldn't attack him. Until now, he had found most of his class. Shoto found the entire Class B, and Toga found the general classes. There were many more classes, but with Yue in the dark and not knowing how to search, Izuku was stressed, feeling like he was looking for a needle in a haystack, since not even Crypto, his faithful dog, had been able to find Momo. The green-haired boy and his friends were stressed. The day was about to end, and the more the darkness increased its dominance, the more against the ropes they felt. Izuku, on the radio, any news? Shoto, nothing. Manga and Sinatori are in zombie mode. I'd like to say they're just as slow, but they almost caught me. Izuku, yeah, same for me. I met Hananuki, Ochako and Kinoko. I think without limits, it's a little harder to fight them. Shoto, Himiko, how are you? But the blonde showed no signs of responding. The boys tried to call her again, but the deathly silence was a very bad sign. Izuku, Shoto, knowing his best friend's intentions, I know what you're thinking. Shoto, I have to go get her. I have to make sure she's okay. Izuku, wait for me, if we both go. Shoto, you can find me anytime. Izuku, understand me, you would do the same for Yaoyorozu. And saying this, the bicolor cut the communication. Despite Izuku's attempts to get him to respond, Shoto had completely shut up. Izuku, worried about his best friend, prepared to take flight, when a noise in his classroom building made him turn his gaze, and as he did, Izuku could see a ponytail moving quickly. Izuku clenched his fist, ready to follow his best friend, but again, Shoto's words came to his head. You would do the same for Yaoyorozu. Izuku, damn, clenching his fist, I really hate it when you're right, Shoto. The green-haired boy only shook his head negatively, but turned his body, ready to go to his classroom building. Izuku, coming in, knock knock? Is anyone home? Preferably not someone who tries to attack and kill. Kaminari, Midoriya. Izuku, well, that's what I get for asking without specifying. Kaminari, where are you? Turning his gaze, if you turn on the light, it would make everything easier. Kaminari, it's a shame, I'm hungry, but I'll have to settle for you, although she would be the jewel. Izuku, sorry, buddy. I'm not looking for a fight right now, although what you said does interest me. Who is she? Is there a crush on her? Leaving aside your perversion, you're not a bad person. I could help you if you gave me more details. Once again, silence reigned in the arcade. Izuku tensed his body. For his part, the electric blonde positioned himself behind the green-haired man, his gaze fixed on his target's neck. Perhaps before, he would be able to beat him, but now, things were in his favor, and if he took him by surprise. Serious mistake. Izuku was already dangerous in hand-to-hand combat, but even though the blonde was well hidden, he had forgotten that the green-haired man was not only strong, but also very fast and above all, intelligent. As soon as Peikosa's former teammate threw himself with hostile intentions, Izuku was able to dodge him quite easily, moving to the side, even managing to grab him by the ankle to spin him around and throw him to the side. Izuku, come on, dude, I've seen that trick all afternoon. Don't you have anything new? Come on, I'm getting bored. The green-haired man didn't get an answer, but knowing what was happening, he turned on his X-ray vision again, mixing it with infrared. Izuku, and now you'll escape too. I've seen that before. You guys think you can see in the dark, but you forget that I can too. Izuku quickly moved and with a single pull, pulled out the blonde, who was trying to blend in with the darkness. Izuku, I can do it too. Kaminari, I'm going to kill you. Izuku didn't respond, entering into a direct fight against the electric student. Blows went back and forth. Izuku still didn't discover what was happening, but he did know that his companions and friends had received an increase in their abilities, so if he wanted to win, then he had to be a little more insistent, even though he didn't enjoy it at all. Izuku hit Kaminari until he managed to corner him as he wanted. He used his heat vision, which only gave off light, since he had lowered the intensity as much as possible, making the blonde give a cry of true pain, forcing him to retreat, although at the same time revealing a pair of abnormally sharp fangs. Izuku, what? Wait a minute, Kaminari. Looking into the darkness, oh come on, what is this? Dawn of the Dead UA version. Oh no, that's from zombies. No response. Okay, come here Nosferatu and let's settle this once and for all. The green-haired boy prepared himself. He had to follow the blonde, but before he could do so, a hand was placed on his shoulder, scaring the boy, who looked back, with his heat vision active, but a very powerful light illuminated his face, making him turn his gaze. Izuku, what the buck? But the only response the green-haired man got was a blow to the cheek, which had no effect, only destroying the object. Izuku, first of all, good afternoon. Momo, Izuku, and who else, if not taking the girl by the shoulders? The green-haired boy was happy to see his best friend safe and sound, so without holding back, he gave her a hug that was well received and responded to by the same brunette for a few seconds until he remembered where he was. The brunette not only let go of the boy but even slapped him hard, which managed to confuse the green-haired boy. Izuku, ouch? And why is that? Momo, what are you doing here? Izuku, you know me, I couldn't leave you behind, I heard your messages. Momo, if you had listened to them, you would know then that you shouldn't have come. Izuku, I don't even know what's going on, and your messages weren't entirely clear either. The communication was cut off in some sentences, so I couldn't hear them properly. Momo, what? Damn, just what had me. Well, you're here now, it can't be helped. Izuku, yeah, you just say that like it's nothing. After hitting me, better tell me what's going on. Why is everyone behaving like characters from days later? Forget it, I messed up again, but you get the point. Momo, well, how can I explain it? We were gathered in the common room, discussing what to do on these dates. Izuku, aha? Momo, then everything went dark. Flashback. Almost all of the members of Class A could be seen, with only 2 missing, although Eri, who had been brought by Aizawa, could also be seen wearing a cute Santa Claus outfit. The boys were discussing what Christmas dinner they would have, as it seemed they had agreed to spend the holidays with their friends. Everything was peaceful, even Bakugo seemed quite calm, and even somewhat cooperative with the ideas. For a few minutes, peace reigned in the High Alliance dorms, but when the lights were unexpectedly turned off, things changed. As if a layer of darkness covered the entire building, vision inside was almost impossible, causing fear and nervousness in the students. Yaoyorozu, guys? Please tell me we're all still here creating a lantern. Jiro, I don't understand what's going on. It's not even nighttime yet. Should a blackout like this be normal? Ida, I don't think so. Aizawa-sensei must know what's going on. Mineta, yes, but does anyone know where it is? The blackout will cause the elevators to stop working. Oh, don't worry, that teacher will be here soon. A voice echoed in the dorm walls. After this, all the boys quickly became alert. Bakugo began to create heat and light with his explosions. Momo created some lanterns, which she passed to her friends, who lit up everywhere trying to find the source of that voice, hoping that the rival class had not been playing a very heavy and tasteless joke on them. Well, I see that today's feast will be interesting. All of you have incredible quirks, although yours, I definitely want that quirk. It's too useful for my plans. Bakugo, I don't know who you are, or what the hell you want, but I assure you that as soon as I get to see your ugly face, I'll make you shit with an explosion that will light up this whole damn building. Brave but pitiful boy, your efforts will be useless, because now you are in my territory. Ida, no matter who you are, we are aspiring heroes. We are Class A. Silly children, I am death itself, I am darkness. And who will help the League achieve its victory? Flashback end. Momo, after that, he kept his word. Darkness reigned throughout the UA. Izuku, what happened? Momo, Aizawa-sensei entered the classroom. His eyes were red, but his hair and bandages were falling off. It wasn't his quirk. After that, he attacked us. We couldn't defend ourselves. He deactivated our quirks. Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari and Ida were the first to fall. Izuku, we've faced him before. What changed? Momo, this time he was fighting in a way we didn't know. Wilder, he was hiding. We couldn't see him. In the darkness, we were his prey. He was the hunter. Then the others came. Izuku, oh no. Momo, when we least expected it, more teachers arrived. Midnight, Present Mike, Hound Dog, Vlad King. I was the only one who escaped. When I was able to recover my quirk, I created some night vision goggles. In addition to that flashlight, I assumed that if I had it with me, those creatures would not catch me. I began to send you the messages. But it seemed as if the phone signal was starting to fail. I wanted to warn you. To bring professional heroes, to give notice. But I did not want you to. Come, Izuku, thank you for worrying about me. Momo, if they catch you or Todoroki, Yui would be in chaos. Or worse, a super strong flying vampire is the last thing we want to face. Izuku, so they are vampires. Momo, a bit obvious, huh? Super strength, night vision, flight, converting others with a bite. Izuku, zombies do that too. Momo, not everyone, but hey, we can't discuss that now. We have to move. I hit Eri, so let's pray they don't find her yet. Izuku, Eri? Momo, I told you. Aizawa sensei brought her when he was still acting like him. When everything became chaos, I sent her into hiding. Those things said something about loving her. They don't say names, but she is a girl with a regeneration quirk, who can cure the effects caused by the exhaustion of a quirk is Eri. My priority was to keep her safe. Izuku, cure the effects, exhaustion, or rejuvenate and heal someone, thinking, all for one. Momo, I really can't think of anything else to do. The lights aren't working, the phones aren't working, we're locked in and the sun is setting. If the vampire heroes get out of the academy, Izuku, welcome to the eternal Halloween. Momo, what will we do? Izuku, the first thing will be to make sure that area is okay. Once we have that, it will be time to call returns, because we will deliver their scary party back to them. The brunette only saw the green-haired man who had seriously turned on his heat vision, launching a reddish ray which had hit a new attacker. This time it was Kirishima who, using his unbreakable form, was trying to attack them by surprise. Momo, Izuku? Izuku, you know what? I don't care if these guys are zombies or vampires anymore. They broke into my academy and my friends. That's something I can't allow, much less forgive. Using his heat vision again as a powerful flashlight, the green-haired man opened the way by closing his fists. Momo, you're right. Both boys set off, advancing through the corridors of their dormitories, having to fight against some of their classmates, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Ida, Shoji, even Hagakure. Both boys managed to pass through the middle of the horde of vampires. Even this was beneficial to them, because when facing Bakugo, or the Invisible Girl, they could notice that they did not use their quirks at all, always using their now increased abilities and pure physical combat, in addition to the fact that Izuku quickly noticed that his enemies attacked the boy with everything. But when it came to facing Momo, they were always a little more careful, and it seemed as if at every opportunity they had, they wanted to take her away. The green-haired man and the black-haired woman had already arrived at the arcade again. To their bad and good luck, they hadn't found the girl, but thanks to the ingenuity of the brunette, they had managed to communicate with her, since when she ordered him to hide, Momo had created a pair of Walkmans, with which she managed to communicate with the girl, making sure she was safe. Unfortunately, things didn't go well at all because, aware that the green-haired man would be an impediment to their plans, a group of these vampires threw themselves against the green-haired man. Sato, Shishida, Monoma, Ida, among other heavyweights of the UA threw themselves against the green-haired man. Before he could defend himself, they surrounded him, charging at the boy, towards the window, which they broke, falling towards the grass of the dormitories, taking the green-haired boy with them. Momo, Izuku, I'm sorry, but he was a big impediment to our plans. I am very grateful that he helped me grow my army, but I prefer him by my side than against me. Momo, what? Looking around, it's you. Where are you? Behind you. The girl could only feel her blood freeze, quickly turning her gaze. With her lamp in hand, although she saw nothing, the girl began to feel nervous, feeling a breath on her neck, to which on impulse, she created a flashlight grenade. Yes, that fear tastes really delicious to me. I can't imagine how delicious your blood must be. The poor brunette was completely petrified, motionless, and with her fists closed, she only saw how in front of her a woman with grayish skin and enormous red eyes materialized. Her hair was long, platinum-colored, wearing a completely black suit, which helped her camouflage herself in the environment. Momo, so it's you. I don't mean to brag, right honey, but you caught me. Momo, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I want what you have, fame, respect, and why not a little fear. Your quirks are very nice, but they are quite misused. If you put more effort, this whole bunch of cowards would be yours, everything you want, at your feet. Momo, I see, but then, you don't want freedom. You want a national slavery where only your word is law. No, no dear, not national, mine will be global, worldwide, and in fact, you two will be of help to me, you and that little one-horned girl, unlimited energy, the strength of men and all answering to you. Momo, you mean for yourself you'll be talking to yourself, always alone, without anyone who can really support you, because you're taking away people's sense of freedom. Correct, a hive mind, collective thinking, the perfect definition of democracy. Izuku, I think you don't really understand the definition of democracy, do you? Both women turned around only to see Izuku back, flying calmly, albeit with a serious face. It's not possible. How come you are? Why didn't you transform? Izuku, I'm sorry for my friends and teachers, but I think they lost their fangs. I just wait for them to regenerate. You're a little son of a hitch. Momo, don't even think about finishing that sentence. The brunette didn't think twice and created a lantern which exploded in a blinding light, which took the villain by surprise, who upon seeing herself covered by the light gave a cry of pain and pushed Momo, although before the girl could fall, Izuku threw himself towards her, managing to grab her and returning her to the interior of the bedrooms while he went towards the villain who managed to hit her. Izuku, I'm sorry, I think you couldn't understand before, but visiting hours are occasionally from Monday to Thursday from 2 in the afternoon. Brat. Izuku, get out of here. Momo, I'll keep her busy, find Eri and leave the academy. I'll listen to you and help you cover yourself. I want to see you try, especially when your friends are against you. The green-haired boy was on guard, but to his misfortune and without noticing anything, a pillar of ice broke the door, taking Izuku with it, who broke it using his heat vision. Watching as his fears came true, Shoto and Toga had become part of the army of bloodsuckers. Izuku, you know how ironic it is that Himiko has now become one of them, right? Who are you now, Vampire Queen? I thought Mosquito Girl sounded cooler. Shoto, I'm sorry, my friend, but believe me, she has big plans for everyone, don't you understand? Toga, it will be a utopia. Izuku, a society without crimes or violence. Izuku, yes, I think this time we won't be on the same side. What you guys want to do, what she wants to force you to do. Toga, kill him. Shoto, it will be a pleasure. The boy said this and threw his ice, but this time Izuku didn't stay still, throwing himself and breaking the attack. Izuku, this won't be like a combat practice if you keep going there. Sorry guys. The green-haired boy didn't hesitate, throwing himself at his friends, although he also remained alert since thanks to his super hearing he could hear how more of those things were getting dangerously close. One by one, teachers, students, whoever this new villain was, she wasn't lying. Although the boy also decided to keep his fight in one place and be the center of attention, because he managed to hear it, among so many noises, it was Momo's voice. She was fine, safe, and luckily for him, she showed once again how much she had changed. Momo, Izuku, please hold on. I know you told me to leave, but leaving you alone isn't an option. It's crazy. But I also have something. I'd like to say it's a plan. So please, just wait a little longer. Izuku, well, I guess I'll have no choice but to marry her. You want something from me? Then come and get it. Shoto, you don't have to ask twice, friend. And saying this, the converted bicolor attacked Izuku with force, although before he could get away, Crypto appeared, entering the arcade, hitting Shoto, making him deflect his own attack. Izuku, Crypto, Shoto, bad dog. Toga, I'll take care of him. Izuku, boy, they're not our friends, so you know what to do. The dog didn't need any other command. Putting himself on guard, the dog showed his fangs while he heard Toga approaching. Izuku, don't hold back, friend, but no mortal wounds. The dog threw itself against the blonde, who was already approaching. Using its speed, the dog moved forward, staying next to her, to throw itself, headbutting the girl in the ribs, who dropped her weapon, rolling on the ground. Izuku, you know Shoto, I always thought you were the type who would do anything for girls, but to this extreme? How nice have you become? Shoto, you know very well why I do it. You should understand, you are the most peaceful of the three. Izuku, and that's why this doesn't seem like a peaceful thing to me. And at some point it's bound to fail. Just think about it. It's like a chain. When you find the weakest link. The boy dodged his best friend's attacks, until he managed to grab Bakugo by the shoulders and threw him against Shoto, who was already preparing a new icy attack, although at the moment of being hit by the blonde, he deflected, causing him to hit his fellow vampires. Izuku, you break it. Green-haired and his faithful dog stood side by side, both with their guard up. Either was willing to give in. Maybe they wouldn't fight to kill or seriously hurt, but neither would they let evil take those people they swore to protect, even if they had to fight against their friends. Izuku, ready Crypto? The dog just let out a powerful bark that rattled the building's windows, causing some of the attackers to even cover their ears. Izuku, Then let's go, friend. And after saying this, the boy let out a powerful whistle, which was the signal that his pet needed to also launch into the fight. Scratches, blows, bites, heat vision, ice, was all that could be seen inside the arcade. Izuku and Crypto had to thank the training they had with Momo previously, because their coordination was quite good, even to keep their rivals at bay. For her part, Momo was running through the halls of the High Alliance, creating as many lanterns and luminous objects as she could, without letting anyone get close to her. The girl was scared, but still, she wasn't going to stop. She had a plan and her best friend was waiting for her. Admit it, girl, no matter what you do, no matter how much time you want to gain, there's still a long way to go until dawn, and in a short time, my power will be unstoppable. If I were you, I'd clear your mind, because soon it will be mine. Momo, my mind is only mine. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, Vice President of Class A of the UA Hero Academy, and on behalf of all the classmates you attacked, I ask you to get out of my school. Ha, good sermon. But don't waste your breath, sweetie. Your partner is about to die, and from there, you will fall too. The black-haired girl said nothing, continuing her journey, entering her room, where she took out her book, looking for all the information she needed. Momo, well, this will take a couple more lipids than I thought, but I still don't think I'll fall. Leaving her room, the girl ran again. While the light of her creation reappeared, Momo had a plan, and no matter what happened, she would not leave Izuku alone for long. Momo, Izuku. I know you can hear me. I found her. I found Eri. She's in your room. Please get her out of there. I'm already on my way. I can make it in time. The green-haired boy, for his part, was having a fight against Bakugo when he heard the black-haired girl's call. The boy grabbed the blonde's head, using his heat vision with minimal power, using only the light, hurting his former friend. When he heard this, Izuku slammed Bakugo against the ground while he looked at Crypto. Izuku, Crypto, towards the window. The dog was biting one of Minatta's legs, who using his spheres, had stuck to a table, hoping that the dog wouldn't drag him with him. Although Izuku was also surprised, seeing how now, all the vampires had retreated, all in a single position, one that he knew. Izuku, oh no. The boy could only put his arms in an X before all the vampires threw themselves at him, knocking him down, going through the window and falling heavily against the ground, leaving a large crater. Izuku, yeah, I'm sure if they didn't have an increase in their strength, this blow would have really hurt them. The boy stood up, but continued the fight, accompanied by his pet, although at the same time, he was approaching his bedroom. Shoto, it's nothing personal, Midoriya, but you should know that we already won. Izuku, maybe so, but if you were really my best friend, you would know that I don't give up that easily. And with these words, the boy and his dog continued fighting for a long time, while in the green-haired boy's room, Momo was working on something, sweating, nervous. She had attracted everyone, but especially her. Her plan was obviously something improvised, but if it worked, she would be saving the entire academy and even the city. Momo, please, just wait a little longer, Izuku. You know you won't make it, right? You'll see your friend die. The girl just looked up quickly. Her enemy had arrived too quickly. The brunette didn't think twice and created a flare, although it didn't take long to go out, because due to the rush and the previous wear and tear from overusing her quirk, it had taken its toll on her. Silly girl, admit it, you're alone, you can't. But a serious mistake, because Momo was not alone at all, because at that moment Izuku managed to arrive, using his flight to tackle the villain. Momo, do you really think I'm alone? I'm in a school for heroes. Even if you see me alone, there's always someone there, and at this academy in particular, we have the Man of Steel. Izuku, I'll only ask once, stay away from our vice president. With his heat vision on, the green-haired man stood up, ready to confront the villain, who saw the young people. No, this isn't possible. How could you? But Izuku didn't let her finish, because at that moment, the boy threw himself against the villain, starting a last fight, although other students and pro-converted heroes had also entered the fight, being helped again by Crypto, who was in charge of taking care of Momo. The brunette was determined to finish carrying out her plan. Despite being short on time, the girl had almost finished, just watching how Izuku managed to get away from his opponents, going towards her. Izuku, please tell me you're done with what you were doing? Momo, let's say it's a multi-step plan, but it's close. I really thought it would take longer. Thanks for supporting me. Izuku, you said it. I couldn't leave you alone. We're partners. The brunette looked at the green-haired man, who gave her a calm smile before returning to the fight, hitting Bakugo in the face. Izuku, sorry Bakugo, but you being so quiet makes me feel strange. The fight was fast. Izuku didn't want to extend it too much, although not everything went as he wanted, because at that moment some golden rays began to surround the green-haired boy, who let out a cry of pain, feeling as if his organs were being ripped out and disappeared one by one. Momo looked up upon hearing this, worrying about the green-haired boy, although she also had to finish her invention quickly. It was these seconds of doubt that the villain took advantage of, managing to grab the green-haired boy from behind, who continued to scream in pain, causing the girl to smile. What did you say before? That there'll always be someone to help you, Momo, and no, let it go. Yes, I think that's not going to be possible. This boy is too strong and valuable to be left free. I think that in the new world, I'll always need a right hand. Momo, no! Crypto, attack! The faithful dog did not wait. Seeing his owner in danger, the enormous animal growled and launched an attack, although he was stopped by Jiro, who using his jacks held back the animal, who tried to resist without success. The violet-haired girl had it well held. Poor Momo was hurt to see how her best friend was now attacking the dog, but she was not going to sit idly by, creating a lantern, although during this, she realized that it had been nothing more than a distraction, because at that moment the girl saw how her enemy brought her fangs closer to Izuku's neck. Momo, no! But it had been too late. With Izuku immobilized and still with the spasms of that strange energy, the boy had been easy prey. What before would have been an efficient way to leave that stranger without her fangs, now was useless. Izuku's indestructible skin could only be pierced by the fangs, without being able to avoid it. Momo's horrified look was unique, feeling that now she would have no chance. But unfortunately for the vampire, the freckled boy's Kryptonian genes were something new in the world. Unaware that the boy's strength came from sunlight, the woman was not prepared for the pain she would feel seconds later. Momo's eyes opened again when spontaneously, the vampire was surrounded by fire beginning to burn and exhaling large puffs of smoke. The girl's hive mind was also a major and painful factor, as everyone who had been bitten previously now shared the same pain, writhing in it. As soon as Crypto was released, he didn't stop, throwing himself at Bakugo, who was unable to defend himself. Momo quickly came out of shock, watching as Izuku took a few steps stunned, although he was confronted again by the villain, who, gathering all her courage and enduring the pain, took the boy by his clothes. What did you do? Tell me, what did you do to me? Seeing this, the girl prepared herself. The light of her creation was seen again. While ready to help Izuku, she advanced towards both of them with an annoyed face. Momo, didn't you hear me before? I said stay away from him. With bat in hand, the girl gave a strong blow, which pushed her enemy away. Momo, you said you wanted to fight me, right? Then here I am. Without resisting for a single second, the girl threw herself into hitting mercilessly, using the knowledge she had acquired so far, even using some techniques she learned from Izuku, managing to put the bloodsucker in check, remaining at the feet of the brunette, who still had her fists closed, although in her right hand she seemed to have something. Who are you to confront me? You're nobody. You huge hitch. Momo, let me be clear, idiot. My name is Momo Yayorozu, Vice President of Class A of the UA Academy Heroism course, and if you didn't understand it the first time, then I'll say it for the last time. Get out of my damn academy. The girl did not hesitate, and taking the villain by the shoulders, managed to turn her around, standing in front of what seemed to be some kind of screen. Turning around for the last time, she noticed that Momo was wearing dark glasses. Seconds later, the girl pressed the button she had in her hand, and immediately after, a large projection of light turned on, causing the vampire to begin to writhe. Momo, good morning and Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. The brunette only saw how the girl writhed on the ground, until her body shut down, remaining completely still, face up. Momo immediately and cautiously approached the girl and in a quick check, noticed that she was only fainted, but still alive. The brunette sighed, standing up, although a hand on her shoulder made her let out a little scream of fright, creating her trusty metal bar, ready again for combat. Izuku, wow, calm down Amazon, I'm one of the good ones, I swear. Izuku just raised his hands, making the brunette breathe a sigh of relief. Momo, God, you really scared me. How are you, Izuku? Izuku, far from the migraine and a slight dizziness, I'm pretty well. I see you already took care of the unexpected visit. Momo, yeah, I guess I wasn't that big of a fan of Tans. Both boys just let out a light laugh, although at that moment, a noise caught their attention, reminding them that they were not alone. Shoto, Izuku? Izuku, oh no, not again. The boy rose slightly, turning on his heat vision, causing Shoto to raise his hands trying to stop Izuku's new attack. Shoto, wait, it's me. I swear. Izuku, yes, and that's what I thought a while ago. Shoto, what? Friend, Toga. I think he means that when we became part of that damn horde of vampires we attacked him. Izuku, exactly. Now how do I know I'm not being fooled? Shoto, easy, because I can do this, raising his arm and lighting a small flame. Toga, if we were vampires, which we are not, we would not be able to use our quirks, or at least that applies to those that can emit some type of light, for example Shoto's flames, Bakugo's explosions and Aoyama's laser. Izuku, yes, I noticed that when I was fighting with you, a part of me thought you were underestimating me. Shoto, we discovered its icons before Dark Shadow caught us. After that, Tog, sorry friends. Momo, it's okay, the important thing is that, well, we've finally managed to finish this. Shoto, if Izuku's possession had been completed, no one in Japan would have been safe. The boys breathed a sigh of relief, and using Momo's quirk, they tied up the village, so that later they could help the others who were waking up from the possession. Once the teachers and principal were awake, they went for Recovery Girl, so that she could check the students. Aizawa, you really are a pain in the ass, you know that? Momo, you know something, Professor? At this point, I'm starting to think that hanging out with Izuku is like having a daily self-defense class. Shoto, yes, I challenge you to grow with him. Aizawa, anyway, I'm grateful that they didn't give up. I guess that despite everything, their very stupidity and bravery make them unpredictable. That can be terrifying for any villain. Soto, did he just flatter us? Where's my camera? Ha ha. Aizawa, don't get used to it, dwarves. You still need a lot of practice to not cause havoc. You're still students after all. Just be thankful I didn't make you fix the window. Shoto, hee thanks sensei. Aizawa, and by the way, you would do me a big favor if your dog stopped biting Bakugo. Midoriya. The four boys turned around only to see the dog continuing to bite the blonde, who tried in vain to get the animal off him. Izuku, Crypto, leave Bakugo alone, dude. Shoto, it'll hurt your stomach, the devil already sucked it. Momo, Crypto, enough. The fight is over, come here, he's not the enemy anymore. The girl whistled at the dog and clapped a couple of times. Instantly, the animal raised its head and obeyed the brunette, running towards her, who stroked its head. Shoto, yeah, I think they just traded you, bro, patting Izuku on the shoulder. Over the next few minutes, things changed in the dormitory. The police were quick to arrive, interviewing the boys and those affected. Once they made sure there were no side effects, the officers under the command of Detective Tsukachi took the villain away, who, despite being cornered and defeated, did not say her name. During the following hours, things did not change much. The students of all classes were sent back to their respective dormitories. Although once gathered, Class A sat on the armchairs in the common room, thinking dejectedly about what had just happened. Kirishima, gosh, man, this was really crazy. Ida, vampires on Christmas Day. If Yaoyorozu and Midoriya hadn't done something, I really don't know what would have happened. Tsuyu, the truth is that we weren't prepared to face something like that. Kero. Uraraka, after the League of Villains at USJ, we didn't think something like this would happen again, much less in the dorms. Izuku, hey, yeah, the truth is I didn't expect something like this to happen either, but we can't stay like this, especially on a day like today. I know you might feel exhausted or dejected, but we're here, right? Without exception, Class A is stronger than the villains think. We don't give up, we don't turn our backs on each other. After all, a hero trusts his team so much. Momo, how confident he is. The green-haired boy turned to see Momo, who gave him a cute smile. The green-haired boy's heart felt a slight acceleration when he saw how the girl looked at him. Her eyes, her smile, even how her bangs moved slightly. Both of their cheeks adopted a slight shade of carmine, until seconds later, coming out of their reverie, they both got nervous, turning their gaze. Izuku, exactly, thanks Momo. Mina, I guess you're right, it's Christmas Eve, we should be celebrating and eating. Sato, to be honest, I had made a dessert for everyone, head down. Kaminari, but the food I highly doubt we'll have time to prepare anything, and right now it would be impossible to order something to be delivered, the stores must be closed. Kirishima, that's true. Nana, but they have hands. The beautiful woman entered the recreation room unannounced, surprising the children who were surprised by their teacher. Izuku, Nana-sensei? What are you doing here, Nana, besides being your beautiful professor and also living in the academy? Smiling, I came to see how you were, although as I supposed, everyone is sad, right? I understand, believe me, as a professional heroine for years, I must confess that fighting on Christmas Eve or other important dates is not something strange. Unfortunately for you, you must even get used to it. There will be villains who will not care about the day, the time. And yes, from your faces, I see a little sadness. But you must not forget that despite this, you should never lose your smiles, your hopes, because you fight to protect others, your smiles, your hearts. In this world, those who smile are the bravest. The woman raised her hands and, placing them on her face, formed a wide smile that managed to warm the hearts of her students a little. Nana, they won, they defeated the villain, and they are in one piece. Believe me, after jumping out of a window one would expect them to have more than one broken bone. But hey, that shows that either they are very lucky, or they are truly made for more. The black-haired girl opened her arms as she looked at her students, who now nodded. You could even see some tears coming from Mineta. Momo, Nana-sensei is right, we shouldn't let something like this affect us more than it should, or prevent us from enjoying the celebrity. Kaminari, yes, but even with all that, how will we do it? We have dessert, but what about lunch? We've already seen that buying something would be impossible. Nana, and what if you guys can't do something? Come on, guys, at camp with the hussy cats you showed that even with physical exhaustion, you managed to make a curry that was minimally edible. So making a meal for yourselves right now shouldn't be a problem, right? Mina, I think both things have no point of comparison. At that time we had not come out of a fight against a vampire villain. Nana, they are heroes. They must be prepared for almost any type of situation. I can't believe they can fight against a Dracula hive. But not against a simple Christmas dinner. What can I do? I guess I'll have to call the cavalry. Momo, cavalry? The girl couldn't finish the question, when at that moment, the families of most of the class members entered through the door with Inko Midoriya leading the way. Izuku, Mom? Momo, Mrs. Midoriya? Nana, Dan. I told you, I called the cavalry, hee. Kyotoku. This atmosphere is not at all worthy of a concert. Mika, they look like an audience at an opera concert. Jiro, oh no, embarrassed. Inko, well, your sensei informed us of the situation. Obviously we were worried, but when he mentioned the idea of coming, well, we couldn't resist. Merry Christmas, guys. Mitsuki, congratulations also for sending that copy of Dracula to jail. He really deserved it for trying to ruin a good date. We had enough with that weatherman this morning. Ray, also, don't think we came empty-handed. We decided to support you at least a little, to try to ease your burden. Consider it a Christmas gift. The children saw how each family brought a large container of salads, soups, purees, punches. Each family was supporting, doing their part to ensure their children wouldn't fall into despair or desolation, because, after all, that's what these kinds of events were about, hope and unity. Mitsuki, well? Get ready, kids, because we'll embarrass you with lots of photos. Kyotoku, let the party begin. The boys didn't make them wait. Getting over the surprise and embarrassment of seeing their families, they all got up with spirit, happy and cheerful. This is how the UA Christmas party began. Food, desserts, hot drinks. The boys and their parents had a good time, even exchanging gifts between everyone, including, to the surprise of Shoto, Toga, Momo, Mitsuki and Inko, Izuku approached Bakugo, giving him a gift. The blonde, far from shouting or acting annoyed, looked confused at the green-haired boy who smiled slightly at him. Izuku, it's Christmas, and at this time, no one should be left without a gift. That includes you. Merry Christmas, Kak and Katsuki. The blonde just took the box and tore the wrapping, seeing that it was an Almight figure, one that he had had a long time ago, but had lost. It was his favorite figure, because his parents had bought it for him when they discovered what his quirk was. The day and moment when everything changed. The blonde closed his fists. He didn't know that the boy would remember something like that. He didn't know that he would give him something like that. The freckled man didn't wait for his former friend to say anything and just turned his back to go back to his friends who patted him on the back. Toga, wow, that was really tense. Shoto, to be honest, I didn't think you'd buy him anything. Izuku, I didn't lie with what I said. No one should go through these dates without receiving something, even if it's a beating, hee. Inko, you have a big heart, son. Momo, thinking, you really are unique. Izuku, blushing. Hours passed, but in the end, without being able to avoid it, the party could not but conclude. Aizawa and Nizu were in charge of dropping all the parents off at their homes, since they did not have rooms for them. Even so, there was no problem. The kids said goodbye to their parents, and once they were alone, they got ready to clean, and then went to bed. Izuku, wow, this really was a day full of surprises. Momo, and you can say that, things really got out of hand, didn't they? Izuku, I say yes, although in the end, I don't think they turned out all that bad, or at least that's what I think. After all, Christmas is a time of miracles. We just saw it. Momo, true, although well, the truth is you know that I would like to continue talking to you, but with everything that happened today, I am really exhausted. I think I will go to sleep. Izuku, yes, me too. The fight and everything that happened since morning left me dry. By the way, how smart. You sent Eri to hide in my room knowing that Crypto would find her and protect her. It really was a smart move. Momo, huh? What are you? Izuku, you never cease to amaze me, huh Momo? Aizawa-sensei told me that he would thank you and congratulate you. In fact, although I just hope this doesn't cause favoritism, or that your ego gets inflated. The green-haired boy just smiled while the girl looked at him confused, not knowing exactly what to say, because even though she had sent Eri to hide, she never told her to leave the dorms. She thought that would be even more dangerous. But before the brunette could reply, the green-haired boy hugged her and gave her a kiss on the forehead. Izuku, Merry Christmas Momo, thanks for everything. The girl's face turned bright red. This had taken her completely by surprise. Completely forgetting her retort, Momo just let him caress her. Momo, Merry Christmas. Is Izuku blushing? The boy wasn't entirely clean either. His face had turned a deep red from embarrassment and shame, but even so, he knew he shouldn't hold back, because after all, Izuku couldn't find any other way to thank the brunette. Tomorrow there would be time to repent, be embarrassed, and whatever else he wanted, but not now. After all, it was still Christmas. The green-haired boy accompanied the brunette to her bedroom, that one to the girl's complaints, because she also thought that the tiredness of her companion was important. But even so, Izuku refuted that he could fly away from Momo's balcony, so without objection and even charmed by the sudden gesture of affection, the girls stopped arguing, being now both in Momo's bedroom, who now, and returning the favor, hugged the green-haired boy. Omo, Graka Izuku, for everything. Izuku, well, you said it, we don't give up, we are a team, a pretty strong one, that doesn't give up and takes on everything, that doesn't give up on anything. The girl just smiled, feeling the green-haired man gently caress her cheek. Izuku, well now yes, I doubt I can keep my eyes open that long. I have to go, or I'll fall asleep on the floor, and then we'll have a big problem. Momo, yeah, I can already imagine the face that could go, but it's true, I'd better not interrupt you, although I still have a question, but I don't know if. Izuku, ha, I have time, just don't make me sit down or I'll fall asleep. Momo, yawning, when that chick bit you, well, I thought your skin was bulletproof. I was actually hoping her fangs would break. Izuku, well, the truth is that is something that not even I can answer. Lately my quirk is acting strange. It is not something that happens often, but there are times when I feel weaker or stronger, as if sometimes you were to take a piece of me. I don't know if I can explain myself. Momo, I think I understand, but what I also don't understand is what happened next. The villain simply caught fire, before I used my strategy. When she bit you, that's something I can't explain. Izuku, well, I think so. As you know, my father and I were the only ones to show a quirk as varied as this. You could call it an emitter type, but enhanced in some way. The truth is that Dad also failed to give a complete and detailed guide on how to use my powers. It's not like we knew what the next one would be, but what he did manage to tell me and somewhat explain was that the origin of these, or at least one way in which we nourish them, is based on the absorption of sunlight. Momo, sunlight? Izuku, yes, somehow, my father and I get more energy by being exposed to the sun. It charges our cells and increases our senses. It is something difficult to explain. It empowers us, so to speak. Momo, you're basically a solar battery, lol. Izuku, you could say good allegory. Momo, I see, then that explains it. Your nutrition based on absorbing solar energy, plus the effect that the singularity has on you, makes you more resistant. That's why Aizawa-sensei's quirk had no effect on you. Izuku, why you think so? Thinking, it's Momo Yaoyorozu I'm talking to. I should be careful with my words. It's not for nothing that she's one of the smartest in the class. She's very intuitive. Momo, of course, even that villain ended up toasted because of that. Izuku, why do you say that? Momo, it's obvious, Izuku. She injects her venom into the blood of her victims. In addition to extracting it, which I don't know if she does, she injects some substance that spreads through the bloodstream to be able to control them. But when she bites you, being a kind of vampire and with your cells charged with light, it was basically as if she bit the sun itself. Completely excited. Izuku, wait, I hadn't thought of that. Nervous. The boy only saw how Momo wore an excited look. Izuku could even swear he saw how a pair of stars appeared in his best friend's eyes. However, this surprise could not last long, because a growing pain in his hand woke him up. Seeing her, he realized that it was those mysterious rays again, although this time they were different, black with green lines and red with black lines. The green-haired boy began to feel a pain throughout his body. doubling over due to it, attracting the attention of Momo, who quickly went to the aid of her best friend. Momo, Izuku? Izuku, are you okay? Trying to help him up. Izuku, no, I don't know where I am. Toya Nana Ochako Momo. The green-haired boy began to babble, and although the brunette managed to recognize the names, she didn't know why the boy was saying them. Something that also went unnoticed was the fact that Izuku changes the tone of his voice, as if someone else was speaking inside him. The poor girl couldn't find a way to help the green-haired boy. Trying to move him was almost impossible, although in the end, the girl only saw how the freckled boy's eyes turned white, and without saying anything he fell heavily against the ground, fainting. Momo, Izuku! Izuku, please wake up! Izuku, 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 Izuku. If he asks for my soul, I will gladly give it to him, and if death calls me on the battlefield and I fall at that very moment, if he needs my help, doubt that the stars are made of fire, doubt that the sun moves, doubt that the truth is a lie, but never doubt that I love you. The devil exists. God exists. And our destiny as a people depends on which of the two we decide to follow. Where am I? This doesn't look like. Where the hell am I? By the shields of the Vishanti and the Ring of Solomon, may the light take me out of this reverie. Wait a second, oh no. Where was he? What was happening? Who were those voices? And why did they sound so familiar? Well, and what world is in trouble now? Chapter: The story of his hero. The tragedy had finally ended. Wounded heroes were calmly transported on stretchers. Kirishima was helped with the help of Fat Gum, who upon seeing Tamaki in one piece could not help but run towards him and with tears in his eyes give him a hug. The boy could not help it, either because of tiredness or because he really needed it. But even so, when Tamaki felt the strong hug, his head sank into his teacher's shoulder. Smiling and shedding a few tears. Fat Gum, are you okay? Tamaki, I think that's something I should ask you, sir. You look a little thinner. Fat Gum, ha ha ha, yeah. This fight was all the exercise I ever thought I'd take, though now I'm hungrier than I ever thought I'd ever get, making a weird face. Tamaki, sounds like it's a job for lunch rush. Fat Gum, but don't avoid my question, young man. Checking the black-haired man. Just look at you, you look good too. Tamaki, believe me, at least I can stand up, it could be worse. Fat Gum, I'm glad to hear that, Tamaki. To tell the truth, I think I could have ended up worse than you. But look, what a surprise I got. I'm supposed to be the hero in charge of you, and yet he defended me. The blonde just stepped aside, showing the black-haired man how a group of doctors carried Kirishima on a stretcher completely bandaged. Tamaki, is it Red Riot? Fat Gum, and boy, is he more than a student. This boy really is an unbreakable wall, both in body and spirit. The redhead only slightly opened his eyes as he watched his partner approach him, taking him by the shoulder. Tamaki, look, it's the famous red mummy, hee ouch. It hurts even to laugh. Kirishima, nice to see you again too, Sun Eater. Tamaki, thanks for helping, Fat. You're both quite similar. A pair of airheads, hee. Both boys just smiled. But on the orders of a doctor, both Fat Gum and Tamaki were taken to an ambulance. Although before Kirishima could also arrive, Izuku stopped his stretcher. Uraraka, seeing this, could not help but remember their confrontation in the arcade days ago, so she nervously walked through the people, ignoring the doctors who insisted that she should continue resting. Kirishima and Midoriya. Izuku, Kirishima. For a few seconds the two boys stared at each other without saying a word, analyzing the other, although at that moment, the green-haired boy stretched out his hand towards Kirishima, who still had an expressionless look. Izuku, I kept my promise. This time, nothing stopped me. Area's safe. Kirishima, Midoriya, forgive me. The boy couldn't stand it. Tears began to spill from his eyes, soaking the bandages that covered his face, making the green-haired boy smile calmly, who shook his head slightly. Izuku, no, you don't have to apologize for anything. You had your reasons, just like I had mine. We don't know each other very well, but even so, we have to work together more often, don't you think, Red Riot? Kirishima, yes. Izuku, can you still reach out? Because otherwise this would be awkward. The redhead not only smiled, but even saved himself the pain, and raising his torso, he took the boy tightly to give him a hug, which Izuku clearly did not expect. Kirishima, crying Midoriya, you are the best person in the world, you really are a man, old man. Izuku, ha ha ha, calm down friend, take it easy, you're not even in a condition to move yet, first concentrate on recovering, you're making a fuss. Kirishima, I don't care, you're my friend and I know I acted badly before, but I want to make it up to you. Izuku, okay, calm down, I understand, just focus on recovering for now, understood? Kirishima, yes. But when this is over, I want to treat you to a burger. Izuku understood. The green-haired man just smiled as he watched the redhead stop fighting with the doctors and nurses, lying back down on the stretcher, and being taken into an ambulance. Uraraka, approaching Izuku, men. They are hopeless. Izuku, what can I say? He's quite sentimental. Uraraka, as if you weren't smiling. Izuku, can you keep it a secret? I have a reputation to uphold smiling. Uraraka, oh, I think that's going to cost. Izuku, well, I guess we'll make some kind of deal, right? Uraraka, later we will discuss the terms of your surrender, Superman. For now it's time to rest, the mission is over. Izuku turned his gaze watching as Aizawa, along with the other pro who were still standing, took care of Eri, who was being put into an ambulance. At that moment, the dust dissipated, letting the sun's rays pass more easily, which hit the boy's face, as well as his torso. Izuku just sighed, smiling and inhaling the air, which now felt more peaceful, light and with notes of peace. Yes, Ochako was absolutely right. Finally, Izuku, the mission is finally over. The heroes had won, there was no doubt about that anymore, giving hope back to a little girl, defeating an entire criminal family, and with everyone alive. Izuku Midoriya had shown that even the closest prediction will always have a chance of failing. But sadly, in a world of heroes and villains, things always tend to change, or in this case, get worse. Shigaraki, so here you are, the lord who would rule the new world. Sarcastic. How are you, Lord King? Aren't you enjoying your throne? The destruction along the way was obvious, with one police convoy stolen, another overturned, some of the precepts scattered across the street. Chisaki was strapped to a concrete stretcher, completely at the mercy of the villain with the hands, who now looked very different from the beginning. Chisaki, no! You can't, Mr. Compress. Let's face it, Sasaki, you knew very well that this was what was going to happen. Believe me, it will hurt us more than it will you. Twice. Don't lie to the kid. It's very rude / like when the doctor tells you it won't hurt. Squeeze those butt cheeks better because you're about to meet the creator. Shigaraki, an eye for an eye, Lord Emperor. Chisaki, no wait, please, no. Spinner, I understand the act of poetic justice, but it's a shame this guy doesn't have his magic bullets anymore. That's why it's always good to have a backup plan. Shigaraki, will you shut up? We can't waste any more time. We need to get out of here before this place gets infested with idiots. Spinner, what's the plan, boss? Shigaraki, start the car. Compress, use your quirk. We have to take our friend. Twice. What? Why? Shigaraki, he may look completely useless right now, but let's not forget that in his mind, there may be many answers. The League leader only smiled Machiavellianly at the terrified look of Chisaki, who, motionless, could only watch as Compress approached him, using his quirk, turned him into a marble, which he put in his pocket. Compress, okay, time to go home. Shigaraki, drive fast, the mission is over. By the time the police realized, things had already gotten out of hand. By the time they arrived, there was no trace of the League, only an ode to death and destruction, a clear sign that things were about to get worse. Back with the heroes. The heroic group that had participated in the final act of the battle was now reunited, wounded but at least treated, all in a single room, all except for two people, who at the request of the former symbol of peace, were moved to another room. Now, in the center of it, Almight was sitting, with a serious expression on his face, although you could also see how sadness was beginning to embrace his body, while he saw how Muriel was lying on his back covered by a sheet. But even so, he knew perfectly well all the wounds he had suffered, broken bones, several cuts all over his body, the stakes that Overhaul had used as weapons, had pierced his abdomen, his leg, and one of his thighs. It was too good that he could still walk, even more, a miracle that he could still breathe. All Might could only sigh with great regret. Even though they had won, they had also lost, because before Night Eye fell under the effects of the morphine, he had only said a few words, ones that made the hairs of the ancient symbol stand on end. Night Eye. He knows it, Tashinori, he knows it, and one for all. The man clenched his fists as he dropped his head. All Might, damn it, Mirio, All Might, young Togata. You're awake, my boy, how are you feeling? The man quickly stood up to approach his successor. Mirio, All Might, you're here. All Might, and how could it not be, kid? You know it, you're someone very important to me. I've told you before, haven't I? When we went to Ireland, we're united by something more valuable than blood. We're united by the bond of one for all. The man just smiled, trying to calm his pupil, but the blonde didn't smile back. The memories of the words spoken during the fight dug space in his mind, refusing to be forgotten. In the end, was he just a puppet? All Might had only used him for his quirk and his rivalry against Superman, and not for his worth as a person? The poor boy saw his teacher's blue eyes and, unable to stop him, began to shed tears of disappointment and sadness before the gaze of the former symbol of peace, who didn't know how to calm the blonde. All Might, calm down, son, let it out. But you have nothing to regret. You were a hero. You rescued little Eri. You saved her life. You defeated Overhaul. You showed not only him, but also the villains, what the power of our hearts and one for all can achieve. Stroking Mirio's hair, I'm very proud of you. Every word continued to dig into the chest of the now quirkless blonde. Mirio was desperate, morally shattered. The boy tried not to say anything by biting his lips, but in the end, this too was useless. Unable to hold it in any longer, the boy decided to tell the truth. If he wanted sincerity, then he had to set an example, even if that cost him his stay even at UA. Mirio, I lost it. All Might. Toshinori, what's wrong? What did you lose? Whatever it is, we'll find it, kid. Once you're released, I'll be by your side, accompanying you every step of the way. You're my successor. Mirio, I lost one for all. Desperate, I lost it in the battle against Overhaul. The man felt his body heavy, as if all the gravity of the world were placed on his shoulders. Yagi Toshinori could not believe the words coming from the boy in front of him. Without being able to avoid it, his legs weakened and he fell to his knees. His sunken gaze darkened even more. The secret, the power that they had guarded and cultivated so much, that had been entrusted to him by his teacher. His only chance against that monster had disappeared. All Might, the one for all, disappeared? What do you mean by that? Mirio, crying, I lost it in combat. One of Chisaki's precepts had the quirk to make me tell the truth without being able to avoid it. I used my permeability to get closer. They asked about my quirk and I couldn't avoid it. I told the truth, and in the battle, Nemoto used Eri as bait. I wasn't going to allow them to attack her, and I got ahead. I received 2 shots for her. Night-eye. I think we both know what that means, Toshinori. The blonde had obviously become nervous upon hearing this. It was news he never wanted to hear. All Might, no, you guys have got to be kidding, don't you? This is a Night-eye. As much as I hate to say it, no, I'm sorry, All Might, but one for all is no longer. All Might, don't say it. You know better than anyone what that means. He was our only hope, and now we have nothing. If he finds out. Night-eye. Toshinori, I know this is hard to accept, but please understand that this is something that is completely out of our hands. All Might, it came out of our hands? Are you really just saying that to me? You, showing a surge of anger due to fear and despair, All Might approached Night-eye's stretcher, not caring that Mirio was wide awake, watching the whole scene. All Might, you used your foresight. You convinced me. You were the one who told me he was ready, that you had seen him become the most powerful hero of all, that the combination of both of our quirks would make him invincible, stronger even than Sup. Night-eye, my quirk isn't perfect, nobody's is, All Might. But you were the one who told me your predictions were accurate. That the future couldn't be changed no matter how hard I tried. Night-eye, I was wrong, okay? Getting up from the bed, is that what you want to hear? In the fight against Chisaki, Midoriya made me see that the future is not something immovable. It can be changed by having the will and the hope to do so. But All Might wouldn't listen to reason. Annoyed by his partner's responses and frightened by the new situation, the thin man stood up and left the room, slamming the door. Once everything fell completely silent, Night-eye could hear the pitiful cries of Mirio, the blonde who had remained silent, not wanting to disturb his favorite hero any further. Night-eye, Mirio? Miro, so it's true? Trying to hold back the tears, in the end I was only chosen for what I could do and not for what I had achieved. Night-eye, Mirio. The man just watched as the blonde man gently raised a hand, his entire arm shaking completely. Mirio, when you first summoned me, you told me you saw in me a promising future. A light that shone like no other. You told me my fighting spirit was something rare among current heroes, but in reality, you only chose me because I was the prospect most similar to All Might physically, right? The man did not want to answer, but this, rather than calming him down, only sowed more doubts and fears in the poor boy, who continued to cry, now with his dreams broken, thinking that everything he had achieved over the years was orchestrated and he was just a puppet whose strings had been cut, leaving him completely useless and making Night-eye feel like the worst person in the world. Despite the fact that the man always maintained a stoic stance, now he felt remorse burning his soul. For his part, there was someone who, even though it was not his intention, heard this discussion. Lowering his head, feeling sad for the blonde, Izuku Midoriya found himself floating above the hospital, keeping his gaze on the horizon, watching the night cover Japan, analyzing everything that had happened. Izuku, what a day. I'm really sorry, Mirio. That's something that shouldn't have happened to you. Uraraka, now you're a guardian angel? Surprised to hear a familiar voice, the boy looked down, observing how the brunette was at the door of the hospital, with 2 glasses of coffee, which were still hot, as the trail of steam they gave off could be seen. Izuku, how do you know I'm Uraraka? You said it yourself at UA. You have super hearing. I know you can hear me, Izuku, so come down, the coffee is getting cold. Forming a slight smile, the boy could only move his head slightly before starting to descend, standing in front of the girl, who handed him her cup of coffee, in addition to showing that she also had a paper bag, from which she took out pieces of bread. Uraraka, I don't know how your quirk works, but I thought after such a hectic day, you'd be a little hungry. Izuku, Gracia Ochako, by the way, how did you know I was upstairs? I didn't see you leave at any point. Uraraka, I know, I was inside. The hospital courtyard has a small coffee stand, you know, for those people who stay on guard or the workers. Izuku, no wonder. Uraraka, besides, when I asked about you, no nurse could tell me anything, so I assumed you had left. Fortunately, a doctor told me he had seen you leave, so let's just say I guessed. I know the fight really affected you. Izuku, not just the fight, the day in general, Eri's story, what happened with Mirio, Night Eye. Sometimes I think I understand the world, but there are times when I feel like things overwhelm me. Uraraka, and it makes sense, despite what we did today and what we can do tomorrow, we are still young. Having doubts about our place in the world is something completely valid. But you know something? We always learn, with every mistake, with every success, defeat, or victory. At this moment they are valid. Let's say it is our testing period, so that when we are adults, we know how to make decisions that are the most correct and mature, taking into account everything we learned previously. The brunette took a sip of her coffee, while looking at the boy, who reflected on these words, while also taking a sip of the hot drink. Uraraka, or at least that's what I think, it's something my parents taught me when I was younger, before I was left alone at home. Izuku, and that's why they are so important. I wasn't wrong when I said it. Of everyone in the class, you are the one who truly has the best reasons to be a hero. That reflects your maturity and also your simplicity. Thank you, Ochako. Uraraka, it's nothing. After all, when I was younger, I realized that the world wasn't rainbows and pink clouds. I won't lie that I like to live with illusions, but seeing my parents and the heroes every time they finished a fight, seeing how their tired and sore faces lit up when they saw how their work had truly been worth it, made me think a lot. When a hero suffers, who helps them? Izuku, taking a bite of his bread, well, in that case, you are the heroine of heroes, right? Thanks for cheering me up, you've been a great support since morning. Uraraka, calm down, strongman. It's not something you have to be thankful for. After all, it's just my job as a heroine. Although if you really insist, one day you can buy me some mochi. It may be a simple sweet, but for me it's the best reward for a job well done. Izuku, okay, deal. Both boys just smiled, saying nothing, enjoying the warmth of the drink together. A pair of friends watching the sunset and its silver trails. The next day, by orders of the doctors and their superiors, the boys had stayed in the medical facilities, giving their testimony to the officers and sleeping after eating something. Although in the boy's case he preferred to stay awake, watching at least inside, since they were not allowed to leave. It was in this way that Izuku managed to find out about the League's attack on the police van and Chisaki's kidnapping. For obvious reasons, the boy became enraged. Clenching his fists, Izuku just closed his eyes. Shigaraki was free. With Chisaki at his side and a whole league of villains and precepts, Izuku walked through the corridors, reaching the children's area. Walking very carefully, Izuku soon reached little Eri's room. Looking out the window in the door, trying to make as little noise as possible, Izuku could only look at her. Eri was fast asleep. The girl was calm, breathing peacefully. After leaving the hell she lived, what Chisaki and his gang had forced her to repeat day after day. What happened today was something that would undoubtedly mark a before and after in the girl's life. There was no doubt about that. But even so, it would take a lot of work to get the little girl to open up to the world again, to trust again, to realize that she already had value for herself, to decide to enjoy her life. Izuku could see it. Despite her peaceful and uninterrupted sleep, the poor girl clung to the blankets covering herself as if it were her greatest shield. Izuku, I promise I won't let anything happen to you anymore, Eri, even if I have to cross the ocean in the blink of an eye. That night, Izuku discovered that he didn't really need to sleep like everyone else. It seemed that one of his powers also gave him the ability to avoid this need without any repercussions. Throughout the night that he stayed awake, the boy volunteered, helping as many people as he could, carrying bottles of water, giving blankets to those who stayed overnight, comforting some people, even talking to others. What for others could be something minuscule, the truth is that for those people it was a help they didn't expect, a healthy distraction from the pain, a consolation in their saddest moments, a hand that showed them the way out of the darkness, the hope for a better tomorrow. The first rays of the sun illuminated the hospital. Izuku was sitting quietly while listening to the stories that a kind old woman told him. Apparently her granddaughter was in an operation, and although everything had gone well, the old woman had not had the opportunity to see her. So to calm her nerves other than serving her a glass of tea next to a blanket, the boy had offered her company, sitting next to her, talking to calm her down. Uraraka, appearing Izuku? Izuku, good morning. Ochako standing up. Excuse me, but I have to go. I hope everything goes well. Please say hello to your granddaughter. The kind old lady only nodded slightly, thanking the boy for his company, who left, accompanying the brunette drinking a coffee that her friend was once again offering her. Uraraka, please tell me you didn't spend the whole night awake. Izuku, would you be surprised to know that I'm not sleepy at all? Uraraka, if you tell me it's one of your powers, then I'll use you as an alarm clock for the days at the academy. Izuku, in that case I'll pretend to be exhausted, faking a yawn. Thank you very much for the coffee. I'm really going to need it. The boys just smiled. But without saying anything, they walked towards a large room, where the heroes were already gathered and, to everyone's relief, completely recovered. Ochako, done, I found it. Ryukyu, thank you very much. Uravity. Izuku, glad to see you're better. Eraserhead. Aizawa, and you're still in one piece, and as if nothing happened. It's a little unfair, if we're being honest. The green-haired man just smiled, but quickly changed his expression, feeling two eyes on him. He didn't even have to turn around to see who it was, just lowering his head. Once all the heroes and students were gathered, a conversation began. This did not last long, because the topic was clear. Now that they finished with the Yakuza and with the liberation of Little Eri, the next thing in line was clear: to thank the heroes who worked hard to achieve this victory, as well as in the same way, ask for their efforts so that he could turn the page on the hell he lived. Something that Izuku did not even have to think about to accept, because that had become his mission. To help and give her hope. Naitai, for now, I just have to thank you all. The mission didn't go exactly as we expected, but still I'm sorry if my actions weren't correct. Sorry if I couldn't bring you back safely as I wanted, and sorry for Ryukyu. At this point, what's the point of asking for forgiveness? You said it yourself, we got out of there alive, maybe not in one piece, but our hearts still beat, and despite the sacrifices, looking at Izuku and Mirio, that girl will be able to have the life she wanted so much and was always forbidden to her. I know I'm nobody to say it, but you have some truly incredible protégés, Night-Eye, so you better recover soon. Your agency has more heroes to forge. The beautiful woman only lowered her head, but before leaving, she took Izuku by the shoulder. Ryukyu, thank you so much for saving me, Midoriya. But the green-haired man said nothing, just smiling slightly. The blonde had nothing to thank. After this, one by one those involved left the room, leaving only the members of Night-Eye's agency. Aizawa, Midoriya, remember that I have to take you to the academy, your classmates, and you should rest a little. Izuku, what? Yes, thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Although if you don't mind, I would like to talk to Mirio a little before I can leave. Aizawa, not at all. Just try not to take so long, please. I'm really tired. Izuku, are you sure you're fit to drive to the academy? Smiling, the black-haired man said nothing, just giving a slight smile, leaving the room, leaving the green-haired man, Bubble Girl, Centipede, Night-Eye and Mirio alone, who had not said anything during the entire meeting. Bubble Girl, Midoriya, is everything okay? Centipede, the doctors said you didn't sleep all night. Don't you think that's bad for your health? I understand you're a little upset about the fight and what happened, but, Bubble Girl, if you need to talk to someone, we're here for you. We're colleagues. Or do you want to treat it professionally? Because in that case, Izuku, I'm fine, you guys relax, believe me, just I'd like to talk to Togata a little alone, if you don't mind, of course. Both heroes were about to ask the reason for this, but Night-Eye raised his hand, getting ahead of the two, seeing the green-haired man. Night-Eye, sure, feel free. Bubble, Centipede, Please accompany me to the exit. Centipede, but sir, Night Eye. Both boys were the heroes of the moment during the mission. Giving them a little privacy is something we can't deny them. But as Aizawa said, try not to take too long, you still have to go to the academy. The man stood up, head bowed, something that obviously confused his subordinates, who, unable to do anything else, followed their boss, also leaving both boys alone where after the sound of the door, an awkward silence reigned, which lasted several minutes, without anyone daring to say anything first. Mirio, gathering courage, so I bet you don't know, do you? Not even sir told you. Izuku, tell me what? Mirio, they ordered me to stay one more day here Damn, I don't know why. I feel great ha ha ha. The boy stood up and before Izuku's gaze he began to jump, as if warming up to exercise. Izuku, Togata Mirio, stopping. I know I didn't forget my quirks disappeared completely. Holy irony, right? I lost my quirks but I gained knowledge of things that maybe I don't even know why I still smile. After all my effort was for nothing in the end. They only chose me for my appearance, for my similarity to him, ignoring what I could truly prove. Closing his fists, everything I defended, everything I fought for my dream, was it really mine? I wanted to save 1,000,000 people because my favorite hero saved. I wanted to be better than him because I admired him, because I wanted to show that his faith in me had not been in vain. But now, Izuku, you did it. The blonde had lowered his head while speaking, his body trembling and tears threatening to come out. But upon hearing Izuku's words he looked up, seeing how the green-haired man had sat in front of him, with a smile. Izuku, I don't know how the process was when you introduced yourself to Night Eye and Almight, but you know, I feel that your dreams, your values and ideals are something that you defend on your own, for what your parents taught you, for what you have learned over the years, and yes, Almight saved people setting the bar very high. But you are not him, you went further, braver, stronger. What happened with your quirks? It is only proof that no matter what, you were a true hero until the end. Even with all your sacrifice, you did it. You saved a girl and fulfilled your dream. Mirio, I don't understand. Izuku, don't you understand? Mirio, you saved Eri's life and indirectly. With this you also saved not only 1,000,000 but millions of people in the long run. We dismantled the Yakuza, we defeated Chisaki and his precepts, with your help we eliminated the anti-quirk bullets. There are no more and the ones that are distributed are the unfinished version, which although yes, at first it limits our heroic activity, but does not erase it completely. You saved the careers of many companions and with that the lives of millions of people in the future, and that is something that I could not have done, or at least not without you. The green-haired boy put a hand on the blonde's shoulder who, upon realizing the boy's words, couldn't help but shed tears. It hurt, it really hurt to lose his quirk, all his effort, his training thrown away. But at the same time, he couldn't deny that Izuku was right, his sacrifice had been for nothing. Izuku, even without your quirk, you were able to stand up to Chisaki and you faced him without hesitation to defend Eri. Even at the cost of getting hurt more, you made him feel fear. You stood firm in your ideals and you came out victorious. Even without a power you will always be his hero. For Eri you will always be Lemillion. The green-haired man had stood up while Mirio continued crying. The sun filtered through the window, illuminating both of them, giving an image that was the perfect mix between melancholy, sadness and memory. Even without a quirk, can I be a hero? You too can be a hero. The green-haired boy shook his head and, patting the blonde, headed for the exit of the room. Izuku, for now I have to go, but we'll see each other later. Mirio, you heard Aizawa-sensei, the mission is over, but I still have to go to class. There's no rest, but when you recover tell me, even if you're far away, just say it, I'll listen to you. Opening the handle. Mirio, wait, Midoriya. Izuku, is something wrong? Mirio, why did you say that to me? After everything that happened between us, after everything I said and did to you, I took you to Sir even though. Izuku, raising his hand. Yes, our beginning was not conventional, much less friendly, but we are schoolmates, we are heroes, our differences had no place there. Also, the fact that our beginning was dark, does not mean that now we can try again, or yes? Let's smile together. Togata staring at the blonde because in this life, those who smile are the strongest. Also, as someone very important to me would say, I believe in redemption, I believe in second chances. But above all, I believe in my friends. Looking at the blonde. See you later, Lemillion. And saying this, the boy left the place, leaving the blonde alone who, through the tears, clenched his fists, outlining a slight smile. Mirio, see you later Superman. The green-haired man walked through the hospital corridors saying goodbye to the people who recognized him, as well as to some nurses, media and police officers who thanked them for all the work they did, because despite the mockery of the people, he never belittled their efforts. Once they left, the boy took a breath, puffing out his chest, looking up at the sky with joy. Aizawa, I said it and I repeat it, you still have many deficiencies when it comes to teamwork and also with your crazy plans. After all, you are still a problem child. Izuku, thanks, Aizawa, smiling slightly, but still, that girl is alive and now has a greater chance of having a life. So thank you, Midoriya. The green-haired man just smiled as his homeroom teacher patted him on the shoulder and headed to the car. Aizawa, but still, it took you longer than planned to leave. Time is limited, brat. We'll see you at the academy. Izuku, wait, what? Confused. Wait, sensei. Aizawa, when I get to the academy I hope to see you there. Otherwise you'll have double the homework for weeks. Don't get distracted. And this being the last thing he said, the black-haired boy started the vehicle where Izuku could see that Tsuyu, Uraraka and Kirishima were already up there, talking. Uraraka stuck her head out the window waving goodbye with her fingers. The green-haired boy only remained in doubt for a few seconds, but after this, he started walking, taking momentum to take flight, in the direction of his school. He already wanted to see his friends and tell them what happened. He already wanted to see her. I'm on my way back to the academy. Sorry for worrying you. The boy flew at a moderate speed, passing through the streets of Japan, watching the people passing by, greeting everyone, even helping some along the way. Although in the end, remembering what his sensei told him, the boy quickened his pace, managing to reach the academy a few minutes before seeing his teacher's car parked. Aizawa, getting out of the car, you just arrived, didn't you? Izuku, he has a few minutes at most. Aizawa, I'm glad, so they can start at the same time. Kirishima, at the same time? What do you mean? Tsukachi, approaching the boys, sorry to ruin your return to the academy, boys, but you still have to sign some papers. Izuku, Officer Tsukachi. Uraraka, sign papers? Tsukachi, it's routine. It's about the defeat of the Shai Hasaikai. Take it as a second report. Tsuyu, we already had one while I was in the hospital. Kero. Tsukauhi, yes, that was done by their respective agencies. But since they are minors and have recently acquired their license, this has to be done by the UA. I know it sounds tedious, but it's just a formality. Aizawa, even I find it absurd, but you better hurry up, we didn't make the rules. And without any other choice, the boys followed the man in the trench coat. Although Izuku turned to the building of his class, it seemed that everything would take longer than he thought. In the end, contrary to what Tsukachi had said, the paperwork took most of the day. The poor kids left the UA offices late at night, mentally tired, so by order of Aizawa, they went straight to the Class A building. Kirishima, dude, that was really tiring, boring. Tsuyu, and I thought the pile of documents coming from the Ryukyu agency were stressful. Uraraka, I think my hand hurts a little. Izuku, well, at least now we can rest a little, I hope so. The boys just nodded, following the illuminated path until they entered the first floor of their residence. Although what they didn't expect was that when the elevator opened its doors, they would find most of their classmates gathered. The first to notice their presence was Mineta, who with a face of genuine concern approached his friends running. Mineta, guys, you're finally here. Getting the attention of the rest. Izuku, Mineta, please tell me you're okay. Kirishima, dude, calm down, we're fine. Kaminari, you can't ask us to calm down. Kirishima, we saw the news, it was scary. Sato, we really care about you guys. Siro, why didn't they tell us anything? They just left without saying a word. Kirishima, well, we would have told them, but we were forbidden to talk about it. And Hagakure, hugging Tsuyu and Uraraka, girls, I was really worried about you. That fight was terrifying even when Ryukyu was with you. What the reporter said about that villain's quirk, didn't it hurt you? Tsuyu, don't worry, Toru, we're fine. Kero. Uraraka, yes, he was someone strong, but even with all that, we managed to keep him under control. We are aspiring heroes after all, right? Mina, but they can't stop us from worrying. Carrying a rabbit, they're our friends, and yet we were afraid they'd get seriously hurt. Sato, I made you a chocolate cake, please eat it, it will give you strength. Lifting the cake. Izuku, thanks, and again, sorry for worrying you guys, but we're fine. Like Ochako said, we're aspiring heroes, we still have a lot to learn, but we learned a lesson from all this. Plus, we had the impenetrable wall of Class A. With Kirishima giving us support, we could even tame a hurricane. The green-haired man smiled, taking the redhead by the shoulders, who turned to look at his friend with a smile, showing his fangs. Kirishima, exactly. Shoji, the important thing is that they are okay. Jiro, you saw the videos, friend watching. Kirishima, are they really okay? The girl walked towards the redhead, who looked at her with a nervous smile. Jiro, are you sure you're okay? Kirishima? Kirishima, well, a bit tired physically and mentally, but yes, I'm still quite inexperienced. But I'm fine, sorry if I worried you too much, Jiro. The girl acquired a small reddish tone on her cheeks as she gathered her jacks. Although without expecting anything more and as if it were an emergency behavior, the girl hit the redhead on the head, who only widened his smile. Kirishima, but I already apologized. Jiro, silly, looking away. Ida, guys calling for attention, I understand that you are worried about the well-being of our companions. But remember that they come from a mission. We cannot harass them. You have to rest. Making his classic movements. Izuku, Ida, calling the blue-haired boy's attention. Calm down, Kirishima is right. We're just a little physically and mentally exhausted. But we're fine. We can't just leave without saying something. That would be more worrying, don't you think? Ida, okay, well, I guess you have a point. But if that's the case, then. The blue-haired boy approached his friend, and before he could say anything, the strict president of Class A began to shake him violently from side to side, now releasing all the stress and worry he had. Ida, I was really worried about you guys. I almost died when I saw the news. You're always getting into such huge trouble. Don't you have any sense of self-preservation? Ciro, didn't you say we should calm down? You're being the wildest person. The boy ignored the comment, continuing to move his friend wildly until someone removed him, pushing him hard, surprising most of the students in Class A, as they didn't think the blonde had that much strength. Toga, Izuku. Without saying anything else, the girl threw herself at the boy, burying her head in her brother's chest, who could only caress the back of his best friend/younger sister. Izuku, hi Himiko? What are you doing here? Toga, what do you think, you huge idiot? I was worried sick about you. Are you stupid? Are you suicidal or something? Only you would think of taking on a Yakuza boss who can turn into a monster of that size. Izuku, well, if I'm honest. Toga, no, don't even think about saying it. I know you perfectly and I know what answer you'll give, so if you want to go to sleep in one room, I recommend you keep quiet, separating from the boy. Gosh, you really have no choice. If you wanted to get rid of us so much, you just have to say it. Fool, wiping away her tears. Izuku, to tell the truth, I didn't think they would televise it. The whole mission was handled with incredible secrecy. Todoroki, idiot. The green-haired boy looked up only to see Shoto also approaching his friends. The mixed-haired boy was not the most expressive in all of UA, but after knowing him for years, Izuku knew how to recognize his expressions. On his face, one could see the concern, the fear. The green-haired boy felt a lump in his throat. They knew better than anyone that Izuku was not so easy to hurt. But a villain would not stop so easily. Izuku, ouch. And that coldness? You won't even give me a hug first? Shoto, coldness? I should freeze your ass for scaring us. Izuku, I know, I'm sorry. Todoroki, okay. And you think an apology will relax our hearts? The mixed-haired boy approached his friend, but before he could do anything, Himiko wasted no time hitting him on the head, making him sweat every time. Toga, will you shut up? They're coming from a dangerous mission, and the last thing they want is for a Sasuke knockoff with daddy issues to make them feel worse. Todoroki, sorry, head bowed. Izuku, hey, I understand that Shoto isn't the most sensitive person in the world, but, Toga, will you shut up? I'm defending you. A thank you wouldn't hurt. Yuku, WLI. This interaction was only seen by the other members of the class, who only sighed in surprise, with a drop of sweat running down their necks. Without a doubt, the interactions of these were too strange for them. For her part, Uraraka only saw the green-haired boy, remembering their fight, the moments before, his determination, his anger, dedication. The girl saw him cry, frown in anger, clench his fists. But even so, when he had Chisaki in front of him, with all that power, he could have easily finished him off, end the problem at its root. No more uprisings, no more brainwashing, with just a ray of his heat vision. Or a well-placed punch, but even so, he didn't do this. Izuku decided to act like a true hero. He did his job, even with all that pain, even with his fears and insecurities, even with such a big secret with him. Tsuyu Ochako, are you okay? Uraraka, I want to save him. Help him and everyone I can. Izuku, did you say something, Ochako? Uraraka, what? Oh no, it's just that emotional exhaustion. I just need to rest a little. Looking away, but I'll be fine, I promise. The boy just looked at the brunette for a few seconds with doubt. He wasn't sure, but still, seeing his friend somewhat strange. Momo, Izuku, calling her attention again. The green-haired boy looked up. Momo was in front of him. Her face was different from Ida's, Shoto's, or Toga's, because in addition to worry and sadness, she also showed genuine happiness and pride, an authentic mix of emotions both positive and negative. The girl didn't even think about what Mina or the rest of her friends might think, with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face. The girl threw herself at Izuku, who received her by hugging her tightly, but at the same time gently so as not to hurt her. For the rest of the boys, the hug lasted little, but for them, it was eternal, although it could have lasted much longer. Izuku felt his shoulder being soaked by the tears of his best friend, who without saying anything, began to release light blows on the boy's shoulder. Momo, Izuku, I don't doubt your mom, I couldn't do it, but didn't she teach you to have a little sense of self-preservation? Izuku, yes, but my father was a reporter. Being fearless comes in the blood. Momo, you're a fool. Toga, I already told you. Taking her time to separate from him, the girl also advanced with the rest of her friends, checking them to make sure they were okay. Although like Izuku, they all denied that they had no injuries, although that did not save them from the scolding coming from the brunette. Uraraka, hey Izuku, where is the off button for your scolding? Izuku, ha ha ha, it's like an alarm clock, you can snooze it, but it will always come to you. The girl remained silent when she heard this little talk, causing her intrigue. Because she did not know that the green-haired boy and the brunette were so close as to call each other by their names, Momo could not help but feel a discomfort inside her, which manifested itself as a small pout, which did not go unnoticed by both, generating a giggle in Ochako, who continued joking a little with the boy, causing Momo to be a little more insistent with her scolding towards her, although in the end, the girl calmed down, going for her teapot, ready to prepare some lavender tea for her friends, to relax, at the same time that Sato friendly forced Izuku to eat the cake she had made. Shoto, by the way, I'm sorry, but I can't stay that long. Izuku, I was just waiting for you to say goodbye. Izuku, is something wrong? Toga, remember, Bakugo and he have to get up early tomorrow for their exam. Izuku, that's true. Todoroki, I told you I wouldn't stop moving forward, even if I stumbled, so I hope your victory today doesn't go to your head, because I'll catch up with you soon. Izuku, I'll be waiting for you. The green-haired boy stretched out his fist and bumped it against Shoto, continuing with his evening. Izuku, but well, then we have to enjoy the night. I won't be able to stay that long either. So, the boys got ready to talk, where Momo, Ochako, Tsuyu, Ida, Jiro, Shoji, Tokoyami, Ojiro and Kirishima also joined them, although after a couple of hours, they all went back to their room. In Izuku's case he found Crypto, whom he hugged. He was really happy to see him again, her, to be alive, to say very. The next morning, Izuku was the first to get up, even before his alarm. The boy did not know if it was because of his new acquired ability or because of all the events that had happened, but even so the boy felt full of energy, as alive as he could be. Giving a long sigh and realizing that it would be useless to go back to sleep, the boy got out of bed, followed by his faithful friend, where after a breakfast better prepared by the green-haired boy, they decided to go out and train a little, watching the sunrise. A beautiful sunrise. Izuku, closing his eyes, being bathed by the sun. I had forgotten how good it felt to see the sunrise. It's true. Yesterday Shoto mentioned his exam. Looking at his watch, I still have a couple of hours before it comes out. What are you saying, friend? A few laps before they go down. Receiving a bark of acceptance from the dog, the boy just smiled, getting into a running position, being imitated by his dog. Izuku, okay, remember the rules. No getting in each other's way, no biting your opponent, and above all use all your power. Izuku didn't hesitate, giving a clap as a starting signal. Both of them started running. It might not seem like it, but the dog was faster than it seemed. Izuku could only smile watching the scene with happiness. After hours of training, both walked quietly, leaving the gym. Izuku drank water from a bottle, quenching his thirst. Arriving at the entrance of the dorms, watching as his best friend and the blonde left them, making him smile. He had arrived on time. Izuku, hey, Shoto, Todoroki, Izuku. Good morning, friend, happy. Bakugo, damn, whispering. Izuku, damn, for a second I thought I wouldn't catch you. I see you got up early. Shoto, you couldn't be late even if you wanted to, not with that super speed of yours. Izuku, well, never say never. Remember all the beatings Himiko gave us for being late when we were younger, ha ha ha. Shoto, true, although I don't know why you're surprised that I wake up early. Having you as a friend, it was a bad habit that you gave me when we were younger. The green-haired boy and his best friend continued walking, leaving the blonde behind, who was shouting angrily, but was ignored by the duo, thus reaching the entrance of the academy, where they were surprised to see Almight and present Mike. It seemed that Aizawa still had something to discuss regarding Eri. Once everyone was there, Yuka had no choice but to say goodbye to Shoto, who, knowing that his best friend could not accompany him, only said goodbye to both of them, caressing Crypto's head. Izuku, take care of yourself and work hard to get your license as soon as possible, my friend. Shoto, don't blink, because by the time you do, I'll have already surpassed you. Izuku, I hope so, I know you still have a lot to give. Saying goodbye to his teachers with a simple wave, the boy walked back to the dorm, passing by Bakugo. You're strong, now you just have to prove it. Izuku continued on his way, leaving the boys alone, unaware that from a distance, All Might could only see him, without saying anything. Present Mike, being a teacher is complicated, isn't it? All Might, I spent a long time being a hero, as far as I knew how to connect with people, but now, the man could only remember his fight with Night Eye, the way Mirio saw him, that revelation. The man said nothing, but he had heard the conversation his partner and Mirio had in the hospital. What did it mean to you? Did they really see my hero potential, or was I just the backup All Might? The man hung his head in despondence. His popularity, his faith in the heroes, his confidence, one by one, everything he had fought for was going down. Now, with every step the heroes took, it seemed as if the villains took, and with each one, the people's confidence decreased times more. The man clenched his fist, thinking about all the things he could have changed, that he could have improved, in his work as in himself. So many years ago, the former symbol of peace could only let out a sigh of sadness, although at that moment, present Mike showed that he was also a hero, putting a hand on his partner's shoulder. Present Mike, that's the beauty of being human, old friend. We can make mistakes, and mend our mistakes, learn from them, be better, fix what we thought was broken. We are heroes for a reason. Tashinori. Looking at his master, the man didn't find an accusatory look, but one of comfort and friendship, supporting him at all times. All Might, you're right, thanks Mike. Present Mike, hey, what are we here for, friends? Ha ha ha, now come here, big guy. There are still things to do, so it would be best to move. Accepting the facts, the man nodded, getting into the car, taking his students to their destination, ready to meet up with Gang Orca and the group of stragglers. Just as in that place they would find what would be one of their greatest tests, connecting with the hearts of some children, showing them that heroes still exist, that trust comes first, and that a good person can always make a difference by saving and calming their souls, restoring their faith. You're the leader, right? Stop acting like that. The more you look down on others, the less chance you'll have of seeing your own weaknesses. A hero trusts his team as much as he trusts himself. Listen to this advice from your superior. A piece of advice I heard from someone else. A lesson inherited. Maybe the past can't be changed, but the future can be prevented, and with that, it will save someone else. Prevent arrogance from making them make mistakes they may regret for the rest of their lives. Maybe I had learned a lesson after all. If one doesn't change with the passing of the years, then one can't say that one has grown, because age gives experience, but it is the experiences, our mistakes and successes, that give wisdom and maturity. Chapter Stop Counting Friends trailer. What seemed to be an intense fight was already in its final moments. Hatred, resentment, courage, and a sense of duty were what motivated the two brothers in their quest to complete their mission. To kill or to save, in a clash of ideals, which would give way in the end. To confirm the significance of my birth into that family. For that very reason, Midoriya, this is my power. Thank you very much. Shoto Todoroki remembered this moment as if it were a distant memory, something he had to hold on to as he charged his attack. This was his duty, the fight he had to finish, the last unfinished business he had to finish. The man in front of him was Dabi, but at the same time, it was also Toya Todoroki, his older brother, whom he considered dead and who now wanted to kill him. Shoto, freezing attack, unsheathed the cold flames. The bicolor activated his left side by placing both hands against the ground, launching a powerful flaming attack against his brother, who received the impact directly, sending him several meters back. Shoto, with this, I should be able to cool your head off a bit, idiot. Toya, thinking, he has a body capable of enduring within this incandescence and power that could freeze my flames, releasing a puff of steam. There is no enemy more suitable for me than you. The villain was flying through the air. His body was so badly injured that it was impossible to believe he could still stand. His muscles were already visible, blackened by the heat emanating from him and affecting him at the same time. But still, With a deranged look, he could smile grotesquely. The villain managed to turn in the air, maintaining his stability with his flames. Toya, and besides, we have different ways of expressing ourselves. I knew it. Even though we are brothers who share the same blood, our styles are very different. The villain managed to fall without hurting himself, placing his hand on the ground. Shoto knew this was a bad sign, so he tried to move forward, but after taking a couple of steps, he noticed how the flames of his quirk went out. Shoto, surprised and scared, what the? Thinking, I've run out. I have to activate it again. Desperate, for his part, his brother was not merciful, because after falling, with both hands on the ground, the villain began to generate more flames, pointing them all downwards. His emaciated body gave a terrifying appearance, making him look more like a monster than a man. Toya, it's the end of superheroes society. That's what we are. Starting to crack the ground in the heat, someone who has strayed so far from the path never finds the right one again. The villain said this, and at the same time, a bubble of molten concrete emerged from the ground, because if before, with such a discharge of energy, it had cracked, now, unable to bear it any longer, it gave way, letting through enormous columns of blue flames, which devoured everything in their path. The heroine burning, along with 2 other subjects, were among the first to feel the scorching heat of the technique, falling almost immediately to the ground completely exhausted. Toya did not intend to stop, not until he achieved his goal. Toya, we're on parallel paths. Grinning madly, now, for the sake of our family and everyone else, burn to death, little brother, burning shit. I think Shoto has done all he could. Wound. In the distance, the youngest of the Todoroki brothers tried to withstand the infernal attack, thinking of a new way to counter it. It might not seem like it, but the bicolored boy was desperate. He didn't know if he was in a position to continue fighting, much less if he was going to be able to defeat his brother, but everyone was counting on him. He was the last line of defense left standing in that place. Shoto, thinking, these flames are too hot, they could even burn me. I'm sorry, burning. I've already told you that saying that is just a waste of energy. If you're going to do something, do it now. The bicolor reacted to these words. It was true, he couldn't just apologize and give up to die. That wouldn't stop Dabi. Once he fell, the villain would follow his path. So who would be next on the list? Endeavor Hawks, his family? The heterochromatic remembered Bakugo's kidnapping clearly. Would they go after Izuku now? Shoto slowly shook his head. No, the boy wasn't willing to see this. He wouldn't fail anyone again. If he could still breathe, then he would keep fighting. Shoto, thank you so much. Thinking, even if it's just words, my blood, my past, there were so many things holding me back, that my path had become too long. By the time I realized, I thought everyone had turned their backs on me, but no, everyone was always there. No one from Class A had left me behind, they were always there to help me. While thinking this, the bicolor thought about his friends. They all crossed his mind: Momo, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Ida, even the aggressive Bakugo. Finally, the boy remembered Izuku Midoriya, the craziest and at the same time bravest person he had ever met, the first one he could call best friend, and his first rival, who showed him the value of strength and the meaning of forgiveness. Your power is yours and no one else's. No, Shoto couldn't lose. People trusted him, they put their faith in him to win, and he wouldn't let them down. With his body completely in pain, his quirk at its limit and his wounds open, the boy crouched slightly, enduring the pain, releasing heat. Shoto, thinking, build up your strength. A special technique is what represents us. The technique indicates what we are capable of. No one saw him move. From one moment to the next, the boy had disappeared in a flash of intense blue. For his part, Dabi was smiling like he had never done in his entire life. He had fulfilled his promise. His twisted smile was getting bigger and bigger, showing the cartilage of his jaw. His lips had disappeared, showing his teeth in their entirety, giving him a more frightening appearance. But his excitement didn't last long, as it was only a matter of seconds before his eyes rolled back in their sockets, and what was a smile of victory turned into a grimace of surprise, when he saw how from one second to the next his little brother, the one he presumed dead, was now standing in front of him, with his fist in his stomach. Shoto, without seeing his brother, the tracks do cross, even if it's by force. So please stop now, Toya. The mixed-haired boy was harsh with his words. His back still had light blue flames, which had served as an impulse, but without giving his brother freedom of movement, the boy activated his right side, It was time to use his last move. The cold ran through Shoto's body, who couldn't help but feel paralyzed for a few seconds, although without stopping. Shoto, big wave of ice. For both contenders, things lasted an eternity. But the truth is that barely more than a few seconds had passed, the blow had taken effect, and the technique did not have its name in vain, because immediately everyone saw how large amount of steam and ice came out of Dabi's back, which expanded across the ground at full speed, the final movement to end what began before he was born. His family's pain, the loss, the suffering, the curse. In this last movement, there were not only two contenders willing to give their lives in battle, but two brothers with different goals and visions of life. The faces of Toya and Shoto Todoroki in their infant versions were also present, both representing the ages in which their hell began, with tears on their faces but without seeing each other's faces. Outside, the landscape had changed completely. What had once been considered hell on earth was now a completely frozen landscape. Houses, buildings, plants, even the cracks in the ground for miles around had been covered in ice. Nothing had been spared, all to stop his brother. Burning was the first to react, seeing how both Shoto and Dabi remained in the same position, as if the attack had frozen them both as well. The previously threatening and angry gaze coming from Dabi was now empty, his eyes blank, his hands hanging like a rag doll. Shoto, for his part, was at least conscious, his body, pushed to the limit, now exhaled steam, his muscles that before only ached, now burned like hell, begging for a break. Every fiber of his being was as exhausted as humanly possible. The heterochromatic's gaze began to lower, to the stupefaction of Endeavor's partner, who did not hesitate to say it to the four winds. Burning, taking his hand to his communicator, he's being held, watching the scene with shock and admiration. Hey, can anyone hear me? Shoto, stop Dabi. Let everyone know, heroes, villains, it didn't matter, because the message was the same. With his victory, Shoto had given hope to the heroes. Not all was lost. Midoriya, 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 my Idoriya, young Midoriya, Izuku, huh? Looking up. Since you're so interested in the class, why don't you come up here and introduce yourself to the rest of your classmates? Slowly, he stands up. The pain and shame was obvious. It was reflected on his face. He had been so absorbed in what he was doing that he forgot where he was now, or maybe it was a mechanism of his mind so that he wouldn't think about it again. A jet-black reflection crossed his mind, preventing him from remembering that old place. But as he did so, something new began to grow in him, a discomfort that he was able to control in time. He shouldn't get carried away, not when everyone had worked so hard. Keeping calm, the green-haired man managed to let out a sigh, taking out all his frustration on him. After all, his plan was to go as unnoticed as possible. It didn't take him any time at all to get to the front of the room, but something he could notice was how a pressure was beginning to build up on him. Every time he got closer to the front, the gazes of the entire room were fixed on him, and it was starting to become a little uncomfortable. Upon reaching their destination, the green-haired man could no longer hide it. The atmosphere around them was too tense. Unable to help himself, he took a quick look around. Everyone looked normal, nothing remarkable, except for her. Her desk neighbor, a thin face with narrow black eyes, hair of the same shade, with what appeared to be hints of purple, and pale skin. He hadn't noticed her presence until that moment. He couldn't deny it. She was beautiful. Her serious face and deep gaze reflected an air of elegance that could only be compared to. Izuku shook his head. He shouldn't waste any time. It was time. He had to introduce himself. The boy took a deep breath before starting to speak. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure. Insert the Cinderella theme from Cider Girl, covered by Trickster. And now, what's wrong with you, Najimi? Najimi. Completely serious, that guy, I don't know him, sharpening his gaze. You seem like a pretty calm person, don't you? Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Izuku, what? Looking down, thinking, oh, his eraser fell, I'm going to. The boy barely lowered his hand. But before he even picked up the eraser, he saw something flash by, something so sharp that it managed to make a slight cut on the back of his hand. Izuku, thinking, that's a shuriken? Turning slightly and seeing his attacker. And who does he think he is, a ninja? He, I see you've already faced them, right? Relax, you'll get used to it with time. Izuku, who are they exactly? They call themselves the Komi goddess worshipping sect. Smiling nervously, the one who attacked you is in fact part of the self-proclaimed Imperial Guard of the goddess Komi. Izuku, wait, goddess Komi? Najimi, don't you know? She's the girl who sits next to you, Komi Shuko. who has captivated everyone with her elegant gaze and arrogance since the first day of school. Yes, and the worst thing is that the one who attacked you isn't even the worst, smiling nervously. Ah? Looking coldly at Izuku, what do you think you're doing? How dare you pronounce her sacred name so lightly? Taking Izuku's shoulders tightly, you have to refer to her as Her Serene Highness. Idiot, don't think too much of yourself just because you sit by her blessed and sacred side, speaking in Izuku's ear with a sinister voice. Izuku, scared, huh? Nejimi. It seems that no one is worthy of being his friend with his hands behind his back. Izuku, yes, I have experience with people like her. My name is Hirohito Tadano, smiling. And mine is Nene One Mine, recharging on Tadano. Nejimi, hey, you're a very mysterious person. Tell me, what do you do for a living? How much do you spend on that notebook? Where do you live? What school did you attend? One Mine. Calm down, Nejimi. At this rate you're only going to overwhelm him, grabbing her by the antennas. Sigh, you really have no remedy. Tadano, excuse me, is it? It's a bit strange, seeing Nejimi, who was smiling amusedly. Izuku, haha, calm down. In fact, it's nothing. It's just a project I've been working on with my friends since before I was in my old academy. Nejimi, but which one is it? Shaking Izuku. Izuku, taking a breath. Yue, hey! Did you really think you'd get rid of us that easily? Smiling. Don't forget you promised to send us a message when you were there, you damn nerd. Izuku, Kaken, Shoto. Happy. Tadano. It's weird, she always eats alone. I know that for everyone else, she's almost a kind of deity. But shouldn't they have a little empathy to at least ask her if they can eat with her? One Mine. I don't know, sometimes his gaze is scary. It's very cold, having a slight chill. Nejimi, you heard what Himiko said. No one is worthy of being her friend. Faking the voice. One Mine. And don't you think that's being arrogant with others? Izuku, good morning, Komi-san. Komi, W. Well, starting to tremble slightly with a sinister air. Izuku, I don't know, there are times when I see her, and at least to me, she doesn't look like someone haughty or proud, but sad and lonely, depressed. Tadano, well, we're halfway through the school year. In fact, I've always been curious, why the sudden change to the UA Academy? I understand it's the best. Why leave everything behind when you're so far away? Izuku, yeah, the best, sarcastic, you know. I hope I'm not being rude, but that's something I don't want to talk about. The pain of an old memory, a secret that he preferred not to be public, but that someone else had heard without knowing it. Izuku, my notebook, I left it in the living room. Running back. Why, do you want to be the number hero? One Mine. Someday you should introduce us to your friends from UA. From what you say, they seem like quiet people. Izuku, I'm sure they would get along well. Yamai, what would you do if I told you where it is? Bakugo, when things are resolved. Izuku, I can't go back now. Shoto, but, Izuku, UA is no longer my home. Teacher, okay, so, Komi is declared as a goddess, but we still need a president. Silence reigned in the room. The previous fury had been left behind, until only one person stood up. Nejimi. No one here is ready for that position, except for one person, smiling grimly. The only one who is crazy enough to transfer in the middle of the year, the one who was lucky enough to have a goddess by her side. I nominate as president the one and only, Izuku Midoriya. Pointing at the green-haired man. One Mine / Tadano. Nejimi, Izuku, hey? Izuku, what were you doing with my notebook? Slightly annoyed. Komi, my. Starting to stutter and tremble slightly. Nejimi, what's wrong with him? Hey, seriously, what's wrong, Midoriya? Scared. Nay, I'm not someone who gets scared easily, but Midoriya. Izuku, calm down, Komi has. Izuku, believe me, I know you have good intentions, but having friends isn't all it's cracked up to be. I speak from experience. One Mine. I thought you'd be the last one to approach her carrying a tray of food. Nejimi, ha, we think the same. Tell us something, do you like it? Putting her hands on her cheeks with a smile. Izuku, he don't say those things. I guess I just became his friend and that's it. Smiling nervously, there shouldn't be any more mystery. Komi, I really want to talk to others, but when I try to do so, no matter what I do, my voice doesn't come out. It's like I've lost the ability to speak. Uraraka, if she thinks that about you, then she doesn't really know you. We've all seen what you're capable of. Ida, Tsuyu, Shoto, even Bakugo, who despite his pride, knows how to agree with you. Bakugo, stopping a punch, what the hell do you think you're doing? with a serious face. Izuku, the living still have a score to settle with you. Shoto, and who do you think she'll end up with? Bakugo, again with that? Stop it, after all you already know him, he doesn't do stories like that. Besides, he completely missed his chance. Shoto, right, after everything that happened, it would be normal. Bakugo, what a hypocritical way to ruin the life of someone you claim to love. Izuku, I wrote and drew this when I thought everyone was my friend, when I thought they would never turn their backs on me, and when I thought she trusted me. Inko-san, if you know that an accusation like that. Izuku, please, I beg you, Mom, seeing both of you don't believe me just because I'm your son, I'm telling you the truth. Crying, Hisashi, we believe you, Izuku. Nizu, we understand your position, Hisashi, but you also understand that both accusations are not to be taken lightly. Hisashi, then you leave me no choice. Coming to me in a situation like this, I understand your arguments. But if you really want him to study here, he has to come on his own. If he wants to excel, he has to show interest. Izuku, I know what it's like to deal with people like you, and I don't intend to repeat it. Izuku, before my biggest dream was to get into UA, but now I just want to get out of here. Bakugo, Deku, Shoto, Izuku, Uraraka, Izuku, Tsuyu, Midoriya, Ida, Midoriya, Tadano, Midoriya, One Mind, Midoriya, Najimi, Midoriya, Komi, taking a breath. My chapter. When a fight ends, a festival approaches? With the dawn announcing it, a new day began. Class A was now in their classroom, impatiently awaiting the arrival of their teacher, with the intention of approaching him with questions about his past fight, just as they did with the rest of their classmates. They knew the black-haired man very well, but even so, their stubbornness to know if he was okay was much greater than the fear they had of him, although the first surprise of the day came when the one who entered the classroom was none other than their beautiful teacher, Nana Shimura, who, despite having suffered some blows, maintained her unbreakable smile. Tsuyu, Nana-sensei? Will you be teaching the class? Karo, Nana, exactly, my adorable little jumping frog. Aizawa had an urgent matter to discuss regarding his most recent mission, so he will be out for a few days, which at the director's request, I will be the one teaching the classes. Although knowing how grumpy his teacher is, maybe it will only be for today. If I'm lucky, that man may seem lazy, but he is fast when it suits him. Ida, but are you sure you're the full professor? With all due respect, you also look a little hurt. Standing up briskly, Momo, that's true, it seems as if he also had a difficult fight. Nana, what, are you saying this? Pointing at her wounds, ha, kids, it seems you don't know me, I'm a very stubborn person, and when I set my mind to something there's no human power that can stop me, so it's best not to delay any longer. If I know anything about Aizawa, it's that he'll make you suffer when he returns. I could even bet that he'll give you an exam on everything you saw, so when you get into a bad situation, hurry up. I don't want him to think that I'm educating lazy people, much less that he'll scold me. 2. So please open your books. And listening to his teacher, the class began with its lesson of the day. Although in Izuku's case, he looked up, seeing his teacher, remembering a conversation he had had with his aunt previously. Flashback. Nana, can I come in? Knocking on the door. Izuku, Adela. And Nana? The green-haired man looked alarmed as his aunt entered his room with problems. She seemed to limp on her right leg. She had a bandaged arm, gauze on her cheek and a bandage on her head. She also seemed to have a box in her hands. Although when the woman saw him back she just smiled, trying to downplay it, knowing what her question would be. Nana, I know, I don't look well, do I? I just couldn't sleep well. I hate hospital staff. Izuku, what happened to you? Nana, occupational hazards, son, that's what happened. A villain as tall as a mountain, but with legs and overwhelming strength. It's a good thing I don't have Momo with me. Izuku, but a villain? How did he? Nana, I was given a mission alongside Tsukachi. We thought it would be easy, even help for the heroes. We went to the forest, we found Kurojiri, we managed to subdue him. But that was when he appeared. I already said it. As tall and robust as a mountain, he was strong. With a single blow he ripped trees from the ground. With the shock wave I had to decide, stay and fight or get out of there with what I had. The truth is that it wasn't such a complicated decision. Even to this day I think I would do what I did again. But that doesn't mean it was easy. A tree almost fell on me. A rock hit me in the side, not to mention the branches. Your help would have served me well. But you had your own problems. How are you dealing with it, by the way? Izuku, fine. But how come you're asking me that when you look like you've been hit by the same truck times in one day? Nana, easy. Because I am already a professional heroine who is used to this type of injuries. On the other hand, you are my only nephew who also carries a lot of things, and not only that, but he comes from a fight that I am sure not only affected him physically but also psychologically. The woman stood up, approaching the stove she had, grabbing a pot and taking a chocolate bar out of her bag. Nana, the cold weather is approaching. A hot chocolate will warm our bodies and souls. The green-haired man just looked at the black-haired woman, who didn't seem to be that uncomfortable, although she had trouble moving. Izuku, well, I think that even though this wasn't my first fight against a villain bigger than me, it did exhaust me a little more than the previous ones. On the side. Nana, mental or emotional? Izuku, a little bit of both, to be honest, seeing how Chisaki manipulated Eri. He made her believe that everything was her fault, that her mere existence was a curse to everyone around her. He made her want to die. He took away her will. Despite her screaming that she wanted to live, she was about to commit suicide. I could have stopped it, but, the boy clenched his fists, lowering his head, feeling the tears build up on his face, thinking about what would have happened if only it had taken a few more seconds. The image of the little girl lying inert on his bed was something that gave him nightmares. The boy was about to start sobbing, but he stopped when he felt something caress his hair. Looking up, Izuku could see that it was Nana who had her hand on his head, smiling at him sweetly. Nana, you know? I would have kicked Chisaki's balls when I had him in front of me, although I won't deny that you have style. Pointing the same gun at him was an act of poetic justice if we look at it in some way. Izuku, how do you know? Nana, friend in the police, remember? It's not the most ethical thing in the world. But I also watched the news. She let me see the file. I saw the testimonies of those who were there. You know, despite the age difference, Ryuko is a good friend. Thanks for saving her, Izuku. Izuku, I could have avoided it. I felt a bit slow, even with all my speed. Nana, well, sometimes there will be times when even with all your speed you won't be able to react that fast. This was a good lesson, don't you think? Izuku, will all fights always be lessons? Nana, at least until you graduate and have a few years of experience, you will learn from each one, be faster, more agile, smarter, perceptive, analytical, improve with each fight, see your mistakes and correct them as you go. Izuku, with all my powers. Nana, you're not a god, and that's okay. Now tell me, do you want a slice of cake? Izuku, cake? Confused. Nana, yeah, why do you think I made the chocolate? I brought you a cake. I know you feel like you could have done better, but hey, consider it a victory cake. The green-haired man just looked up, looking at his aunt. The tears now couldn't help but come out, running down his cheeks. Although now a smile adorned his face, the woman could only smile, happy to be able to cheer up the green-haired man. Nana, also, take this as an opportunity. Izuku, another one? Nana, you thought this was a social visit? Well, yes, but it's also because I came to inform you about your new mission. Izuku, I assume I'm not at the point where I can ask for a vacation yet, am I? Nana, no, but I'm sure you'll want to take this one. Izuku, what is it about? Nana, take care of Eri, give her a life, let her know the world that was always denied to her. Flashback end. The green-haired boy looked down at his book. As his teacher had said, he didn't doubt it. He accepted his mission almost immediately. It was a big responsibility, but he was willing to take it, although he would also need help and he knew which team to gather. The rest of the day flew by for the prospective heroes, who, while appreciative of their teacher, couldn't deny that Nana's classes had a different, and, above all, enjoyable pace. Understanding, determined, strict, but at the same time kind. The real surprise, though, would come at the end of the day, when, teaching the class a little faster than the others, the woman broke the news that would turn Class A upside down. Nana, by the way, I don't know if Aizawa already mentioned it to you, but I also need you to give me your proposal before the end of the week. Ochako, proposal? Momo, proposal from which sensei? Nana, okay, this confirms it, she forgot to tell you. Sharpening her gaze, the cultural festival is approaching. The news was released, planting a sepulchral silence in the room, although Mina was the first to get up from her place, excited, letting out a scream. Mina, yes. I was already thinking that you had forgotten. Hagakure, finally, a normal school event. Seconded by the pink-haired girl. With the emotion planted by both girls, now most of the students stood up, also encouraged by the news. Kirishima, wait, but is it safe to do something like that with everything that's happened? Stopping in his tracks. Siro, your mood changed very abruptly. Nana, let's see, silence. Kirishima is right. with the events that happened at UA and even in Shiketsu. Believe me, opinions are also divided, but that is why the teachers had a meeting with the director. He was the one who, in addition to listening, also gave his point of view, and although what happened at USJ, the camp, Island, the Battle of Almight, Stain, among others have been things that put the academy in the eye of the hurricane, we cannot deny that this is an academy of heroes. We have to move forward, show that despite the adversities, we are here to show our faces, show that we cannot always be right, much less win. But that does not mean that we will give up, much less hide. The woman began to walk among the seats of her students, looking at them with understanding and kindness, offering a smile that was intended to calm them, because she understood their feelings. Jiro, but sensei, with all due respect. Nana, look, just like what happened with the internships, we thought about canceling the event, at least for you guys. But as Aizawa would say, it's now more than ever that we should do it. You guys need a break, the others need to trust you, we won't force you to participate. But I think that having the most problematic class in the entire UA participate in something like this, I don't know it would give more life to this place. Think about it, you are a group that since you arrived has known how to make itself known, whether for bad, good or surprising things, but it always comes out there, you face the problems. Izuku, we will. Standing up, everyone saw how the green-haired man now had a determined look, although with a smile on his face. It was not the face he had in the days before the mission against the Shy Hasaikai. His gaze softened, no longer reflecting the fury, regret, sorrow and sadness of before, but hope, one that apparently was also contagious because instantly, Momo, Todoroki, Uraraka, Kirishima, Tsuyu, Hagakure, Ida, Mineta, Shoji, Koda, Tokoyami and Jiro stood up. Momo, he's right sensei, no matter what others think, we will participate, we will not give up. Todoroki, it's true, no matter what comes next, we will show that Class A is more united than ever. Mineta, regardless of my appearance, much less my size, a Class A aspirant never gives up. Ida, as a member and president of Class A, I felt a bit slow, but I agree with Midoriya. Stepping aside and hiding in a corner is not an attitude of heroes. If we want to give hope to people, we must first help our own classmates, help each other. Nana, well, seeing that you are now motivated, then I have no choice but to wish you luck. You are free from the torment of classes, so go to your dorms and think about what you are going to do, and you better make it good and that everyone cooperates. Because no matter how enthusiastic you are, if Aizawa sees one of you doubtful, he will cancel it and make you take a class outdoors. The terrifying and boring mental image ran through the boys' minds like wildfire, making them shiver, because for them, more than hopeful, it was embarrassing, and the worst thing was that they knew their homeroom teacher well enough to know that he would really do it. Ida, okay, you heard sensei, it's time to go, we'll start planning on the way. The boys didn't hesitate. Packing their things in record time, they all left the classroom, making a scene behind them. Although what the beautiful black-haired girl noticed was how everyone focused their questions on Ida, Momo, but above all, Izuku, who tried to listen to all his classmates, causing his aunt to laugh. Nana, you're really starting to get it, you're already getting the attitude. Going to the recreation room, the boys continued talking non-stop, overloading Izuku a little, since his super hearing was somewhat altered, causing him a headache. Going to the kitchen, where he tried to relax, seeing that after a few minutes, Momo came in, bringing with her a glass of water and a pill. Momo, here, I thought you might need it. Izuku, you really are a hero, thank you, Momo. Momo, well, you told me about your super hearing, so with all the noise, I was wondering how long it would take you to hold it all in. Izuku, having these powers is a blessing, but it's also crazy. I have to master my powers soon. They become more powerful the more I advance. My heat vision, the blast I use, my strength, the ice breath, everything. Momo, well, it's a quirk, it trains like our muscles, it grows with us. It's obvious that you'll become more powerful. You told me, you're a solar battery, so I guess you still have a long way to go. Izuku, yes, but villains don't wait. Momo, obviously, but they're not going to go against you with someone who can throw heat rays with the intensity of the sun itself. Let's say you have a little time, although you know what that means. Izuku, what? Momo, we should resume our training, Izuku, with strength, being braver, like what you did today. The green-haired boy looked at the girl who gave him a beautiful smile, which only lit up the freckled boy's face. Izuku remained silent for a few seconds, although what he didn't expect was that the girl would put her hand on his, closing it affectionately, squeezing it gently and making his face turn red. Momo, despite the pain and your own problems, you were able to stand up, faster than everyone, braver than before. This mission really changed you, didn't it? Izuku, just a little. Momo, glad to have you back. The boy didn't know what to say, the surprises kept coming, but the girl wasn't going to sit back and just say a few nice words. Taking advantage of her growing courage, she tightened her grip on her best friend's hand a little, and with her face reddened, she approached him, giving him a kiss on the cheek. The kiss was short, lasting only a few seconds, but even so, when the girls separated, both felt a slight emptiness. As if that had not been enough, the boys just looked at each other for a few seconds, although before they could do or say anything else, Shoto entered the kitchen, discovering the scene, feeling the tense atmosphere. Shoto, I just came to see if you were okay. But I'd better go. Yeah, I think it would be best. Pointing towards the door, feeling that he had interrupted something important, the mixed-haired boy left the room alone, leaving both boys alone, who, upon regaining their composure, ran out quickly, realizing that things had apparently not calmed down, now seeing how poor Ida could not deal with all his classmates alone. Ida, hey guys, glad you're back. Now could you help out a little here? Letting out a slight smile, both boys approached, although something that Izuku noticed was that the annoyance caused by the voices of his friends and other external noises had apparently disappeared. Looking everywhere, feeling calmer, the boy only turned to see the brunette, who, guessing his thoughts, only gave him a new, cute and innocent smile, giving one last squeeze to his hands which had not separated. Momo, you're welcome, hee. The boy slightly lowered his head in gratitude for the help, sitting next to the president, although unfortunately for him, the noise seemed to be much louder rather than lessening. Kirishima, an arm wrestling contest. Kaminari, a maid cafe in bikini. Sato, an eating contest. Ojiro, a demonstration of martial arts. Siro, a painting exhibition. Mina, a paintball campaign. Jiro, a comedy show. Momoa. Friends, please stop for a bit. I want to hear you all, but, Ida, if we're going to do this, we'll do it the right way. So please calm down so you can give your ideas in a polite and calm manner. We're aspiring heroes, for God's sake. The green-haired boy was trying to find the best way to calm his classmates down, but at that moment, a couple of explosions echoed in the room, making everyone fall silent. Turning around and noticing that it was Bakugo, who was leaning against the door frame, with his classic unfriendly face. Bakugo, hey idiots, are you thinking this is some kind of game? Kaminari, obviously not. But we want to do something right, and, Bakugo, anything right? They're just screaming like crazy without letting the others talk. Tokoemi, does it remind you of anyone? Bakugo, TSK, the thing is that you focus on yourselves and your own voices, that you don't care about the opinions of others or how they feel. Looking at his classmates, the whole damn academy hates Class A, they blame us for the latest events that have happened. Nana-sensei already said it, you have to be smarter, damn it, do something that is really worth it. Otherwise, they will think that we only act out of our own selfishness. Mineta, ours? You speak in plural a lot, Bakugo. Turning to look at the blonde. Have you forgotten who it was that challenged Class B and belittled the others before the sports festival? Nobody expected that the round-haired dwarf would be the one to stand up, emboldened, without any fear and with his face up, facing the blonde, who, although he frowned, did not attack the dark-haired boy, challenging him with his gaze, although after a few seconds, he only let out a sigh, resigned, going to the other side as if discreetly agreeing with Mineta. Kaminari, wait Bakugo, Mineta didn't mean it. Mineta, really? Looking at the electric blonde. Kaminari, will you shut up? Bakugo, do whatever you want, damn it. The blonde just snorted, annoyed, sitting on the couch, putting on his headphones, not wanting to hear the noise generated by his companions, which soon became present again, although this time, it was Momo, taking control, and tired of listening to so much noise without getting anywhere, denoted her voice of command, because with elegance and making use of her quirk, she managed to make everyone calm down. Momo, with all due respect, could you please keep quiet? We're not animals, nor are we in a public place with too much noise for you to have to raise your voices. Be mature and aware of what you're doing and how it affects others. Kirishima was the second to react, seeing Izuku, who seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Instantly remembering his super hearing, the redhead could understand what his vice president was referring to, hitting the table. Kirishima, that's true, please forgive us, Yayorozu. Jiro, it's not like you should get up suddenly, hehe. Toru, but it's true, and we're not in elementary school, and if we make too much noise, possibly Aizawa-sensei will come to see what's going on, And remember Nana-sensei's threat about the free class. Mina. But we just can't get a clue. Stressed. Izuku. Because we can't even understand each other. If we pile up ideas, we'll just have a closet that's going to explode. We have a week, there are plenty of days. But let's be quick. Ida, let's use democracy. Just like when we were able to elect a president for the class, we will choose the activity to do. Momo. Exactly, what a good idea, Ida. We will write down the ideas, and we will hold a vote. The one with the most votes will be the chosen one. All yes. Izuku, so what are the ideas? Kaminari, a maid cafe. The blonde was the first to raise his hand, although this earned him all the disapproving looks from his companions, because knowing the electric blonde, the women had an idea of the type of coffee Kaminari was expecting. Kaminari, what? It's not a bad idea, just think about it. Like Bakugo said, it's not something for us, literally. The members of the other classes will be able to eat something made by our own hands and served by the cute girls of the class. The boy couldn't help it, giving a silly smile, imagining his classmates in those uniforms, although his fantasy was interrupted when Jiro used his jacks to attack him. Mineta, honestly, I wouldn't like to give my opinion this time, especially seeing how Jiro attacks Kaminari and with the threat that Ajiri would hit me. But I think it's not a bad idea at all. In theory he's right, we're not humiliating ourselves in front of others. But in a certain way, we would be telling them that we're no different from them, that like the vast majority, we're teenagers or well, that's my idea. Mina, you better be honest, you just want to see us in maid outfits. Mineta, I'm not going to deny that. All of you are very cute, looking at you out of the corner of your eye. But before you think about hitting me, I'm even willing to dress in a suit, because I'm aware that except for Sato and Todoroki, none of us know how to cook. Kaminari, hey, stop there for a second. I'm not about to make a fool of myself by wearing. Kirishima, Mineta is right, our colleagues deserve respect, solidarity and empathy. We wouldn't leave them alone. Mina, we haven't even agreed to do it. Don't act like it's already decided. Mineta, besides, you can't deny that at least 3 or 4 of you wouldn't refuse to see one of us in a servant outfit. The girls wanted to reply, but Hagakure, Uraraka and Mina turned to look at their friends, seeing that Momo, Jiro and Toya had a slight blush on their faces, the 3 of them looking away. Uraraka, at least tried to hide a little. Izuku, well, the maid cafe will be an idea. Koda, we could make an animal farm, it would be complicated, but taking into account what Bakugo said, it could be a safe space for everyone. Ida, but you said it yourself, it's a good idea, but it's quite complicated. I highly doubt that Aizawa-sensei will give us permission. Koda, oh. Okay, slightly downcast. The boy just bowed his head. Although he wasn't that active in terms of participation, the boy had gathered enough courage to speak. Although now he felt like a complete fool, the boy let out a sad sigh. Although upon hearing something being written down, he looked up, seeing how Izuku wrote down his idea. Izuku, it could be complicated, but it is still a good idea. There are companion animals that are trained to support those people who have depression or some problems. Something like that to help our companions and us should not be forgotten. Thanks, Koda. Koda, happier, you're welcome. Momo, okay, mixed coffee, companion zoo, any other ideas? Aoyama, we could do a fashion show, or a cooking competition where everyone uses the best ingredients from Japan and some kids from other classes choose the winner through different rounds. Ida, having us all cook in turns would be exhausting. Ojiro, a martial arts exhibition? Showing that our abilities and skills depend not only on the use of our quirks can also help calm their hearts. Tokoemi, a quiz about the history of ancient Japan, or a literature quiz. Tsuyu, how about a Q&A session with everyone? That would help us understand and relate to your emotions. Yes, one by one, the students of Class A began to give their opinions, each giving different ideas, some better than others, now giving way to dialogue and democracy, although without being able to reach a concrete result. Toga, hey guys, entering the recreation room. Shoto, hello Himiko. Toga, what are you doing? You seem really focused. Izuku, we're planning the activity to do for the cultural festival. By the way, shouldn't they be doing the same thing in your class? Toga, the event for the festival? We've been planning it for days. We've been planning it practically since they told us. Izuku, really? Surprised, wow, they're fast, what could it be? Himiko, I'm sorry friend, I'd like to tell you, but it is strictly forbidden. For some reason it is a surprise, hehehe. Although the only thing I can say is that Shinso will be very useful, mwajajaja. Faking an evil smile. But you guys seem to really have a problem, that maybe you can't agree? Momo, Believe it or not, this is more complicated than it seems, Himiko, and that you are very close. Although I understand, your teacher gave me a little context of how you should feel. I think that for the hero class, there is a little more pressure. Everyone else must feel that more than a help. You are a curse for UA, or at least for this generation. Izuku, thanks for the support, Captain Optimism. Toga, no need for the talking lettuce sarcasm. But well, I guess there's nothing I can help you with, so back to my thing. Shoto, did you get the tickets? Shoto, what? Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. But yeah, I managed to buy them before they sold out. Izuku, you tickets? Where are you going that I didn't know? Wait, where are you going without telling me? Slightly offended. Hey, Toga, what? Izuku, are you going somewhere without me? That's cruel, even for you. Toga, it's nothing important. Shoto, the idol Kuromu is going to give a concert in the city. Toga, what if you shut up? Seeing him irritated. Izuku, so nothing important, right, little sister? With a raised eyebrow. Toga, W. Well, she's my favorite idol and… Well, putting her fingers together, you understand. Mina, you say Evadol Kuromu will be in town? Excited. Ochako, okay, you completely lost me. Jiro, don't tell me you don't know her. Look, even I, who's not a fan, more or less knew her. Ochako, well, I was never a fan of solo idols. My tastes are more directed towards groups, like B, Kamachi. Mina, as a friend that you are, I must say it before anyone else, you disappoint me, Uraraka. Putting her hand on the brunette's shoulder, and a lot. Uraraka, okay? I don't know how to feel about that. Kind of uncomfortable. Toga, don't pay too much attention to her. I'd better explain. She, like many other idols, is really famous. From our expressions, you should get an idea of her popularity. In fact, she hasn't appeared on stage for a long time. But even so, she managed to win the hearts of her fans with her voice and her choreography. In fact, there isn't much information about her or her quirk. Her agents keep it a secret. Although some experts theorize that it has something to do with the alteration of emotions. Since in her concerts, people have confessed that at the end of these, more than exhausted or sore, which would be normal, they feel happy and relaxed, as if any negative emotion had been removed from them. The green-haired boy and the mixed-haired boy just looked at each other slightly surprised. Izuku, I must say I got a little scared. Shoto, and I thought you were the walking encyclopedia. I didn't know that side of her. Uraraka, okay, well, I guess I'll give it a try. Mina, but your tour wasn't supposed to include Japan. What made you come back? Toga, the release of her most recent song. In a few months, she will release a new album. So she is releasing new songs either on the internet or in her concerts. Recently it was Your Little Devil Apocalypse, Kimi no Shoakumamoku Shiroku, and in the only concert she will give, she will present the newest one. On the internet there is only a preview of what would be the instrumental bass, which gives to understand that it will be a more rock song. From there on, only the title is known, which will be The Power of a Maiden in Love. Kusurutom wa Saikyo Matiki. The blonde just raised her fist while having a smile on her face, showing her fangs. The pink-haired girl just looked with emotion at Toga, showing how apparently they thought the same. It seemed that after that friction months ago, there was finally something that could make both women establish a friendship. For her part, Momo just stared at her friends with a look of confusion. Momo, The Power of a Maiden in Love? I don't understand. Toga, yes. In Kuromu's words, the song has that title because, in addition to the message she wants to convey, she believes that when we fight for something we want and love, there will be no barrier that cannot be crossed. A girl in love is the strongest and most invincible. Faced with such overwhelming emotion, the brunette could only smile nervously. It was strange to see that side of the blonde, so she decided to simply pay attention to the words, not wanting to seem rude. Seeing the faces of her companions, the blonde took out her phone and put on the newest song by Demo Idol while she continued talking, although without noticing how Shoto was paying unusual attention to the concert that was playing. Toga. It is assumed that unlike the other idols, she added the demo as a distinctive seal, in addition to the obvious in her physical appearance, since she has been seen flying with the wings on her back. Needless to say, her horns are also real, so in theory, calling her demo idol is not so bad either. With a satisfied smile. Shoto, got it. Izuku, what's wrong, buddy? Surprised by the scream. Shoto, the answer. Don't you see? It was right in front of us the whole time. Mina, weren't we supposed to be talking about idols? Shoto, that's why. Just look at it. This is just what we need. Snatching the phone from his best friend, The boy put it on the table, causing everyone to now focus on the event, watching as the camera focused on the beautiful blue-eyed purple-haired girl who danced while the audience cheered, some shouting her name in rhyme and others her songs at the top of their lungs, while waving glow sticks. Kaminar, mockery, what, do you also want to become an idol? Wow, I didn't know you were one of those, hee. Hitting the electric blonde with his jacks, Jiro just pushed him away, while looking at the mixed-haired boy. Ida, what do you mean, Todoroki? Shoto, why don't we have a concert? Himiko already said it. Kuromu and other idols like AI managed to establish a bond with their audience at every concert, uniting and calming their hearts. Kuromu makes them feel relieved, as if he's taking away their izuku, a burden off your shoulders. Shoto, exactly. Think about it, it's fine that we want to do something for others, but if we only focus on making them see us differently, we'd be lying anyway. Everything would look so static that they'd realize it was an attempt at peace, which would be counterproductive. Shoji, we can have fun like we're little kids, but we can't lose ourselves while we're working either. I think I get it. Mineta, work to live, not live to work. Shoto, a concert can be the perfect event where others have that place to relax and let go of all those burdens they have on them, and at the same time, we can play on stage. Izuku, like the Beatles did before they were famous. Shoto, you said it. Mina, wow, so a concert. To be honest, it's not something I would expect from you, Todoroki. Have you become a party animal? Smiling, Shoto, no, it's just that I remembered some of what I learned in the remedial courses. The heterochromatic looked at his friends, who, knowing what had happened, smiled back. It was clear that in some way, he was also enjoying it. Saw, what kind of training are you two having? Mineta P. But wait, it sounds like something nice and all, but if we're talking about doing a concert, then we'll need music, rhythm. Hagakure, well that's obvious. But then, if we talk about music, Jiro didn't even notice when everyone turned to look at her. The girl could only let out a sigh of defeat because she knew where all this was going. Hagakure, Jiro will be our savior. Jiro, wait a second, I can't do that. Hagakure, what? Why not? You're really good at playing your bass or all your other instruments. Jiro, and don't exaggerate, I'm only good at the basics. The truth is that I can't play most of them professionally. I'm still learning. Oh, besides, my job is to be a professional heroine. I don't know if you forgot, but I'm here as an aspirant. A dream like being a musical artist has no place in a school like this. The girl was slightly gathering her jack's hands in sadness. She had never spoken about this subject before, much less so openly. The poor violet-haired girl felt a lump in her throat, although at that moment some hands were placed on hers, forcing her to look up, noticing how Kirishima was in front of her with a radiant smile, staring at her, with a particular shine in his eyes. Kirishima, even if it's just basic or just a hobby, you have a unique and unmatched talent. You know how to express many emotions when you play, you know how to teach very well, and you have no patience. Plus you shine when you talk about music. You said it, you're an aspiring heroine. That doesn't stop you from pursuing your hobbies. It would be like what Abawami does. Jiro, Kirishima, slightly blushing. Koda, Kirishima is right. Besides, a hero not only saves lives, but even hearts, and what better way to connect with the hearts of others than with music? There are many examples of songs that put a smile on others' faces. The girl just looked at the redhead who, still smiling at her, nodded multiple times at what his companion had said. It seemed that he was the most excited about the girl singing and helping them at the festival. The blush on the rude girl's face was quick to show, covering her face with her arms. Momo, standing in front of her best friend, guys please, I understand that you're excited and that yes, Kyuka could be the right person to help us. But if she doesn't feel comfortable, we can't force her. And Kirishima, well, you're right, sorry Jiro, if I say yes, won't they laugh at me? The redhead tilted his head like a confused puppy, looking at the rocker, but quickly getting the message, he raised both arms. Kirishima, rest assured that none of us will laugh, much less abandon you, right guys? Koda, that's right. If you're willing to help us, then we'll all do our best to make you feel comfortable. Ida, as class president, it is my duty to organize it and have those involved help in any way they can. Uraraka, a hero saves lives, but when they suffer, then there should also be heroes to save them. Count me in. Shoto, I proposed the idea, so your suffering is my fault. I wouldn't like to dance, but I'm sure that helping you will be my way of redeeming myself. Izuku, Shark Boy already said it, we won't leave you alone in this. Jiro, smiling. And yes, all the boys of Class A, or at least most of them, gave their vote of support, all following the redhead who looked at the girl with a big and bright smile that forced her to look away with a growing blush. Momo, guys, wait, it hasn't happened yet. Jiro, what can I do? If there is no other option, I suppose that with the class being so lively, I can't refuse, whispering, stupid smile. Momo, Kyuka, are you sure that? Jiro, don't make me regret it now, Yamamoto. This will be Class A's project, so we'll do our best, understood? All yes. Jiro, if I see one of you slacking off, I'll throw you out the damn window myself, am I clear? Everyone nervous, yes. Momo, well, I guess that closes the search for an activity. We did better than I expected. I think so. Izuku, believe me, in my mind it looked a little more apocalyptic. This would be like the good ending of a video game. And so, with a smile in response, both just watched as the violet-haired girl was talking to Kirishima. Although the way the boy smiled while his gaze was lowered and a drop of sweat running down his neck indicated that more than a friendly chat, it was a scolding that poor Kirishima was not going to be able to get rid of so easily. Shoto, farewell to the peaceful days in the arcade. Izuku, you don't even need to say it, it'll be a nightmare. Toga, it's times like these that I'm glad I don't have your super hearing. Izuku, is there an invention to inhibit noise? Shoto, ask Hatsum, maybe he has something to blow up your ears, lol. The boys just continued chatting happily, until later in the night, and with Himiko's help, they managed to make something to eat for the green-haired boys' new team. A simple ramen with meat had been the dinner of the night. Izuku waited for a portion to take to his room, as well as some meat for Crypto, who had been taken for a walk by Nana. Once they finished dinner, the boys started watching concerts of different idol groups, both J-pop and classic K-pop, and even some foreign concerts like the Beatles, Queen, David Bowie, Led Zeppelin, etc. Apparently they didn't want to miss any detail, thus managing to make a small list of everything that would be needed. Ida, well, that was both educational and entertaining, but let's not forget that we have classes tomorrow. Aizawa-sensei will not tolerate us arriving sleepy. Tsuyu, that's right, we all need to rest. Let's save this and tomorrow we'll see if we can understand it in simpler words and hand it in. Momo, classes are going to get a bit complicated, aren't they? Shoto, when haven't they been? Jiro, yes, but this time it will be worse. And all because of this fool. The girl just smiled sideways, slapping the redhead who smilingly accepted his guilt, scratching the back of his neck. Kirishima, I swear it wasn't intentional. If anything, you should blame Todoroki. He was the one who came up with the idea for the concert in the first place. Jiro, well, you're right about that. Softening his gaze, Todoroki. The girl turned around, but only noticed how the mixed-haired boy was now next to Toga, away from the dangerous girl with the auditory quirk. Todoroki, look, I don't mean to offend you, but I've had enough with her beatings. Pointing at the blonde, so don't even think about it, please. Izuku, who would have thought, in all the years I've known you, I never thought you were a coward. Toga, you better not talk, Izuku. Izuku, swallowing saliva, you know? I think there's a study that mentions something about how lack of sleep can cause irritation in people, so it would be best if we go to sleep. Momo, that's true, if we don't have anything else to do here, it would be best if we retired to rest. I'm a little sleepy if I'm honest, yawning. Uraraka, I share your opinion, Yamamoto. I think it would be best if we went to sleep. See you tomorrow, guys. I hope you wake up in one piece, sleepy. Mina, tomorrow I could teach them a few dance steps. We can't leave everything to Jiro, and much less do I think they want to make a person orchestra to liven up the concert. We will need to plan a choreography, but that will be later. Shoto, I think I'm already regretting proposing the concert. Izuku, yes, you're not the only one, let's go now. Himiko, I'll walk you to your building. Toga, thanks, Izuku, yawning. And saying this, the boys stood up, ready to go to rest, although what no one noticed was that among so much talking, the videos on the computer had gone into the background, being ignored by the young people, without noticing that now the loud music had changed for a dark image that only slightly revealed what seemed to be the face of a man who had a serious face. This will be my first work, my mark on future generations, the first building block of a new foundation. The voice, although slightly distorted, sounded soft, but at the same time, due to the tone, it seemed to come from an adult. The image was clearing up, revealing the features on the face, but before it could be completed, the video was abruptly interrupted, erasing that face, and revealing a caption. This video is no longer available because the account associated with it has been cancelled. Chapter: The Journey of the Legendary Hero. It just happened. No one has a clear idea of how or why it began. Some called it evolution, others a blessing. We've spent the last few years trying to find the answer, although we may never find it, or it may not even exist. It all happened one night in Xinjiang, China, when a baby lit up the hospital and the world with his arrival literally. The newborn emanated a brilliant light that both confused and frightened everyone. No one knew that from that moment on, and as the years passed, more and more people with powers began to appear, both conspicuous and discreet. By the time the world took notice, fiction had become part of their routine, a reality to which they could aspire. Heroes and villains were no longer just something from comics. With the appearance of the so-called quirks, the entire world. But you already know the rest. How many times have you heard the same story? Fear, revulsion, people who wanted to use their abilities for their own benefit, the rise of heroes, the acts approving the actions of these new superpeople for the benefit and protection of Japanese society, the construction of the academies where the next heroic generations would be trained, and above all, the origin and fall of the number hero, thus witnessing the rise of the one who would become the greatest hero of all. Yes, of course you've heard this story before, but in this vast and enormous universe, there will always be more ways to see the world. This is one of them. Insert Daichi Miura's Blizzard theme. Even without a quirk, I can be a hero? I'm a boy who was born quirkless in a society full of special abilities, but still trembling still. When I see injustice, I can't stay still. That's why, even with my condition, can I be a hero as great as you? No, Sharp. Without testing his heart, a simple word shocked a boy whose only dream was to have words of support from his favorite hero. But it seemed that this one did not share the same feeling. Open your eyes, kid, see the world around you. You said it yourself. And even though I wanted to tell you that you can do it, as soon as you step foot on the battlefield you could become a paramedic or a police officer. They are usually the target of mockery and criticism because they only receive villains. But it is not a bad profession, and in your condition, it is the closest to a hero that you could be. But otherwise, I'm sorry, kid, but you can't be a hero. And that was all the boy heard from the man he always admired. Lowering his head, that young man with green hair and freckles on his face clenched his fists, trying to organize his ideas. He had to find the right words for what he was about to say. He didn't want to sound crazy or desperate, but if there was a simple way to explain it. Izuku Midoriya still had something to say, although it was during these same moments of doubt that he couldn't notice how his favorite hero began to cough blood and exhale steam from his body. By the time the boy looked up, the American hero was leaving, preparing to jump again. His unbreakable smile faltered a little. He had to get out of there as quickly as possible. And no, please wait, Almight, no, I'm busy and I can't waste any more time. I have to take this villain to the authorities. The green-haired boy ran towards his favorite hero. But before he could grab him again, a current of air had pushed him back. Almight had been thrown out like a rocket, leaving the boy on the roof of that building without being able to reply. Izuku, don't go, please. I still have something, watching him walk away, to tell you. Hell, I didn't even get a chance to show him. Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya. And as this powerful scream, the boy reacted, coming out of his dream, turning around, noticing the tatame under his feet, among some other elements like the kamisa and the kamidana, blinking rapidly. The poor freckled boy could not react before receiving a blow to the head with what seemed to be a wooden fan. Izuku, ouch. And what was that for? Pain, and you still ask? I should give you a stronger one so you can learn. I know I said clearing your mind will help you focus your energy. But it seems like in your case, rather than clearing your mind, you fall asleep annoyed. Izuku, Busari sensei, rubbing his head to relieve the pain. It's just that I was thinking about Kuroki. Calm down, you know how he is. If you continue like this you'll only leave him with a permanent headache. Smiling, they both turned around just to see a person enter the dojo. It was a tall man, with long white hair tied up. His skin was light, and his eyes were sharp black. With a calm look, the man was wearing what appeared to be a restaurant uniform, although mixed with a traditional Shaolin Kung Fu uniform, the lower part being blue and the upper part red with orange stripes, although the most representative thing he had were cat ears on his head, as well as a tail and some lines on his face, like stripes. Kuroki, Karen, shouldn't you be taking care of the place? Taking a glass of water. Karen, yes, but I left Katai to take care of him for a while. It will help him build confidence. Plus I thought they would be thirsty, hee. Izuku, thank you, sensei. The boy was about to get up, but a new blow forced him to stay on the tatame. Kuroki, if you want to take a drink, you have to earn it. Keep up your training. Keep your body balanced, use your shoki, connect with your yuki and increase your genki, otherwise, you'll just be blooming plants taking a sip of water. Izuku, why? Yes, sensei. Kuroki, if you want to enter the hero course, then you have to prove that you have what it takes to carry the title. With courage and determination, exploit the value that is within you and strengthen your ki. In a world full of super people, find a way to make a difference, show the power you hold within. I couldn't even show him that I'm not defenseless either. Professor, you're all planning to join the heroes class, aren't you? Smiling, Bakugo, teacher. Leaning back in his chair with a cocky smile, Katsuki Bakugo rocked back, putting his feet up on the desk and his arms crossed behind his head. Bakugo, do me a favor and don't put us all in the same bag. I won't be at the bottom with this group of rejects. Seeing the complaints of his companions, you should shut up like the rest of the extras that you are, smiling mockingly. The criticisms and complaints died away one by one, making the blonde smile arrogantly. No one would do anything to him, much less to him. Professor, that's right, you want to enter the UA Hero Academy, right, Bakugo? The expressions of offense and annoyance were instantly changed to ones of surprise, silencing any attempt at complaint, which made Bakugo let out a cynical laugh. Bakugo, and that's exactly why you're all just a bunch of extras standing up at his desk. I will surpass Almight. I will become the greatest hero, and my name will be on the list of the richest. Professor, now that I remember, Midoriya also wants to enter UA, reading disinterestedly. The silence that reigned in the room caused by these words was changed by a lot of laughter coming from almost all of his classmates. Are you serious, Midoriya? No way. Ha ha ha, you can't get into the UA just by studying. Are you stupid? Izuku W. Wait, that's not true. They waived that rule this year. It's just that there hasn't been a precedent yet, and without anyone wanting to warn him, Bakugo was already in front of the green-haired boy, slamming his palm against Izuku's desk, causing an explosion that knocked the green-haired boy down. Watching as Bakugo approached him, with a sour face. Bakugo, stupid Deku. You're way worse than these rejects. You don't even have a damn quirk. How can you even think of standing in the same place as me? Furious, Izuku, oh hey wait Bakugo, let's be rational and talk. It's not like I'm trying to compete with you or anything like that, backing up until hitting the wall. It's just that it's been my goal since I was little, and well, I won't know if I can achieve it unless I try, right? Izuku prayed that this had been enough to stop another attack, or at least to buy time, and that someone would help him, be it one of his classmates or his teacher. But luck, Midoriya didn't seem to benefit Izuku this time. Bakugo, bursting into anger, what the hell is that? Unless I try? Are you taking the test for fun, trash? What the hell do you think someone like you can do? Making another explosion, knocking down Izuku. You're a bucking Quirkless. You can't do anything. You're useless. You're a bucking useless. Understand it once and for all, Deku. It was a miracle that the teacher stopped Bakugo. Although more than a good deed, the man only did it because he was not going to attend to Izuku's complaints. Both would have all the time in the world to fight when they were out of school. The grumbling blonde returned to his seat. No one stopped him. No one stopped him. They said nothing or did anything to defend him. Even the teacher looked at Izuku as if he was worthless, a simple hindrance in his class that he was soon to get rid of. If you really want to get a quirk, there's an easy way to do it. Throw yourself off the roof and pray that in your next life you'll be born with one. You think this is a game? Do you really think your child is just letting off steam? Annoyed. See. Calm down, Inko. You already know what Bakugo is like. Yes, I admit he's a bit rough, but an argument between two women in a hospital caught the attention of some of the people present. A green-haired woman and a blonde. An argument they never thought they would have, but that was about to break a friendship of years. Inko, don't ask me to calm down, Mitsuki. Just look at Izuku. Look what your son did to him. Not knowing what to say, the ash blonde just turned her gaze slightly towards the room next to her, which was occupied by the green-haired man who was lying down, asleep, although the most distinguishable thing was that he had a gauze covering the left side of his face, only revealing his eye. Inko, you think that was just a child's game? My son was attacked by Bakugo, all because he's different, and now. The green-haired girl clenched her fist in anger, sadness and helplessness. It hurt to make her next move. After all, she really appreciated the blonde. They were best friends, almost sisters. But before anything else, she came first, her family, her son, a single mother in the end. Her priority was to ensure Izuku's safety above all things. Inko, the scar on her face will not only be a mark of Bakugo's attack, it is also a reminder that this world has not changed. We only pretend to have evolved. but that does not hide how rotten we are inside. The woman turned around, ready to enter the room. Mitsuki tried to stop her by taking her arm. She had to do something, but the woman with a movement managed to get her off her, showing a cold look that Mitsuki never believed to see in someone as sweet as her best friend. Inko, stay away from my family, Mitsuki Bakugo. That's all I'll say. And with that, Inko Midoriya burst into the room, using her telekinesis to slam the door shut. The blonde could only see her through the window, taking a seat in front of her son's bed, holding his hand. Not knowing what to do or say, Mitsuki had no choice but to leave, not seeing how the woman who had once been her best friend began to cry. Can you see it? He's already saved more than people. It's crazy. It hasn't even been minutes. Ha ha ha, don't worry, everything's fine now. You know why? Because I'm here, Mom. No matter what the problem, he always saves people with a smile on his face. He's a truly amazing hero. Me too. Me too. Can I be a hero as cool as him? I'm sure he can. Assuring something based on what you've seen doesn't guarantee me anything, Karen. Karen, oh please Kuroki, stop being so bitter. You know perfectly well that he has what it takes. You can see it in him, in his heart, his spirit. Feel his ki. If you train him, I'm sure that there will be no human force that can stop him. He would become an unstoppable warrior, a particular hero. Seeing the green-haired man in the distance. Kuroki, so? Are you going to get up and keep fighting, or are you going to stay lying in the sand all day? I don't have the time in the world, kid. Izuku, I can still fight. Closing his fist with difficulty. Kuroki, in that state? I don't think so. You're just shutting yourself off. You're letting anger cloud your judgment. You're wasting your energy hating and regretting, and you'll never get anywhere like that. I told you, besides training your body, calm your mind, unite both and become an invincible warrior. I already told you how this works. Your enemies will be strong, so you have to increase your ki soon. Izuku, and you think I don't try? Her every day, I see my mother suffer, because I couldn't be born an iguana like the others every day. I try to put a smile on her face. I don't want her to suffer anymore, but even if I could, it's useless. You said that my ki is very weak, and without the help of a quirk I don't even know why I do this. Managing to raise his head from the sand, the man could see different feelings reflected on his disciple's face. Anger, pain, sorrow, regret, fear. The man relaxed his face, letting out a sigh. Kuroki, yes, I know what I said, and no, I don't take it back. Having a quirk would give you a considerable boost, but the fact that your current level is low right now isn't necessarily a bad thing. See it as an opportunity. After all, who said that your current level is your limit? Izuku, huh? Confused. Kuroki, since I decided to train you, I explained to you what ki was and what it was made of. Genki. Vigor is the energy that we all possess, the sum of our spiritual energy, physical strength, and vital energy. Yuki. Courage is our value, the disposition we have at a given moment, and Shoki, mind, is our mind, our judgment and calm before a fight. If you lose any of these, it also means losing a great amount of power. So train, Izuku, train as hard as you can, much more than the others. Use fear as your ally and prudence as a strategy. Go further, get stronger, increase your ki as much as you can. Izuku, that's possible? Even without a quirk? Kuroki, you have that advantage over everyone else. Although a quirk will give you more power, the rest of the people have already lost their Yuki or Shoki, and although that does not prevent them from being stronger, it will allow you to climb sooner. You are strong, Izuku Midoriya, much more than you imagine. You just need to believe it. In this world filled with quirks and superhuman abilities, everyone imposes their own limits, heroes and villains alike. That's why if you want to become stronger, you have to go for more. Your strength must lie in breaking your limits. Kuroki, act like a warrior. Whoever your opponent is, use all your power. Karen, your willingness to fight must go beyond a personal goal. You are an aspiring hero. Fight for what you believe is right, and if you fail, learn from your mistakes. Inko, I'll support you, son. No matter what happens, I'll be here for you. Because I know how much you suffered. I know how many times you've been hit, and yet you always find a way to get up. Looking determinedly at the green-haired boy. Bakugo, you should feel lucky. Damn Deku. Because a quirkless worm like you will have the honor of playing a little with the best aspiring hero of this whole damn academy. Arms crossed. Izuku, fine. If that's the case, then let's give this fight everything we've got, Bakugo. Because I'll show you that if a quirkless tries hard, they can surpass even the self-proclaimed best. Smiling. Bakugo. Ha 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 ha, what a funny joke. I'll show you the big wall that you can't get over no matter how hard you try. Ready for a fight. Karen, listen to me carefully, Izuku. You have to work, you have to learn, you have to eat, you have to rest, and you also have to play. Those are the bases of my training to get in good condition. Izuku? Thank you very much. Izuku, eh? W. Why? Nervous. Foregoing, I mean, I know what I said and I'm not taking it back. It was something risky and stupid, something nice in a low voice, boo, but still, thanks for worrying about me. I mean, about the class. Yeah, that's it, hee blushing, and there are, huh? You're scoring points, hee. You really want to get into the hero's course trying to divert the topic. Izuku, ha 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 ha, well, after all, it's something I've said before, right? Scratching his cheek. You're right. Maybe I was born in the wrong era, but that's why I'm training even harder, because I'll be the first. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'll be the first Quirkless to enter the hero class. Izuku, I'm not ashamed, nor do I deny my weakness, because I've always fought to protect others. Putting himself on guard. Careless and stubborn kid, I should stop treating you and see if that way you stop hurting yourself so much. Holding the bridge of his nose. Gosh, you really have no remedy. Using the advance so much will cause irreversible damage to your body. You have to find another technique to replace it, because otherwise the overexertion will destroy your heart. Izuku, you know? Before I defeat you and the heroes come to arrest you, why, I'd like to thank you. Smiling, you're the first to get me to this level. KO. Young Midoriya. Deku. Midoriya. Son. Izuku. Your score was exceptional, even in your condition. I think it shouldn't surprise you that I say that. But you're in, and although for obvious reasons, you couldn't get into the hero course, that shouldn't discourage you. The opportunity is there. You just have to figure out what to do with it. So tell me, are you willing to try? Because if so, then. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, years. Class E. Course, General. Come, young Midoriya. This will be your hero academy. Kuroki. Mastering ki isn't that difficult. The complicated part comes later. So tell me, if I teach you, what will you do with it? Izuku, I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry. Even without a quirk, you think you're a hero, Deku? Izuku. Smiling, I'm going to save them all. Came. Chapter. Getting the band ready. I don't want to be late. And with everything ready, the next day, Ida, Izuku and Momo handed in the report to their teacher. Just like the day before, Nana Shimura had replaced their home teacher. Everything seemed to indicate that despite her always strict educational regime, her absence would extend the entire week. As soon as Nana finished reading, she couldn't help but look at the class with some disbelief. It was difficult for her to see the kids from the most problematic class giving an event of that style. Nana, no offense, but are you sure this is a good idea? Izuku, you said it, sensei. I know we may seem a bit messy and unorganized, but the truth is that we want to do this for ourselves and for our classmates, to put on a show where they can have fun and leave their problems aside. But at the same time, we also want to distract ourselves. Stop thinking that everything bad that has happened at the academy is our fault. Nana, be the heroes of your own hearts. Momo, exactly. Nana, well, for just a sketch, it doesn't look that bad. To be honest, I thought it would take a little longer, although yes, try to detail it a little in detail. Momo, so we're wrong? Nana, no, not at all. Just that, as I said, this is very brief. Lifting the sheet, I assume that if they want to do a concert they have to plan it more carefully, check what they want to do, the decorations they will use, their costumes, the choreography, etc. etc. Ida, well, I understand what you're saying, but you can also be a little more permissive. Nana, and I am, believe me, Ida, that's why I'm giving you another chance. You have time to hand it in, and now I know what you're going to do, so I can work with that. I'll tell the director, and when you give me your full report, I'll give it to you. Is that clear? All yes, Nana-sensei. At the end of classes, the boys ran to the recreation room, ignoring poor Ida, because with the excitement at its peak, changing their uniforms and eating something simple was something they did in the shortest time. Wanting to take advantage of the day, Mina was the first to speak, drawing the attention of her classmates, who noticed how her new outfit was cooler. The pink-haired girl wore a short white blouse that slightly exposed her belly with a gray top. On her shoulders rested some suspenders that were attached to a pair of denim shorts. Her legs were covered by gray stockings, and finally the girl had black tennis shoes along with what appeared to be long white socks. Mina, guys, don't forget we have to plan the choreography for the festival. Excited. Mineta, is it really necessary? Mia, yes, I said it yesterday. We can't leave everything to Jiro. If we want to help our colleagues, then we must be fair with everyone. See you. Mina is right. They may not like it, but if we don't do something, the rest of them would just be lazy, and I highly doubt they'd want Jiro to throw them out the window. Jiro, I'm willing to do it. Any volunteers to set an example? Shoto, well, I understand your enthusiasm, but if we're being realistic, not all of us will be able to dance. Izuku, it's true, like any staging, be it a concert, a play or a literary exhibition, we need a team behind them to make sure everything goes well. Stagehands, I think they're called in the theater. Momo, we are students, if we all cooperate, we can solve this dilemma quickly. Jiro, I also want to ask, do you want it to be just me on stage, or is someone going to help me with other instruments? The question created a deathly silence in the room, as it seemed that everyone had forgotten that detail, and despite the fact that the violet-haired rocker had already agreed to help them with the music at the festival, they didn't think about how it would be put into practice. Ida, there are differences between a recital and a concert, so. Jiro, interrupting Ida, oh no way, giving himself a facepalm. Let's see. In theory, Nana-sensei bought us a little time, so we can do the dance and organize the band. Anyway, I still have to work on the lyrics. Izuku, lyrics? Jiro, yeah, or were you thinking I'd play a cover? I know it sounds a little selfish, especially with time almost upon us, but if I'm going to do this, get up on stage and play for the first time, I'd like it to be with something that comes from my heart. Gathering his jacks in sorrow. Kirishima, good. That sounds like an excellent idea. You have a big heart, Jiro. Jiro, shut up, embarrassed. Momo, well, then we will do types of auditions. Mina, take care of the dancers, and then we will see who will be behind the stage to see the technical things. Izuku, we want to put on a big show, right? Then we'll need to plan something equally big. Mina, we have Todoroki's eyes, your heat vision, Koda's animal control, Aoyama's naval laser, Siro's ribbons, Uraraka's zero gravity, and Yamamo's creation. Momo, your ideas are somewhat dangerous. Mina, don't you think that nervous? Mina, you say that because you're thinking like an aspiring heroine. Believe me, I have something planned with all this, and it will be completely safe for the guests. Hagakure, with this, we'll put a smile on the faces of all the students in the academy. The girl began to shake her bracelets, attracting the attention of her friends, who smiled, infected by the good humor of the invisible young girl. All yes. Ida, well then, let's come to an agreement. Mina, do you really know how to dance enough to be able to teach all of us? Mina, do you doubt my power, Ida? Do you want me to remind you how I was able to defeat Aoyama at the festival? Aoyama, I still haven't forgiven you for that. At that moment, smiling confidently, the girl took a few steps before doing a small breakdance choreography, which excited her classmates. Izuku, it's true as Shido Mina, she uses dance and her overflowing joy to her advantage, having precise control of her quirk, acid, manipulating its viscosity and acidity, to move, attack, or defend herself. It's no wonder she's so good at dancing. Most of the choreographies strengthen the muscles, and also with the quick movements, I can generate surprise attacks. Excited. Shoto, and here we go again. Tokoemi. His good memory and quick analytical skills are a little scary. Kirishima. But he's right, Mina is quite skilled. In the first fight during All Might's class, Aoyama mentioned that she burned his cape, and at the sports festival she attacked his belt to distract him. Momo. She uses acid to slide on the sand and manages to land a hook on the jaw. The mastery she has over her quirk based on her abilities makes her fast, agile, and unpredictable. Mina, enough, you've made me blush. With false egocentrism, keep giving me compliments, sticking out her tongue. Momo, if only you were that good at studying, I have no doubt you'd be at the top. With this comment, the girl's ego that was rising had fallen to the ground. The pink-haired girl had been covered with an aura of sadness, hiding in a corner. Shoto, well, then we have the instructor covered, I think so. Looking at Mina, will she be okay? Mina, great. Standing up abruptly. But now I have to see how good they are at dancing. My favorite part of the day is coming up, the dance tests. Excitedly. And so, with instructions from the renewed pink-haired girl, the boys were formed, in pairs to be faster. The girl was rating her companions, seeing how some had potential like Momo and Todoroki, or were a complete disaster like Ida and Aoyama, who seemed to have no sense of rhythm, although the surprise came with Izuku, because although he didn't show it, the boy knew how to dance quite well, moving fluidly to the rhythm of the music. Mina, well, to be honest, that did surprise me. Izuku, I shouldn't, you're the expert, this isn't a big deal. Mineta, dude, it's understandable that Yaoyorozu or Todoroki are good at dancing. I mean, after all, I'd like to think that dance classes are necessary for their social events. But you, I don't mean to offend. But, Izuku, Well, there is an explanation behind. Todoroki, are you going to say it? Everyone saw how the mixed-haired boy smiled with slight mockery. Seconds later, as if someone had called her, Toga entered the scene again, smiling, bringing drinks with her and her phone in her hand. Toga, I'm here. Todoroki, you took too long, it's over now. Toga, what? Oh no, that's not fair. I just went out of my way to get some baby food. Could you repeat that? Momo, guys? Shoto. I was actually going to make him confess. Toga, oh yes, please tell them. Smiling. Izuku, sigh. What good friends I have. Sarcastically. It's not a big deal. It's just that Mom taught me to dance a long time ago. She said that one day it would be necessary. It wasn't something I practiced for years. I abandoned it for a while. Although some time later I went back to my classes when I discovered I could fly, they told me that I needed to coordinate the movements of my entire body to be able to move around in the air. The boy just looked away in embarrassment. It wasn't something he would like to tell so openly, omitting the detail that the second lessons came from Nana, who, despite having a sweet and kind air in class, he knew how passionate she was when it came to training. Izuku scratched his cheek waiting for someone to say something, although a giggle pulled him out of his embarrassment. Looking at Momo, who tried not to look obvious, although this only increased the embarrassment in the green-haired boy, something contrary to his thoughts. The girl had not done this out of mockery, but out of the tenderness caused by the mental image. Mina, okay, that takes one student off me. Now what we'll do is, Jiro, we'll form the band. I'll hold auditions to see who can help me, and then I'll write the song. Kaminari, speaking of song, who's singing? Kirishima, weren't we supposed to agree that it would be Jiro? Getting attacked by the purple-haired girl. Kaminari, oh yeah? I think I missed that part, because as far as I was concerned, the idea was that she'd only help us with the musical part. No offense, Jiro. We just know you're good with instruments, but with your voice. The violet-haired girl was about to say something, but at that moment Kirishima stepped forward, smiling widely, showing his sharp teeth. Kirishima, you're right, my friend. It's true. We don't really know what we have until we show it, right? Why don't you show us your talent? Kaminari, what? No, I didn't mean it has to be me, it's just. Kirishima, come on, don't be afraid, we're not going to judge you. The blonde just looked at the redhead. Although he knew the boy was not aggressive, that innocent smile made him nervous. Without being able to look him in the eyes, that extreme kindness intimidated. The electric blonde listened. Everyone covered their ears. Mina quickly went to her friend, covering his mouth. Mina, you better not continue. The boy was about to say something, but at that moment a soft and harmonious voice made him remain silent. Kirishima just stepped aside, allowing everyone to see that it was Jiro, who, putting his jacks together in sadness and looking down, played a part of Ian Noa Kuruhi, Bayadu, without lasting long, letting out a sigh at the end. But when he looked up, he was surprised by all his classmates who jumped with excitement. Hagakure, my ears were blessed. Jiro, you really sing great. Uraraka, it's nothing like the previous ones. The blonde had his mouth open, surprised, unable to say anything, although turning his gaze, he saw how Kirishima looked at him with a smile that had a slight touch of superiority. Kirishima, that's why she's what you boast about the most is what you lack the most. The redhead raised his fist, making the blonde close his eyes. But at this, Kirishima just smiled. He had proven his point, heading to his companions. Jiro, okay, I appreciate the encouragement, but calm down, let's just concentrate on the concert. Midoriya, Kirishima, help me with the instruments please. With the help of both of them, the girl brought everything she needed to the recreation room. Starting the auditions, Class A was able to see more facets of their classmates, noticing how in addition to their qualities as heroes, they could also have other talents. Momo being in charge of playing the keyboard, the girl had walked straight to the instrument, playing the same song that Jiro had sung. Apparently the brunette had received a good indoctrination which was very useful to her right now. In the same way, Tokoyami also proved to be quite good with the guitar, playing to the rhythm of Dark Shadows by Caliban. The not-so-surprising one was Kaminari, who despite having mistakes, managed to perform this Love by Maroon. At first, his classmates were about to congratulate the blonde, but when the boy finished saying, the lead guitarists are always the ones who steal the girls at the shows. Everyone knew the reason for his liking for the instrument, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Jiro, well, taking into account that I can play bass, we have guitarists and a keyboard player, we would only need a drummer. Shoto, Izuku, don't you think you can? Izuku, not me. but remember who can. The mixed-haired boy only rolled his eyes slightly in annoyance, as did Toga, who also understood at first, causing curiosity among the rest of his companions, although it was Kirishima who discovered the mystery, joining the dots with his own memories. Kirishima, hey guys, haven't you and Bakugo met before? Kaminari was the first to turn around, noticing how Bakug had stood up upon hearing his name, clicking his tongue. Jiro, Bakugo, do you know how to play the drums? Bakugo, what the buck do they care? I have no obligation to tell them. Izuku, when we were younger, my mother put me in guitar lessons while he took a drum course. Bakugo, damn Deku, shut up, or I'll kill you! Preparing an explosion. Uraraka, now I understand, so he also knows how to do more than just destroy buildings with his tantrums. Challenger. Bakugo, what did you say? Damn round face. Shoto, but don't even try, he won't show it. I think he didn't learn anything by being forced. Bakugo, son of a Toga, they said it was good, but most likely, like everything else, they just said it through words, smiling defiantly. Kirishima, understanding at first, normally I don't like to comment on other people's talents, but the truth is I feel like we would just be wasting our time. Maybe Midoriya would be our best option, the band would be more pleasing in the eyes of others. As the boys talked, a vein popped out on the blonde's forehead from growing anger. Kaminari tried to say something, but Bakugo pushed him away with an explosion, grabbing the drumsticks and showing off his knowledge of Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes. Bakugo, I don't play your crappy songs, but I have plenty of talent, more than all of you together. Did you hear me, you pieces of idiots? Jiro, whatever you say, irritated. Bakugo, I'll play in their shitty band, but it's only because I want them to do something quality. If they use Deku, they'll just be the laughing stock of the other classes. Getting up annoyed. We'll crush all those extras with this. Toga, it always works. Shoto, and he knows it, but it also irritates him to admit it. That makes it easier, hehehe. Kirishima, I don't think he realizes it. Arrogant people never do. Mina, okay, so we have the band formed. Jiro, can you focus on the writing part? Jiro, sure, I'll bring my notebook. Momo, I'll make some tea for everyone. Shoji, we also need to make plans for the stage. Mina, those who need dance classes follow me. We will move the chairs and try to train here until Sensei gives us a place. Midori, do you think you can help me? Izuku, I'd like to, but I'll be a bit busy helping Shoji with the structure. If we solve it early, I'll catch up with you. Mina, okay, we'll start planning the choreography thoroughly when Jiro has the lyrics and rhythm ready, so we'll be coordinated. Ojiro, we also have to plan the type of show that will accompany the choreography. Izuku, well, we have time, so let's go team. Ida, if you allow me, I will help you. So, the kids in the class got to work, sharing the tasks, organizing their time, focused on making everything go as well as possible. Unfortunately, despite everyone doing their best, there was someone who, rather than moving forward, seemed to be stuck. As the days went by, Kyukujiro just sat at her desk, always with the tea that Yamamoto prepared, but no matter how hard she tried, it seemed that her ideas showed no signs of appearing, frustrating her, because after a few days, her classmates were more than ready, waiting for the moment when she would enlighten them with her song. But this only put more pressure on the violet-haired girl, which worsened her block. It might seem like little, but even the girl was close to throwing in the towel, but there was something, or rather, someone who wouldn't let this happen. Jiro knew what she wanted to express, but she had no idea how to do it, or at least not without help. Nurse, we can't be entirely sure, but she's reacting well. There's no energy surrounding her and the headaches are gone, to be honest. We're not sure if she's cured or safe, but at least she's more stable if that's a fact. At the city hospital, Izuku, Aizawa, Mirio, and Naitai listened attentively to the woman's words, who with a sigh just looked towards the door behind her, where little Eri could be seen, who was moving a couple of stuffed animals trying to play with them, but as soon as she touched them, she took her hands away. Nurse, that's why I called you. We did some tests and it doesn't seem to present a danger to any of you and obviously not to her either. As far as possible, we wanted to deprive her of visits for a longer time. But the girl was determined to see you two, pointing to Izuku and Mirio, or at least what we could understand that you were. I think she doesn't know your names, so she only described you as best she could, as I said before. We wanted to avoid visits until we were sure it would be safe. But we also believe that turning a deaf ear to your requests could trigger a new incident. So, Naitai, we understand your position very well. Thank you for calling us and sorry for the inconvenience. Sick, just please avoid strong emotions. that will upset or stress her. It will sound excessive, but we still don't know how her quirk manifests. Izuku understood. Nurse. Okay, so first I guess you two will go in, pointing to both boys. You're the ones she asks the most about, so go ahead, you have minutes. But if you get stressed, we'll take you out immediately, understood? Mirio, thanks for the directions. The blonde just moved forward without looking back. Izuku knew that the tensions between him and his superior were still high, but without being able to do anything to help, he decided not to intervene, just being a spectator. Mirio, how do you think he'll react? Izuku, we'll find out right now, buddy. Opening the door, the nurse called the little girl's attention who, upon seeing who was entering, remained silent. Izuku, smiling, approached carefully, sitting on a chair to be in front of Eri. Izuku, hello Eri. Eri, if they came. Mirio, but of course we would come. Maybe you didn't hear us because you were asleep, but we promised we would come see you when you felt better. Hee. Eri, are you alright? Izuku, great, but better tell us, how are you? How have you been feeling? Are they treating you well? The truth is, I don't know what it's like to be in a hospital. The girl saw the green-haired boy, and instantly the scenes of the fight were repeated in her mind. His battered suit, the faces of both beaten, the blood on Mirio's body, the way he protected her. The little girl lowered her head, making both boys look at her confused. Eri, because of me. Both of them almost lost their lives that time because of me. The one with yellow hair lost his quirk and the man with glasses was almost killed. Please forgive me. Mirio, why are you apologizing? Calling the girl's attention, my quirk? I think it's a very small price to pay for your safety. The mission was to dismantle Chisaki's operations and save you. Your life was the main objective. Yes, I sacrificed my quirk. But if you asked me, I would do it again 1,000,000 times. Because that's what a hero does, saves lives. Smiling. Besides, you also helped us. You got up, you took a step forward, you got out of that hell, and with that you saved more lives. You became a heroine. Eri, me a heroine? Izuku, it takes courage to know our fears. But it takes even more to face them and overcome them. Fear is something that will always accompany us. But when we see it as something necessary and not as a barrier in our future, then we will have found the courage to continue. The little gray-haired girl only saw how both boys smiled at her kindly, which made her feel sorry. Eri, but you risked a lot for me, and I don't even know your names. Izuku, eh? That's right. Sorry for not introducing myself before. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure, Eri. Mirio, look, we really have no remedy, mate. Ha. I am Mirio Togata. Eri Midoriya? Izuku, it's Midoriya. But you can call me Izuku. I think it's easier. Eri, Izuku Togata thinking, by the way, what are you doing? Izuku, huh? What's up, Eri? Eri, those expressions on their faces, the curves of their mouths. Mirio, you mean our smile? Well, it's an expression we make because we're happy to see you again. Eri, happiness. The girl analyzed the words of both of them a little, and before her surprise, the little girl brought her hands to her cheeks, stretching them, as well as her mouth, making an expression of pain that confused both of them. This lasted only a few seconds, but afterward, the poor girl just lowered her head with a sad and dejected look. Eri, sorry, it's just something I don't understand and apparently I can't do it either. The green-haired and blonde boy turned to look at each other with concern. The damage to Eri was obvious. It went beyond the physical. Her psyche was quite hurt, without being able to avoid it. The green-haired boy clenched his fists in annoyance, a fury that he controlled. But even so, the green-haired boy cursed Chisaki for all the damage she had caused. There was no doubt that there was still a lot to work on. Izuku, thinking, despite our efforts and those of the doctors, Eri doesn't know what fun is or how to smile. Chisaki's shadow still accompanies her. Mirio, I think I know what you're thinking, my friend. Eri, friend? Izuku, thinking, if only there was a way to ease his heart. Wait a minute. Heroes not only save lives, but also hearts. The words of a certain brunette he knew echoed in his mind. Raising his head, the green-haired man saw the girl. Izuku, got it. Mirio, what? What's wrong? Izuku, I have to go. I won't be long. Eri, are you leaving already? Discouraged. Izuku, no, I'll just go out for a moment. I'll talk to my teacher. But what do you think if you try some of what we brought? Mirio, that's right. You didn't see it, did you? We brought you a basket of fruit, Eri. They're all delicious. Lifting the enormous basket, the green-haired boy stood up and approached the door. Although knowing the girl's fear, he decided that he would not go out, speaking to his teacher, who approached his problematic student. Aizawa, what's going on? Izuku, Professor, I know your answer is probably negative, but still, is there a chance that Eri can get out of here? Aizawa go out? Well, I was just talking to the head doctor about Eri's case. It's not impossible, and they're considering whether it's a good option. In theory, it should help her gain confidence, although it would have to be a controlled environment, or something that doesn't pose a danger to her. But why do you ask? Izuku, well, with what you're saying, it sounds even more impossible, but I was thinking, with what we're seeing at the academy, would there be a possibility of him going to the cultural festival? Seeing the green-haired man, the man lowered his arms, watching as the boy's smile widened as he commented on his idea, making him think. Aizawa, the festival? That's right, it's coming soon. Izuku, the class is preparing a concert with choreography. Looking at his teacher, yes, Nana-sensei already told us. I know it will be loud and obvious, not a controlled environment, but still. Aizawa, well, it's not a bad idea at all. I can talk it over with the doctors and the director. Izuku, really? Excited. Mirio, the festival? That's right, Midoriya, you're a genius. Eri, what is a cultural festival? Mirio, oh Eri, you don't know what you're missing. It's an incredible and exciting event, quite an experience. All the UA students do their best to get excited and have fun. Izuku, exactly. And in theory this time, the festival will be held behind closed doors, so there wouldn't be a chance that something could go wrong. Eri festival. Mirio, believe me Eri, it will be fun. In fact, at the moment I'm not studying, so if Sir and Aizawa allow me, I can accompany you. I won't leave your side at all times. We will eat and walk through all the UA stands. As much food as you want, the most exquisite sweets you'll ever try. Eri sweets. Mirio, yes. For example, caramel apples, they taste much sweeter than regular apples. Holding up a piece of fruit, they're a real treasure. The words about all the sweets echoed in the girl's mind who, imagining it, couldn't help but drool a little, making the green-haired boy smile. Apparently there was an opportunity. But unbeknownst to them, despite the UA having closed the main door, there was another one that remained slightly open to problems because elsewhere, the police were dealing with a criminal who started out as a small-time criminal, but who was now becoming increasingly popular, dangerous, and unfortunately for him, more talented at covering his tracks. A criminal with an elegant appearance, a white-gloved gentleman with a mission to accomplish. My name will be engraved in the years of history. That's me. I'm gentle criminal. A man with an ideal, a plan, a goal, all waiting for an event that was soon to happen. The strength of our conviction is what defines our legacy. Days later, the entire UA was preparing with excitement, balloons, colored paper, smiles, posters. The festival was very close, gladdening their hearts. The boys of Class A were not far behind, knowing what their mission was. Now they were working very hard, with the necessary materials thanks to Principal Nizu, who with a smile, gave the go-ahead, even presenting them the space they would have, which was none other than the gym. With the teams armed and focused on their tasks, the boys managed to find a harmony that helped them work and study without becoming unbalanced. The light show would be in charge of Kirishima, Aoyama, Shoto, Izuku, Uraraka, Tsuyu and Momo. Similarly, Mina was already beginning to get an idea regarding the choreography, giving some members of the class a chance to shine. The costumes would be Hagakure's thing, who accepted Aoyama after several insistences from the blonde, who apparently wanted to look spectacular. Although unfortunately for some, no dress rehearsal could yet be carried out, for a simple reason. Jiro, apparently, the violet-haired rocker still hadn't presented the lyrics of the song, much less the bass of the instrumentation. Her block was reaching worrying levels. Her companions weren't helping much either, always asking for the lyrics or in Kaminari's case, making offensive comments hidden with jokes. There were several occasions in which Kirishima, Shoto, Koda and Izuku had to intervene, stopping Kaminari in his tracks, although sowing tension in the room. Currently, the girl was in the courtyard of the High Alliance, walking in circles around a tree, with her notebook in her hands, although noticeably thinner than a regular one, this because of the constant tearing off of pages that the girl gave it, every time she got stressed out about not being able to have decent handwriting. Jiro, damn, this is more complicated than I thought because I had to say yes, I was stupid. The violet-haired girl hit the tree, having no effect on it, which stressed her even more, simply sitting on the grass, leaning on the trunk, looking up at the sky, trying to find an answer among the white clouds. Releasing a sigh of regret and frustration, the girl hugged her legs. She didn't want to fail her friends, she didn't want to fail her parents, she didn't want to fail herself, much less Kirishima. Kyuko was too lost in her thoughts, until a noise behind her made her react, getting up quickly, ready to attack, although when she left her improvised hiding place, she realized that it was none other than Izuku, who was practicing some fighting moves while flying, in the same way that he also seemed to use his heat vision as a flash of light, very different from the classic laser he usually used for his attacks. Izuku, landing good, the numbness is less, I have to use my body's reaction to move better, connect my mind and my body. Dad had taught me some Kryptonian training, I have to review it again, I'm sure it could help me a lot. The Torkaisen Ra and the Torkaisen Go, the movements I've learned from Mina have also helped me a lot. I can move more fluidly and have a higher perception when I use my super speed. I wonder if Ida will be able to realize that too. I have to ask him. Starting her classic round of murmurs, the girl only saw the green-haired boy focused, quickly taking notes in his notebook. Izuku was also making some drawings on the sheets, planning some attacks, reviewing his old techniques. The girl watched closely as the green-haired boy didn't stop for more than a few seconds to revisit the idea, continuing without anything stopping him. Jiro, watching him write makes everything seem so easy. I wonder how much he does in that notebook. The little I know is that he has a super detailed analysis of the quirks. In retrospect, it's a little scary. But wait a second, a detailed analysis looking at the green-haired man. He could help me. Thinking a little about his words, the girl was about to go to the bedroom for something to eat. But as she took a step back, Jiro broke a branch, drawing the boy's attention, who quickly turned around. Jiro, seeing herself discovered, tried to flee, ashamed of taking the green-haired boy out of his training, but when she turned her body, she was surprised when she saw Izuku appear in front of her with a smile. The scared girl only cursed that he was so fast. Jiro, Midoriya. Scared. Izuku, hi Jiro, smiling, sorry for scaring you, it wasn't my intention, it's just that well, you understand, he an apology. Jiro, it's nothing, rather forgive me for spying on you, strongman. I didn't even realize you were here. Izuku, well, I could say the same about you, but tell me, what are you doing here? Is everything okay? It's not normal to see you around this part of the High Alliance. Jiro, yes, everything is wonderful, there is nothing to fear. The green-haired boy just looked at the girl who had a drop of sweat running down her forehead. Jiro was a terrible liar, and it was clear that she already knew it. But she was already busy with one thing, and the last thing she wanted was to worry her friend. But what the poor violet-haired girl didn't know is that the green-haired boy was someone insistent, and even more so when it came to a friend in trouble. Izuku, I'm sure that's All Might's motto. Jiro, calm down Midoriya, keep training, sorry for distracting you. The girl turned around to leave, although without seeing that when she had gotten scared, she had dropped her notebook, Izuku being the one who had picked it up, noticing all the remains of leaves. Jiro, hey, that's private. Does a girl's privacy not matter to you? Izuku, eh? Oh sorry, I didn't mean to, it's just that well, I was a little curious, they are good letters. Returning the notebook. Jiro, don't joke with me. Izuku, no joke, you have talent, we're all eager to see what you work on. With these words, the girl's frustration returned to her, causing her to let out a sigh, which confirmed the boy's suspicions as he approached the rocker who leaned back against the trunk. Izuku, so everything's okay, huh? Jiro, yeah, let's just say I lied, but only a little, huh? Nervous. Izuku, oh no, that's an unforgivable act for an aspiring hero. Fortunately for you, I'm a good confidant, so why don't you drop that tough girl facade and tell me what's going on? I promise to listen. Jiro just turned to look at the green-haired boy, who, smiling, approached her, both sitting on the grass, feeling the leaves under their hands, the wind in their hair. With a little more calm, the girl gave up, realizing that no matter what she did, the boy was too insistent, and although she didn't want to admit it, she needed a little help. Jiro, I always see you writing things down in your destiny notebook. You never stop, you are persistent. Izuku, okay? Is that some kind of compliment? Jiro, no. It's not that, it's just that gathering courage. How good are you at keeping a secret? When you've never asked anyone for help, what guarantees you can trust people? I don't know, I guess you just have to trust that everything will work out. Days later. Jiro, are you ready? Momo, Kyuka, looking at the girl. Bakugo, damn dwarf, did you finally stop running away? Jiro, sorry, but unlike you, I wanted to make something that everyone would really appreciate. Challenger. Bakugo, daughter of Jiro, ignoring him, I hope you enjoyed your vacation, because what comes from here until the festival are days of extreme practice. Calling the attention of the rest of her classmates, the violet-haired girl stuck the tablature on the wall, making everyone get even closer, seeing the name of the song. Kirishima, I knew you'd make it. Mina, well then do you think you could give us an idea of what it sounds like? That way I could better fine-tune the details in the choreography. Everyone has made significant progress these days. Thanks for the help, Midoriya. The green-haired man just raised his thumb, not wanting to agree, because although he never refused to help, his dancing skills were something he wasn't very proud to boast about. Jiro, yes, Yamamoto, do you think you can help me? Momo, of course. The girl approached the keyboard, looking at the notes in the distance. Jiro took the microphone and with that, the class had no doubt that the violet-haired girl had kept her promise. 1 month later. 2. Shortly after the cultural festival began, the kids from all classes and courses were fine-tuning the last details, putting their best effort to meet their expectations, and now with their choreography practiced more than once, the kids could relax a little more, helping the support team, who at that moment were assembling the stage. Izuku used his heat vision to cut different pieces and with it he welded the structure, using his flight ability. Although what they didn't know was that someone in the distance was spying on them, or rather, a couple of people, figures hidden among a bush. Well, until now they haven't noticed our presence. If we keep quiet and are patient then we might be able to surprise them. Doing something funny will help you see their smiles. Are you ready, Eri? Whispering. The girl was about to nod, but at that moment, a shadow covered both of them. Mirio, huh? Oh, don't tell me it's going to rain. Izuku, Mirio, Eri. How nice to see you here. Seeing themselves discovered, both individuals looked up, finding Izuku was slowly landing, while Mirio had a look of false disappointment. Mirio, hey, that's not fair. Izuku, sorry, it's one of the disadvantages of super hearing. He scratching the back of his neck. Eri, super hearing? Uraraka, huh? It's Eri. Happy. The boys only turned around at this scream, seeing a little girl with pale blue-gray hair, with deep red eyes, slightly pale complexion. The little girl had a white long-sleeved blouse, a red dress, black tights, brown boots and a cherry bag that had the decoration of a flower-shaped brooch. Her most distinctive feature besides the intense color of her eyes was a small horn on her head, no bigger than a bump. The girl was accompanied by Mirio and Aizawa, who seemed to have returned to the academy after a long absence. See you. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Kero. Kirishima, Eri. You may not remember me, but I'm glad you're okay. Eri, there are many people standing next to Izuku. Izuku, yeah, they are a bit noisy, but they are good people. Looking at his friends, guys, I hope you don't get offended, but please try not to stress her out or harass her. Mineta, wow, she's smaller than me, but she's taller. I hate my design. Izuku, Aizawa-sensei, with all due respect, not that it bothers me, but what are you doing here? The festival is still in a few days. Aizawa, I know, but it was the teacher's idea. Even though this year the festival will be behind closed doors, there are still too many students gathered. We don't want to stress Eri out, so the best thing we could do is bring her for short periods of time so she can adapt to the academy grounds and get to know the boys. Izuku, I see. Aizawa, yes, I'm sorry, I know you're busy, but I have to resolve several matters that I left pending in my absence. Work is piling up and I won't be able to properly guide Togata through the academy. Midoriya, I need you to help him. Izuku, understood, don't worry sensei. Turning to see his friends, guys, sorry but I'm going to accompany Togata and Eri around the academy so they can see how the preparations are going. Can you manage without me for a few minutes? Shoji, go ahead Midoriya, don't worry, creating more arms. We've got you covered. Shoto, let's just hope you don't make a habit of it. Go ahead friend. We'll see you later, Eri. And returning to their work, the boys said goodbye to Eri, to see how now the three of them walked through the grounds of the academy, marveling the little gray-haired girl, who did not understand anything of what her eyes saw, although luckily for her, she had her two guardians, who with a smile on their faces, had no qualms about answering all the questions of the curious young girl. With their new mission ready, the boys guided Eri throughout the academy. Although first, the green-haired boy picked up his faithful pet, Crypto pounced on the green-haired boy happily, growling slightly at Mirio. Although the interesting reaction was that when it was Eri's turn to interact, the huge wolf didn't make any sudden movements. It was obvious that Eri was nervous and slightly scared at seeing a dog. But Crypto only approached the girl slightly. Lowering his head, Eri, still nervous, approached and carefully placed her hand on the dog's head, starting to pet it, noticing how the pet seemed quite happy. Izuku, this is my faithful guardian. He has accompanied me since I was a child. His name is Crypto. Eri, Crypto, that's a nice name. The dog was happy, but without showing much emotion, he surrounded the girl. At this, Izuku just smiled, starting the tour, taking Eri through the hallways and gardens, making her meet other students, such as Mirio's former classmates, as well as his best friends and also participants in his rescue, Taumaki and Nijire. They also went to see the members of Class B, Kendo, Owaze, Tetsu, and the infamous Monoma, who despite his teasing, was ignored by the green-haired boy and knocked out by his own classmates. Passing by the support workshop, where Hatsum was doing her thing, almost exploding everything she found. In the end, and once they were eating, the icing on the cake was the appearance of Director Nizu, who accompanied by Midnight also enjoyed the food in the cafeteria, exchanging just a few words, although when the time came, the boy said goodbye to the girl who returned to the hospital accompanied by Aizawa and obviously Mirio. Shoto, Izuku, are you free now? Izuku, yeah, sorry, I just lost track of time. Kirishima, don't worry man, it's understandable. Although the rumor spreads fast, people kept saying that she was Mirio's daughter and that's why she had dropped out of the academy. Izuku, really? People have too much free time, and they're supposed to be in a hurry for the festival. Shoto, but believe me, there were others who said she was your daughter. Apparently they saw that Eri is very attached to you. Izuku, it can't be. Shoji, by the way, sorry if we didn't consult before, but in your absence, we arranged some details regarding the show. Izuku, that's good, don't apologize, rather forgive me. What is it with you? Kirishima, it was Koda's idea, it's good, but to do it we would need your help. Izuku, why? Koda, well, it's not a big deal, but I thought, remember we were planning on Aoyama being Disco's sphere? Receiving a nod of affirmation, well, what I thought was that it would be a good idea if it also moved, using the reflection of light, putting on a show that no one would miss. Izuku, I see. Kirishima, yes, that's why we thought that using your strength and speed, you could help us, moving Aoyama with a rope. Izuku, manual? The idea isn't bad, but don't you think it would be better if we automated it? We could go to the gym tomorrow, draw a plan of the ceiling, that way we'd have a guide to move it, even give it 2 modes, manual and automatic, that way in case the second one fails, we'd use a remote control so it doesn't stay static. Koda, I see, that's a great idea too. Shoto, but how will we achieve such a system? We're in the final stretch. Izuku, tomorrow I will talk to Hatsum, she will help us, knowing her, it won't take her long and she will accept immediately. Shoji, understood, thanks Midoriya. Momo, guys, you've all been working hard, do you want some tea? Approaching with a tray, the beautiful brunette smiled at her friends, who accepted the hot drink. Izuku, thank you very much Momo, it's delicious. But you shouldn't have bothered, you must be exhausted too. How are the rehearsals going? Momo, well, you're right about that, I'm tired, rehearsals are going well, but they're overwhelming. Rehearsing next to Bakugo and Kaminari is a constant test of my patience. Kaminari isn't bad, but he makes arrangements out of nowhere and without consulting us, while Bakugo improvises too much. Jiro is quite patient, but I feel like he's about to fire them both. Kishima, yeah, but hey, I've heard a little about what they do, they're on the right track. Jiro should be a music teacher, she's quite talented. Momo, the truth is that yes. Izuku, hey, is it just me or is this tea really good although it tastes familiar to me, making space for Momo on the couch. Shoto, yes, me too, what's her name, Yaoyorosa? Momo, it's a special tea that is widely consumed in my house. Mom sent it to me, it's called Golden Tips Imperial. Shoto, Golden Tips, I remember, they also consume it at home, especially my mom and Fuyumi. Izuku, I see, no wonder. Momo, I didn't know you guys like tea, slightly excited. Izuku, well, I hope you don't mind, but the truth is that I don't know almost anything. It's because of his family that has problems and I can distinguish one chamomile from others with multiple flavors. The boys were talking quietly, noticing how Uraraka sat next to them, with her phone in her hand, seeing how she was playing a video. This is a rather unusual tea, if you recognize it. Do you know what it means? You are amazing. Izuku, are you watching a video of Tea Ochako? How opportune. Uraraka, what? No, it's just a video that came to me. It's pretty short and has too many negative reactions, you see? Showing her cell phone, it's weird. Momo, gentle video? I don't know him, is he someone famous? Izuku, seriously no. Apparently he is a criminal who has been gaining popularity in recent days. The truth is that I don't know how they haven't caught him yet, when there are several videos uploaded on the internet. The green-haired man shook his head negatively, while everyone saw the image on the screen, showing the face of an adult man, with grayish hair and mustache, who spoke calmly in a soft voice. My next act will not only surprise you, my dear viewers, it will be an alarm for the whole society. What an irony. Without knowing, soon that guy would become even more famous. Because what the kids didn't know is that this face was getting closer to them, like a predator stalking its prey. This time I'm risking more than you think, La Brava. This time, I'm putting everything on the line. I'm betting my soul and my mustache. For the world, for the people, for my dream. To be able to reciprocate your feelings. Gentle, I'll make it work, I promise. The days continued to pass, both sides with a plan, multiple investigations and tests, trial and error. At UA the boys rehearsed and made sure they had everything in order. As Izuku had said, he asked the eccentric inventor for the favor, who obviously refused, delivering the new invention in a matter of days, only being reviewed by the green-haired boy, who fixed some details before installing it. Starting to practice with everything assembled, being guided by Mina and Izuku, noticing the effort they both put into making everything look good, being exhausting days. But that satisfied all the members of Class A, because their effort was really giving results. One day before the festival, Ciro, I have to admit I was a little worried about how things would turn out. I didn't think we were that good, but the dancers and the band are giving it their all. Ashido is a bit demanding, isn't she? Kirishima. Yes, that's how she is. She gets into this mode when she's doing something she's passionate about. But she doesn't have bad intentions, she's really putting her heart into it. Mina and Aoyama, now to the center. Everyone else cover him quickly. Izuku, Shoji, do you have it? I need you to hook it up. Shoto, activate the system. Tokoemi, ready with the remote. Koda, Midoriya is also trying very hard. Kirishima, yes, he is a really amazing guy. He overflows with an energy that inspires and motivates you not to give up. Izuku, what are you guys doing sitting there? Stand up and join the others, we'll have a dress rehearsal. Ciro, I think he's just as passionate as Mina nervous. The boys just smiled and approached their friends, being guided by both curly-haired boys, all without seeing how Momo stared at the green-haired boy, with a smile. Momo thought, she's really trying hard to help everything go well. She says that her dancing talent embarrasses her, but she still didn't refuse to help when Mina asked her to Izuku, you really are someone admirable and also cute, slightly blushing. The girl shook her head, deciding to concentrate on her work, although without seeing how the latter had been seen by someone, an invisible-looking girl, who, making quick deductions, just smiled amused and with an idea in mind. Hagakure, Izuku, before we start, we already made the corrections to the outfits we will use tomorrow. When we finish, I need you and Mina to see them, please. Izuku understood, thanks Hagakure. Mina, okay, so let's do this quickly. I want it in one take. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll do a costume fitting. Understand? Clapping vigorously. Ciro, thinking, forgive me Midoriya, I was wrong, she is the most passionate, with a drop of sweat. Spending the rest of the afternoon rehearsing and seeing the last details to fine-tune, the boys left the gym on Hound Dog's orders. Since at PM, the curfew had begun, the nerves were escalating, making them feel excited and scared at the same time. Ida, who would have thought it was only a matter of hours before everything started? Tsuyu, the days go by faster when you have something to do. Mineta, talking to the most beautiful woman in the world for hours and making it seem like minutes, or reading for 2 minutes and making it seem like 2 hours. That's called relativity. Tokoemi, of all of us gathered here, you are the last person I thought would know that kind of phrase. Mineta, when your design puts you at a disadvantage against others, using words can be your best weapon, hee. Besides, I don't know what surprises you. It's the only way I could understand Einstein's law of relativity. Shoji, how can you be a pervert and extremely clever at the same time? Mineta, it's not that difficult, but I think it's not an answer you want to know. All I can say is that math helps a lot. Mental agility is always crucial when trying to meet girls. Izuku, well, I don't know how much truth there is in those words, but I appreciate you helping us. Momo, how are you feeling, Jiro? Jiro, I don't know how to explain it. A part of me wants to throw up, but the other part already wants it to be a clock. Kaminari, and to think that you were the most nervous and the one who had the least intention of participating. The comment was only ignored by the others, but not by 2 women, who using their tongue and jacks attacked the electric blonde who knew that if he wanted to spend the night safely in his bed, he had to remain silent. Ida, I just hope the others like this too. Jiro, I think you shouldn't focus so much on it. The worst thing we can do is play with embarrassment or shyness. The best thing will be to go on stage and enjoy it. After all, how many times could we do it? Koda, you're absolutely right. If we remain silent, it would be as if we bowed our heads. We would be saying that they are right about everything they think about us. Izuku. Helping others also helps us. Jiro once told us, and I feel like it's a phrase that can be applied to most situations that we may encounter in the future. The green-haired boy smiled as he said this, seeing the equipment they had. Although noticing something, the boy lifted the rope, observing how it was quite worn. Izuku. This, on the other hand, is a lost cause. Momo. Is something wrong, Izuku? Izuku. It's the rope, it's quite worn. Stretching it to see the damage. Momo. Well, we haven't stopped practicing. I think it's normal. Izuku. Yes, but it also means we can't use it. It would be dangerous. Sorry for not realizing it before. Momo. Well, you didn't know that could happen so quickly. The truth is that although we tried hard to make everything go well, there will always be things that are out of our control. Take the costumes we made as an example. In the end, we had to make some modifications. I could create a new one, if you want. Izuku, I would gladly accept, but the truth is I don't want to abuse your quirk. Momo, thank you. Tomorrow I will buy others early. After all, it is my responsibility. Momo, don't try too hard either. I understand that you feel responsible, but also take into account that we will play at and the stores open at. Izuku, I know, but you forget that I have my speed on my side, plus there is a store that is minutes from the academy. I understand that they open at, so there will be no problem. I can come and go with just enough time to make the rope change before the show. Momo, and don't you think you'll have too little time? Izuku, well, I won't know if I don't try, trust me. I'll be here before you know it, I promise. Momo. Izuku, calm down, Momo. Besides, it's already late. It's best if we go to sleep. Tomorrow we have to get up early, don't forget it. Ida, that's true, we have to go now. The green-haired boy stood up taking the rope, although the boy was stopped by the brunette before he could reach the elevator. Momo, when all this is over, you and I will have a long talk about your stubbornness and sense of responsibility, you hear me? Izuku, loud and clear, after all, I guess I can't refuse, or can I? Besides, I'll also buy other things, so don't bother me. The girl just shook her head negatively before watching the green-haired boy enter the elevator. Izuku, rest Momo as the doors closed. Momo, you too, Izuku. Gakure, well, Juliet, your Romeo has already left, and you better listen to him. Go to sleep, Miss Capulet. Momo, blushing, what are you saying? Hagakure, but I'll take your word for it, rest. The next morning, the kids woke up one by one, going to the dining room, all with looks of excitement and joy, waking up with energy and ready to go all out. After all, the UA festival was about to begin. Izuku, well, I promised not to be late, so it would be best not to let my friends down. Taking out a list, if I did my homework well last night, then I will have written down everything I need. Blessed be my ability to avoid sleep, sometimes it is useful. Walking calmly knowing he had just enough time, the boy circled the academy grounds, seeing how all the decorations they had put up turned out, making UA look dazzling. Izuku, wow. I think years could go by and I never regret anything that's happened. Well, with their respective exceptions, but still. Thinking about Momo's smile, I'm glad to be here. And with those thoughts, the boy entered the store, unaware that right next door, someone was entering another establishment. The countdown had begun. Izuku thought, well, I was a little late, but if I use my speed I shouldn't have any problem. I brought my wallet, so that means I have my UAIDGs. I wanted to see the others' booths before the festival started. I guess I'll see them when Eri arrives. I wonder if Momo would like to join us. The green-haired man was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice how he was close to colliding with a person, causing him to drop his bags. Izuku, oh gee, sorry, I was distracted. Picking up the bags. I hope nothing got damaged. Don't worry, it was a mistake. Rather forgive me too for making you throw your things away, thinking, oh no, this is bad. I shouldn't interact with people so much or my disguise will fall apart, although you should be more careful. Boy, you almost ruined a newly bought Golden Tips Imperial. The boy was still crouching, but when he heard T's name, he looked up. Izuku, did he say Golden Tips? Seeing the house where that stranger came from, is that place a tea house? Wow, I didn't know that. With these words, the man stopped, petrified, calling the attention of his little companion, who fearfully turned her gaze, whispering, gentle, is everything okay? But the man didn't respond, turning around, starting to walk towards the boy who was already ready to get going. Wow, just by knowing the name of the tea, you came to a correct conclusion. You are very clever, young man, and even better, you seem to know about tea. How wonderful. Izuku, eh? No, the expert is a very important person to me. She asked me if I'd like to come here sometime, thinking, wait a second, her voice sounds familiar from somewhere. Someone very important to you. I assume it's more than just a friendship, or am I wrong? Izuku, well, the truth is that she is my best friend, someone I appreciate very much. I see, you're a very refined person, you know? I'll give you some advice, poetry is the key. Izuku, poetry? Listen to me, boy, if you keep something as complicated as emotions inside you, you will get sick, so be brave. Do you understand me? Izuku, yeah. I guess, thinking, what the hell is this feeling? For some reason I feel like I've seen this guy before though. The green-haired man looked more closely at the two strangers in front of him. The man who spoke to him was tall, about meters tall, maybe a little more. He wore a beige trench coat, a black hat, dark glasses and a white face mask. He was undoubtedly strange. His companion was shorter, with a wide-brimmed light pink hat adorned with a blue feather, although a few strands of reddish hair managed to escape. He wore a rather bulky violet coat and like the first subject, he wore dark glasses. For his part, the man quickly fell silent. He had said a little too much, thinking, wait a minute, a refined friend, near an elite school, oh no, well I hope my advice helps you. I won't take up any more of your time, your friends must be worried. Izuku, well yes, but… Thinking, wait a second, that voice, the way he spoke, his knowledge about tea. Thinking, I have no doubt, this boy is a UA student, seriously. It is a specialty that is widely consumed in my house. Mom sent it to me. It is called Golden Tips Imperial. I always drink tea before and after work. I choose it depending on the importance of what I will do. My next act will not only surprise you, my dear viewers, it will be an alarm for the whole society. Okay, now yes, I can't stay any longer, sorry. But I must go, thinking, damn, I got excited when I spoke. I have to move quickly before he discovers my identity. The man was moving forward quickly, trying not to look so obvious. But Izuku had already discovered him. Putting down his bags, the green-haired man could only clench his fists. Izuku, wait a minute, calling the man's attention, Is this also part of your routine? La Brava, nervous, thinking, please don't blame yourself, gentle. You didn't know something like this could happen, and if the alarm sounds, even for the slightest mistake, the festival will be cancelled and we will evacuate everyone. Gentle, what routine? Izuku, I saw your videos. Don't try to lie and please stop. Seeing himself discovered, the man resigned himself, taking off his glasses and mask, showing a serious face. Gentle, La Brava, begins recording. Izuku, I don't want to fight with you. The green-haired boy kept his head down while he remembered how at the academy, all the members of the different courses made an effort without exception. The boy could not forget their happy faces as well as those of his own classmates. Izuku, there are a lot of good people working hard to make this work. I wonder how everything will turn out. Izuku, don't do it looking up. Taking off his glasses, please don't mess with my school. Raising his guard, Izuku kept his gaze fixed on the one who now seemed to be his rival. Taking a quick look, the boy deduced it soon. Saturday morning, with the streets empty and without any hero agency nearby, he couldn't expect reinforcements to arrive soon. Calling his friends wasn't an option either, not with time on his back. For his part, Gentle held onto the collar of the trench coat, turning his gaze slightly towards his little assistant and number fan, who had already taken out a camera. Gentle, I don't want you to miss a single detail of this, you hear me? La Brava, don't worry, I wasn't going to do it anyway. Thinking, this guy, I've seen him before. But are you really going to fight here, Gentle? Gentle, in an unexpected turn of events, my dear viewers, we are now faced with an unusual situation. From now on, an extraordinary story begins. Taking off his costume, the man raised both hands instantly, posing for the camera, making the redhead, who had also taken off her costume, get excited. It was always a delight for her to see her beloved Gentle in action. Gentle, I am the savior of the white glove thief, Gentle criminal. Striking a pose. Izuku, I guess that means you won't just give up, right? With his guard up, the green-haired man kept his gaze fixed on both of them. Izuku resigned himself. He had no time to waste. He had made a promise, and he wasn't thinking of breaking it for anything in the world. To protect their smiles, their ideals, their dreams. Waiting for someone to make the first move, the clash of ideals had begun. Trust me, I'll be here before you know it, I promise. Chapter for the hope of keeping your smile. Both contenders stared at each other as they tried to get ahead of the other. Gentle, From now on, things have taken a completely different turn, my dear viewers. I will give a description of what happened. To begin with, the title of today's video is I will infiltrate the UA. The man shouted that as he turned towards the camera, making a pose that also excited his little companion, but left Izuku very confused. Izuku thinking, this guy. Did he just say the title of his video? Is he really going to take this seriously? I won't let you. And without saying anything else, the boy threw himself at the white-haired man, ready to immobilize him. But before he could even touch him, an invisible barrier stood in his way, stopping him in midair. Izuku thinking, what is this? Gentle, do you like it? I prepared it when I took off my costume, negatively shaking his finger. Very bad, young man. You say you've seen my videos, but if you had, you would have been able to avoid this. My true fans know what it is, but in view of your predicament, I'll explain it quickly. This is the work of my quirk. Its name is elasticity, and as it says, I can make everything I touch elastic. That includes the air itself. Seriously, sorry, but I can't stop now. Gently. Rebound. Using the spring effect of his quirk, it only took a simple movement for Izuku to be thrown backwards with incredible force, making a path of rubble. Gentle, smiling. I am a gentleman. I don't like violent solutions. La brava. Moving the camera well, not to contradict you, Gentle, but that was pretty violent. Gentle. I know, I already realized it. I am also both surprised and confused. La brava. Although logically, that means that this young man is stronger and faster than he appears. It is truly terrifying. I reiterate my words. I am sorry, young man, but now all the more reason we have to go. And saying this, both adults ran off, wanting to completely avoid a direct confrontation with the green-haired young man who quickly stood up. Izuku, you want to apologize? Then give up and turn yourself into the police. Using his speed, the green-haired man managed to get ahead of both adults, standing in front of them, scaring them. Although it was Gentle's turn to make his move as well and demonstrating that he also had an incredible reaction time, the man touched the ground, doing a springboard that shot him out. Gentle, believe it or not, I also tried my best in school events. I fully understand your motivations for fighting, but they are nothing against my ambition and my desire to risk my soul and mustache. Walking away, this will be the first step to becoming a legend, so please don't interrupt me. Glow of youth. Breaststroke. I remember now, that boy is Izuku Midoriya. He was the champion of the sports festival at UA. Gentle, what? The champion? Thinking, I remember him too, he's the boy who beat Endeavor's son. Then it would be better not to face him. We'll have to move quickly and get the job done before he can warn his teammates. I highly doubt he'll be able to catch us at this height. How wrong the man was. Because while he tried to speak in front of the camera again, Izuku didn't think twice. Using his flight to go after the criminal, the boy clenched his fists as he remembered how little Eri seemed quite excited and intrigued by the festival. The sudden display of colors and expressions of jubilation had stunned her. A new world had opened up for her. Completely different from the reality full of blood and horror that Chisaki forced her to be a part of. It was obvious that now she wanted to know more. In the same way, the boy remembered that talk with Jiro, who, stressed, had asked the boy for help. Flashback. Jiro, can you keep a secret? Izuku, you could say I have some experience in that subject. Is something wrong? Without knowing how to teach others, how to compose and above all, how to open her emotions, the girl did not feel capable of expressing her emotions. She had the ideas, but when she wanted to do it, a huge wall stood in front of her. The constant pressure from others did not help her either, and without knowing what to do, she was just one step away from losing not only her spirit, but her mind. Izuku saw his friend dejected. He couldn't leave her like that. They might not be the best friends like him and Toga, but when someone needed help, he would always be willing to give it. Flashback end. Izuku, stop. Gentle was right. His friends were waiting for him, but not only them. Eri, Mirio, Aizawa, Nana, the people who trusted him, in them, in Class A, in UA, flying at full speed, the boy reached both of them, pushing Gentle, causing him to release La Brava, who landed on the roof of a house. Gentle, you are too stubborn. Izuku, I know, I've been told before. The green-haired boy spun in the air, coming down, ready to entangle the man, who did not hesitate to use his quirk again, making a trampoline, which caught the green-haired boy off guard, causing both of them to bounce. Although in an attempt to knock him down, the boy pushed the man towards a construction area, going quickly after him, finding him hanging from a beam. Izuku, thinking, damn, this guy is quite unpredictable. I shouldn't have taken him lightly. His handling of his quirk is surprising. For her part, the criminal's little assistant had already arrived, finding the curious scene. Gentle. To be frank, these events are completely unexpected, but still, I don't plan on stopping. Izuku, this guy. How can you be so calm? Gentle. You should know by now, I'm ready to fulfill my mission. Izuku, ready. In that case you won't give up peacefully, right? Gentle. Exactly. I am the warrior whose battery will never run out, the fire that will not go out no matter how much the wind blows. I am gentle, gentle creamy. Izuku, you're no knight. You're planning to attack UA, aren't you? What's your goal? Gentle, target? Boy, please don't compare me to that absurd league of villains. I don't plan on kidnapping, stabbing, or fighting anyone to expose some weakness or secret. All I want is to sneak into their cultural festival, so please, let me go in peace. La Brava, is she begging for her life? Izuku, even if you could escape, the academy is perfectly protected. Turning on his heat vision, as soon as you step on UA grounds the alarm will sound and the festival will be cancelled. Even if it's not me, more heroes will hunt you down. No matter what you do, you won't be able to escape. The scene was tense. Although Izuku was no fool, during the course of the fight, the boy was already getting an idea of all the uses that Gentle gave to his quirk, so he did not overlook the movements of his feet. Gentle, do you think I wouldn't dare try something like my plan without backup? My partner will disable all the alarms your curious academy has set. They won't even notice I'm there. Izuku, I'm sorry, but I can't allow it. The boy said this while Gentle used a new trampoline to propel himself, although this time, the boy was not taken by surprise, managing to anticipate this. The green-haired man stood in front of the man, who upon seeing him had no choice but to use another trampoline to divert his path. La Brava, thinking, doesn't even Gentle or this guy think of stopping? Gentle, I generally don't like to use violence in my appearances, but you're forcing me to bend my rule a little. Using his quirk to bounce and create more trampolines, the man locked himself and Izuku in the structure, which had also been affected, starting a crazy movement. Gentle, no matter what you do, I'll return the force of your blows using the elastic rebound of my quirk. Izuku, you think you're unpredictable because of your quirk, but if I learned anything during my internships, it's that those who boast about their power are the ones who leave the most gaps in their defense. Anticipating my opponent's moves was one of the things they taught me to do. Taking a large amount of air, the boy began to use his icy breath, surprising the man. With this, he had frozen his trampolines, leaving them exposed. With his heat vision, Izuku destroyed the frozen disc on which the man was planning to fall, causing it to fall on a beam and then against the floor of the apartment where they were. The Bareva, Gentle. Approaching the man, please, I know it's sad, but we have to cancel the mission, with that boy on our tail. Gentle, no. Standing up no matter how hard he tries, he's still a boy, an aspiring hero. A young man like him would never let a steel beam fall on someone, would he? Izuku, what? At that moment, the man raised his fist showing some screws. Gentle. My quirk is powerful and elegant, but I can't pay it at will. What I make elastic eventually returns to its original form and that metal beam it's just gravity. The man stood up slowly, while he listened to the beam fall. Perhaps it was an unethical solution, but in war and in love everything was fair. This was his battle and his passion guided his actions. The man was about to approach a metal crane, when a shadow appeared above them, and before they took a step back, the same beam as before fell in front of them, scaring them. Izuku, you were planning on dropping it on that man, weren't you? And yet, with that in mind, you still call yourself a gentleman. Gentle, this guy. It's crazy. Where does he get all those skills? Intimidated. Izuku, I assumed you tried to distract me somehow when you started bouncing around, though I didn't think you'd sink that low. People, my plan was just to distract you and hold you back so I could leave. The beam would bounce up and no one would get hurt. But I didn't count on you being so fast, strong and smart. Izuku, yeah. People don't usually think great things about me for the last time. You have to finish this, now. The man looked up as Izuku approached them. He really was someone surprising. La Brava, Gentle, we have to use it. Let's use my gift. Izuku, I don't want to hurt you, but being in this building and causing havoc that affects its integrity is not a great idea either. I'll tie you up and take you to the police. The green-haired man stood behind both people, using a broken rope that held some rods. Izuku, I'm really sorry, but my duty is to stop them. I have a promise to keep, you said it, There are people waiting for me. The green-haired man took Gentle's hands and began to tie them. The man just looked down. Was this it? Could this be the end of the act he'd been planning for months? He'd said he bet his soul and his mustache to pull it off, but it seemed he'd come up against an indestructible wall. In the end, his name would be forgotten. No one would recognize anything he'd done. La brava, Gentle. Getting your attention, I love you, smiling, except for one person. Gentle, thank you. La brava. A strange energy surrounded the man, making Izuku stop. Izuku, what was it? Gentle, I hope you'll excuse me, young man, but I too have a promise to keep, gently. Sandwich. Izuku didn't even have time to react. In front of him multiple air trampolines appeared and as if it were a spring, the boy was thrown backwards with impressive force, only seeing how now Gentle radiated a kind of pink vapor, which seemed to take the shape of hearts. Gentle, this is my latest trick, we call it lover mode, we normally use it for withdrawals. Like I said, I don't like to use violent solutions, but you didn't give me any other option. Raising his hand, the man created more trampolines which he dropped on Izuku, making a hole in the structure, pushing the boy down. Once free, the man picked up La Brava and using his quirk, they propelled themselves towards the academy grounds, bedrooms. Class A. The boys were already ready for their presentation, nervous but excited as they wore their uniforms, while others carried the final details to the gym. Shoto, wow, I can't believe we're actually about to do this. Shoji, don't even mention it. I just hope we don't make fools of ourselves. Everyone is really mad. Women's changing rooms. Momo, how strange, I haven't seen Izuku since morning. Uraraka, well, the human clock said something about getting more wind, right? He probably stayed longer training and went running to the hardware store. With his speed, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already in the gym. You shouldn't worry so much, Yamamoto. Momo, well yes, but he hasn't sent me a single message. With everything that's going on, I can't help but be worried, thinking, I also have a very bad feeling. Izuku, please tell me you're okay. Back to the fight. Izuku was quick to get up, leaving through the rubble, seeing using his augmented vision, locating them instantly. With his flight it didn't take him long to arrive, tying up La Brava and pushing Gentle against the ground, raising a small wall of dust. Izuku, no matter how, but I'm going to stop you. Gentle, you say that, but look where I am. When I escape, I'll go to UA and… Izuku, no! God knows I want to, but I have values. You're right, I shouldn't have compared you to the League of Villains, but even so, I can't let you go. Gentle, I appreciate your consideration and forgive your mistake, but my decision is clear, and you will not make me change it. Using the ground as springs, and the air as a ceiling, the man pushed himself up, compressing the boy against it, managing to free himself. Izuku, thinking, at first I underestimated him quite a bit, but now that I've seen his quirk in action, I realize that it's strong, but not unpredictable. He's an illusionist, he uses his hands to distract people and create his shields, like a magic trick. If I want to attack him directly I have to focus my attention on him, look for his movement pattern and… The boy turned on his heat vision, launching a beam as a decoy, serving to distract the man, giving him the opportunity to fly out and surround him, starting a series of shots, which this time took advantage of the constant rebound, hitting the man in the back and torso. Izuku rose and came down hard with his fist raised, unleashing a powerful blow that broke all the shields the man had made, landing on Gentle's cheek who hit the ground again, bouncing and crashing into a tree. La Brava, Gentle! Worried, Izuku, if I have to knock you out, so be it, but I will not allow you to advance any further from here. Your will is great, but I will not allow you to continue with this, until N. No. I understand that you have your reasons, but this… Standing up. This goes beyond you and me. This is a dream that I will fulfill because it is my duty. I am risking my soul and my will is the minimum price. Izuku, your duty? In the academy there is a girl who was saved from hell. All she knows is fear, anger, pain and death. She does not know how to smile or express any emotion. My duty is to give her back her childhood and you want to take that away from her. I will not allow it. For the dreams of that little girl, my classmates and the entire UA is why I am here. Because I have faced stronger enemies and I never lowered my fists. This will not be the exception. Gentle, stronger enemies, you say? Am I not up to the task? I'll prove you wrong. And with this shout, the enraged man pushed himself, using his springboards gaining a boost of speed, which managed to put him behind the boy, using his quirk to push him towards a springboard he had previously made, although Izuku, once again demonstrating the seriousness of his actions, managed to stop in time, returning to the fight, one that had become an all-out fight. Gentle had gained overwhelming strength. And although this would not be a rival against Izuku's super strength, as he had said, the will that his partner had put together with his was more than necessary to overcome the fear he felt of facing the boy. The latter did not want to seriously hurt the man either, but he did seek to knock him out, being a somewhat difficult task due to how elusive the man could be. La Brava, thinking, I was right, either of them is going to give up. Normally Gentle always runs away when he's discovered, but this time he's determined, mustache and soul, accepted without saying anything, appreciated and loved despite her defects that everyone mocked in the past, taken under her wing, finally reciprocated in the feelings that others mocked, an unstoppable couple who learned from each other, with a love that overflows, a passion burning like fire, and a crisis that presented itself to them unexpectedly. The redhead's quirk had multiplied the man's strength times more, and right now this allowed her to see how both men were engaged in an intense fight. The woman managed to remove the knot, thanking her beloved Gentle and the internet videos she had seen in the past. There was an opportunity. If she could hack the UA, it would show that not everything had been in vain. The woman took her computer and went into the forest, although her hope waned when she saw how in the distance, Hound Dog and several ectoplasm clones were approaching in her direction. La Brava, we lost. The festival begins. La Brava, thinking, until now we had always overcome adversities with lover mode. But this time, my love was not enough. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Gentle. Gentle, you say you use your values to make other people's dreams come true, but how can you prove that? Your actions are noble and heroic, but I'm determined. I will carve our names into history. I won't give up just because you asked me to. Aspiring hero, like me, you know what it's like to have a dream, Izuku, and you think that gives you the right to show up at the academy and destroy other people's work? If it's to fulfill your dream, you don't mind trampling on and sabotaging the dreams and passions of people you don't even know? Engaged in their fight, both were throwing strong blows, and Izuku was surprised. He thought the blows he threw would be enough to knock out the adult, but the latter always surprised him by getting up to continue the fight. Gentle, that's what a dream is all about. My dream is to be a hero, that is my ambition, to make my mark and leave it engraved in history. That's not what I asked you. You're an idiot, Tabita, and you're in big trouble. Cast aside for no reason, punished for failing, abandoned by those he thought would support him, cast out and thrown away, waiting for poverty to swallow him up and spit out his rotting corpse, the man dragged himself through the streets, moving like a vagabond, a stain that society preferred to avoid, but the man had a reputation for being stubborn, finding salvation and light on the other side of the coin. Now he wouldn't back down. Not when the only person who was showing unconditional support for him saw him fall time after time. Gentle, laugh if you want. Go ahead, I want to hear your laughter and mockery, but even then you won't be able to break me. At this point, after so many years, it doesn't matter anymore. The man threw himself at Izuku with his fists raised, a blow that carried his frustrations, fears and anger, but it was stopped by Izuku, who didn't even look exhausted. Izuku, I'm not laughing, gentle criminal. Thinking, his strength seems to increase with each passing minute. This isn't his doing, so I can only assume it's his partner's quirk, but in that case it must have a limit, maybe a time limit like stain or proximity limit. If I take it any further it might lose its effect. Although I would also be very exhausted, I have to stop them and take them to the police soon. La Brava, Gentle, there are more heroes nearby. The boy didn't lie. We have to get out of here soon. Gentle, tell me something, kid. Why? Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku, what? Thinking, is this some kind of trick to make me lower my guard? Gentle, answer, I have an ideal, a dream that I want to fulfill and someone who needs me. But you, what motivates you? Pushing the man who crashed into a log, the green-haired man recovered, watching the movements of both of them. Izuku, I've said it before, my dream isn't just mine, it never was. At first it was something that seemed completely out of my reach, remembering his childhood, something that I abandoned from the bottom of my heart. But there were people who didn't make fun of me or turn their backs on me, remembering his parents, Shoto and Toga, but they recognized me, supported me and accompanied me day by day, remembering Momo, Mirio, Nana, Night-Eye and Eri. That's why I wake up every day, my motivation. I want to give a future to the people who suffered, to show them the light that guides them towards a better future. A hope that will not be taken away from them. Gentle, you are we equals? Clenching his fists. I don't like the idea, but I have no choice. You say you've faced stronger opponents. Fine, in that case, I'll put my all into this move. That will be my way of showing you my respect. Charging all the strength that lover mode could give him, Gentle looked for the perfect angle with which to attack, and without holding back his heart he threw himself from high above with great speed, aiming directly at Izuku's head. Gentle, if I have to stain my hands to fulfill my dream, so be it. You earned my admiration, Izuku Midoriya, so please sleep for a while. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Izuku, sorry. In just a split second, Gentle's eyes widened in surprise as Izuku gently sank his fist into the man's stomach, causing him to spit out saliva and a few drops of blood. Izuku, I never meant to hurt you seriously, that's why I was trying to stop you without using excessive force. The man just rolled his eyes, while Izuku laid him on the ground, watching as small glimpses of that pink smoke came out of the man's body until they left him completely, noticing how his hair stopped floating. Iba Nanami's quirk had lost its effect. Gentle, W. Why, Izuku, you said it, you're not like the League of Villains. Taking the man by the arm, he lifted him up, while the heroes came out of the bushes and approached Izuku. Ectoplasm, Midoriya, what are you? La Brava, people of the UA, we are here to give ourselves. The man's little helper was the first to speak, surprising the man, who opened his eyes slightly. Gentle, the Brava. Hound dog, who the hell are you guys? Midoriya, if you're going to say something, start talking now. Barking. Gentle, my name is Gentle Criminal, but my real name is Danjuro Tabita. I've committed many crimes in a short time and have gained notoriety. I was about to infiltrate your cultural festival, but this guy stopped us. Gentle, did they fight? Gentle, no, I tripped. Hound dog, and why the hell are you here, Midoriya? The festival has already started. Barking more euphorically. Izuku, Ectoplasm, as I understand it, you requested permission to leave the academy and purchase some materials you would need. Am I wrong? Izuku, no sir. The men only saw those involved. There was something that didn't add up. The clothes of both were quite misaligned to have met by chance. But without many options and with the festival already started, the dog man just let out an annoyed sigh. Hound dog, what do you think you're doing here? Shouldn't you be back then? Didn't you hear me? The festival's already started. Get lost. Barking. Izuku, hound dog. Ectoplasm. The shop should be open by now. Better hurry. Your class will be here soon and I highly doubt you want to let your classmates down, right? Izuku, yes sir. The boy released Gentle, who walked towards the pros who arrested him. Gentle, thinking, let's pretend this fight never happened. Izuku Midoriya, you can feel proud. You protected everything you loved and you won. But Izuku didn't say anything. Using his flight he got away from the place. Do not kill if you can wound, do not wound if you can appease, and do not in any case raise your hand, if you have not first extended it. The man was held by Hound Dog while Ectoplasm took Brava. If I'm by your side I'll be happy anywhere. Izuku Midoriya, I'm glad you were my last opponent. I know I shouldn't even think about it, but I hope everyone understands how you feel. Ectoplasm, Snipe called me, asked if there was anything to report. Hound Dog, we'll take this guy to the police. There's no emergency. We'll keep investigating. Shoto, where is he? It's getting too late. In the academy gym, the boys of Class A were already quite impatient because there was no trace of the green-haired boy. It seemed that he had eaten him to the ground. Momo was extremely worried, while Jiro wanted to hang him. Jiro, if that idiot doesn't show up here in the next seconds I'm going to kill him. Shoto, I've called him several times, but he doesn't answer me. Ida, Midoriya isn't the type of person who just disappears. Does anyone think we should report this to Aizawa-sensei? Mineta, well, if we're being honest. With just less than minutes left, the group was on edge. The disappearance of the freckled man was worrying them. But not only them, even Mirio was nervous, moving his fingers in a small tick. Of course he didn't want to say anything, since if he did, someone could get into a worse state. Eri Mirio. Izuku isn't coming? That's right, Eri was accompanying the blonde, because the girl wanted to see her hero before everything started, to wish him luck, although not finding him and the news of a possible disappearance made the girl start to get discouraged. Mirio, CLA. Of course he'll come, he's probably just around there, hee. Momo, you must be Eri, right? Approaching the girl, you're a very cute little girl. Izuku has told me a lot about you. Calm down, he'll come, trying to calm the girl. It's just that he's not one of those people who usually arrives late, hee. but I already know him, and he'll surely appear at that door at any moment, thinking, Izuku, I really hope nothing happened to you. Mina, well, for his sake, I hope he does, because otherwise I'll be the first to throw him off the roof. Puffing out her cheeks, Momo, Mina! Pointing at Eri discreetly, Izuku, wasn't it supposed to be from the window? Smiling, turning their gaze, all the boys could see how the green-haired boy was now entering the gym, arranging his clothes, looking at them with a smile, raising his hand. Shoto, there you are. Momo, you arrived. Eri, yes you came. Izuku, ha ha, and why wouldn't I? There was only one problem when I installed the rope. But come on, what project doesn't have last-minute glitches? Eri, you better get down there. I assure you, you won't want to miss this. Eri, yes. Raising her fist, the girl bumped it into the green-haired boy who ruffled her hair. Mirio just smiled and sighing in relief, he left the place with Eri in his arms, while Izuku looked at his friends. Mina, could you stop scaring us like that? Izuku, what can I say? It's something very much my own, he scratching the back of his neck. Shoto, less than minutes people, it's now or never. Izuku, okay, you heard the two-colored clock, everyone to your places. I hope you've let go of your nerves before we start, because we're going to make a scene. Nodding, all the boys began to settle down, with Momo taking advantage of the commotion and quickly hugging the boy from behind. Momo, we should talk a little about your sense of responsibility and punctuality. Is that clear? Izuku, you're not the first one to tell me that, hee. Kirishima, you really gave us a scare, bro. Izuku, well, I wouldn't be me without my dramatic entrances, would I? Jiro, Midoriya, thank you. Izuku, no Jiro, I'm the one who should thank you, all of you. Now what do you think if, watching as the curtains opened, let's begin. The lights went out and were replaced by colored spotlights that began to shine towards the audience and the stage. The guests crowded the entire gym. Apparently people were anxious to know what the most problematic class of first year had planned, some watching them with excitement, others with jealousy, and a few with hatred and contempt, as if they felt that no matter what kind of show Class A would give, it would not be enough to compensate for all the damage they had caused in less than a year. Bunch of idiots. No matter what you do, Class A, we just came to see you fall. Let's see what they have. The huge red curtains began to open, revealing how the Class A gang was completely in the dark, like an unrevealed secret. Mirio, carrying Eri, can you see well from here, Eri? Eri, yes. Everything was ready, both the public who genuinely came to enjoy, as well as those who came to criticize. The pieces were in place, everyone with their decisions clear. I just want to see your smile. That's the first dream I want to fulfill. Kyuka, whatever you want to do from this moment on will be fine. Sing, dance, or just let yourself go. As long as you do it from the heart, don't have any doubts, because I will always be proud of you, my little earphone jack. Holding the microphone firmly, the violet-haired girl calmed her growing nerves. The audience fell silent, and immediately after, Bakugo's voice resonated throughout the stage. Bakugo, if this is going to start, let's start with a bang. UA Academy, we'll crush you with our song. Using the sweat accumulated by the nerves that he did not want to admit, the blonde made an explosion that was the initial movement for everyone's feelings to paralyze. The shock wave had taken them by surprise, and taking advantage of this new emotion, the band began to play, making the amplifiers and speakers vibrate the stage along with the choreography that the boys had practiced, which made it seem as if the ground was shaking. Jiro, I hope you enjoy it. With a new and renewed energy, the girl raised her face. Looking at the entire audience, the festival had begun and they would do the honors with a song that was dedicated to all those who truly knew how to understand it, those who without knowing how, had asked for a hero. Because even when they became pro, they were still human, because heroes are the ones who save others. But when they suffer, who will help them? Chapter A Hero Who Protects Everyone. The show had begun. The lights and instruments resonated, taking the guests by surprise who saw the boys dancing with perfect synchronization, showing off their costumes which were a bright yellow color, although they also had red and blue tones, making them a little more striking to the eyes of others. Insert Hero 2. Izuku could tell that at first, the noise had been too loud for poor Eri, who looked scared, covering her ears. But when Jiro started singing, things changed completely. What should I do? What is my duty? With each member of Class A having their moment to shine, the spectators could see the genuine effort that everyone was putting in. Mina's wide and beautiful smile was proof of this. It seemed that the most excited was the unpredictable pink-haired girl, because seeing that her passion was spread by all her classmates and accepted in a good way had been a liberating way for her. She didn't have to hold back, she knew that she wasn't alone. Ida demonstrated his determination by being able to dance fluidly, leaving behind his classic robot movements, smiling as he watched Tsuyu jump, making her long hair float like silk. Izuku danced with a smile on his face, waiting for the moment. Aoyama was the only one wearing his hero costume, modified to look like the others, making him stand out. When the moment arrived, the boy interrupted his choreography, running towards Izuku, who was already waiting for him. Eri, what's going to happen? Izuku, are you ready, Aoyama? Aoyama, we, heroes who fight for what they believe in, you'll see. Using his strength and flight, the green-haired man took his partner and propelled him upwards, allowing the Frenchman to use his naval laser, which was fired in many directions, making the spectators amazed by this. What was that? It was magnificent. They looked like fireworks. That guy looked like one of those spheres you find in nightclubs. Izuku, thinking, okay, time for step 2. Grabbing Aoyama, they both bowed to the audience, earning some applause. It seemed that even the thick armor that those who had only come to criticize had put up was beginning to crack. The passionate event they were watching had somehow made its way into their hearts, with the music, lyrics, and even the dance making a place for themselves. Their smiles were sincere, not showing superiority or false kindness. The sparkle in their eyes gave hope. Kirishima, here it comes. Taking advantage of a moment when everyone gathered to change positions, the boys of Class A prepared their next move. Shoto hooked Aoyama and both he and Kirishima, Koda and Shiro left the stage, winking at Izuku, who looked at Uraraka, who with a smile showed that she was ready. Shoto, okay, we have everything in order. Ready, Kirishima? Kirishima, time to heat this up. Activating his quirk, I have to try the finding, something that makes me feel good and give me more value. And with a small choir, plus Bakugo's drums, was the signal. Shoto raised his hand smiling, as did Shiro. In just a blink, their quirk activated. A large amount of ice and ribbons made everyone look up, but the show did not end there, as Koda had also given his support, ordering many pigeons and different birds to fly among the spectators. Momo was not far behind either, raising her arm, creating streamer bombs that accompanied the light show, as the spotlights began to move from one side to the other, along with Aoyama, who pulled by the new rope, activated his quirk again, along with Izuku, because using his heat vision, the boy had started a show with the reddish light, controlling the beam with the minimum intensity. He had achieved a reflective effect. All this combined was enough to make everyone start screaming excitedly. The emotion had dispersed throughout. Even those with bad intentions were now dancing to the rhythm of the music, smiling as their closed eyes let out some tears. Kirishima had also done his part, running around, letting out glitter, which helped the light continue to disperse, although he did keep his gaze fixed on the violet-haired girl, making her smile. Kirishima, she really looks beautiful. They will judge you for no reason. They will try to take away your dreams. Don't listen. You can despise me, ignore me. I will still continue. You can despise me, ignore me. I am a hero. I have music. And speaking of Jiro, the girl sang without stopping, without any nerves or hesitation, throwing her head back. Kyuko was illuminated by one of the spotlights, remembering an important part of her life. Dad, Mom, I want to be a heroine. I won't be a professional musician. I'm so sorry. Crying. And why are you crying, daughter? Come on, lift your face. It's just I've been hesitating for a while. But when I see the heroes fighting for others is fascinating. Protecting people is something I admire. But if I do it, I'll waste everything you taught me. Besides, I also like music. That's why I couldn't tell you. Kyuka, do what you want. Smiling. We are musicians because we like it. At first it only seemed fascinating to us, and little more. Like everything in this life, you start little by little. But the longer you've been playing, the more you think about what music can offer to everyone else. So in a way, music and heroes are similar, don't you think? It was true. When you have something to offer, when there is something you are passionate about, everyone finds ways to express it. Kyuka had her doubts. Like everyone else, there was fear and uncertainty in her. Not knowing how to express her emotions, the girl was stuck. But when she thought she couldn't achieve it, she remembered that she wasn't alone. She had friends. People who cared about her and were willing to support her in everything that happened in the future. Mutual support and affection. Turning her head forward, the girl showed a smile full of confidence and emotion, completely genuine and with a barely noticeable blush. With the dancers, the show did not stop. Now Tsuyu had been lifted by Izuku, bringing her closer to Aoyama, who, holding her, began to walk her. The green-haired girl used her tongue, taking people and bringing them closer to Uraraka. Because as part of the show, the girl used her zero gravity on her, floating and touching the lucky few so they could enjoy the festival atmosphere. Izuku had also done his part. Because with his flight and strength, he took other people who happily waited for their turn. Watching him from afar, Eri just clenched her little fists. The girl could only look at him in amazement, although there was something else, something that wanted to escape inside her, an emotion that overflowed, destroying the layer of darkness that still persisted in her heart. At first, the girl thought it would only be temporary, that her rescuers would forget about her and push her aside, but that didn't happen. True to their promise, they both went for her, sacrificing many things that day, but neither let their guard down or gave up their fight. Now they were still fighting to give her a life. Unable to avoid it, a tear came out of her eye. While that cocoon began to break, it didn't take more than a few seconds when it was completely destroyed, letting out that innocent little girl. The emotion, joy, and other positive feelings now overflowed from her, making her even give off a unique light. Little Eri opened her eyes, showing a wide smile, while raising her little hands with emotion. Mirio, thinking, "That's it, he did it. Are you seeing it, Midoriya?" Eri is smiling, unable to help it. The blonde also smiled, feeling tears running down his cheeks. Yes, perhaps he had lost his quirk and possibly his hero career in that fight, but currently, the boy couldn't feel happier. He gained a chance to show his true worth as a person, he gained a new friend and above all, the chance to see that smile. Izuku had also noticed a new expression on the white-haired girl. Flying at full speed, he went towards Eri, taking her by the hands, lifting her up and giving her a strong hug before passing her to Uraraka, who made her float, making the new emotions not stop in the little girl with red eyes. "Izuku, come on, buddy, you two join the celebration." Lifting Mirio, they started out as strangers who were forced to become rivals, but now none of that mattered. Starting from scratch, a friendship had sprung up between them, willing to support each other, learning from each other. "I met many heroes in my life. Give me the courage and the power to continue. They gave me strength to smile. Now I'll know what will make you smile." Sitting from his place, Bakugo watched as Izuku flew over the gym. It was ironic how he, who always thought he was above the green-haired boy, now could only see his back. When did things change so much? He was always accompanied, he was flattered, and yet now people admired and respected the green-haired boy, but far from that making his ego grow, Izuku was still the same kind and humble boy that he remembered, always altruistic, always willing to help others. Bakugo continued playing the drums while he thought things over more calmly than one might think of him. The bonds that he formed and the ones he has now, all his friends, had abandoned him. What he had built had crumbled, but Izuku seemed to expand his circle of friendship every day. As the song reached its last notes, the green-haired man returned to his place, continuing with his dance, while Bakugo only returned his gaze to the audience, although now he could be seen maintaining a true smile. Bakugo, thinking, "Damn. Maybe in the end, they managed to convince me a little." Raising their fists, all the boys from Class A closed the dance and the concert, taking the applause of the entire audience. It was incredible how a single song had the ability to achieve everything their eyes now saw. It seemed that even some groups of people had their favorite member, whether dancer or musician, although a surname predominated, by their many fans, because at the cry of Yaorozu, the girl could only blush slightly, looking away, but the heat on her face only increased when she saw how Izuku, trying to be discreet, moved his fist, accompanying the chorus, indicating that the boy had also paid attention to the girl. Once they finished, the boys arranged everything on the stage, and once the public left, they began to file down the mess they had caused. Using brooms, shovels, and wheelbarrows, the boys were helped by Mirio, who had stayed until the end, to congratulate his kuhais, although at that moment, Nana Shimura entered the gym, looking for the green-haired boy. The beautiful black-haired girl was accompanied by Ectoplasm and Hound Dog. Although from her face she did not seem to be very happy, this was confirmed when, upon finding him, the first thing she did was hit him on the head. "Nana, don't you have a sense of prudence?" "Izuku, I see they already told you. Nana, if you encounter someone who could be a potential danger to the academy, you call the pros, you don't engage in a battle. Literally, in addition to being teachers, we're professional heroes. Our job is to protect you, not the other way around." "Izuku, sorry." "Nana, go to your phone, look at the call history, see all the missed calls." The members of Class A only saw this interaction with intrigue. They knew it was a teacher scolding her student, but the way Nana spoke to the green-haired boy, she seemed more like a mother with her son. Nana, you're hopeless. Count yourself lucky that hound dog helped you. Now go clean up this mess and enjoy the rest of the festival. Izuku, yes. Thank you, sensei. Nana, I don't even appreciate it. You're grounded. Unless you have to go with your mother, you won't be able to leave the academy for weeks, leaving with the professional heroes. Izuku, yeah, I knew it wouldn't be cheap. Looking at his cell phone, thinking, but he's right. I have too many missed calls and messages. Many are from Momo. Sigh. Mineta, dude, I know you're all depressed and all, but could you please hurry up? I really want to get this over with. Looking at his watch, I'm running out of time. And with this scream, the poor dwarf quickly and forcefully moved the wheelbarrow he had, pushing it towards Shoto and Izuku, who used their quirks to melt the ice. Shoto, and then? Izuku, what's wrong? Shoto, are you going to talk about your dramatic entrance? I know you're the type of person who relies on their speed, but you're never that late. Mina really looked like she wanted to kill you if you didn't arrive. Izuku, I know, things got a little difficult when I went for the rope. Shoto, I heard Nana mention something about a fight. Izuku, you're more of a gossip than you let on, aren't you? Remember that guy from the video Ochako was watching a few days ago? Shoto, yeah, you said he was a petty criminal or something, right? Izuku, yes, that same one. Apparently wanted to stop being considered as an extra these days. He tried to sneak into the academy. I met him when I was coming back with the purchases. Shoto, I see, you really have no sense of self-preservation. You're the kind of person who, if you see a hurricane coming your way, is capable of facing it. You know that common sense is something we're born with, right? Izuku, I left my cell phone at the academy, and I couldn't let this guy get into the festival. Shoto, was he strong? Izuku, if willpower was a superpower, this guy would be on par with your father. To tell the truth, this battle was more complicated than I thought. I didn't use my fists much, but even so, I threw punches that would have been capable of knocking you down, and yet he kept getting up. Shoto, was he crazy or did he have a steely conviction? In my youth, I also tried to be a hero. Izuku, this was a clash of ideals, in a way. If I didn't have my powers and had given up, Gentle Criminal is a reflection of what could have happened to me. Shoto, I don't think so, my friend. I know you well enough. Something would have happened. Maybe you wouldn't be a hero, but what about a detective? With that analytical mind of yours, I don't think even Jack the Ripper could have escaped you. Izuku, thanks, but I prefer to leave the complicated cases to you, my good detective suspect Shoto. Both boys started laughing at their jokes, noticing how many people passed by them with smiles, greeting them with joy, all congratulating them for the concert they had given. Shoto, looks like everything went as it should, don't you think? Izuku, yeah, I didn't think people's reception would be so positive, but seeing their smiles it makes me feel a lot better. Shoto, well, our effort was worth it. Good idea to use your heat vision to reflect the light. Izuku, if we only used your eyes, the cold would be a little overwhelming, considering that the gym is a closed place. The boys continued talking, being followed by the rest of their classmates. Although in that amount, a couple of boys arrived in front of Class A. None of those present had seen them before, but surprise flooded their faces when they saw how this pair of strangers made an exaggerated bow. Their faces were completely full of shame and regret. We are really sorry, Class A. Ida, huh? What are you talking about? We had only gone to your concert to criticize and make fun of you, but when we saw the wonderful show you had put on, remembering how fascinated they had been by the light show and the dancing, your song touched our hearts and made us see that we were wrong. We shouldn't have taken our frustration out on you. Remembering Jiro's song, both, we are completely sorry. Bowing again, Kirishima, guys, you don't need to do that, we understand, we have nothing to apologize for. Jiro, it's true, leaning on the redhead's shoulder, we all have different ways of dealing with frustration and anger. The song was also a way of apologizing to you. We don't want to cause problems to anyone. Guys, Bakugo. But that doesn't exempt you from being bastards for blaming us for everything bad, so keep apologizing and this time make it sound more sincere. The blonde had come almost out of nowhere, smiling arrogantly, although being stopped by Shiro and Kaminari, who did not want a new fight to break out because of the blonde. The boys, seeing this, were about to bow again, but this time Izuku stopped them. Izuku, he doesn't mean it. Like my classmates say, we understand that you have sought that outlet for your anger. There is nothing wrong with that. Just try not to be so harsh next time. Everyone here wants to be heroes, right? In our own way, The boys looked up, seeing how the rest of Class A gathered, all with smiles on their faces, waving, raising their thumbs, Momo approached both of them, offering them tissues to dry their tears. This was enough for both young people to realize that indeed, they had made a mistake, but at the same time, they were always in time to correct it. Both, you're right, thank you and don't worry, there were people who couldn't come to see you, but we'll spread the word, get the recordings and everyone will see your effort, congratulations. Bakugo, sighing they better be damned. The blonde just shook his head negatively before leaving, although for a fraction of a second, the green-haired boy could see how the boy sketched a slight smile, which also made him smile. Apparently the song had worked equally well. Shoto, please tell me the world isn't going to end. Izuku, ha ha ha, let's hope not, my friend, let's hope not. Eri, Izuku! Catching the green-haired boy's attention. Izuku, Eri, you're still here. I thought Mirio would have taken you to the festival by now. Mirio, I couldn't. We promised we'd both take her, right? I stayed to help them a bit, and Eri wanted to wait for you to finish. The green-haired and the mixed-haired looked at the little girl, who unlike the days past, now showed a huge and tender smile that reflected her emotion. Eri, everything was wonderful. At first the noise scared me, but when I heard that girl's voice I calmed down, and then everything lit up. The blonde boy went whoosh. And the lasers came out, then ice came out from everywhere and streamers flew. The green-haired boy just watched as Eri made gestures with her little hands, although the funny thing was seeing how Mirio imitated these gestures, each one with its respective emotion. Eri, and then when you picked me up and took me to that brown-haired girl, it felt weird because I was floating, but still. I managed to smile, like you guys do, shedding a few tears. I felt strange, but happy at the same time. Is this what laughter feels like? Izuku, well, everyone has their own way of feeling everything in this world. You found yours, Eri, and I couldn't be more proud of you. The green-haired boy stroked the little girl's head, while the blonde boy looked at both of them. Mineta, hurry up. I beg you, I know you're excited, but the festival is still going on. Ojiro, don't you think Mineta is a little strange today? He's not normally this helpful, much less in such a hurry. Tokoemi, knowing your hobbies, I find it strange that you want to see the rest of the festival, but you must have a good reason. Everyone saw how the dwarf with purple spheres made a superhuman effort to carry all the remains of ice with the green-haired and bicolored, who, willing to help their partner, used their quirks at the same time with a little more intensity, finishing faster, and leaving the way free to Mineta. Apparently the boy's objective was none other than to see the beauty pageant, which left everyone amazed by the wonderful participation of Itsuka Kendo, and the natural talent of Nijire, who, using her quirk, had shown how expert she was in handling it, mixing innocence and beauty. Thus, the festival continued for the boys, who without any concern, let themselves go. Izuku didn't waste time and went for Crypto, who was being walked by Nana. Apparently the woman had used the abilities of the huge wolf to help her patrol. Once ready, the laughter did not stop, going to the attraction that Class C of General Courses had made, which was none other than a house of scares, which, with the help of Toga and Shinso, had achieved its goal, being truly creepy. Then the boys continued their tour. Momo accompanied Mirio and Yuzuku, also serving as a guide for Eri, who was happy to be able to meet more kind people like her first guardians. Of course, she was also surprised by the use of Momo's quirk on more than one occasion, covering for Izuku, who had retired to the inside of the dorms, because at the end of the day, she had a surprise for Eri. An apple with caramel, a gift that surprised the girl, who gladly accepted it. Discovering that it was true, the dessert was much better than I imagined. Mirio, I didn't know they sold them. I didn't see any stands throughout the festival. Izuku, I assumed they wouldn't, so when I went for the rope in the morning, I bought the necessary ingredients and asked Sato for help. It's easier than you think, he scratching his neck. Eri, thank you so much, smiling broadly, for everything. Momo, that's what heroes do, little one, they protect everyone, even when it seems like they can't see them. The little white-haired girl just smiled as she ate her apple, while Momo stroked her hair, creating a hair tie, tying it in a rather familiar high ponytail. Momo, done, so your hair won't stick to your apple, Eri, thank you, miss. Aizawa, I'll take Eri back to the hospital. We'll discuss what happened today to take further action. Thank you for taking care of her, all of you. Izuku, it's nothing, sensei. After all, it was my idea. I couldn't let her down. Mayo, I'll go with Aizawa. From there I guess I'll go with Sir. Izuku, are you sure? Mirio, calm down. I can't hide all the time. and I still have to check on my status at your agency. If I still belong, maybe I could come see you more often. There are a few fighting moves I'd like to give you. Izuku, well, if you put it that way, who am I to refuse? Thanks, Mirio. The green-haired and the blonde shook hands. Momo said goodbye to her sensei, and finally Eri said goodbye to Crypto, giving him a hug, which was received by the dog. Apparently just like what happened with Izuku when he was younger, the great wolf felt that need to protect the girl, being a guardian for the infant. Night was quick to arrive at the UA, covering the dormitories and announcing to its residents that it was time to rest after a hard day's work. Although it was the weekend, the students still had energy to celebrate in their respective dormitories. After all, everything had gone as they had hoped, even better. Kirishima, Class B's play was good. Jiro, I would have liked to see it, although I heard negative reviews. They said that being a story that mixed many things already done, it lacked its own essence. Shoto, besides Kendo being disqualified from the beauty pageant because of Monoma. Toga, and not only that, I think it's because of her. In addition to the beauty pageant, they lost points for her constant complaints and insults towards her class taking a glass of water. Hagakure, in the end, because of his actions, the rest of his companions ended up harmed. Tsuyu, when we first met him he seemed like a more serious and challenging person, but his arrogant attitude makes him seem strange. Kero, well, in the end there were setbacks, but nothing that a good blow to the back of the head and a fainting spell along with a lasting punishment couldn't correct. Days later, Nana, ending her class. Well, I think that's all for me. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me, and please don't forget your homework. I understand that you're a bit overwhelmed, but I trust that you'll be able to organize your time. In case you don't understand something, let me or Almight know in advance. Okay. All yes, Nana-sensei. Nana, well, in that case go to your dorms and start studying. The exams are getting closer and you better get a good grade. Especially you two problem team looking at Shoto and Bakugo. I know you are under a lot of pressure, but think that the reward is about to arrive. Shoto, understood, sensei. Nana, okay. By the way, I almost forgot, Midoriya, Uraraka, Azui, Kirishima and Yayorozu. Before you leave, Aizawa wanted to talk to you. Izuku, huh? With us? Nana, yes, it is an important matter, so please don't be long. I will see you in the teacher's lounge. Preferably go at once. The boys just looked at each other, swallowing saliva from their nerves. They knew their teacher, so it didn't take long for them to quickly go to the indicated classroom, although what they didn't expect was to find Eri, who at that moment was being combed by Nijire, who had put a couple of pigtails on her hair, leaving only strands in the front. Izuku, Eri, turning around happily. Izuku. The boys entered the room, seeing that besides the blue-haired girl, there were also Aizawa, Mirio, and Tamaki. Izuku, wow, I didn't expect to see them so quickly. I thought it would take a little longer. Aizawa, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. From now on, Eri will also be living at UA. Momo, what? The news had surprised the group of aspiring heroes, while Mirio just raised his arms with a smile. Mirio, surprise. Aizawa, Midoriya, can I talk to you? The green-haired boy just looked at Momo, who nodded, took her friends, with Eri, who seemed happy to see them again. Izuku, what's wrong, sensei? Aizawa, with the help of Tsukachi and Shimura, we took on the task of thoroughly investigating the little girl's past. What I'm going to tell you next is something delicate. Eri's parents disappeared. It's unknown if they abandoned her or went. You understand? Seeing the green-haired boy nod from there, the closest relative is the original leader of the Shai Hasaikai. But the man has been in a coma for too many years, which practically leaves the girl completely alone. Izuku, I understand. Aizawa, yes, as you may remember, the origin of Eri's quirk comes from the little horn on her forehead. Currently it is no bigger than a bump, but it is growing. I suppose it is an accumulation-type quirk, so it does not have an exact moment to be released. So without the necessary training we cannot take her to an orphanage, so we decided that the safest environment would be here at UA. The teachers will watch her and, to the extent possible, we will help her control her quirk. Izuku, that's a good idea. Aizawa, currently, Togata left the academy, so we count on him to take care of Eri. I will also be on the lookout, and this is where you come in. The doctors explained it, and Niza understood. You were a key piece in her rescue, and it is almost obvious that it is with you two that Eri found that safe place that she needed. I know that this would add a little more pressure to your student life, but, Izuku, calm down, sensei. I understand. After all, you already know me. Helping Eri will always be a priority for me. Aizawa, well, although that's true, You are someone quite smart, and you are among the top of the class. That's why I approve this. But if you want to continue like this, I don't want your performance to be weakened in any way. Do you understand me? Izuku loud and clear sensei. Aizawa, well, luckily for you, she also seems to be somewhat attached to your pet, so you can bring her and play with her from time to time. I also mentioned something about Yaoyorozu, so I guess you could support each other from time to time. Izuku, yes, Momo has that talent. Watching her play with Eri, Uraraka, Nijire and Tsuyu. Aizo, okay, then I'll talk to your roommates. You go with Eri, by the way. Today they'll be hosting some guests in their dorm, so when you're done here go and clean up. Is that clear, problem boy? Izuku, yes sir. And accepting his new mission, the green-haired boy went with his friends, who were also called by the black-haired boy. Then they all played a little, until they had to return to their dormitory, where with the help of the rest of their classmates, they got down to work, to finally receive their guests, who were none other than the great team of the Hussycats, who had returned to active service. Mandalay, hello? Long time no see, Class A. Ida, Hussycats. It's an honor to have you here. Tiger, Bakugo, nice to see you again, kid. I know it's been a while, but still, I'm sorry I didn't do much back then. Bakugo, remembering those events, no. Stop thinking like that. The past is far behind you. The blonde clenched his fists, shaking his head from side to side. He didn't want to admit it, but there were still times when he remembered those events. In some way, as if his mind was playing a very heavy joke on him, the blonde repeated the scene in which a portal swallowed the green-haired man and let him fall from a great height, one that without his abilities might have killed him. All this accompanied by words that he remembered very well. Throw yourself off the rooftop and pray that you get a quirk in your next life. The explosive boy just sighed tiredly, going with Sato, who was carrying a tray with desserts, from which he stole some, sitting on the couch. Ida, if it's not indiscreet to ask, what are you doing here? Sato, would you like some tea? Mandalay, thank you very much, it will be a quick visit. We also want to see Class B, but we brought these pastries to share with you. Tiger, answering your question, the answer is easy, we are going back to active duty. Kaminari, huh? All of them? But wasn't that villain supposed to have stolen Ragdoll's quirk, and she couldn't be a hero anymore? The electric blonde had said this without any kind of tact, a fact that earned him the disapproving looks of his companions. Mineta even threw one of his spheres to his mouth, to shut him up. Ragdoll, well, they're the ones who are returning to heroic work. I'll stay on the bench. I'll work from the office, faking a smile. Izuku, he will coordinate the tasks. That is also a way of being a hero, even for his companions, a techno-cat. The green-haired man's comment seemed to cheer up the feline a little, who, nodding, just looked gratefully at the emerald-eyed man. Koda, Midoriya, catching Izuku's attention. Izuku, Koda! Hello again, my friend. Crouching down to be at the boy's height. How nice to see you again. Thanks for the letter, it cheered me up a lot on that occasion. I still have it in fact. It's something very important to me. Bumping a fist with the black-haired man. You won't try to hit me again, right? Smiling. Koda, shaking his head, I'm glad. The truth is I didn't know how to thank you, much less after he tried to hit you in the beginning. Izuku, ha ha ha, no hard feelings, I understand. The green-haired boy just smiled, infecting the boy, although at that moment, Mandalay caught the green-haired boy's attention by making him see a detail that embarrassed Koda, because as a way of honoring his hero, the boy now wore red sneakers that reminded me of the ones Izuku always wears. Mandalay, he chose them himself. He said they specifically had to be red. Koda, and Shino. Izuku, he thanks Koda. Momo, by the way, is the news of your return already public, or is it still a secret? Pixie Bob, in theory it's a secret, but since they were once our kitty scouts, we decided to give them the scoop, although after all the news will be revealed in the next JP Hero chart. Kirishima, on the JP chart? That's right, it's a biannual event. Tiger, exactly, this will be the first one that happens without All Might and therefore the announcement of the next number. Shoto, the next number. That's right, the next day, just as the feline team had warned, from early on, the boys turned on the television, watching how despite all odds, criticism, among other options, Genji Todoroki, the flaming hero Endeavor, who wore a new hero suit, now rose as the next number hero, getting what he had always wanted, maybe not in the way he would have liked, but current times were not like before, and now he only had one thing left to do, show that despite the criticism, he would let his work speak. For him, using strength and mind, he would be a torch of justice. Tell me, like the previous greatest hero of all, What does it mean to be number? What does it mean to be the symbol of peace? With All Might retiring, things will be tough for Endeavor, won't they? After all that has been said, I can only say one thing, raising my fist. Watch me. Now it was official. With all his own problems, Endeavor had become the number hero, followed by Ashes, who had managed to snatch second place from the winged hero Hawks, who with a smile had received third place. In fourth place, and maintaining his position despite the temporary retirement, Best Jeanist was the guest of honor. Then came Edgeshot, who for his participation in the Kamino incident had obtained more approval. Then came a young promising jumper, with strong legs and eager to destroy villains. The heroine Miracle was at the service. The following positions were made up of previously known heroes who only had a rearrangement in their positions, such as Crust or Wash, although in the end, there was not much to do. The announcement was made. Endeavor, that was a bit tense, don't you think, Toya? Toya, you can say that, but I really didn't think I'd end up in second place. Hawks, that's what you get for being Daddy's kid, get used to it. Both Todoroki turned around only to see Hawks land gently in front of them. The blonde had a serious face, completely different from the calm smile he used to keep in front of the cameras. Toya, jealous? Keep the position for all I care. To me, this is nothing more than a catwalk. We're heroes, and they treat us like objects. Hawks, relax. I don't want your position, or at least not for free. I'd rather take it from you, like your father did with All Might. Toya, be careful what you say. As far as I know, your feathers are pretty easy to burn. The redhead approached the blonde who, although smaller, was not intimidated. Although contrary to what one might expect, both young men smiled and bumped fists. Kigo, you're quick with words. Toya, thank you. I learned from my father. Kigo, I don't think I'd see you again so soon. Toya, how have you been? Toya, honestly, I'm a bit busy, but I'm not complaining. How are you, precocious hero? Kigo, heh. I hate that nickname. Both friends sat down. They were happy to meet again after several years, but there was something that prevented them from fully trusting each other. A wound from years ago that could not heal properly. Endeavor, I thought you had already left. From what I know, you are not the type of person who enjoys this type of events. Hawks, I don't. But I took the opportunity to talk to Number. Endeavor, everything okay? Hawks, I really don't know how to answer that question exactly. Toya, speak clearly, will you? We're not here to answer riddles. Hawks, remember the Nomus? Endeavor, yes, the brainless weapons the League uses. Hawks, I'd like to talk a little more about that. That's why I came. I want to get a point of view from someone more qualified than me in that area. Toya, do you have problems with those things? Hawks, problems and a bad feeling, which if true, would only complicate things further. Endeavor, okay, I'm all ears, start talking. Hawks, no, not here. If I came, it's because I want it to be on my territory. Here, there are many heirs, and I'm not a fan of saying this, but I need the help of Number. For his part, the redhead just looked at the blonde. The young hero's gaze had softened. It was still serious, but it also showed concern, not so common in someone like him. The man looked at his son and then nodded. An unhappy fate for those who don't know who to trust, for past events would mark the lives of those they thought they would be healed. Days later. Toya, are you sure this is a good idea, Dad? Walking calmly, father and son were now in Hawk's territory, determined to talk to the winged hero and help him with his problem as much as possible. Although it was obvious that, despite his relaxed face, the younger redhead was not entirely comfortable. Endeavor, well, Hawks asked me for the favor and you already know me. Plus with that thing I mentioned, the Nomus. Toya, I understand. I guess there's no other choice. Endeavor, I know I shouldn't, but I thought you two were good friends. Toya, well, you said it yourself, man, we were. I don't hate it, but things between us haven't been the same. Endeavor, sorry. Toya, well, the truth is that I would like to resume our friendship, although now I don't know what could happen. Hawks, well, you could start by saying hello in a friendly way, instead of trying to hit me at the first opportunity. The redhead looked up, finding his old friend, who with a calm smile, landed next to both heroes, although earning a negative look from the young fire hero. Toya, I'm going to hit you. Endeavor, Ash, calm down. Remember what the mission is. Toya, yes, helping Colonel Sanders' favorite pet. Thus, with everyone calm and at peace, the tour of Hawk's protected area began, as he guided his visitors while demonstrating his excellent mastery of his quirk, using the feathers of his wings to carry out his heroic tasks. Toya conceded. Hawks, ha 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 for being Number. I notice you're a little envious, my friend. Toya, focus on guiding us. That's your job, circus bird. The blonde just smiled. He loved teasing his former friend, although on the other hand, Endeavor saw the interactions the feathered hero had with people, being respected, loved, and admired by everyone, something he didn't look for at first, and that had taken its toll on him. Toya, piss, dude, are you okay? Getting the hero's attention. Endeavor, what? Oh yeah, it's nothing, I was just remembering a few things. Toya, sure? Because for a second there it looked like you'd seen a ghost. Endeavor, calm down. Son, I'm fine. I guess it's one of those things I would have liked to talk about with your Uncle Clark. He was good at this kind of thing. Toya, Uncle Clark? So it must be serious if you remembered him. Endeavor, calm down. It's just things that cross your mind from time to time. I'll talk to your mother later. I'm sure I'll feel much better. Toya, are you sure? Endeavor, he of course, brat. Who do you take me for? The man just smiled to ruffle the redhead's hair, who, despite no longer being a child, did not complain about the gesture. Both adults walked until in front of them they saw a group of children, who looked at them with faces of admiration, being led by a boy with strange pink hair, with a yellow scarf. D. It's really you. T. Your Endeavor, Ash, live and all color. Well, more orange than anything else, but you get the picture. And you are the hero of the burning winter, Ash. Toya, making a slight bow, it is an honor that the new generations know my name. Endeavor, hey, is your friend okay? Surprised, My name is H. Hiroshi Ta. Tamita, and I am a big fan of yours. Endeavor, so you're a fan, huh? I didn't think you'd have fans in this part of town. I thought they were more like hawks. Stretching out his hand, it's quite an honor, Hiroshi. The pink-haired boy looked at this in amazement. His favorite hero was not only in front of him, but was shaking his hand with a smile, and in no time, the young man stretched out his hand, responding to the greeting with excitement. Hiroshi, I was wondering if you could give me your autograph. Endeavor, of course. Do you have something to aim for? With a smile, he pulled out a notebook, where the fiery hero signed it, as did Toya. But before more fans could approach, hawks caught their attention. They had to leave. With little choice, both heroes left, arriving at their destination after a few minutes, which seemed to be a multi-story restaurant. Hawks, okay, it's here. Please don't tell me you're afraid of heights, because we'll eat up there, so we'll have more privacy. Endeavor, not at all. But you better walk, rookie. A hero can't eat when lives may be at risk. Hawks, ha, calm down. I promise we won't take long. Toya, sharpening his gaze, you know what? I'll stay here. Endeavor, are you sure, son? Hawks, if it's money you're worried about, don't worry, I'll pay. Toya, no, don't worry, I ate before coming, so I'm full. You said it yourself, Dad. A hero has to be ready for any eventuality. Even if I need them, I'll let them know, although I wouldn't say no to a lunch for the road. Endeavor, okay, but if you need us, text me or call me. Hawks, in case of emergency, shout. I don't promise to listen, but I'll do my best. The redhead just raised his middle finger to the blonde, who with a mocking smile entered the place, along with the older one, leaving the young man alone, who walked towards a street food stand. After a few minutes, both professional heroes were now at the top of the place, eating in front of the window, quite far from any possible curious ears. Hawks, I was surprised when I saw how you treated those guys. You weren't usually like that in the past, taking one of the takoyaki orders. Endeavor, and you're still just as greedy. Hawks, it's a bad habit that I can't stop. When I see something I want, I can't control myself. I think my name has more meaning. Some birds steal shiny objects. For example, after the school festival I tried to recruit your son. I thought having the son of number would be beneficial for me, although well, I don't regret having Tsukoimi. After all, your crown jewel failed her license exam. That's bad business, right? Endeavor, you know a lot for being so far away from us. Hawks, blame my curiosity. Endeavor, I didn't come all the way to Kyoshi just to talk about the past and you. Stop bothering me and get to the point. I held back before because Toya was there. But if you don't hurry up. Hawks, ha, okay. Raising his hands, I wanted to chat a little to lighten things up, but since you are such an important hero, have you heard the rumors? Endeavor, what rumors? You said you had information? Hawks, you'll excuse me if this is just circumstantial, but I have contacts, and they've told me that just like the UA kids, the League is also becoming more powerful, gathering allies, accumulating knowledge, and now with Chisaki rumors of improved nomas have arisen. Endeavor, enhanced nomas? Hawks, I know you well enough, so tell me, how familiar are you with these creatures? Endeavor, well, I think saying a little would be a lie. I've studied those things since they attacked the USJ. I was present at their interrogation and subsequent analysis. I gathered as much information as possible about all of them. You could say they're the perfect weapons. They have no notable weaknesses, they can have several quirks, they don't need to eat or sleep, and their strength makes them almost unstoppable. Hawks, now you get the point? Endeavor. Only one of them would be able to stand up to All Might. Hawes, in the Kamino incident, at least a dozen of these things were captured, but beyond that, nothing. The League is in motion, but so far, it seems that only Old All for One was the only one who knew where there could be more. Endeavor. I guess the old man doesn't trust his subordinates as much as he said. Hawkles, but still, to be honest, I'm not surprised that even you don't know about this, for now they have only remained as urban legends, stories passed on by word of mouth from housewives and students returning home. Even I found out when I went on a business trip. Not even a hero told me. I heard it from a man who sold some excellent taiyakis. Endeavor. Well, then I assume you did your work and got some evidence, right? Hawks. No, smiling and irritating Endeavor. I didn't pay much attention to them at the time, hee. I thought it was just that, stories, legends so that mothers would send their children to sleep, with the collective fear. I wouldn't be surprised. But not long ago an inexperienced terrorist was arrested. He said he would blow up a government building, but he was arrested long before. The only thing he caused was collective panic. When they arrested him he shouted, "The Liberation Army will rise once more." Endeavor? The Liberation Army? Hawks, does this sound familiar? Endeavor. Yes, years ago there was a terrorist group that had the same name. Its leader was arrested. The last thing known was that he had committed suicide in prison. There is no way this man knew about him. Hawks, that's where you're wrong. Destro was arrested and yes, he was taken to prison, but before earning a seat in hell, he wrote his autobiography. With the rise of the Nomus and the League of Villains, they reprinted it, and now it sells quite well. These times make people bring out the worst in themselves. They let themselves be influenced by people like them, or they release the beasts they keep inside them. Endeavor. Superman would disagree with you. He would say something like, deep inside, we all have unlimited potential to do good. Hawks. Yeah, but we don't have another Superman, do we? The red-haired hero just remained silent, while Hawks changed his serious face for that classic cynical smile characteristic of him. Hawka, look, calm down. We didn't come here to fight, did we? All I want is for us to work together. You're already number one, so we'll use your flames to light up this dark time. I want you to be the one to guide people to a better tomorrow, to put an end to those absurd rumors so the children can sleep soundly. It may not seem like it, but that's my mission. I want to fulfill that dream, go out on patrol and return home early because there isn't much activity, eat, walk. I want a world where heroes have free time. Endeavor. You want me to extinguish the monster under the bed, don't you? Looking towards the window. Hawks, can you blame me? The man just sharpened his gaze, while the intensity of his flames increased. Hawks returned his gaze to where his favorite hero was looking, changing his smile again. Hawks, Endeavor. Waitress, here are your drinks, smiling. Endeavor, down everyone. Using his feathers, the blonde wasted no time, moving the people, while without saying anything, a strange creature crossed the skies, crashing into the building, breaking the window, sticking out what appeared to be its face. Toya, seeing everything from the ground. Father, the redhead wasted no time, eating what was left of his order. The boy pressed the button on the device on his chest, which lit up in a bright red color, as did the straps that held it to the hero's torso. The lining of his trench coat also began to light up. His body began to release steam. The professional hero Ash was ready for the fight. Back on the top floor, this new enemy was moving that strange figure that seemed to be its head, of which only a pair of lights could be seen that seemed to serve as its eyes and a strange grimace that seemed to be its mouth. Nomu, who among you is the strongest? Endeavor, so rumors, huh? Steaming off, Hawks evacuates everyone. Hawks, but what about you? Endeavor, why do you think I asked you to take everyone out? I'll be fine. Raising his fist. This must be my lucky day. This is what I came for. The man got into a combat stance, analyzing the enemy, who did not seem intimidated by the hero in front of him, even preparing for combat, although before he could make a move, Endeavor threw himself without hesitation. Endeavor, flash, fist, jet burn. With a single blow, the hero was able to knock the villain off the building, forcing him to stay in the air, seeing how his rival was in front of him, floating. Endeavor, come here, beast, you want the strongest, then I'll show you who I am. So he's officially number. It's been years. Things have changed a lot. The truth is that I don't have as many memories as for Yumi and Toya. But I still remember what happened at home before. Do you really think being number is something he deserves? You said it yourself, son, you don't remember him like your brothers. And yes, I know it's hard to forget. But if there's one thing you should learn, it's that even though your father is someone complicated, he has never left behind the things that matter to him. His family is the kind of thing that goes on the list. Whether the position deserves it or not, is something that only life will tell us. But for now, what I can tell you is that your father always wanted to be a specific kind of hero. Which? The kind of hero who protects everyone. On the battlefield, Hawks looked in amazement at his favorite hero, while he couldn't take his eyes off the villain. Hawks, can you fly? Endeavor, are you still here? I can't fly. I only stay in the air with my flames. It's a technique I learned from Nana Shimura. Nomu, you didn't think you could kill me with those weak little flames, did you? Clenching his fist, the man just watched as his enemy made what appeared to be a grotesque smile, from which something that could only be thought to be blood escaped, while the damaged parts of his body began to regenerate, bones, muscles, skin. That creature did not stop smiling, while his body made grotesque noises, in a scene that disturbed the few diners who were still conscious. Indivo, thinking, it can regenerate. It's something I saw in other nomas during the Hosu incident, and it corresponds to what Izuku told me happened at the USJ. Although it seemed that albinos lacked this characteristic, does that mean that black people are special? Anyway, I must hurry and defeat this monster. Maybe it can be useful in an interrogation. This one can talk. I must capture it. Incandescent fist. Hell spider. Wrapping his fist in flames, the man threw his attack, sending out ropes of fire, which the Nomu was able to avoid, returning the attack, increasing his muscle mass in the arm and stretching it, managing to capture Endeavor in his fist, slamming him against the building, passing through it, revealing that there were still people inside. Endeavor, the persons. Damn, I have to burn this idiot. The hero wasted no time, taking out more flames, although to his bad luck, the enemy was faster, wrapping him in a cocoon and with great force threw him back into the building, giving birth to the entire floor, before the eyes of Toya, who saw this with fear. The young hero was helping civilians, evacuating people from the building and the surrounding area. The hero wasted no time in activating his recent flames. He managed to burn part of the monster, freeing himself. Endeavor, this idiot surpassed my propulsion. Thinking, is he faster and stronger than me? Toya, on his communicator, Hawks, the people were evacuated. Only those from the damaged area remain, so hurry. Hawks, I'm on it. My feathers can feel everything. There are people. There will be enough feathers for me to fly out of here before the building collapses. The redhead just nodded, continuing with his work, although at that moment and to his great relief, a couple of heroes arrived on the scene, using their quirks to attack the Nomu with hawks, although this seemed to bother that creature. Endeavor, you won't escape. Glowing fist. Hell spider. Using that technique again, the man managed to cut the Nomu this time, although without much effect, since the creature seemed to smile, although very little of it remained. Hawks, you're telling me that's your best attack? Endeavor, no way. The people in the building have already been evacuated, right? Hawks, yeah, what's the next step? Endeavor, I'll slice that idiot up and then we'll serve him for dinner. Using his hell spider again with greater power, the man aimed at the building. The burning ropes of fire managed to penetrate the structure, cutting it into multiple pieces that fell against the ground. Hawks, I see cooking isn't your strong suit. Landing on a building, you cut it into chunks too big. You must have chopped it. Endeavor, shut up and save your strength to keep fighting. Hawks, losing so many feathers makes it difficult to fly. Noma, no, we don't want anyone to get in our way. Disappear. The monster began to regenerate, but in addition to that it began to shoot strange gray bullets, which took shape. Apparently they were other Nomu, of low category. Endeavor, what the hell? This guy just... Hawks, will it have split? Endeavor, no, look closely, those things are a different color. It's like he has some kind of portal. Thinking, this guy only thinks about fighting someone strong. If he took out those things it was to not allow anyone to intervene. Not only can he talk, he's also intelligent. Sweating, damn. I'm starting to overheat. On the ground, a couple of office workers were about to be attacked by two of these nomas, being rescued and removed from the fight by Hawks, who took a couple of their feathers, which he had used as swords. Hawks, I may not compete in strength against them, but as long as I breathe, these people will not get hurt. I know my back will not be enough, but I will lighten the fear in their hearts. Toya, if your back isn't enough, then I'll help you with your load. Using a fireball. Hawks, so you're here to help? Toya, I saw you in trouble. What do you say, Kigo? Like old times. Hawk was smiling. I was hoping you'd say that. Back on the air. Nomu, you're not firing those sharp beams anymore? Or is it that you just can't? Endeavor, thinking. This idiot is much smarter than he looks. My incandescent fist condenses the flames and launches them in a single final attack. The disadvantage is that if I use it too much, my body overheats. I'll lose strength and speed to face this guy, but stopping now is not an option. No matter how hard it is, my body keeps generating flames. At that moment, and with the memory of his family, the man did not hesitate, generating many more flames, drawing the attention of the reporters, who still on the ground and several meters from the battle, were illuminated by this, raising their eyes. Nomu, if you can still move, then I'll keep having fun with you. Throwing his limbs towards Endeavor. Endeavor, you made a mistake, now burn in purgatory. Used his flames to launch them in a powerful beam. Endeavor, prominence, burn. Reporter, you're looking at this. Even at this height and distance, Endeavor's flames give off a blinding light. Look at me. Endeavor, thinking, right now, there's nothing that can stop me. Right now, looking pathetic isn't in my vocabulary. Toya, looking up. Endeavor. Worried, thinking, damn, there's enormous infestation here, and although I don't like to admit it, they're too strong. Despite my father's assumptions being correct, these monstrosities rise as if nothing, and I can't go help the old man. That was the prominence burn. Did he really use it? Everyone looked up, amazed to see that display of energy which, although it only lasted a few seconds, remained etched in everyone's minds. Endeavor, damn. That cost a little more than I thought. Nomu, from the way you say that, it seems like you're already out of energy. Getting the man's attention and making him nervous, Genji Todoroki looked up, seeing how the Nomu's pure head was above him, grinning evilly, showing what could look like teeth, while regenerating, scaring all the spectators, including his son, who could not believe what he saw. Toya, was that beast faster than the prominence burn? Hawks, no, the rest of his body was incinerated, but to escape. Endeavor, I rip his head off, sweating. Nomu, what a shame. Taking the fire hero by surprise, the Nomu threw itself towards him with speed, and regenerating its arm, launched an attack towards Genji, who due to physical and mental exhaustion, was unable to react in time. I will be a hero you can be proud of. In the Todoroki family home, all the members of the family watched the fight with horrified expressions. The images that were playing seemed so unreal. Rei and G. At UA things were similar. Class A was watching television, everyone gathered in the living room, but feeling an enormous feeling of anguish and fear, but also concern for their classmate, the boy they know nothing about, and for the same reason, they cannot understand how his head works, the boy with a strange scar on his face, heterochromatic, with colored hair, Shoto Todoroki. The mixed-haired boy did not know how to react to what he saw, as if it were a response to shock. A light flame sprang from his fireside. Izuku looked at the boy, while quickly entering. Toga ran towards the bicolor. Izuku/Toga, Shoto. The eyes of the world could not believe what they saw, because just days after becoming the number hero, Endeavor now faced a villain he seemed unable to stop, and to top it all off, he now seemed to be on the verge of death, because after what seemed to be a powerful explosion, now the smoke cleared, noticing how the monster known as Nomu now prostrated itself on top of the hero, whose suit was destroyed. And on his face could be seen a large wound that ran from his chin to his forehead, passing over his eye. Perhaps Endeavor had. Nomu, what a disappointment, isn't there someone stronger? The blood of all the inhabitants of Japan ran cold as this villain seemed to be even bored, showing no obvious wounds, disinterestedly lowering the body of the hero who didn't seem to be breathing. Toya, father! Arriving like a rocket at full speed, the redhead arrived on the scene, using a huge fireball which he used against the Nomu, who took the impact as if nothing had happened. Nomu, another one just like it arrived, with disinterest. Toya, another one like that? Angry. Now you'll see what I'm capable of. In the Todoroki house. Rei, no! Screaming in excruciating pain, the beautiful white-haired woman was now being controlled by her daughter, who, seeing her mother's condition, had clung to her, trying to make her see reason. Fuyumi, Mom, please, you have to calm down. Natsuo, get something to help. Natsuo, I think I have something to prevent it from getting worse in the medicine cabinet. Fuyumi, what are you waiting for? Bring it right now. Natsuo, watching the television motionless. Toya thinks about fighting that. The white-haired boy was in shock. The scene of the attack on his father, the reaction of his mother already overcome by Toya, had caught him off guard, motionless, trembling and remembering the scenes of screams at home. The middle brother seemed to be losing his few strengths. Fuyumi, Natsuo. Coming out of his fear, the boy looked at his sister, who despite having her mother well held, did not stop watching television seriously. Fuyumi, you were younger than us when it all started, do you remember? You even said that because of your age you couldn't fully understand everything that was happening. Mom had disappeared, Shoto now had a scar on his eye. Toya hated Dad and all there was in the house were screams and blows. In those moments I understood that I couldn't ask you for much, because you wouldn't be able to reason it properly. But now Dad has never given up. He didn't give up on his dreams. He fought for them not only for recognition, but to be able to give us a decent life, a home, a roof. Every day he got up with the hope of winning a better future for us. Unfortunately, he lost his way, and for a long time I thought that our fate was already sealed. But someone taught us that paths can return, even if they do it by force. Natsuo, Fuyumi, I'm not asking you to calm down because I know you won't. It would be impossible right now with what we're seeing. The only thing I'm trying to ask you is to focus, react. Mom needs us both. Natsuo, but aren't you scared? Fuyumi, like hell. But if being the daughter of the fire hero taught me anything, it's that feeling fear should only serve to remind us that we're alive, to force our bodies to react and move, because if we freeze, we can lose more things than we wanted to gain. Natsuo, starting to react, sister. Fuyumi, smiling. Besides, if I'm sure of one thing. Back at UA, like his older brother, Shoto was completely paralyzed. His body didn't know how to react. His mind, his spirit said he had to move to the battlefield. But reason said otherwise. If that thing was capable of inflicting such damage to the number hero who used an attack capable of incinerating an entire forest, what hope did he have of doing anything? Could reason be more than his heart? His brother was at that moment risking his skin, fighting against that monster, taking hits, helped by hawks who used his feathers trying to do jobs at the same time. His body demanded that he get up. But at that moment a couple of grabs brought him back to reality. Beautiful ember eyes looked at him with concern, with tears coming out of them, while other green eyes also rested on him, looking at him with that concern that only his best friend could give him. Toga, please. No, Shoto, Dad. Dropping down again, the mixed-haired boy was hugged by the blonde, who didn't hesitate to squeeze the heterochromatic boy tightly. While Izuku returned his vision to the battle, he didn't deny a thing. He was scared. And a father you can admire. The bored Momo continued on his path of chaos and destruction, not caring about Toya's attacks as he tried to get that thing's attention. Toya, hey you! Dirty waterworm, what's wrong with you? Are you one of those who fight and flee? Where do you think you're going? Cockroach, can't you see I'm talking to you? The redhead gritted his teeth, charging a huge ball of fire, although at that moment his gaze was frozen, because in just a fraction of a second, the Noma was now in front of him. The creature's front claw was closed, completely embedded in the boy's chest, destroying the device he had, and making the eldest son spit blood. Nomu, is this all you had to offer? Why did you want my attention if you weren't going to last? Hawks, Toya, going to the aid of his former friend, the blonde attacked the creature with his feathers, who turned his gaze with that twisted smile. Nomu, bird. Hawks, shit. Reporter, the chaos, the panic, the destruction, with everything we're seeing, it's impossible not to remember what happened 3 months ago on Kamino. The destruction of buildings exceeds millions. People are fleeing in terror. There are wounded heroes. Nomus on the loose in Endeavor, who was the first to appear and confront the creature, now seems to be dead. Not even Ash or Hawks seem to be able to put an end to this nightmare. Managing to regain consciousness, Toya got up while helping Hawks, who remained on the defensive, trying to prevent the Nomu from killing them. The scene was worthy of an apocalyptic movie. Fires everywhere. Nomas scattered, heroes trying to deal with everything. Violence and anarchy soon took over the streets. Lost children, wounded, fights. The news did not help either, giving a feeling of panic on a global level. Reporter, this is what happens when there is no longer a symbol of peace that can safeguard and protect us. With the retirement of Almight, all glimpse of a better tomorrow is gone. Endeavor has shown himself powerless against threats of this level, and now we are only left to wonder, without a hero to be our shield, who can stop the threats to come. Shoto, this has to be a bucking joke. Ida, your job is to try to calm the masses, but your words. Aizawa, Todoroki. Entering the common room, Nana, Shoto, both adults entered the recreation room, but at that moment, the haired boy pounced on his best friend, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. Shoto, help them. Please, Izuku. Shoto, Shoto, raising his head showing his tears, please save my family. You have the strength, don't you? Izuku, please, I beg you. Nana, Shoto. Toga, Izuku? Looking at the green-haired boy, the freckled boy just looked back at his best friend, who swallowed when she saw him. Seeing his eyes, she clenched her fists. She knew those green eyes perfectly. Izuku took Shoto's hands and gently pulled them away. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. His heart and sense of duty were at odds with his reason, but his recklessness was faster. Before he could even realize it, Izuku was already walking towards the exit. The green-haired boy knew the risks involved, but still, sacrificing himself for others. But before the boy could reach the exit, a hand grabbed him tightly, forcing him to stop. When he looked back, he could see that it was the black-haired girl, who had used both hands to stop the boy, with her head down. Momo, Izuku. Please, Nomu, is that all the heroes have to offer? Their quirks are repetitive, they offer nothing new. Hearing the screams in the distance, there are more humans out there, maybe I'll find someone strong. Toya, reacting, no, and without thinking anything else, the Nomu flew away, drawing the attention of the people, who upon seeing the creature approaching, began to scream in panic. Toya and Hawks were quick to take action, heading towards the monster, although neither could seem to confront it. Yes, the situation was quite chaotic, but who had said this was the end of endeavor? Because even All For One himself had already said it, a wounded hero is the most dangerous. Endeavor, where do you think you're looking? Generating flames so intense that they managed to melt the ground beneath him, Endeavor had flown, propelled by his own quirk, taking the Nomu by surprise, who could not react to the large ball of fire that had been thrown, hitting him in the face, making him turn his gaze, without seeing how Endeavor used a large amount of fire in his fist, attacking with such intensity and force that the creature had flown backwards. Endeavor, you're getting slow, beast. Landing. Toya D. Dad. Endeavor, I thought you knew me, kid. Readjusting his arm. Fuyumi, there is no man more stubborn than him. Endeavor, I don't give up so easily. Raising my guard. Nomu, you irritate me, die now. Surprising everyone, Endeavor had returned to the battlefield. Toya looked with fear at his father's wounds, especially the one on his face, although instantly, the redhead lit the flames on his face. Shoto, he stood up. Uraraka, when we are in the presence of death, that is when humans reveal our true selves, and if it is to protect others, there will be no force that can stop us. Momo, I know it seems difficult, but I ask you to trust that Endeavor will win this fight. Reporter, even with this new glimmer of what might be called hope, people can't rest easy, because if we saw it fall once, what can guarantee us that we won't see Endeavor fail once again? The woman spoke with clear nervousness and fear, clinging to the microphone. Her gaze denoted those feelings, and the stage behind her helped with the gloomy atmosphere, which was not to the liking of those present in Class A. But the woman forgot something. It was live. Hiroshi, how can you lie like that on television? Drawing the attention of both the kids and the public and the reporter, everyone turned their eyes, and the camera, pointing towards a familiar-looking pink-haired boy, who was being held by his friends, preventing him from doing anything stupid, because despite his fear, he had a clear, angry expression. Hiroshi, calm down, leave it already. It's not the time. Hiroshi, no! Look at him. Look closely at his flames, they're still burning, aren't they? Can't you see? Endeavor is still alive and fighting. Stop bringing yourself and everyone else down with your own lies. Pointing towards the scene of the fight. Old man, calm down, we have to run away. Hiroshi, if you're going to do your job, then do it well. Say it. Say who's out there fighting with everything, risking their lives to save ours. Momo, guys, calling the attention of the, I know things look difficult and I understand that it is impossible not to feel fear or worry, but I think the three of you are forgetting one thing, and that is that even though he is not All Might, Endeavor was the number 2 hero, his strength is something that no one can take lightly. Nomu, can you regenerate too? Endeavor, don't you dare compare me to you, monster. Ready for a fight, thinking, my body is completely sore, I'm sure I shouldn't even be able to move. The hero took a deep breath and using his flames again to propel himself, he approached the Nomu, who, already waiting for him, launched a series of whips, some of which he was able to dodge, although he did not emerge entirely unharmed, as some of these tendrils managed to hit the target, piercing his shoulders or legs, making the man clench his teeth and fists in fury. Endeavor, thinking, no, I shouldn't think about that, I'll even use my flames if necessary to propel myself forward. The pain keeps me conscious, so I shouldn't get discouraged. Hitting this thing isn't impossible. Now I just have to focus and not lose sight of the possibility of winning. I'll sacrifice whatever parts of my body are necessary to finish you off. Thinking raised the temperature even more, hotter than before. I said I would capture him alive to interrogate him and obtain useful information, but that doesn't matter anymore. I'll destroy his head if necessary. Gaining impressive speed, propelled by his flames, the fire hero managed to overcome the Noma's reaction, managing to hit him again, starting a fight that soon rose into the air. Endeavor, thinking, but go much faster, just enough so that this monster doesn't even have time to react. I'm not going to hold back until I char your damn face. On the battlefield, Toya and Hawks were replenishing, as was Endeavor, and at the same time, inspired by their actions, the youngsters had used the pain as fuel to get up, staying conscious, noticing how the remaining Nomas were still loose. Hawks, your father is still as stubborn as ever, huh? Toya, you already know him. Hitting the emblem on his chest, curse. Hawks, can you still fight? Toya, in theory it is not advisable, but if I stay still I will be nothing more than a simple stone for these things. Hawks, well, at least we think the same. Do you have a plan? Toya, you're usually the one with ideas. I thought you'd have something. Hawks, well, I have one. But it's not exactly to help us. Knowing what he meant, the younger redhead looked at the blonde who with a serious look only asked for his approval, which was not difficult to give. Toya, that monster hasn't released any more Nomas from inside it. That means either it forgot it can do that or it could only do it once. Whatever the case, Endeavor is counting on us to finish off these idiots, so let's get to work, you hear me? Hawks, loud and clear. Toya, well then, lighting his fists and eyes, it's time to earn our pay. Ash lit his flames again, throwing himself into the fight alongside Hawks, who was flying, accompanying his friend. On the battlefield, Endeavor had accomplished his mission. Now the number hero was delivering strong punches that could not be stopped by the Noma, who received the impacts, enduring each and every one. Endeavor. My feathers aren't strong enough to compete with that guy, but at their full potential, they can match your speed. Dad, it is impossible to hide the sun with a finger. Our mistakes and virtues stay there. They can be overcome, but never forgotten. That is why I can remember it more clearly than I would like to admit. When both of them appeared, people thought that the days of calm and prosperity had finally arrived, and that was why everyone stopped trying, maybe not intentionally. But the truth is that both of them had created a huge gap for the others, who had gotten used to it so quickly that they didn't try to advance any further and just remained spectators. All except one, all except you. Everyone seemed to have settled for their places when the two of them appeared, but not you. Even though you knew there would be a huge gap in front of you, you were the only one who didn't stop to applaud, but kept trying. Somehow, you wanted to surpass them. I never knew / existed. No one so stubborn. Like you? In the air, Endeavor, who had been thrown again by the Nomu, was now recovering, raising his arm with the clear intention of continuing to attack, although what he did not expect was that multiple red feathers would begin to fly, approaching, embedding themselves in his back, adding more speed to his momentum, taking him by surprise. Endeavor, thinking, these pumas. Flashback. Hawks, I'll be at a bit of a disadvantage, but I know how we can give your old man a boost. Toya, how? Hawks, well, let's just say I dropped some feathers before coming over here. If we can use your flames. Hawks just tilted his head, making Toya understand his former friend's plan. It was crazy. Toya, not to think badly of you, but are you sure? Hawks, as far as I know, your father is pretty badly injured. Who knows if he can keep fighting after finishing off that thing, so if we give him a push. Sigh, I don't want to see him die, okay? We are the people's only defense against these monsters, but we can't leave all the work to him alone, so we can sit back and watch their flames go out, or you take my feathers, cover them with your flames and do something very stupid. Raising his hand, what do you say, Toya? Like old times? The young hero looked at this gesture with clear confusion, but without thinking much, he responded with a strong squeeze. Toya, just like old times, Kigo. Lighting his flames, flashback and Hawks, thinking, I'll add my speed to your firepower, so let me help you a little more. Number. Recovering his posture, even with the speed boost, the fire hero lit his fist, aiming at the Noma's face, who with a smile seemed to be waiting for the blow, even taking out what seemed to be his head, since a huge row of fangs could be seen, as well as his brain. Endeavor did not stop and throwing the punch, he broke the Noma's teeth, putting his fist directly into his throat, beginning to burn him from the inside. When I turned down the road, my vision blurred. I had done so much damage that the only thing that mattered to me was having more power. But someone taught me that not only, no matter how strong I became, I could not protect them all. That's why. Endeavor, thinking, he has become a complete beast. Even when he is burning inside, he continues to regenerate. Toya, more power will be needed. Hawks, I don't have many feathers left, and the ones I sent are about to burn. Toya, we have to do something, or... Endeavor, guys. Calling the attention of both heroes, they saw how the fire hero raised more flames while looking at the Nomu, clinging to its neck. The cry, more than help, seemed like a warning. Endeavor, thinking, Nomu monster, you who were created with multiple quirks and are obsessed with strength. Reporter, covering her gaze. Endeavor. He's holding on with all his might, clinging to victory, giving everything to save us. Class A residents. Shoto, being held by the hand by Toga. Dad. Please look closely, I'm watching you. Todoroki house. Fuyumi, we are watching you. Rei, you can't lose. Genji Todoroki, as if they were the wings of a majestic phoenix. A pair of flames protruded from the back of the fiery hero, beginning a fluttering motion that went high. Hawks, my feathers are almost ashes. Toya, my firepower. Feeling her skin start to heat up. I don't think I can help you anymore. Endeavor, the boys gave their best, even when everything seems impossible. For me it is more than enough. I just have to rise much higher, enough to not have to worry about people or nearby buildings. Hawks, wait a second. Toya, I know what he wants to do. Hawks, are you thinking the same thing as me? Toya, if it keeps going up. Hawks, he will be able to unleash his full power without holding back. As the fiery hero soared, he couldn't help but recall some events from his past, more specifically his fight against the man of tomorrow, that fight that opened his eyes, even when he thought giving up was a better option, the fight that led him to his redemption. Endeavor, thinking, this move, you're not the first to try it, but fighting against you, I can't help but think about him. Clark, I'm sure you would have been able to handle this bastard without any effort. Thanks, friend. I never said it, but at the time, I thought I was an irremediable monster, acting with anger, rage, feelings that built up inside me like a pressure cooker about to explode. You made me see that it wasn't like that. That there's always another way. I told him a corny thing, but you didn't see it that way. Helping others, extending your hand instead of a fist, trusting that we all have unlimited potential to improve. Monster. You are like my past self, or what I would have become, if I hadn't realized it at the right time. I hope my flames give you eternal rest. Insert My Hero Academia. Just another hero. Endeavor theme. Closing his eyes, the fire hero let out a sigh before the flames consumed him and the creature. In the past, when he tried that same move, his fear of failing, his fear of the future had blinded him. Perhaps it had been fortunate that that had happened, because now, that same fear invaded him again. But instead of paralyzing him, it motivated him, making his heart beat with strength and courage. The number hero agreed to sacrifice everything so that the people and their children would have a better tomorrow. After all, that had been his promise. I'll be a hero who makes you proud, Rei. A hero who will protect everyone. Endeavor thinking, when I was young. With everything that happened at UA, my mother and Tashinori, I couldn't help it. I was happy with my school, but I always hated its motto. However, today I couldn't feel more proud. Taking a breath, plus ultra prominence. Burn. And so, releasing the deadly attack, the people saw with great impact how in the sky, Endeavor's light became even brighter and blinding. Even in the heights, the heat began to be felt, making everyone shudder. In the UA, the boys saw this with a mixture of fear and respect. The shock was so much for the bicolor that he could not avoid releasing a slight flame, which ran through his scar, raising his hair. The large fireball began to fall without seeming to stop, going out in the process, revealing what appeared to be the body of the Nomu who, motionless, hit the asphalt, raising a curtain of dust. The shock wave was such that it even dragged some cars. For a few seconds that seemed eternal, the news remained silent, without being able to say who was still alive because of the great accumulation of dust and ashes, although it was only enough for a flame to be seen in the background of all the disaster, for the faces of sadness and fear to be changed by smiles and faces full of joy, emotion. The first thing that the helicopters could see was how Endeavor's flames cleared the dust, making it so that now in front of all the people, they could see the fist of the hero of fire, which was raised high. Endeavor had been the winner of the match, standing up, making an unequivocal sign of victory. Endeavor 1, reporter. She's standing with her fist raised. This photo is worthy of a postcard because right now we're seeing an unequivocal sign not only of her victory, but also of the beginning of a new era. With the spectators celebrating, Shoto couldn't resist any longer. Feeling his legs weaken, the young heterochromatic man got on his knees, with both hands on his face. Yes, maybe Almight had retired, but that was not an impediment for all the heroes to continue advancing, and those who carried his will had the duty to improve from now on. When the dust cleared, the hero lowered his arm, tried to take a step, but his whole body trembled, preventing him and making him see that his wounds were something he shouldn't forget, and one of his eyes couldn't discern anything. The fire hero spat out blood, but before touching the ground, he was stopped by pairs of hands, who managed to hold him firmly, making the man look up, seeing familiar faces. Endeavor Hawks, Toya? Toya, I must thank you, old man. Thanks to you, it won't rain tomorrow. Hawks, I can't believe you made the same sign as Almight. Endeavor, don't talk nonsense. He does it with his other hand. Toya, you're crazy, old man. Endeavor, it was the first thing that came to my mind, and at first I thought about doing the pose of Muhammad Ali, but my body didn't respond. Toya, well, the important thing now is to go straight to the hospital. Hopefully we can save something from you, let's hope. Endeavor, no. This isn't over. Looking up due to this strange message, the heroes noticed a figure approaching them, the same height as Toya, black trench coat, greasy hair the same shade as his trench coat, wide and mocking smile, patches of burned skin, stapled to normal skin, member of the League of Villains. Endeavor, Dobby, wow, what an interesting meeting we have today. Hawks, damn, I don't have any feathers left to peel. Toya, what do you want? Thinking, damn, Dad can't move, Kigo doesn't have feathers, and I can't generate that many flames without fear of getting badly burned in the process if this idiot decides to attack. Dobby, calm down. Raising his hands, I just came for my Momo. To tell the truth, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity, but the black-haired man widened his smile, and at that moment, a circle of fire surrounded those present, making Toya and Hawks look at each other nervously. Dobby, do you really think I'd miss out on such a unique opportunity? Launching into an attack, I have the top heroes injured in front of me. It's like a feast. The villain, true to form, didn't even notice his attack. Simply throwing himself with both fists raised, engulfed in fire, Toya didn't think twice. Even with his skin burning, the boy was about to use his flames, when out of nowhere, a female figure crossed the flames, showing a white suit, with long rabbit ears, tan skin and a confident smile. Maruko, when I heard a member of the League of Villains was here, I jumped as fast as I could. I'm going to send your ass to the moon. Landing with force, leaving a crater in the ground, the beautiful and strong heroine landed in front of the villain, protecting the heroes. Unlike them, the brunette was unharmed, which meant that her strength was at. Without hesitating for a single second, the woman stood on guard, still smiling sadistically, while snapping her fingers. Toya, Maruko, Hawks, how timely. Maruko, less talk, more action. I'll start collecting the teeth of the League members. I'll start with this bum. Dobby, too bad. People are getting ruder and ruder. They don't even let me finish speaking. What can I do? It'll be for the next time. Maruko, oh no, don't even think about it. If you want to talk, it will be here. The rabbit prepared herself by jumping, ready to kick. But before she could reach her target, a viscous liquid began to flow from the villain, quickly covering him. Dobby, I'm sure you can't understand right now, but until we meet again, I don't want any of you to die. See you later, Genji Todoroki. Giving this last warning, the villain was swallowed by that viscous liquid, which was divided in two when Naruko released her powerful kick. But without hurting the villain, the rabbit just turned around, noticing how even the blue flames had disappeared, making everyone involved breathe a sigh of relief. Endeavor, that guy. Hawks, don't waste your energy. At least he's gone now. Toya, when the League hunted down Chisaki, the bastard was the one who caused Snatch's death, right? Maruko, Snatch? Damn bastard. Clenching her fist, that thing that burst out of him, was it just like what happened on Kamino, wasn't it? Toya, yes, by the way, what are you doing here, Rumi? Maruko, I didn't want to say it in the middle of the fight. Your father sent me his location. I assumed it would be something serious for him to do that. That's why I came as quickly as I could. Yours, were you on the way? Maruko, you could say, I took care of a few of those things. You're getting careless, Toya. Toya, I would blame my age, but the truth is. Saying this, the boy opened his hero costume, showing the rabbit that underneath the fabric, his skin was quite red, something that alarmed the white-haired girl, who approached the boy, taking him by the shoulders with noticeable concern. Miruko, oh my god, Toya, are you okay? But what am I asking? Of course not. Toya, that damn Noma destroyed my team's system, but there were still too many Nomas on the loose. I had no choice. The redhead just lowered his head. He knew the girl better than anyone, so expecting a blow, he just resigned himself. Although contrary to what he thought, the brunette's arms surrounded him, giving him a warm hug, although being quite strong, made him let out a moan of pain. Miruko, sorry, I was just worried. Toya, don't worry, it's just combat wounds and burning skin. Nothing to worry about, even laughing hurts. Hawks, hey, not to interrupt, but may I remind you we have the #1 hero here too? We need to call an ambulance for treatment. Miruko, no need, if you can move then you'll be fine, I'll take care of him. Endeavor, don't even think I'll let you take me, I wouldn't even let Superman do that in pain. Miruko, believe me, I have pictures that prove otherwise, now hold on tight. And so, managing to take him firmly, the rabbit heroine made a powerful leap, taking the hero with her. Miruko, I'll see you at the hospital, you pair of turtles. Walking away. Hawks, what tastes you have, Toya? Feeling the annoyed look from his friend, I didn't say anything. Toya, stop wasting your strength like that and start walking. We were lucky to get out alive this time, but if that idiot decides to come back with reinforcements, I don't know if we can say the same. Starting the walk, the redhead went ahead of his companion, who only saw him with a tired smile. He had lost his visor. For the same reason now it could be seen how his confident and cynical smile had now turned into a grimace of regret. Hawks, thinking, I'm really sorry, old friend. Okay, I'll follow you. Don't forget that I lost my wings. Have some pity for me. Toya, as if you deserved it, you did well, Kigo. Thanks for helping me and saving my father. I mean it, smiling. I was wrong about you, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Days later. So you think they're ready? In my opinion, with everything they've been through, they deserve a break, right? Yes, but they don't know. Above all, I don't want you to tell him. Does this count as vacation? I thought Eraser said he still had topics for you to catch up on. Yes, classic of him. I will talk to that man. He will have time to see them when they return. See this as a possibility for them to gain more field experience. That it be their first mission outside. If you put it like that, then I have no reason to arrest you, Director. So it's decided. Tell Shota that he can inform them. They will leave as soon as possible. In what seemed to be an elegant office, the sound of a door closing was the only noise that could be perceived. Everything seemed perfectly ordered, except for an envelope on a desk, showing the photos and documents of all the students in Class A. You could also see the image of what appeared to be a map and a sheet of paper that, although covered, one thing could be read. Plus, Nabu Island. Notice of cessation of heroic work. Chapter Welcome to Nabu Island. The Sea of Japan, a vast and lively space. When the sun calms its fury and the wind is favorable, you can enjoy a beautiful landscape. Although on a boat full of freshmen whose skills can turn the boat upside down at the slightest opportunity, seeing the scenery was the last thing you could do. Ida, Kaminari, Mineta, don't run on the ship. Kirishima, if you use your quirk irresponsibly, you could damage the hull. Kirishima, eh? Hee man, it's good that I'm strong, but to hurt a ship that big I think you're overestimating me. Hee. Ida, even if you don't hurt it seriously, let's not forget that this is a ship that the UA lent us so we could safely reach our destination. It's our job and obligation to take care of it, and deliver it as they entrusted it to us. Making his classic robot-like movements, Ida tried to keep his teammates calm, although knowing them, it was almost like asking Bakugo not to threaten them with death at the slightest opportunity. Izuku, Ida, I can see it now, the island isn't far away. Getting off carefully, Izuku landed on the ship, catching the blue-haired boy's attention, who smiled in relief. Ida, thank you very much, Midoriya. Sorry if I'm abusing your skills, but the truth is it's a bit stressful being the president in such a closed environment. It's not the same as the academy. Izuku, ha, I believe you, they are completely different things. Clapping his friend, don't worry anyway, the truth is that I like to use my abilities, it's a pretty effective way to train. Momo, so we're close? Approaching the boys and giving Izuku her glasses. Izuku, yeah, well, to be honest I used my enhanced vision, but if at this distance I could discern the island perfectly with minimal effort, it means we're not that far away. Momo, approximately how long do you estimate? Izuku, about 2 or 3 hours probably. Ida, well, in that case it's better to get ready. The ship will return to the academy, and we don't want to leave anything here. Guys. "You've heard what Midoriya said, we're almost there, so start cleaning and picking up. Remember that whatever is left here will be thrown away when the ship returns to the academy by orders of Aizawa-sensei." "All yes." And getting down to work, each member of Class A began their duties, all excited about the mission that was coming. "Shoto, everyone's excited, don't you think, Izuku?" "Izuku, well, it was a long trip, Shoto, and let's not forget that when we get there, they won't see us as aspirants, but as professional heroes." Flashback. Aizawa. Hero Office Recommendation Project. Your headquarters will be in the south, on a small island called Nabu. The heroes who protected this area are about to leave, so your mission will be to take their place until the new ones in charge arrive. In the already classic classroom of Class A, the professional hero and homeroom teacher of the class, Eraserhead, informed his students about the sudden mission. With a digital map projected on the blackboard, the exhausted black-haired boy tried not to leave out any detail, although upon learning what it would consist of, the boys couldn't help but let out a cry of excitement, getting up from their seats, irritating their teacher, who, using his quirk to intimidate, calmed his strident students. Aizawa first let him finish speaking, deactivating his quirk. "As a rule, the teachers will not be able to be with you to support you, so be aware that if something happens, you will be responsible. Always keep that in mind and act with the utmost responsibility. Understood?" "All yes." "Aizawa, you better be." The principal and Almight had their doubts about this, but I'm betting big on you guys. "Don't let me down, brats." Flashback end. "Mina, you a hero office? How can we help you?" Once the boat arrived at the dock, the boys got off and immediately introduced themselves to the inhabitants of the island, determined to put the name of their academy on high. None wasted time, being guided by the mayor to what would be their residence and workplace during the time they would stay on the island. Once they settled in, they began the work, being a quiet and small island. Their work did not go beyond patrolling and simple missions, trying to make a good impression, each one telling each other the tasks, showing teamwork, almost admirable. "Mina, guys, I have a report of a missing old man." "Jiro, I could take care of it, it's my specialty." Spinning his jack. "Uraraka, I'll go with you, we'll find it faster if there are two of us." "Momo, girls, I just received a report of a missing child and a broken down motorcycle." "Izuku, that's my signal." "Ida, do you know how to repair vehicles?" "Izuku, well, my father taught me a little bit of mechanics, but I was talking about the lost child." "Jiro and Uraraka, take care of the lady, the two of us can use our rescue skills." "Jiro, understood, if you need us you can call." "Momo, Izuku, do you think you can give me a ride?" "Yuzuku, of course." All wearing their hero costumes, the boys began their journey. Izuku used a rope managing to carry Jiro and Uraraka, who had also joined the trip with more speed. While carrying her like a princess, he took Momo to her destination, rising, closing his eyes for only a few seconds, focusing his super hearing as best he could, trying to hear only the sounds around the island, the sea, the seagulls, the footsteps on the sand. The boy heard his own companions in the distance, the people in the surroundings. Focusing a little more, he cleared everything, hearing only the children's voices, just a little more. "Sister, where are you?" Opening his eyes, the boy used his speed to disappear. It took him less than seconds to reach the child, who was apparently in a high area with games. "Sister, please come out, this isn't funny anymore." Izuku landing. "Hello? You're Katsuma Shimano, right?" Turning around, the little boy could only look in admiration at the green-haired boy in front of him. Opening his eyes wide, he was speechless, while Izuku got on his knees, being at his height. "Katsuma, you are a hero." "Izuku, it's a pleasure, my name is Superman. You separated from your sister, right?" "Don't worry, everything's fine now, I'll help you so you can meet again." The green-haired boy stretched out his hand, looking kindly at the boy in front of him. His hair was curly and a light brown color, brown eyes, maybe the same age as Kota and Eri, with a sun hat. His clothes were light blue overalls, a white shirt and sandals. The little one also had a small yellow backpack and a blue bracelet. Returning the look, the boy nodded, stretching out his hand, but before Izuku could take it, a voice was heard at the top of the slide. "Very bad. You're late." "Izuku, huh?" Coming down the slide with a sour face, a girl almost kicks the green-haired boy in the face, standing in front of little Katsuma, who, judging by the way he was moving his arms, seemed to have some trouble socializing. "You're too slow. He's a little boy, and it took you too long to find him. You should be ashamed of yourself. In a real-life situation, you'd be completely lost." "Izuku, excuse me? Who are you?" "Mahoro, And who else but Katsuma's older sister? Mahoro. And you, my friend, have proven to be incompetent. Being from UA, I thought you would be more capable, but what can you ask of ordinary students? Waving his hands in a gesture of contempt. We were much better off with our old heroes. The green-haired boy stood up straight as he looked at the girl. She was undoubtedly the sister of the little brown-haired boy, same hair and eye color, as well as a similarity in hats. Smiling nervously, the boy put a hand on his waist, letting out a sigh of relief. Izuku, I see, so it was just a test, wasn't it? Seeing herself trapped, the girl just bit her tongue, but recovering, she began to peck the green-haired boy, making him smile. Izuku, okay, I'll try to improve, sorry. Mahoro, taking a sigh of annoyance, well, you better be superba, because you're still far from reaching the man. Let's go, Katsuma. The girl began to walk away, but leaving her brother alone, who caught the green-haired boy's attention. It seemed the boy wanted to say something, but his fear dominated him. Katsuma, Thanks for finding me. Izuku, it's nothing, but don't play with it, okay? Mahoro, why are you thanking him? Grabbing his brother by the arm, you're hopeless. Let's go play somewhere else. The green-haired boy just watched the children leave with a smile. Breathing in the fresh air, he approached the railing. The place had a beautiful view of the island and the sun shone so radiantly that Izuku felt full of energy. Uraraka, Midoriya, is everything okay? Turning his gaze, the boy smiled as he saw Jiro and Uraraka appear, coming up the stairs. Jiro, we saw some kids coming down from here. They were saying super-duper things. Izuku, ha, she's the lost boy's sister. It was all a test to check our speed. Jiro, a test? Those brats did a test? Irritated. Uraraka, it seems more like they are playing Peter and the Wolf. Joking about situations like that is not right. Izuku, don't worry, everything's fine. I'm also glad it wasn't anything serious. That's what matters, right? Uraraka, well, that's true. Gosh, Izuku, at least you take it on the positive side. Jiro, let's just hope they don't make a habit of it. Izuku, calm down. Let's go with the others. Do you want some ice cream? I'll treat. So, the three of them calmly went downstairs, going for their dessert. Reporting what had happened, Izuku turned off, heading towards Momo, who seemed to have already finished her work. Thus continued the day for the island's new heroes, some with rescue or surveillance missions, others with simpler tasks like helping the locals. Although, as Uraraka would say, as long as we're free, there's no small task that isn't worth solving. Later that same day, Class A was gathered. Although more than sitting, almost everyone was lying down on whatever they could. There were even some who were lying on the floor, breathing deeply. Kaminari, gosh, this day was really exhausting. We gave it our all. It's like the people here want to use us times over, in different ways. Kirishima, my back and shoulders hurt, exhausted. Mina, I don't think I can use my quirk anymore today, showing that she had bandages on her hands from overuse. Siro, how come it's only been a day and we end up like this? Jiro, my ears hurt. Izuku, wow guys, you really look bad. Entering the main office, Izuku was carrying a few shopping bags. The boy was still wearing his hero suit, except for his cape, which he had hung on the coat rack. Kirishima, dude, how is it that you can walk and not look tired anyway? Even Tsuyu, who loves being in the water, is exhausted. Izuku, what can I say? I have plenty of energy. I think my excitement for being on active duty is stronger than my exhaustion. Shoto, talking on the phone, of course I tell him, don't worry, better rest, we'll talk tomorrow. Himiko, hanging up, you're back. Izuku, yes, Mrs. Sato's move is officially complete. I took advantage and stopped by the store to get you something, leaving the bags on the table. Sorry if it's just water and some onigiri, but I didn't want to take too long. Ida, thank you very much. Midoriya, sorry for bothering you. I don't like to complain, but I think Kaminari is right this time. Work got a little too much for us. Momo, the island has just over inhabitants. It's understandable that everyone would want a little help. We should have prepared ourselves mentally. At least we managed to help everyone, right? Izuku, exactly. Also don't forget that not everything is about facing villains like Almight did. In the life of a hero, social service also counts and is still important. Mineta, well, I also think that saying everyone is a bit of a generalization. There is someone who didn't help at all. And with a not-so-discreet mocking smile, the dwarf with detachable hair pointed to the side of the room where Bakugo was lying down, reading a comic, with his hero costume on. Ida. That's true, Bakugo. You never helped us with the calls. You mustn't forget that we're here as backup heroes. Bakugo, don't talk nonsense. I was here in case you needed me for a real emergency. What would you do if a villain suddenly comes and you're out, you bunch of idiots? Who would take the call? Kirishima, according to Aizawa-sensei, in over years there hasn't been an incident on the island involving villains. Better tell us you didn't want to help and that's it. Bakugo, are you calling me weak, fire hairs? If you decided to attack right now, you'd be so tired that you'd be easy prey. Kaminari, as much as I'd love to help you, I think I agree with the others this time. You were about as useful as a Christmas ornament in the summer, buddy. The boys began to argue, but before Bakugo could attack them, a noise at the main door caught his attention. It was the mayor, who, along with some of the island's residents, had visited their new heroes. Ida, Mayor, good afternoon. What brings you here? Mayor, we came to thank you, boys. I know you're young and we probably demand a lot from you, but you didn't give up. You upheld your school's motto, plus ultra. Hee. That's why the townspeople wanted to give you this little present. Class A stood up, led by Momo, Izuku and Ida, who watched as people came in with multiple ingredients or various ready-made meals, fruits, vegetables, etc. Fishermen, farmers, as had been said, most of the town now gathered, all with faces full of happiness, leaving what could be considered a banquet on the long table that was in the place. Mrs. Hina, thank you very much for repairing the motorcycle. Watching Momo. Mrs. Kajisaki, my grandmother is feeling much better now. Thank you for taking her to the hospital. With Ida. Mr. Yamida, thanks for giving my battery power. Hee. See you, Kaminari. Girls, thanks for being a lifeguard. Fisherman, this was part of today's loot. Mrs. Kurosaki, we know it's not enough to thank you, but we brought them to you with great pleasure. Almost everyone, bon appetit. Jumping happily. Ida, guys, have a little decorum and respect. Momo, thank you very much for everything. Mayor, on the contrary, we didn't have time to say it at the time when they arrived, but we are grateful that they came. We know they are far from home, but they don't give up. That speaks very well of the next generation of heroes. Mrs. Kurosaki, we are counting on you. Momo, completely happy, yes. Izuku, we'll do our best to help in any way we can. Exchanging a few more words with the people, the trio of boys said goodbye to their elders, returning to their office, where they saw that the boys were already changed and ready to eat. Ida, it seems as if they have suddenly regained their strength. Momo, well, you said it yourself once, those who work are rewarded. Let's not expect this to always happen, but at least for the first time, we can't discredit their generosity. Izuku, in that case, and if you have no objections, I think I'll sit down and eat a little. All, looking at the feast in front of them, enjoy your meal. Starting to eat, the boys laughed and chatted among themselves, eating until they were full, enjoying and being thankful for the food. In the end, they put away what was left, leaving the dirty plates and other dishes on the table, feeling satisfied, letting out a big sigh of relief. Izuku, God, that was really good. Shoji, the townspeople were too kind. Tsuyu, despite being far from home, I am grateful to be considered a professional hero right now. Ida, yes, it was delicious. But don't forget that this won't be forever. Let's thank the people of the island. But remember why we do this, not for the pay, but to save others and set an example. Professional heroes or aspiring heroes, we have to put the name of the UA on high. Uraraka, Ida is right, the time we are here we must strive to make our work speak for us. All yes. Ida, well then if we agree let's go rest. The day was hard and the tasks never end. Let's regain our strength to get up with more energy. Siro, true, the truth is that I'm a little tired and I want to relax before sleeping. Kirishima, me too. Bakugo, we'll go take a bath, you take care of the cleaning. The blonde initially ignored the redhead until he heard the last thing, standing up suddenly, with a face of annoyance characteristic of him. Bakugo, what? And why would I clean up his whole damn mess? Tokoemi, Bakugo, I thought you were the smartest in the group. Since we arrived, the first thing you did was lie down and read. Bakugo, yes, what does that have to do with anything? Shoji, well, it's your turn to do something. Siro, also, look at it this way, we are too tired to fight. If a villain comes at night trying to ambush us, you would be the one to save us because you are in optimal condition, you said it yourself. The blonde tried to reply, but upon hearing the black-haired man's words he could only remain silent, realizing that his own arguments had left him without the possibility of reply. Silence was the answer everyone needed. Knowing they were right, his companions withdrew, smiling triumphantly, just watching each other as the blonde grumbled while picking up the dirty dishes. As more hours passed, the lights went out, Having distributed the resting places, the UA students went to sleep, although after a few minutes, a female figure left the office. Her outfit was lighter, contrary to her reddish hero costume, more comfortable to rest using a plush robe to cover herself from the cold. The raven-haired girl had a cup of tea in her hands, enjoying the warmth of the drink while she refreshed herself with the breath of the night wind, but her peace was interrupted when a figure landed in front of her gently. Momo's expression of surprise turned into a calm smile as she identified the black suit with the reddish diamond shield. Momo, you know that according to Ida he should already be in bed, right? Izuku, I think I could say the same about you, Miss Momo. Momo, who says my presence wasn't because I was waiting for you? Izuku, the tea in her hands gives her away. Besides waiting for me, she would have a more serious demeanor, not a strawberry print robe and bunny slippers. The green-haired boy approached the girl, who looked up with a smile. Somehow it was fun when they acted like that, something unique between them, intimate. Looking into each other's eyes for a few moments, both felt the air, but at the same time, the other's breathing was perceptible, giving them a pleasant warmth. Their hearts accelerated, neither said anything, but at the same time they knew they didn't need to use words. After a few seconds, they both separated, laughing lightly, walking through the patio of the property. Momo, should I ask? Izuku, it was something simple. I was about to take off my suit when I heard the mayor. He was heading home, but his car stopped. It didn't take long. I told you, my father taught me how to repair some vehicles. Momo, no wonder you don't wear your cape, right? Izuku, exactly. I left it hanging at the entrance of the agency when the missions were over. Momo, I see. Today was a very busy day. Izuku, just a little. The truth is I still have energy for a while. Momo, which is something I envy. Honestly, I'm a little sleepy, and if that's how it was today, I don't want to think about the others. Izuku, well, in that case you better go to sleep. We're going to need it. Sorry for keeping you awake. Momo, yes, that is a serious fault, young Izuku. You will have to take responsibility for ruining my sleep schedule. Izuku, in that case I guess I'm guilty on all counts. Momo, when we return to the academy we will discuss about it. Izuku, couldn't it be fixed with a meal? Nothing out of the ordinary, I promise. The green-haired boy raised his hands in surrender. But at that moment, a figure in the entrance caught the attention of the black-haired girl, seeing a small child. Katsuma, excuse me. Izuku, remembering the voice at Katsuma? Katsuma. A villain appeared on the island, breaking the friendly atmosphere that had formed. Both aspiring heroes approached the little boy, who tremblingly clung to Izuku. Izuku, where is it? Katsuma. On the hill. Without thinking twice, the boy carried Momo and Katsuma, taking flight, straight to the given direction. A few meters from the hill Izuku landed. Both he and Momo saw that it was what appeared to be a large praying mantis, although this one, in addition to being much larger, also had other details that made it not only more terrifying, but dangerous. Izuku, that thing doesn't look like a villain. Momo, we don't know if it's a mutation or creation type quirk like mine. We'll have to act cautiously. Superman. Izuku, yes. The green-haired man had found a place to land safely, although before that he had to dodge an attack from the mantis, counterattacking with a burst of his heat vision, landing carefully, bringing down Katsuma and Momo. Izuku, are you both okay? Katsuma, yes. Momo, yes. You? Izuku, don't worry, I'm fine. The important thing now is to take down that thing. We can't let it get close to the interior of the island. Momo, in that case, I have a plan. Distract her. If you can freeze her limbs, prevent her from attacking, knock her down if necessary, I will create something to blind her and put her to sleep. If we can do this without alerting the others, it would be better. Izuku understood. And taking flight again, Izuku approached the beast, using his heat vision to draw its attention, making it the target of his attacks. Katsuma, please, miss, be very careful. Momo, don't worry, buddy, we'll both be fine. And raising her thumb along with a smile trying to reassure the child, the girl got to work. For his part, the green-haired man was at the top, firing his laser vision, although noticing something strange every time he fired it. Momo, through his communicator, have you noticed it yet? Izuku, I have an idea. Do you have a flash grenade? Momo, I have it right now. Are you ready? Izuku, yes. The green-haired man only nodded slightly, beginning to circle around the mantis. While using his icy breath, Momo helped her partner by throwing the grenade and creating some flying ones that she threw after giving a few turns. For his part and returning to the fight, Izuku had released the safety while rising, avoiding the blinding light and going down with the intention of launching a blow along with his heat vision. generating a small explosion that generated a quite visible curtain of dust, making Katsuma feel impressed by the display of skills by both aspiring heroes. Katsuma, awesome. Yuzuku, are you okay, Katsuma? I should have told you to step back. I'm sorry, Katsuma, you're really impressive. You and the ponytail lady really took down that thing. Izuku, well, I guess that's a yes, thanks. We're just doing our job the best we can. Anyway, it would be best to take you home. The threat has probably already vanished, so you can sleep peacefully. Katsuma disappeared? Nervous, Izuku saw how the child's excitement turned into nervousness that escalated to fear. His little hands had once again come together, rubbing them in circles, being the same sign he had made in the morning. The little boy lowered his head, avoiding the green-haired boy's gaze who, letting out a sigh, smiled, ruffling the little boy's hair. Izuku, well, if you're wondering, no, you're not in trouble. It's just that it would be easier if… Momo, well, I'm sure you both have a great explanation, right? Izuku and Katsuma just turned their eyes, seeing how Momo approached them, although the girl did not come alone, since Katsuma's sister, Mahoro, accompanied her, holding her hand, although it seemed that the girl had a face of frustration, nervousness, and slight annoyance. Mahoro, let me go. I can walk on my own. Momo, Izuku? The green-haired man turned to see where the threatening mantis was. Now there was not even a trace that betrayed its presence. Momo, I assumed it was an illusion when Izuku's heat vision didn't even hurt him, or let me see his shadow. Mahoro, illusion. What are you, some kind of genius girl? You should at least be a little scared. Momo, I understand that we are new to the island and that this kind of jokes should be common, but you shouldn't make fun of the heroes like this. You and that little one could have gotten hurt. Katsuma, We're sorry, it won't happen again. Taking the floor to defend his sister, little Katsuma stood in front of Momo who, upon seeing his gaze, couldn't help but be slightly surprised, because despite being just a little boy, it was quite noticeable that he had a strong will, a heroic spirit latent within him. Momo watched it for a few seconds until, smiling, she let out a calmer sigh, nodding softly. Momo, it's okay, at least it wasn't anything serious. Just avoid doing it again, is that clear? Katsuma, yes, miss. Momo, my name is Kriati. Katsuma, nice to meet you. Bowing, my name is Katsuma Shimano. Momo, it's a pleasure, but it's quite late. Come on, we'll accompany you to your house. I know it's a peaceful island, but it's better to go accompanied, right? Mahoro, no need. My brother and I know perfectly well how to take care of ourselves. You don't need to. Katsuma, interrupting his sister, yes. Thank you very much and sorry for the inconvenience. Mahoro, hey, Katsuma. Momo, well then it's decided, let's go Superman. Izuku, of course. And so, letting the children lead the way, both aspirants talked with little Katsuma, who was slowly losing his fear, despite his sister constantly complaining, although that did not stop Izuku from trying to make him leave that side of himself, which was not an easy task. But back at the battle site, not much happened when a figure approached, with spiky, ash-blonde hair, wearing a unique hero costume, grenades in both arms, and an explosion quirk. Bakugo Katsuki had arrived on the scene. The boy had also heard the news about the supposed villain and decided to follow the boys, although due to the speed of the green-haired boy he had lost the trail, only locating him by the explosion that he saw in the distance. Arriving with the help of his quirk, all he could see was the trail the battle had left, only seeing traces of ice and some bold marks, the only witnesses of the explosion. The blonde wanted to attribute this to the black-haired girl's quirk, but deep down he knew that there was also someone who was capable of leaving these kinds of marks. Bakugo, his power level. Putting his hand on one of the marks, the blonde just grumbled in annoyance, but with nothing else to do, he just snapped his fingers. It hurt to admit it, but he was bored. Maybe doing nothing had been a terrible idea after all. Kicking a piece of ice, he started back to the makeshift agency. Once the boys left the children at their house, they also decided to start their way back. Izuku carried Momo as if she were a princess, and using his flight, he decided to take the shortest route. The black-haired girl was already tired and had to sleep a little. So the day had finally ended on Nabu Island. No dangerous incidents, nothing that some first-year boys, but whose desire to help, couldn't solve on their own. Although back in Japan, more specifically in Kyushu, things wouldn't be so easy. Destruction, fire, chaos, and persecution. The streets of Japan were now illuminated by the flames reflected in the broken glass, giving a more intimidating appearance, some rays fell on the asphalt, although without causing much damage, because despite how frightening they could be, they did not have a deadly intensity. No. It's not enough, I need more. What? Even with all we've been through, I thought we had it made. Damn. Wait. No, not all is lost. What are you talking about? Singularity. Quirks can be inherited and, in the best case scenario, become much stronger. Walking as if nothing had happened among the destruction, a group of curious and picturesque characters moved some debris, finding a cell phone, which, even with the broken screen, showed the image of a pair of children, both with the same hair color, who, smiling, looked at the camera. Dad, good luck at work. We know you'll do well, so you don't have to worry about us. Yes, things on the island could be very peaceful, but for how long could they remain that way?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.